500. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Honey peaches had soft and succulent flesh. After taking a small bite, one could lightly suck on it and the meat from the peach would flow into the mouth. They tasted incredibly sweet. Thus, honey peaches were more suitable for young children and the elderly to eat. Before the large white peaches were ripe, they had a light green color. When the color of the peel slowly changed and approached a light white, then the peaches were ready to be picked. The skin of these peaches were tender and crispy, and the flesh extremely fragrant. Most young people love this type of fruit. Blood peaches were completely red and they had a lustrous and bright color. The flesh tasted fresh and, in one bite, even the juice that came out was a blood red color. It had a strong flavor that seeped into a person's mouth, filling it with flavor. This type of peach could nourish the blood and body. Thus, people who had just recovered from an illness and didn't have much energy would find great benefit from eating this type of peach. All of the peaches were packaged in delicately carved boxes to sell. Each box had 6 peaches in it and their weight exceeded 5 caddies. The price was set at 10 taels per box. Compared to ordinary peaches, which were only a dozen copper coins per caddy, these peaches were extremely expensive. However, the high price came with a reason. Ordinary peaches could not even compare to the ones cultivated on the imperial plantation, and the difference was like that between that of a peasant and a nobleman. After eating peaches grown at the imperial plantation, one would disdain the taste of regular peaches. There wasn't a lot of fruit grown on the back of the imperial plantation, so there was a quota implemented on the peaches. Only 100 boxes of peaches could be sold a day and they would be sold out before the end of the day. Supply definitely did not meet the demand. Once the lively and vivacious Hewaning found out that the peaches on the hills behind the imperial plantation were ripe, she could no longer sit still. She ran over to the Yu residence and found out that Xiaoxiao was currently a blossoming beauty. Thus, she also scurried over to the cosmetics and spa resort and burst into Xiaoxiao's private courtyard. She rushed towards Xiaoxiao, who was currently in the middle of swimming in her private hot spring and stated, "Xiaoxiao, you're really too much, you know." The so-called hot spring was merely a pool of water that had been heated. Mystic stone water had been added to the pool, so bathing more frequently could improve one's skin texture and quality. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently wearing a swimsuit while she swam freely in the water that was about as deep as a person's height. She was quite surprised when Hewaning had burst in. She swam over to the side of the pool and gazed in puzzlement at the other girl and asked, "What's wrong? How did I make you unhappy this time? Since last year you've said that you were going to invite us to go to the imperial plantation to hunt and enjoy a picnic. However, you haven't followed up on that promise. I'll say, do you even have as friends in your heart at this point?" Hewaning lay down on a cushion next to the hot spring and splashed water towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao swiftly dove into the water and avoided the other girl's sneak attack. She surfaced at a distance and smiled mysteriously. "Older sister do you think I don't know what you're hinting at? You're just thinking about those peaches in the fruit orchard, right? If you didn't come today, I still would have sent out invitations to you, older sister Yuan, Royal Princess Minglin and Li Mengru to invite you all to experience the life of a fruit farmer." Experience the day-to-day life of a fruit farmer. Hewaning's eyes immediately lit up and an expression of eager interest crossed her face. Despite her obvious excitement, she said, "HMPH. You clearly know how to make us work for you to pick peaches. After all, you don't have to pay us for this work. I knew you were a money-grubbing little businesswoman. You don't want to go. Suit yourself." Yu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the pool and took the offered bath towel from Yingchen's hands. She sat down on a nearby couch and had Wudong dry her hair for her. "Go. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? This time of year, the hairs are probably plump, so after picking some peaches we can go hunt some game too. In the evening, we can have a barbecue. If we stay too late, doesn't Royal Prince Yang's farmstead nearby have a courtyard residence for you all? Then we can rest there." Hewaning became more and more excited with every word she said. She couldn't help but stand up and spin in delight. Hewaning bummed a whole body essential oil massage off of Yu Xiaoxiao's courtyard before she finally decided to leave. Before she left, she made sure to remind Xiaoxiao, "Don't forget to send an invitation. It needs to come quickly." That night, Yu Xiaoxiao sent out a few invitations to her good friends in the capital. She was inviting them over to the imperial plantation in 2 days to have fun. They were to meet at the 3-story pavilion on the outside of the city. That day, Yu Xiaoxiao rode her little red horse and brought along her 2 hunting dogs, Little Black and Little White. Right after she exited the city, she saw that there were already people waiting by the 3-story pavilion. However, as she got closer, she noticed that, other than Royal Princess Minglin, Li Mengru and the 2 beauties of the capital, there were a few uninvited guests too. The first to speak was Li Mengru, who looked quite embarrassed. She glanced at her older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers and softly apologized. "Younger sister Yu, after I received your invitation, my older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers were also very interested in your proposal, so, without asking for your permission, I presumptively brought them along. I'm truly very sorry." Li Mengru's older legitimate sister, Li Mengqi, had a relatively open personality. When she saw that her concubine-born sister was acting so carefully, she was afraid that they had stepped over Yu Xiaoxiao's invisible line and hurriedly said, "It was me. I was the one who coincidentally saw my younger sister's invitation and I was very interested in picking peaches, so I begged her to bring me and my younger brothers along. Younger sister is kind and soft-hearted and couldn't refuse my request. Blame me instead of her. Ah. Miss Li is taking it too seriously. Since it is a leisure trip, obviously the more the merrier. I don't have many friends in the capital. If you wish to come along, then I will be happy to take you. Why would I blame you?" Since these people already came, she felt no need to act the bad guy and make everyone else unhappy. It wasn't as if she didn't know how to be courteous. If these people were worthy of being friends with her, then she was happy to incorporate them in the future. The Li family's siblings were one thing, but who was that weird-looking fellow that was salivating over Little Black and Little White? What was he doing here? Also, who was that handsome man next to him? He was so handsome that he looked like he came right out of a fairy tale. Why did he look so mysterious? Hee hee, feudal Princess Jinan, these two hunting dogs of yours still haven't had a litter of pups yet. Is it because you can't bear to give any away that it's like this? Ah. Ning Dongwan desperately wanted these two dogs. He even claimed that he was famous for having good hunting dogs and knowledge, yet he couldn't even tell the difference between a wolf and a dog. Yu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay any attention to this guy. Instead she turned an inquiring gaze over to the other people there. Who the heck brought this idiot along? Someone needed to take charge of him, as this fellow had some guts to try to provoke Little White. If Little White ended up losing its temper, then it was likely the wolf would bite this guy's pants off. He Wanning let out a couple of fake coughs and looked away as she said in a somewhat unnatural voice, these two are the young masters from Duke Rongguo's estate. They are named Ning Donglin and Ning Dongwan, and they are the maternal cousins from my eldest sister-in-law's family. My eldest sister-in-law had gotten pregnant after eating your specially prepared medicinal cuisine and drinking the medicinal tea. Her maternal family came over, and I don't know why, but Duke Rongguo's youngest son came over too. When he found out that I had an outing with you today, he shamelessly pestered me to come along. He Wanning's eldest sister-in-law originally didn't have any big issues with her body. After she took more care with her food and drink and also began eating the special prepared foods that Yu Xiaoxiao prescribed, she had gotten pregnant within a few months. This news made the Grand Princess Royal and Marchioness Anning incredibly ecstatic, and they especially prepared a large amount of thank you gifts for Yu Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, they sent over the heir and his wife to express their gratitude in person to Xiaoxiao. They were so thankful that Xiaoxiao felt a bit uncomfortable by their expressions. In the eyes of He Wanning and the other maidens here, it wasn't too surprising that Ning Dongwan came over, as he had always been a hedonistic good-for-nothing. However, they would have never expected that Duke Rongguo's second son, Ning Donglin, who had a reputation of being a perfect gentleman, would also want to come. It was quite out of character for him, and this surprised He Wanning endlessly. We're in luck. Quickly, we've almost caught up with them. I'll say, little Yangtze, I don't think your charms are deadly enough. Your little lass doesn't even place a lot of importance on you. She's going out to play today but didn't even let you know in advance. If it wasn't for this young master's connections, you would still be in the dark. The person who spoke was a pale-faced youth dressed in green on a buckskin horse. Isn't that the precious grandson of old General Liu? Wasn't his relationship with Royal Prince Yang quite bad? How come they're coming over together? He Wanning had once been infuriated by Lu Hao's sharp tongue and had tried to whip him in retaliation. However, her skills with the whip were no match for Lu Hao, who had spent years tussling with Royal Prince Yang. The gap in their skills was too great. She ended panting in exhaustion with sweat dripping down her face while the infuriating youth hadn't gotten hit even once. Thus, the two people's argument ended like that. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes momentarily softened when she saw that familiar handsome youth dressed entirely in black with the phoenix eyes riding on a black horse. She didn't even need to nudge her mount as Little Red headed over to Fierce Wind and tried to bite the other horse's ears. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Little Red's head and stopped her from bothering Fierce Wind. She looked at Zhu Junyang with a smile in her eyes. When did you get back to the capital? You look like you've gotten thinner. You still need to take care of yourself no matter how urgent your task is. Zhu Junyang reached out a hand to stroke the little girl's tender face, and the severe look on his face gentled. Last night I had just gotten back. Ever since I left the capital, I've longed for the food you make. Even the simplest porridge and stir-fried veggies you make are better than the most expensive delicacies. This prince wants to eat your Buddha jumps over the wall. Didn't he just say that even her simplest porridge and stir-fried vegetables were good enough? Yet he suddenly wanted to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Just what was he trying to say? Yu Xiaoxiao knew that this fellow wasn't happy unless there was a meat dish on the table, so the mirth in her eyes deepened. She nodded her head and said, all right, tomorrow evening you should come over to Count Zonchen's estate and I'll make you some Buddha jumps over the wall. You got back to the capital yesterday, don't you need to show up at court today to report? Is it really okay for you to go out with us? Not a problem. The emperor gave me a day off to rest up. Zhu Junyang had been out of the capital for more than a month doing his task and had constantly thought of his little lass. The first thing he wanted to do when he got back was to see her. From his good friend, he found out that she was taking people to the imperial plantation to play around today, so he came along without even thinking about it. Ahem. Is it really okay for you guys to be like this when there are a bunch of other people around? All of us are just standing here, yet you guys don't feel the least bit embarrassed. Exclamation mark. Let's go. Head out. Lu Hao had just experienced firsthand the lovey-doveyness between these two people and couldn't stand it anymore. He would have never expected that the cold-faced royal prince, the cruel and vicious devil star, actually had such a gentle and sweet side of him. Lu Hao shuddered at the memory as goosebumps rose throughout his body. The legendary, the tempered sword being twisted around a beauty's finger, was actually true. The emperor raising the status of women wasn't without benefit. In fact, every noble-born maiden in the capital was quite skilled at horseback riding. In total, the group consisted of over a dozen young nobles. With their maidservants and servants added on, there were around a few dozen horses all headed down the capital's official roads. The peasant farmers, who were pushing or pulling carts towards the capital, all hurriedly went aside to let these nobles through. Judging by these people's clothing and attitudes, it was easy to tell that they couldn't afford to offend any of them. It was better to make way, right? If they had accidentally caused offense to one of these arrogant and noble masters, then they would likely have to pay in blood. Yu Xiaoxiao spurred her little red horse on. Her steed had seen a bunch of other horses around it, so its thirst for competition rose. It stretched out its legs and bolted off like a red whirlwind. In a wisp, it quickly left the other horses far behind it. Since Fierce Wind was a Fergana horse, it wasn't difficult for it to keep up with Little Red. However, after spending a lot of time with Little Red, the black horse always allowed the Little Red horse to do anything it wanted. Thus, it kept half a horse head's distance from Little Red and ran neck to neck. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around to look at the confident and calm Zhu Junyang and grinned at him. Fierce Wind was like his owner and always did little tricks to get the other horse to like him. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao heard the sound of another horse's hooves from behind and curiously turned around to look. She saw the elegantly handsome Ning Donglin, who was dressed entirely in white, riding a white steed that glided over quickly. His white sleeves billowed around him and his coal-black hair floated in the wind. His ethereally handsome face along with his heroic figure seemed to make him resemble a celestial immortal coming down to earth. HMPH. Zhu Junyang had noticed that his little lass had her attention taken away by another man, so he felt quite unhappy. He couldn't stop himself from glaring at Ning Donglin with daggers in his eyes. Everything was good about his little lass. The only problem she had was that she was horny. Of course, the type of horny that he meant was that she really liked looking at beautiful things, which included handsome and good-looking men. In fact, he recalled that when the little lass was only around 8 to 9 years old, she also regarded him with a stunned look on her face. Now that he remembered that scene, he felt quite pleased and self-satisfied. However, when the little lass revealed an admiring expression at other men who were good-looking in front of him, that good feeling rapidly changed into something else. After he saw that the little lass hadn't noticed his jealousy, Zhu Junyang threw another look at the tactless Ning Donglin, who had caught up with them, and remarked in a very aggrieved tone, "Lass, what are you looking at so intently for?" Yu Xiaoxiao finally stopped staring and sensed his displeased expression. She rubbed at her nose self-consciously and quibbled, "I wasn't looking at anything. I was just a bit amazed by young Master Ning's horse. It was actually able to catch up with Little Red and Fierce Wind. I don't know what kind of horse it is." Who was she trying to fool? Earlier she was staring blatantly at that handsome guy's face so much that the drool almost fell out of her mouth, yet now she claimed she was looking at the man's horse instead. He obviously wouldn't believe that excuse. However, Zhu Junyang had a good understanding of Xiaoxiao's personality and didn't bother to argue with her over this. Instead, he played along. Older brother Ning's beloved horse looks lively, has large intelligent eyes, a tall arched neck, delicate ears, strong sturdy limbs, and a light gait. It should be a very good example of a Yila horse, a very good breed. Ning Donglin, who was already neck to neck with Xiaoxiao, heard what Zhu Junyang said and revealed a gentle smile. Royal Prince Yang is very knowledgeable. I spotted this horse in the middle of a herd of wild horses on my most recent journey. It took me quite a bit of effort to tame it. However, Falling Snow is probably the most lively and intelligent horse I've had. Everyone knew that Yila horses were incredibly beautiful, so Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at the horse a bit more. Little Red, on the other hand, was quite unhappy about this. The most lively and intelligent horse was this little white horse. That was an utter lie. The most lively and intelligent horse was right here. Little Red thought that Falling Snow looked more and more like an eyesore, so it bunched up its muscles and sped forward in an effort to leave the little white horse behind. Although Little Red wasn't a famous breed, it had been fed with mystic stone water by its master since it was young. Thus, most famous and good steeds couldn't beat it. Consequently, it leapt forward and left Fierce Wind and Falling Snow behind it by more than a horse length. When they almost reached the fork in the road that led to the imperial plantation, Yu Xiaoxiao pulled on the reins and began to comfort Little Red. She was planning on waiting for the rest of her friends here before they entered the imperial plantation. Ning Donglin waited until Falling Snow came to a stop and then leapt off his steed. He regarded his beloved horse, which looked exhausted, with a tender look on his face and then looked with astonishment at Little Red, who was currently being fed mystic stone water by its master. He asked curiously, "Miss Yu, your precious horse truly has some unusual legs and can actually run faster than Falling Snow. I really can't find many horses that can do that. Perhaps, your horse is the descendant of the legendary Red Hare." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and gently stroked Little Red's soft and silky mane as she casually replied, "I don't know much about horses. Little Red was given to me by my godfather when I was young and it was only a small yearling then, so I couldn't see anything special then. I never would have expected that it would become more amazing as it got older and that it has quite a bit of stamina. It's a bit hot-blooded in temperament though and always likes to bully Fierce Wind and other horses. Good horses all have bad tempers. When I was taming Falling Snow, I almost got kicked or stepped on multiple times. It was quite dangerous. Your horse actually runs faster than Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse, which is a top-notch horse. It must have some bloodline of red hair." Ning Donglin noticed that his beloved horse, which was usually quite proud and aloof, was currently doing its best to curry favor with the little red horse. He was quite surprised by this turn of events. Fierce Wind was not happy by this at all. It stubbornly inserted itself between Little Red and Falling Snow and even jostled the white horse away. Falling Snow also had a temper and opened its mouth to snap at Fierce Wind. Fierce Wind had a similar temperament as its owner. Other than acting gentle and sweet around Little Red, it was vicious and temperamental to all other horses. The two horses actually started to come to blows and began fighting. It was quite a thrilling sight. Zhu Junyang could tell that his beloved steed had the advantage here and slanted a look while he crossed his arms around his chest and a cold smile appeared on his face. From time to time, he would throw a provocative look at Ning Donglin. Ning Donglin saw that his beloved horse had almost been kicked a few times by Fierce Wind and frowned in worry as he said, "Although Falling Snow has an arrogant temperament, it's not the type to cause trouble for no reason. What's going on today, Miss Yu? Is your Little Red a female horse?" Yu Xiaoxiao naturally could tell that Fierce Wind was jealous and glanced at its master. Arg, this horse was truly too petty, it must have learned this from its master. After hearing the question, she laughingly led Little Red forward to avoid getting injured and nodded, "Yes, ah." My little red is a mare and it's a very attractive female horse. HMPH. Only knows how to attract outside bees and butterflies. Zhu Junyang huffed coldly and had a displeased look on his face. Who are you talking about? Ah? Yu Xiaoxiao immediately became a bit upset and her large eyes had a hint of danger in them. I was talking about the horse, who else would I be talking about? Zhu Junyang immediately backed off and stared at the cause of all this trouble, Little Red. Yu Xiaoxiao was still not happy, that's also not okay. My Little Red is so sweet and obedient and didn't start this trouble. It was clearly the fault of someone else who shamelessly came forward. So shameless and brazen. It wasn't as if she didn't know how to say things in a roundabout way. Zhu Junyang was helpless against her onslaught and could only admit defeat now. He ordered Fierce Wind, it's about enough, alright. It's not as if you have a blood feud right now. Are you really going to fight until the other can't anymore? Come back. Fierce Wind resentfully turned around. As it turned, it took one last bite at Falling Snow's neck. Falling Snow's reactions weren't fast enough, so it ended up with a bloody bite mark on its neck. However, Fierce Wind was still going easy on the other horse. Otherwise, the white horse would be missing a bit of flesh right now. Falling Snow let out an anguished whinny and Ning Donglin hurriedly took out a handkerchief to treat his poor horse. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been watching all of this, quite liked that pretty white horse, so she wet her own handkerchief with some mystic stone water and offered it over. Young Master Ning, use this to wipe Falling Snow's wound. Ning Donglin didn't refuse her good intentions and took the offered handkerchief as he washed the wound on Falling Snow's neck. He complained out of love, that horse really bit down hard. Clearly the horse is like its master, both are irritable and bad-tempered. As someone who shielded the shortcomings of her loved ones, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't happy, it wasn't right for Fierce Wind to bite Falling Snow. I know you love your horse, but you can't just blame other people unjustly. Ning Donglin inwardly thought, if Royal Prince Yang had restrained his horse earlier, would Falling Snow be injured now? However, he could tell Xiaoxiao was protecting Zhu Junyang and didn't say anything more. Zhu Junyang was over the moon when he saw his little lass defending him. It was as if he had just drank a cup of ice-cold water during the hottest day of the year. It was obviously that his little lass still had him in his heart and she wasn't bewitched by another pretty face. After they waited for quite a bit, He Wanning and the others finally caught up with them. He Wanning had a dissatisfied expression on her face as she complained, younger sister Xiaoxiao, is this how the host should be acting? Leaving the guests behind while you run off in front. Yes, we all know that your steed is amazing. When I get back, I'm going to have my father find me a good horse and leave the three of you guys in the dust next. Alright. This silly animal of mine took control of the situation and insisted on competing with Fierce Wind and Falling Snow. I wasn't trying to show off my horse. Older sister don't blame me wrongly. Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed the smile on her lips and patted Little Red's neck as she easily transferred the blame over. He Wanning stared at Little Red with a covetous gaze. Little Red felt a bit uneasy by this and irritability stamped its hooves on the ground. He Wanning nodded her head. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, your horse doesn't look very impressive and I would have never expected that it would be on the same level as a Fergana horse. If I'm not wrong, this horse of yours should be a mare, right? After Xiaoxiao nodded her head in assent, He Wanning revealed an expectant expression. Then, once this horse has a foal, it will go to me. I've already spoken and made this reservation. You're not allowed to give it to anyone else. Who did you make an agreement with? Did you get this prince's permission yet? Zhu Junyang once again felt like the little lass wasn't taking him seriously. She even agreed to send out Fierce Winds and Little Red's future child out to someone else without even consulting him. Yu Xiaoxiao and He Wanning both looked at him with similar flabbergasted expressions on their faces. Why do we need to get your permission? Strictly speaking, He Wanning was actually considered cousins with Zhu Junyang. Other people were afraid of this devil like Royal Prince Yang, but she wasn't. This is strictly between me and younger sister Xiaoxiao, why are you butting in? Zhu Junyang huffed and said, the little foal that you're talking about is also the descendant of Fierce Wind. Why can't I, as one of the masters involved here, also have an opinion? Who says that Little Red's kid must be Fierce Wind's kid? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect this fellow to be this aggressive that he wouldn't even allow other people's horses to breed with her horse. Zhu Junyang's expression darkened even more. What kind of owner are you? Haven't you seen the relationship between Fierce Wind and Little Red? Are you going to callously tear them apart? What kind of eyes do you have to think that Little Red and Fierce Wind are in a loving relationship? Obviously it's only Fierce Wind who is shamelessly pestering Little Red and my Little Red hasn't yet agreed to this. However, she could tell that Zhu Junyang was truly mad about this, so Yu Xiaoxiao didn't bother to quarrel with him. The first step hadn't even been taken yet, so what was the point in arguing over the future of Little Red's children? There were better things to do. In front of us is the Imperial Plantation. Do we want to go directly to the back hills or first go to the main building to rest a bit? As the host, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't spend all of her time soothing the hurt feelings of a certain someone. She needed to make sure she took good care of all of these noble-born misses and young masters. He Wanning didn't even wait to consider before she said, let's go to the back mountains first. We can all make our own decisions there. Those who want to pick peaches can pick peaches. Those who don't can go hunting first. At lunch, we can have a barbecue with the hunted game and eat the free fruits as well. Red Hair, famous horse owned by the warlord Lu Bu. The group followed the winding trail behind the Imperial Plantation and hiked towards the little hill that wasn't too far from them. Steward Wang, who was in charge of overseeing the Imperial Plantation, had gotten word of their arrival and hurried over with the staff to welcome them. These young masters and misses were all from noble families and one of them was actually their immediate superior, so they couldn't slight them one bit. However, He Wanning felt like they were all in the way and directly ordered them away. Since they were here for an outing, it needed to be more rustic for them to have fun. The invitation from Steward Wang was completely ignored by everyone. At the peach orchard, a beautiful sight greeted their eyes. Rosy and bright peaches hung from the branches and the weight of them made the branches bend down. Raising one's head would allow a fuzzy peach to hit one's forehead. The sweet scent of the peaches permeated the mountainside. Those of you who want to hunt, go ahead. We can split duties. In any case, I want to pick peaches. He wanting impatiently picked a massive scarlet blood peach that had caught her eye. She wiped the fuzz on the peach with a handkerchief and began to stuff the fruit into her mouth. Her maidservant hurriedly stopped her and took out a water pouch that she carried to help her wash the peach clean before handing it back to her. He wanting bit down and bright red juice dribbled down from the corner of her mouth. She wiped the juice off with the back of her hand in an uninhibited manner and swallowed down the flesh and juice in her mouth. She remarked in a pleased manner, so delicious. Apparently peaches that are just picked are even more fresh. This type of peach has a sour and sweet taste to it and it really stimulates one's appetite. Royal Princess Minglin personally preferred the juicy and rich honey peach. She carefully looked around and selected a honey peach tree from the orchard. She stood on the top of her tiptoes to pick a peach that had caught her eye. Her maidservant swiftly took it from her hand to help her wash it before handing it back to her. Royal Princess Minglin held the washed peach in one hand while she picked another ripe peach with her other hand. The honey peaches that she picked were all placed in a basket held by a maidservant behind her. After picking 5 peaches, she finally stopped. She delivered the washed peach to her mouth and gently took a small bite. Then, she sucked at the bite and sweet and mellow juice immediately flowed into her mouth. It tasted as sweet as honey. After she finished sucking out the juice, she discovered that what was left in her hands was only the skin of the peach and the seed. The flesh of fully ripened honey peaches had already turned to juice. No wonder they were called honey peaches. Li Mengru's 2 younger brothers were just at the age where they liked to play. When they saw that their older sisters had started to pick peaches without saying a word, they didn't want to be outdone. They ran towards the peach trees they liked and began to pick fruit. For the fruit that were on the higher branches, they sat on the shoulders of others to help them reach. Lu Hao couldn't control the strength in his hands. After attempting to pick a few honey peaches, he found out that he always ended up damaging the fruit, so he switched his targets to the giant white peaches. Giant white peaches had firmer flesh and were not as delicate as honey peaches, so they were more suited to him. He placed the fruit basket that the staff of the orchards used at his feet and, before long, most of the basket was filled with peaches. The speed at which he picked peaches was even faster than the most experienced orchard hands. Ning Dongwan had always had a more deranged temperament. When he saw everyone else spending time in the fruit orchard, he also changed his mind and began to pick peaches. After picking one, he rubbed it casually on his clothes a few times and then took a giant bite. Before long, 3 to 4 large peaches had already gone down his gullet. The coarse young man exclaimed, I'm rich, I'm rich. These peaches are all for free, so I need to eat as many as I can. I need to let all of my friends know that the peaches that they can't even buy can be eaten by me. I can eat as much as I want. Won't they be so jealous of me? Ning Donglin, on the other hand, was an elegant and cultured fellow. He was dressed entirely in white and had both of his hands behind his back. One of his hands held a fan that had an ornament attached to it that lightly swayed with his steps. His demeanor made him look like a peach immortal. However, this, immortal, wasn't the type that disdained the mundane food of mortals. Whenever he saw a peach that caught his eye, he would also stretch out a hand and pick it off the tree. After washing the fuzz off of the fruit, he would happily taste the peach. All of you men are here picking peaches, are any of you going to go hunting? You guys wouldn't happen to be waiting for us young noble maidens to go instead, ah? After eating 2 peaches, He Wanning's stomach was no longer empty. Although her desire to pick peaches didn't go down, her desire to eat peaches had changed. Ning Dongwan ran to a nearby pear tree and picked off a pear that was purple-green in color. He bit down and almost choked on the acidity of the fruit. He spat out the unripe flesh from his mouth and threw the pear onto the ground. After hearing He Wanning's question, he blew a loud whistle to summon a giant hunting dog. He patted the dog's head and proudly remarked, with my tyrant here, why do we need people to hunt? Tyrant, go show them your skills and hunt some wild peasants and hares for us. Yu Xiaosao glanced at Tyrant and discovered that it was a Tibetan Mastiff. Tibetan Mastiffs were well known for being fierce hunters. No wonder Ning Dongwan loved this dog so much. When he saw that Tyrant hadn't entered the thickets yet, Ning Dongwan boasted proudly, my Tyrant was brought over from Yusang, historic name for Tibet, and it's very fierce. No dog in the capital is its match. It is truly the king of dogs. Miss Yu, on another day, bring your little black and little white along to scuttle with Tyrant, all right. Yu Xiaosao let out a PFT of laughter. Tyrant was the best in Little Black and Little White's eyes, that dog wasn't even worth a second glance. Although Little Black and Little White were usually good-natured, they could actually make a fierce tiger back down when they needed to. Ning Dongwan hurriedly added when she saw her expression, don't dismiss me so early. Tyrant is a mastiff and the Tibetan people use them to fend off fierce creatures. They will even fight off wild wolves. Awoo, just as he finished speaking, he heard the frantic cry from his dog. Ning Dongwan's expression immediately changed and he exclaimed, that sounds like Tyrant. Didn't you say that there aren't any fierce beasts in the hills here? What happened? That's not okay, I need to go take a look. Ning Donglin pulled his younger brother back and frowned, if it is truly a vicious creature, it's not like you can do anything with your poor martial arts skills. Royal Prince Yang, if there are truly fierce beasts here, we can't just let this go. After all, Miss Yu spends a lot of time here at the Imperial Plantation working. Zhu Junyang had also thought of this point. However, when Ning Donglin pointed it out, he felt quite unhappy inside. He was the only one who needed to be concerned about his lass's affairs. As an outsider, why was this guy butting in? Did this fellow have other motives towards the little lass? For the past year, I've pretty much come to the imperial plantation almost every day from the capital and I never heard of any fierce beasts staying in the area. That being said, other than some shrubbery in the area, there's no thick forest here for vicious animals to hide in. There shouldn't be any real danger. Perhaps Tyrant accidentally fell into a trap that was dug by one of the nearby villagers. How about we go over and take a look? During their journey here, Little Black and Little White had run far in front of the horses. Yu Xiaoxiao had personally seen them run into the thicker areas of the back mountain. If there truly were any vicious creatures around, Little Black and Little White would have already warned her. Although she wasn't worried, that didn't mean Zhu Junyang wasn't. He couldn't let even one small detail escape his eye when it came to his little lass's safety. In a few days, he needed to have some people clean up the surrounding areas around the fruit orchard. Then, he was going to bring some people up from the farmstead and have them begin to patrol the nearby areas to make sure everything was safe. Only then would he be okay with having his lass spending a lot of time at the imperial plantation. Lu Hao and I will go take a look. After all, the two of us are well trained. The rest of you should stay here. Head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong will stay here to protect all of you. Zhu Junyang pulled the eager and excited Xiaoxiao and He Wanning back, who had a face full of curiosity. He didn't need to worry about the other young maidens. These two, however, were always ready to get into trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao's displeasure at being held back shone on her face. What was wrong with her tagging along? With these two hulking men along, would they really not be able to protect her, a tiny little girl? Just as the two youths were about to head forward, they could hear some rustling in the nearby bushes. From the looks of it, it looked like a large creature was headed their way. Ning Donglin headed a few steps closer to Xiaoxiao and stood in front of her as he quietly reminded them, be careful. All of the young ladies should retreat back into the fruit orchard, the servants should keep an eye out. Just as he finished speaking, a giant black head revealed itself from the bushes. The creature's bright blue eyes looked at the group of humans in puzzlement. When Zhu Junyang clearly identified the animal, he immediately relaxed. Tyrant, what's wrong, Tyrant? Ning Dongwan clearly saw what was being dragged along by that giant black head. Why did it look so familiar? Could it be his Tyrant? Tyrant, who had no rivals in the whole capital, was currently acting like a dead animal in Little Black's jaws and whimpering and whining pitifully. Little Black, who told you that you could just bully other people's dogs? Yu Xiaoxiao was very familiar with Little Black's personality. It loved to play around and could romp happily with the stray dogs in the village. If it was Little White, on the other hand, she could believe that it was that guy who started the fight. However, Little Black would never bully another dog without being provoked first. Little Black tossed Tyrant onto the ground. When Ning Dongwan saw his beloved pet like this, lying on the ground not moving, he cried out and ran forward. Tyrant, I rely on you to give me face. You can't be dead. What will I do if you're dead? The distress on his face made it seem like his wife had died. Ning Donglin couldn't stand his younger brother acting like this and poked his brother in the back with his foot to remind him to stop making a spectacle out of himself. This is not okay. Miss Yu, your Little Black killed my Tibetan Mastiff that cost 10,000 taels to buy. You need to compensate me. Just give me Little Black. Little Black is mine now. Otherwise, I'm going to cause a racket at your residence every day. Ning Dongwan revealed his hooligan side and stared at Little Black with a covetous expression. PSH, you sure are hoping to get the better side of the deal here. Let me tell you, my Little Black is worth more than 10 of your Tyrant. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and gave a pointed look at Ning Donglin. Her intent was obvious, quickly take your younger brother away. The fact that he's trying to blackmail someone in front of all of these people is really too shameless of him. Zhu Junyang felt the fires of rage rise up in his heart when he saw his little lass looking at second young master Ning. He pulled the shameless Ning Dongwan, who was hugging the dead corpse of his dog, up by his collar and pointed at Tyrant, whose eyes were still blinking and looking around. He growled, if this dog of yours was killed by Little Black, then this prince would compensate you for your 10,000 taels. However, open your eyes wider, idiot. It was only scared silly by Little Black and doesn't dare to stand up around the other dog. As if it was trying to verify their thoughts, Little Black shot a look full of disdain at Tyrant and then turned around to walk into the shrubbery. Tyrant could smell the scent of Little Black of leaving and slunk back up. It stuck its tail behind its legs, hid behind its master, and refused to go out again. Ning Dongwan, who was still trying to be shameless, stared at his dog with a flabbergasted expression. Under the mocking look of Yu Xiaoxiao, he sheepishly said, I didn't expect my Tyrant to be so smart. It knows how to play dead to avoid danger. Yu Xiaoxiao burst into laughter and looked at Tyrant, who was quite subdued but looked to be in fine shape. Little Black wouldn't bully your dog for no reason. Tyrant must have tried to steal his prey. Little Black is quite bold and powerful when he is hunting. Whoever wants to steal his game without his permission will get punished. Alright, after that false alarm, let's go back to picking fruit. In the afternoon, we need to send out a shipment. In order to allow everyone to fully enjoy themselves, I even had the workers stop working. Go pick some more and don't waste the time. You're truly taking us for a bunch of fruit pickers. Can you afford to hire us nobles as regular workers? He Wanting scratched at her neck and she felt like her whole body was one big itch. She wished she could take off her clothes to scratch everywhere. However, after being instructed in the etiquette and mannerisms of a noble maiden for over a decade, she couldn't do something so impolite and could only resist the urge. Stop scratching, stop scratching. Chulu, quickly take out a clean handkerchief and wet it with some water to let your young miss wipe herself down. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that He Wanning's neck had turned red from her scratching and hurriedly went over to stop her. The fuzz on peaches are notorious for causing people to feel itchy. You have to be careful and avoid getting it on your skin. How come you didn't mention this earlier? Ning Dongwan acted as if he was a giant monkey who had been infected with lice as he scratched his whole body uninhibitedly. The more he scratched, the more it itched, and the more it itched, the more he had to scratch. His neck and arms were all red and excoriated from his efforts as if he didn't care that he might break his skin from scratching so hard. Li Mengru's younger brother Li Haoming had also gotten some peach fuzz on his skin. He cried as he scratched his body. Luckily, the only parts that had gotten fuzz on were his arms. Li Mengqi held a wet handkerchief and helped him wipe it off. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at a small brook that wasn't very far from them and spoke at Ning Dongwan, "You all can go over there to wash off. When Little Black and Little White get back, we can go to the grass pavilion by the Sea of Flowers to take our noon meal." He Wanning still wanted to continue to pick peaches and looked at all of the peaches in the trees. She wished she could pick them all down and carry them away. Even if she couldn't take them with her, she found picking fruit from the tree to be a very fun activity. Those of you who want to wash up can do so. I'm going to continue to pick some more fruit. Other than Ning Dongwan, the rest of the group stayed at the fruit orchard and continued to pick peaches. When they first entered the orchard, they ate peaches as they picked. Their bellies now were full and they couldn't eat any more fruit. The sweet aroma of ripe fruit was very calming. All in all, the sweet young maidens along with the young masters and all of their servants were able to pick all of the fruits that were needed to be sold in the afternoon before noon arrived. A pile of game had already formed outside the orchard. There were wild hares, wild pheasants, badgers, everything that needed to be there was there. There was even a wild goat that weighed over 100 catties. All of the game had been killed with a powerful bite to their necks. The wounds were quite small and even less blood flowed out. The only exception was the wild goat, which had its back legs dripping with blood and was quite mangled. When Little Black came back again with Wild Reeves pheasant, Xiao Xiao patted its head and praised it unstintingly. "Little Black is so hardworking. We have enough game here. Go bring Little White back. In a moment, we'll barbecue some meat for you guys to eat." Little Black licked its master's hand and joyfully wagged its large fluffy tail. It shot another threatening look at Tyrant before it swiftly disappeared into the bushes. So fast. Ning Dongwan salivated as he stared in the direction that Little Black disappeared in. He fawningly walked up to Xiao Xiao and said, "Such top-quality hunting dogs, and you have 2 of them. What a waste, right? How about you set a price and transfer Little Black to me? Don't worry, no matter how high the price, I'm willing to buy." "Does it look like I lack money? Ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay him any attention and casually rebuked. Although Ning Dongwan was a profligate young master, he knew all of the news and rumors swirling about the capital. Fresh fruits and vegetables grown out of season, blossoming beauties, flower teas and cosmeceuticals, the specialty resort spa, and this fruit orchard gleaming with gold. The Yu family's lass had only been in the capital for less than a year, but she likely made more money than one could spend in a lifetime. No, multiple lifetimes. She truly wasn't someone who lacked money. "Then tell me, what will allow you to give Little Black to me?" Ning Dongwan dispiritedly asked with his head lowered down as if he was trying to look pathetic. "Little Black and Little White aren't considered mine. I don't have the power to decide where they go." In Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, these 2 were already past the stage of mere pets. They shouldn't be confined in a tiny little space in a residence as the deep forest was their true home. However, these 2 didn't seem interested in spending all their time in the great outdoors as they were very close to her. Perhaps it was due to the fact she had the multicolored stone on her. Unfortunately, Ning Dongwan didn't understand the complexities behind her words. Instead, his face lit up and he remarked with great emotion, "If they're not considered yours, then who are they owned by?" "Royal Prince Yang. As long as they weren't owned by Yu Xiaoxiao, Ning Dongwan felt like he would have no qualms bothering anyone else. His old father had said that Miss Yu was absolutely someone he could not afford to offend. Otherwise, he would have long resorted to some duplicitous methods to get his hands on one of her dogs. As long as she wasn't their owner, then it was all very easy to resolve. Even if the owner was the hard to connect with Royal Prince Yang, he was confident in his own skills and wiliness that he would be able to get the prince to sell one of the dogs to him. The worst case scenario would be Royal Prince Yang beating him into a pulp. A few flesh wounds were nothing. No, they're not owned by any person. They are only owned by themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that interacting with this idiot was truly too onerous. This guy truly had 0 brains in that empty head of his. However, Ning Dongwan became even more ecstatic. They're not owned by anyone. Doesn't that mean they are masterless then? Then doesn't that mean that as long as I find a way to bring them back that they would be considered mine? Whoever caught masterless animals would be considered their new masters. Wasn't that what she was hinting at? Yu Xiaoxiao could sense his growing interest and had an inkling of what he was going to try to do. She gazed at him mysteriously and had a faint smile on her face as she said, "You could think of it that way. However, don't blame me for not warning you in the future. Little Black and Little White aren't that easy to get along with." However, Ning Dongwan didn't take her warning to heart. His mind was obsessed with the idea of getting these 2 hunting dogs into his kennel. Naturally, this was the direct cause of his future sad predicament. The maid servants and manservants moved all of the game to the grass pavilion. Little Black and Little White also came along, coming and going like a black and white whirlwind. They frolicked through the flower fields swiftly and scared the female workers who were working in the fields into shrieks. Several barbecue racks had been set up on the flat ground next to the pavilion. The charcoal inside had also been lit up. The cleaned game was in the process of being strung up on steel skewers and Royal Princess Minglan, Yuan Shuiyan, and another few young maidens stood curiously at the side of the rack. They watched in fascination as the workers from the plantation swiftly made barbecue skewers from the freshly slain game. The workers rubbed oil, flipped the meat, and added seasonings. It wasn't a simple process. He Wanning was extremely eager to try and dismissed one of the servants who was cooking and began to start working herself. Younger sister Xiao Xiao had told her earlier that barbecuing your own food was the most fun. When she picked up a skewer of potatoes that was still half raw and waved it in front of Xiao Xiao as if it was a precious treasure, Xiao Xiao was currently cooking the wild goat that was missing a leg. Why was it missing a leg? That leg had been savaged by Tyrant earlier and she had cut it off so she could roast it for Little Black and Little White. She had no interest in eating meat that already had saliva on it. Xiao Xiao, look at the potatoes I roasted. Don't they look great? They look so delicious. He Wanning somewhat proudly raised the skewer of potatoes and used her other hand to wipe her forehead of sweat. The only thing she accomplished in doing was leaving 3 black lines on her face. Yu Xiaoxiao took a look at the pathetic-looking skewer of potatoes and wondered if she should stop the other girl from eating some. After thinking a bit, she decided it was better not to pour cold water on He Wanning's enthusiasm. After all, eating some potatoes that were half burnt and half raw wouldn't kill a person and would only cause some diarrhea at worst. Do you want to try some? This is the first skewer that I've ever roasted myself. If it was anyone else, I couldn't bear to let them try any. He Wanning thrust the ash-covered skewer towards Xiao Xiao's mouth and resisted the urge to take it away. Yu Xiaoxiao had a wide-eyed expression on her face as she politely refused, thank you. This is the first time you've roasted your own potatoes, so it's better if you eat it instead. What's that expression on your face? It's potatoes I roasted, not poison. If you don't want to eat it, it's your loss. He Wanning stuffed the skewer of roasted potatoes in her mouth in a fit of pique. The expression on her face immediately changed. Pay, so salty, so disgusting. He Wanning spat out the food that was in her mouth and beckoned to the maidservant beside her to give her some water so she could rinse her mouth. Zhu Junyang came over with a skewer of chicken thigh meat that had been roasted until it was crisp and golden. He squatted down next to Xiao Xiao and stuffed the chicken thigh meat skewer into Xiao Xiao's hands. He took over the whole roasted wild goat that she was in charge of and easily flipped it. Go have some fun. I'll take over this. Yu Xiaoxiao took off a piece of meat from the skewer and delivered it into Zhu Junyang's mouth while she also took a bite. She ate with relish, so good. I never would have thought that Royal Prince Yang was also skilled at roasting meat. Any soldier who marched with the army knows how to roast meat. Whenever we have free time, we'll go out and hunt some game down to barbecue. Although I can't guarantee the taste of the food, I can at least attest that it's cooked through. As he talked, he even shot a sardonic glance at He Wanning as if he was hinting at something. Yu Xiaoxiao restrained the laughter bubbling up inside of her and split the chicken meat between the two of them. Then, she stood up and pulled He Wanning, who looked quite at a loss and said, let's go, I'll teach you how to roast meat skewers. Yu Xiaoxiao used the already skewered raw goat meat to show her how to control the heat, how to flip the meat, how to brush on oil and seasonings. To her, barbecuing some meat was super easy and came to her like it was nothing. He Wanning, on the other hand, was astonished at her skill. Although it looked deceptively simple, when she tried, she ended up frantically trying to do all of the right steps. The meat that Xiao Xiao roasted came out flaky and crispy on the outside and delicious on the inside. The meat that she cooked, on the other hand, always turned out black and sad on the outside and the inside was always half raw. After going through many attempts, He Wanning had to stop in regret. It looked like she had no culinary talent. Now that she accepted the truth, she ate the cooked food to salvage her hurt pride and ended up monopolizing all of the roasted meat that Xiao Xiao had cooked. She had no other choice. The food that Xiao Xiao barbecued was seriously too delicious. No matter if it was wild goat meat, pheasant meat, or rabbit meat, they were all cooked and seasoned perfectly. Even the barbecued skewers of vegetables were as delicious as the meat skewers and caused people to continuously eat without stopping. The prospect of roasting their own skewers was an interesting and fascinating concept to the young maidens. At first, enthusiasm ran high. However, once they tried a few times, they discovered that they either cooked the food until it was burnt or took it off too early when it was too raw. Furthermore, the skewers that they roasted were either salty enough to choke someone or not seasoned enough. They all had to admit that they didn't have the talent in this area and thus sat obediently in the grass pavilion to wait for the food to be done. Naturally, the most popular skewers were cooked by Yu Xiaoxiao herself. After all, she had worked at a night market in her past life roasting skewers, so she definitely was very skilled at this. Even the seemingly cold and aloof Yuan Shuiyan eagerly strove against Royal Princess Minglan for the skewers Yu Xiaoxiao made. The two younger boys, Li Haoming and Li Haoyu, stood pathetically at the barbecue rack next to Xiao Xiao, waiting for the meat to finish cooking. Although Ning Donglin resembled an immortal on the outside, his serene appearance actually hid an avid foodie. In fact, he even fought for food with the 7-year-old Li Haoming. Yu Xiaoxiao's previously ethereal impression of him had immediately been shattered. Lu Hao, on the other hand, had some skill at barbecuing. It was said that when he was stationed in the southwest in the past, he had spent a lot of time hunting in the forests and had consequently learned how to roast meat then. Although the flavor of his skewers were different from the ones Yu Xiaoxiao cooked, they were still quite good. Those who were too hungry to wait for Xiao Xiao's skewers to get done ate his instead. As for Ning Dongwan, he had disappeared at the start of the barbecue and no one was sure what had caught his interest this time. Before long, the whole wild goat with the secret seasonings had finished roasting. Zhu Junyang wordlessly shaved a plate of roasted meat and ripped off the one remaining back leg and delivered the food in front of Xiao Xiao. While he was keeping an eye on the goat, he had keenly noticed that his little lass had been busy cooking food for others and hadn't eaten much. He naturally cared a lot about his little lass. Thus, he took over cooking the skewers from her to allow Xiao Xiao some time to eat. When He Wanning saw this, she started heckling him, Royal Prince Yang, are you still my older cousin? How come when the goat was done you didn't give me a heads up? Is that taking care of your younger cousin? Is younger sister Xiao Xiao the only one worth of your care in your eyes? Zhu Junyang lightly glanced at her and coldly replied, you have hands and feet, can't you get some yourself? You only care about your own pleasure and force other people to do work for you. Are you handicapped? Tisk tisk, younger sister Xiao Xiao also has hands and legs ah. He Wanning scooted over and reached out a hand to pick up a piece of roasted meat. Zhu Junyang slightly turned his body away to avoid her hand and coldly stated, hasn't Xiao Xiao been using her hands to roast meat for you ah? Haven't you eaten enough meat made by her? She's been busy this entire time and hasn't eaten anything. What's wrong with me sending her some food to eat? Oh ho, looks like you really care about her. Tisk tisk, He Wanning mischievously glanced over. From the looks of things, she wanted to see if Xiao Xiao had a bashful expression on her face after hearing their conversation. However, her expectations were completely off the mark. How could something this mild cause any waves in you Xiao Xiao? This was all too trivial for her. Xiao Xiao gleefully took the plate full of food without a change in her expression and began to eat. Furthermore, she motioned with her chin in the direction of the roasted wild goat and reminded the other girl, older sister if you delay any longer, you won't even have any bones to gnaw on. This wild goat meat is much more fragrant than the meat from domesticated goats. He Wanning looked over and saw that everyone was surrounding the roasted goat. Slices of meat were quickly being cut and she could see the food disappearing before her eyes. She exclaimed, Chulu, quickly snatch a plate of roasted meat for me. Go now. The whole roasted goat had been coated with the specially prepared blend of secret seasonings that Xiao Xiao had prepared. The cooking heat was also well controlled, so the outside of the goat was golden and crispy while the inside meat was soft and tender. The fragrant smell of goat's meat hit everyone's noses and they all praised it without measure. He Wanning interjected, Xiao Xiao, I heard that this year in autumn, the emperor wants to go to Weikang County this year to go hunting. At that time, you should also go. If any wild goats get caught, we can roast them to eat. The autumn hunt at Weikang County. The people who are allowed to go have to be of a certain rank, right? I'm only a 6th ranked small official, how do I have the qualifications to go? Yu Xiao Xiao also wanted to experience what an imperial hunt was like, but she also knew that only certain people were allowed to tag along. He Wanning blinked her large eyes a few times and slanted an ambiguous look in the direction of Royal Prince Yang. She pouted her lips and a devilish grin appeared on her face. You may not have the qualifications, but that doesn't mean other people don't ah. My older cousin is highly regarded by the emperor. If he asks for a favor to bring you along, it shouldn't be a problem. Yu Xiao Xiao laughed and shook her head. We'll discuss it more when the time comes. Isn't there several months before the autumn hunt? Alright, I still hope you can come along. Besides anything else, if you bring along your little black and little white, I'm sure you'll get a good result at the hunt. Perhaps you could even be rewarded by the emperor. He Wanning had decent equestrian skills when compared to the other noble maidens in the capital. However, to the noble masters born from military families, her skills were not that impressive. She had thought about this. If Xiao Xiao went along, she might even take a placing at the hunt and cause an upset among those arrogant fellows. Wouldn't that be grand ah? Don't think too much about this. The autumn hunt is likely a contest of personal skill. If we rely on little black and little white to compete, it'd be hard for other people to accept the win ah. That being said, we might not even be able to bring hunting dogs along. Yu Xiao Xiao felt that He Wanning's delusions of grandeur were a bit too much. He Wanning chuckled and said, who knows, perhaps we will be able to bring them along. This is the first autumn hunt of the Great Ming Dynasty and we might be able to have a loophole. Regardless, we first need to make sure you're allowed to go. If Royal Prince Yang is not willing to help, then I'll have my grandmother mention this in front of the Emperor Emeritus. If the Emperor Emeritus agrees, the Emperor likely wouldn't disagree for the sake of face. The two were currently discussing things animatedly when suddenly a wretched scream surprised them. Following that, they could vaguely hear the sounds of someone crying intermittently for help. He Wanning stopped talking and the two of them listened carefully. The voice sounded oddly familiar. That's third young master Ning's voice. Zhu Junyang came forward a few steps to reach Xiao Xiao as he alertly looked in the direction of the sound. After thinking about it, he realized that it had already been about 2 hours since they last saw Ning Dongwan. From the panic in his voice, did the fellow encounter something dangerous? Ning Donglan had rushed forward towards the direction of the voice as soon as he heard the first scream. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at this. He never would have expected the scholarly and gentlemanly second young master Ning was a hidden expert. If the other man wasn't skilled at martial arts, his bearing and speed would not be able to reach this current point. The screams continued and soon, a figure staggered out from the nearby thickets. Behind the person were 2 giant animals. One was black and one was white. Save me ah, second older brother, quickly save me. Ning Dongwan spotted Ning Donglan speeding over and acted as if he had seen his savior. His steps quickened towards his older sibling. Ning Donglan had noticed that his brother's clothing was now raggedy and all in strips. Despite that, his brother's body didn't have many flesh wounds on them. He only looked pathetic. As Ning Dongwan fled, Little Black, who was behind him, had noticed that reinforcements had arrived. Little Black wanted to play cat and mouse with the offender and leapt forward to press his prey beneath his giant paws. He revealed his sharp, gleaming white teeth and acted as if he could snap the youth's neck at any time. When Ning Donglan saw this, he hurried forward and swept his fan horizontally in the direction of Little Black. Little White spotted his movements and sped forward to reach it. The 2 white-colored figures met in midair and began tussling at breakneck speed. It was so fast that people couldn't make out who was the person and who was the wolf. Although Ning Donglan's martial arts skills were quite good, Little White's speed was too astonishing. The wolf moved around at the speed of lightning and didn't give the man any room to counterattack. Since Ning Donglan had come along with Xiao Xiao and the others, Little White was already being lenient with him. Otherwise, the wolf would have bitten the youth already. Despite that, Ning Donglan's white clothing very quickly became torn in parts and he started to look quite bedraggled. Ning Dongwan, who had been pinned down by Little Black, saw the rows of sharp white teeth that were only about an inch away from his neck. Little Black breathed out hot air that smelled faintly fishy. The puffs of air hit the youth's neck and made him even more frightened. He wailed in panic, "Miss Yu, save me, ah, Miss Yu. I was wrong, I won't ever do this again." When Little Black heard, "Miss Yu," it raised its head slightly and looked towards the direction of its master as if it was trying to ask, "Master, can Little Black bite this bad man once to teach him a lesson?" Ever since Little Black appeared, Zhu Junyang knew that they were not in any danger and didn't stop any of the young maidens from getting closer. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely strolled over. She first ordered Little White to stop fighting with Ning Donglin and then stopped in front of Ning Dongwan. When she saw his head-to-toe attire of beggar's clothing, she stifled her laughter and stroked Little Black's neck as she gently asked, "Third young Master Ning, how did you end up offending Little Black? You truly have skill if you were able to provoke him to this measure." Ning Dongwan noticed that Little Black's jaws were much further from him now and decided the danger was gone. He stubbornly claimed, "How could I have the guts to provoke your Little Black? Ah? You're the one who didn't train your hunting dog right. He's vicious and that's the reason why he bit my tyrant and even injured me." Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and inspected the fellow from head to toe. Other than some red areas on his skin from where he had brushed past some trees and shrubs, the rest of his skin was perfectly intact and didn't have a single inflicted injury. She laughed, "Third young Master Ning, if Little Black wanted to bite you, do you really think you'd be able to run out of the thickets before he got to you? Ah? Is there any part of you that has been injured by him? Ah?" Ning Dongwan courageously pulled away the black wolf paws that were pressing him down and sat up, seeing that Xiaoxiao was inspecting him. He suddenly discovered that he was revealing parts of himself to her and hurriedly covered himself in shame. He shouted in embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Every part of me has been seen by you, so you need to take responsibility. Ah." Zhu Junyang shot an icy cold glare at the hapless youth and he deliberately gave a warning look at a particular area before he coldly stated, "Who do you want to take responsibility? Ah? How should they take responsibility? Why don't you tell us your thoughts?" Ning Dongwan hurriedly closed his legs and the expression on his face immediately changed, "No, nothing. I was just wondering if it is really okay for a young maiden to inspect a person like this. What's wrong about that? I haven't even mentioned the fact that you're exposing yourself to me. Since you want to play this game and wish to blackmail me, then I will have to go along. Little Black, show him your strength." Yu Xiaoxiao's voice didn't hold the slightest bit of anger. Instead, her pair of large dark eyes were filled with mirth. Yu Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking when, with a tearing sound, one of Ning Dongwan's pant legs was ripped off, revealing the pale skin of his thigh and hair on his leg. All the noble maidens screamed in surprise and quickly turned around. Their faces were flushed red from embarrassment. As for the tattered pant leg, it was currently in the mouth of the innocent-looking Little Black. "Take your hands off. No, take your mouth off. Miss Yu, if you don't control your dog, I'm going to be butt naked. As a man, I'm not afraid of being seen, but I'm afraid of dirtying the eyes of all you noble maidens. Miss Yu, please have mercy and tell Little Black to let go of me." Ning Dongwan didn't know where he should cover. He felt extremely relieved that he had worn underpants. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his integrity. "Ah. I can tell Little Black to let go of you, but you must tell me honestly. What did you do to provoke Little Black?" It's not easily angered. Yu Xiaoxiao was very curious. This fellow had disappeared for the entire afternoon. Could it be that he had gone to annoy Little Black? A gust of mountain breeze blew. The chilliness caused Ning Dongwan to hug his shoulders. He replied with a pitiful expression, "Didn't you say that, as long as I can tame Little Black and Little White, they will belong to me? It didn't seem like I should provoke Little White, so with my little skills in training dogs, I decided to go for Little Black. I didn't expect that it shouldn't be trifled with either. It won't hurt people, but it specially targeted my clothes. If you guys found me a little later, I would probably have to run away naked." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't pity him at all. This fool was quite bold to actually want to tame Little Black. She curled up her lips and sneered, "Third young Master Ning, be glad that you came along with us and Little Black had met you several times. If you were a stranger, it wouldn't be your clothes that got torn but your body instead." Ning Dongwan imagined that scary scene and shuddered. So fortunate. Fortunately, Little Black recognized him. Otherwise, his body would become completely tattered. He would become the first person in the capital to be bitten to death by a hound. "Young Master, third young Master," another dreadful scream sounded. They turned around and saw Ning Dongwan's personal manservant crying as he ran out from the thickets like there were savage beasts chasing after him. Little Black had a lively temperament and liked to play pranks. As if it was a cat looking at a mouse, its blue eyes shined with excitement. Before it had spit out the pant leg in its mouth, it had dashed towards the frightened manservant. The manservant's legs immediately went soft and he fell to the ground. With a ghastly pale face, his whole body trembled, and his cries came to an abrupt stop. Young Master, help, the young master was eaten by a vicious dog. Help, seeing the familiar piece of cloth in Little Black's mouth, the manservant gathered all his remaining strength and let out a cry that shook the entire forest. He scared the birds that were returning to their nests and caused them to hastily flee towards the sky. "What are you screaming about? You're the one who got eaten by a dog." Your young master, I'm fine." After putting on the outer robe that he pulled off from his attendant, Ning Dongwan walked over and kicked the manservant, who was desperately crying for help with his eyes closed. This guy was really useless. At the critical moment, he had fainted from fright and was of no help at all. It seemed like he should change his manservant to one who knew martial arts. "Young master, you're all right. That's great. Wah, if something happened to you, this servant can only make up for this fault with my life." When Guiju heard the familiar voice, he wiped his snot and tears, hugged his master's leg, and cried incessantly. Ning Dongwan shook his leg hard and said impatiently, all right. Isn't this Lord fine? Quickly get up and stop being so embarrassing. In the future, work on becoming braver so that you won't faint from fright so easily. Otherwise, what do I need you for? Guiju got up from the ground and sobbed. This servant was chased by a dog when I was a child, so I'm afraid of dogs. In the future, I will try to interact with the hounds at home as much as possible to overcome the weakness in my heart. I won't embarrass my master again. Young master, that dog is too fierce, so we won't be able to control it. Let's give up. Ning Dongwan was so angry that he rolled his eyes at him. He gnashed his teeth and said, even if you don't speak, no one will think that you're a mute. What else could they do other than give up? If you had the ability of taming this beast, then this lord would serve you like you were my master. However, he didn't dare to say this in front of Little Black for fear that he would really become butt naked. Ning Dongwan, who had come back after changing his clothes at the plantation, felt that planting corn and potatoes was quite a novel experience. He clamored about wanting to experience the feeling of hoeing grain at noon, and then went to work in the fields with a hoe. He Wanting also held a small basket of corn kernels and followed behind to sow the seeds. The soil stained her embroidered shoes and the hem of her dress was covered with dirt, but she was still in high spirits. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily instructed third young master Ning to ensure that there was a distance between each plant, and then she told He Wanting how many kernels she should sow each time. She had to run around in the field, which made her very mentally tired. It seemed like it was better to have less of these kinds of activities. It was too troublesome. When the setting sun dyed the back mountain red, the group of noble young masters and maidens reluctantly left the imperial plantation. He Wanning's body was so dirty that she looked like a clay figurine, but she was very excited, as if she wanted to continue. She said, younger sister Xiaoxiao, do you think that the peach pits we buried will sprout and bloom next year, and produce peaches? Next year, there shouldn't be any problem with germination, but we will need to wait 3 years for flowering and fruiting. Just wait slowly. The pit of the peaches that everyone ate in the orchard were buried in a reserved space by category. Almost everyone personally planted 3 to 5 peaches, saying that they wanted to eat the peaches that they grew themselves next year. In actuality, with how they directly planted the core, there was a very low chance of germination. However, there was nothing to worry about since they had the mystic stone water as a cheat. There was no 100% guarantee that they would all sprout, but at least 90% of them would successfully sprout. What? We still have to wait for 3 years? Ah. I wanted to invite my friends to appreciate the peach blossom that I grew next spring. He Wanting looked at her broken fingernail with grievance and felt that it wasn't worth the loss. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and comforted her. It's all right. I already told them to pay attention to the saplings. In the autumn, we will try to plant another 100 or so peach trees. We will also expand the planting scale of the other fruit trees. At the beginning of next spring, let's come enjoy the flowers. At that time, you guys can proudly introduce the saplings that you personally planted to your friends. We still have to wait until next spring to come back. He Wanting pondered, and then said with a smile, didn't you say that the grapes will be ripe in 2 months? I have never picked grapes myself. The eyes of the other noble maidens suddenly brightened up. The lives of the noble young misses in the capital were very boring. They either read, practiced calligraphy, drew, or played the chin at home. If not, then they would organize flower appreciation parties or tea parties. It was really interesting to have such a fulfilling and novel outing. If they had another chance to come back, they would naturally be very happy. Older sister Yu, can we also come to pick grapes next time? Li Haoming blinked his big, dark eyes and asked with expectation. This time, he was able to come uninvited and have a good time thanks to older sister Mengru. He hoped that he could receive older sister Yu's invitation and rightfully come over. There were more peaches and grapes in the back mountains. The reason for planting peaches was that peach blossoms could be used to make flower tea and peaches that weren't sold could be used to make preserved peaches and canned peaches. They planted more grapes so that they could save a portion to make wine. Wine mixed with mystic stone water had low alcohol concentration and a sweet taste. It was good for one's health to drink it often. Every time the Emperor Emeritus came, he would ask to bring some back to sat his yearning for alcohol. After all, he was quite old now. Although he was still in good health, the imperial physicians and emperor strictly restricted his drinking. However, with his temperament, he liked to drink from a big bowl and eat large pieces of meat. To not let him drink was the same as strangling him. He wouldn't be able to last for even a moment. Fortunately, the imperial physician said that he could drink the wine that he brought back because it was good for his health. It was a pity that there wasn't a lot. The Yu family had only brewed a total of 10 jars. He didn't bear to drink the wine that he brought back for fear that he would finish them too quickly, which would lead him to suffer in the following days. Therefore, when he found out that Xiaoxiao was going to grow fruits in the back mountains of the imperial plantation, he urged Xiaoxiao to grow more grapevines. He even helped to get some grape plants. Now, there were about 20 to 30 grapevines in the back mountains. They all had green grapes that were about the size of a fingernail. Yu Xiaoxiao prepared to keep the grapes on 20 of the grapevines to sell at the fruit shops, and the rest would be used to make wine. This time, when the noble maidens walked around the fruit orchard to help digestion, they had arrived at the vineyard nearby and saw the countless fruits on the vines. Unfortunately, it wasn't picking season. When they heard Yu Xiaoxiao say that it would take 1 or 2 months to mature, they had to leave with regrets. Now that He Wanning and Li Haoming had initiated this topic, the others also expressed their wish to come. Yu Xiaoxiao also seldom had the chance to come out to play with so many friends. Today, she had made friends with the bold and straightforward Lu Hao, the refined and gentle Ning Donglan, and the foolish Ning Dongwan. There were also Li Mengru, who had a bright personality, and the innocent and cute brothers, Li Haoming and Li Haoning. It was all right to arrange more of these gatherings. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoxiao agreed to send invitations to everyone when the grapes were ripe. She also said that she would teach them how to make wine and grape juice, which increased the noble maidens' anticipation. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the noble maidens and gentlemen appeared very tired, but they were still in high spirits. They chatted about the interesting matters during this outing in groups of 2 or 3, and cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. The carefree laughter made the glow of the sunset even more gorgeous. The birds returning from afar also stopped flying. Everything seemed to be fixed on the word, happiness. However, the maidens, who had experienced the joy of labor, all felt some aching in their waists and backs. Normally, even when these young misses just wanted to drink water, the servants would have to put the cup into their hands. How would they be able to endure working in the fields? As a result, these noble maidens gathered at the Beauty and Health Club, Blossoming Beauty, the next day. After being exhausted, it was perfect to soak in a medicinal hot spring bath and have a spa. They all had a gold card at the club and didn't hesitate when spending money. Ning Dongwan signed and lamented, "Why isn't there a place for men to relax? Miss Yu, aren't you overly favoring women over men? This won't do. You should open up a health club for men so that we also have a place to relax." Zhu Junyang immediately shot daggers at him and said with a frown, "Xiao Cao is a girl, so how can she work with a bunch of men all day long? Don't cause trouble and make suggestions for bad ideas." Ning Dongwan rubbed his chin and said with a crafty smile, "If Miss Yu isn't interested, then I, third young master Ning, will go for it. But, can you pass on the technique for back massage?" Yu Xiao Cao looked him up and down, and then said with disdain, "Would someone like you be able to operate a high-class club? Don't make it into a dirty place. As for the massage technique, you and I aren't related, so do you think that I will generously pass on the secret massage technique to you?" Zhu Junyang laughed and said, "People should know their own limitations. Just eat as much as the size of your bowl. Don't always be overly ambitious and take unnecessary risks. I suggested you guys should open a men's club, but you guys didn't want to. Now that I decided to open it, you guys are shooting me down." Ning Dongwan was exasperated. Yu Xiaocao chuckled and said, "Who said we're not opening it? The location has already been chosen. It's a farmstead in the suburb 2.5 kilometers away from the capital. I reckon that it should be completed by next autumn. A recreational place specially for men. What interesting things will there be? Let's hear about it." Ning Dongwan, who was full of spirits again, asked with wide and curious eyes. "It's a business secret, so I can't tell you." Zhu Junyang had bought the farmstead in the suburb by chance. It wasn't very big, covering an area around 3,000 mu. Xiao Cao had mentioned to him that she wanted to build an entertainment castle integrating food, entertainment, leisure, and vacation. As soon as they bought the farmstead, they started making plans for it. The construction of the main building had already begun, and the design had already been completed. It was only a matter of time before its completion. Although Ning Dongwan felt like there was a cat scratching his heart, he still had a sense of propriety. He didn't continue to ask and just said, "Then I'll be looking forward to your surprise. You two have taken up all the money-making businesses in the capital. Can't you leave a path for others to make a living? Before Xiao Cao came to the capital, I didn't see you come up with any money-making businesses. You're envious now that you see others making money." Although Ning Donglin was his second older brother, he couldn't resist ridiculing his younger brother. He was nearly 20 years old, yet he still wasn't doing any honest work and just hanging out with a bunch of wastrels all day long. What good prospects would he have in the future? Ning Dongwan was silent for a moment, and then he went up to Xiao Cao with a flattering expression. He said with a grin, "Miss Yu, we're considered old friends, so do you think you can help this younger brother a bit? Can you teach me a way to make money?" Yu Xiaocao gave him a sidelong glance and said with disdain, "Whose younger brother are you? I'm not that old to have such a big younger brother. My youngest brother is only 3 years old." Miss Yu, please don't be angry. I'm referring to myself as younger brother, because I'm willing to be your subordinate. This younger brother will listen to everything you say." Ning Dongwan moved closer in a very fawning manner. Seeing his toting gesture made Ning Donglin really wanted to kick him away and pretend that he didn't have such a younger brother. Yu Xiaocao quickly stretched out her hands to block him and said, "No, thanks. I don't dare to use the third young master of the Duke Ronguo household as a lackey. However, since we are acquaintances, I'll give you a suggestion." "Please say it." Ning Dongwan wished he could honor Yu Xiaocao like she was the god of wealth. He looked exactly like a servile servant as he nodded and bowed. Yu Xiaocao couldn't bear to look straight at him. With a grin, she said, "Aren't there places for cricket fighting and cockfighting in the capital? Don't you boast about raising a lot of fierce hounds at home? You can train some fighting dogs and set up a dog fighting arena. Arrange a few dog fights daily and have people bet on them, or you can organize a godly dog competition." Ning Dongwan's eyes grew increasingly brighter as Yu Xiaocao spoke. In the end, he was so excited that he began to dance with joy. Yes, in terms of having fierce canines, was there anyone in the capital who could beat him, third young master Ning? Training fighting dogs really wasn't a difficult matter for him. Although there were dog fighting games among the commoners, they were just small-scale games. If he could gather a group of like-minded people and make a high-class dog fighting arena, making money definitely wouldn't be a problem. After that, Xiao Cao taught him about some methods of under-the-table manipulations. For example, dogs that looked tall and strong would appear more likely to win. If they offered high odds, then it would attract people to place bets. Then they needed to use dogs that looked ordinary, but were actually very fierce, as the opponents. In this way, the banker would naturally be the one making the money. Ning Dongwan naturally knew no less than Xiao Cao about these matters. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Soon afterwards, dog fighting became popular in the capital and Ning Dongwan's dog fighting arena was full of people for every battle. Third young master Ning had earned a pot full of gold, which would be a story to be recounted later. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the group reached the gate of the capital city. Upon their arrival, they encountered a group of carriages that seemed to belong to the relatives of officials. There were more than a dozen carriages carrying luggage alone. They were also accompanied by a famous escort agency. An exquisite and elegant carriage among the group stopped in front of Xiao Xiao and the others. A slender arm reached out from the carriage and pulled away the curtains, which were embroidered with entwined branches and lotuses. A voice, like the tinkling of a spring and the plucking of strings, sounded from inside the carriage. Older cousin. Older cousin. Yu Xiao Xiao looked at the Ning brothers. Could it be that their relatives had returned to the capital to report on their work? Did they not get the news? In the midst of her thoughts, a beautiful young girl poked her head out of the carriage. She wore a light-colored silk dress inlaid with silver threads. A pale pinkish-gray gauze skirt was fastened around her waist, and a moon-white gauze open front cardigan was draped around her. With her every movement, there would be a sense of flowing waves on the gauze cardigan. Her smiling eyes, which looked innocent and naive, gleamed like black pearls. Her gaze was as clear as the streams under 10,000-year-old glaciers. It wasn't tainted by the passing of time at all. Her long, thick eyelashes were curled upwards like two small fans. Her soft lips had a dewy light pink color and was curled up to a beautiful angle. The elegant Yulan magnolia adorned in her hair buns and the graceful hanging jade necklace seemed to be able to shake the depths of one's heart as they swayed with the evening wind. With such a fresh and lovely face, and innocent and clean smile, she looked as beautiful as a celestial fairy who stepped into the mortal world. Even Xiao Xiao, who was of the same gender, couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Upon making eye contact with Zhu Junyang's cold and indifferent gaze, that pair of clean and bright eyes sadly dimmed. The beautiful young girl lightly bit her lips and appeared dejected, which caused all the males to have the urge to protect her. Little black. Nonsense. This wolf doesn't have that feeling. Gets kicked away by the author. Older cousin, you don't remember Ling. When we were young, you ignored everyone and only liked to play with Ling. The young girl's eyes didn't leave Zhu Junyang for even a moment. Others couldn't help but pity her upon seeing her gaze. A slightly dignified female voice came from within the carriage. Ling, you were only 5 or 6 at that time. Now, you have already grown into a young woman. Of course, your older cousin wouldn't be able to recognize you. Yanger, we haven't seen each other for many years. How's your lady mother? Looking at the face in the carriage that was somewhat similar to his mother's, Zhu Junyang suddenly realized that his maternal aunt's family had returned to the capital. It seemed like his lady mother had mentioned this matter a few days ago. Later, he had left the capital for an assignment and completely forgot about this matter. Aunt, nephew just came back to the capital last night, so I didn't know that aunt was going to arrive today. Please excuse me for my negligence. Zhu Junyang vaguely remembered that his maternal uncle had been serving as an official outside the capital for the past 10 years, and thus his aunt's family seldom returned to the capital. In recent years, his lady mother had mostly stayed in the residence in Tanggu, so there was very little news about them. Zhang Meiyan, princess consort Jing's younger stepsister, looked at him, nodded slowly, and asked, Yanger, where are you coming back from? Zhu Junyang lied with a straight face. Nephew went to the imperial plantation in the outskirts of the capital to inspect the matters of summer planting. I met this group of kids, who went on an outing, so we came back together. Aunt, you must be tired from the travel. You should quickly enter the city and rest. I'll go pay my respects to aunt on another day. Zhu Junyang wasn't on close terms with this aunt of his. When he was a child, he had faintly felt an uncomfortable feeling from her. Now that he could perceive her thoughts, he was even more unlikely to be on friendly terms with her. His aunt envied his mother's noble status and happy family, but she also wanted to cling on to his parents so that they could help her husband get a good position in the capital. How could anyone like someone with such thoughts? Wu Junling widened her innocent eyes and looked curiously at her older cousin. Earlier, when they were in the carriage, her mother had pointed to the man in black, who was as handsome as a god who descended from the heavens, and said that he was her older male cousin. As a child, her older cousin really liked to play hide and seek with her. She couldn't help but have her attention be completely taken away by her older cousin, who had a strong figure and enchanting face. The person that her mother mentioned that most was her aunt, Princess Consort Jing, who was dearly loved by all. Every time her mother mentioned this person, she would always have a sense of envy and unwillingness, as well as a mix of helplessness, a deep sense of helplessness to reality. Her father's family background wasn't as good as her mother's. Her mother always carried the reservation and pride of an aristocratic family in her speech and manner. Although her father respected her mother, he could never become close with her. Besides the set dates, he always stayed in the rooms of those considerate and gentle concubines. It wasn't that she didn't understand the resentment in her mother's heart, but she didn't know what to do other than acting cute and behaving in front of her father so that he would give her face and stay in her mother's room more often. Her aunt, on the other hand, was able to get the sole favor of Imperial Prince Jing. One must admit that she was really skilled. People often said that children would more or less be influenced by their parents. Older cousin looked like someone who appeared cold on the surface but warm inside. Perhaps, if she married into such a family and someone like him, she would be able to avoid making the same mistake as her mother and get her own happiness in life, right? Wu Junling looked at Zhu Junyang with clear eyes mixed with some inexplicable emotions. Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could this be some sort of bad premonition? He glanced at his so-called younger female cousin and met a pair of beautiful, watery eyes. Although she and Xiao Xiao both had a pair of watery, big eyes, Xiao Xiao's eyes were always clear, bright, and full of life, which made others unable to resist smiling at her. She, on the other hand, had eyes that were like a deep pond in the morning. It was shrouded by a layer of fog and carried a sense of mysteriousness. He couldn't help but concentrate all his energy to find out what his younger cousin was thinking about at this time, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't perceive anything. It felt like he got rebounded by something, making his forehead faintly swell with pain. So strange, I have never had this kind of feeling before. Although he couldn't perceive Xiao Xiao's thoughts, she was like a completely transparent person that his consciousness could freely shuttle through. However, there seemed to be something protecting his so-called younger cousin. It was resisting and guarding against his consciousness. Could it be that she practiced some sort of martial arts? Zhu Junyang frowned and looked at Wu Junling with an inquiring gaze. Seeing that her older cousin was looking at her, Wu Junling revealed a pure smile and a shy expression on her face. With her head slightly bowed, she showed her long and tender neck. She knew that many men wouldn't be able to resist her looks. Could it be that, on their first meeting after so many years, her older cousin was also deeply attracted to her? Wasn't this what she wanted? With this thought, she slightly lifted her head and looked at the intoxicatingly handsome face. Seeing her younger daughter's action, Zhang Mei looked at her nephew's incomparably handsome face. Her eyes slightly flickered. Her older stepsister's son had been granted the title of royal prince at a young age. He was also given an important job and was a rather capable subject of the emperor. If her daughter could marry into such a family and marry her nephew with such a promising future, it would certainly be a great help to the Wu family in the future. Thus, there was an extra hint of smile on her stern-looking face. Hey, Miss Yu, your royal prince Yang is about to be snatched away. Aren't you going to quickly do something? Ning Dongwan revealed a rascally smile and looked as if he was waiting for a good show. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the tall man beside her, and scolded in her mind, attracting bees and butterflies. Then, she said in an indifferent tone, if it's something that can be easily taken away, then it must not belong to you. Do you think that it's worth it to have a bloody fight over something that doesn't belong to you? In regard to their flirting glances, Yu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat sulky in her heart. No wonder people often said, it was easy for something to happen between maternal cousins. Sure enough, there was truth in the famous saying, prevent fire, anti-theft, and guard against younger female cousins. Ning Dongwan quickly nodded like he was pounding garlic, and as if he was trying to fan the fire, he said, Miss Yu is open-minded. It's hard to find a toad with 2 legs, but how can there be a shortage of talented youths with 2 legs in the capital? Don't you have 1, no, 2 right in front of you? After he finished speaking, he looked at his second older brother, why did you poke me with your fan? This fool was a little too loud and attracted the attention of Wu Junling. As if a breeze had passed by a deep pond, ripples appeared in the depth of her eyes. It's true that the capital was full of handsome men and beautiful women. The 2 handsome men in front of her each had their own style. One was free and unrestrained, and there was a slight sense of fatal charm in his wicked smile. The other one was a graceful, fairy-like beauty, and his gentleness could warm the bottom of one's heart. The noble maidens behind them were either passionate like fire, aloof like the moon, gentle like water, or playful like stars. Although she felt that she looked slightly better than them, the other parties each had their own unique charms. Could it be that one of them had already claimed older cousin? No way, she must not allow something like that to happen. No one can snatch something that I, Wu Junling, wants. Her gaze became distant, but her smile was still sweet and pure. Older cousin, aren't you going to introduce them to us? Zhu Junyang looked deeply into her eyes. It seemed like he could penetrate into her skin and see the depth of her soul. Wu Junling felt a sense of fear due to his gaze, so she became more cautious in her behavior. It's too late now. Aunt and younger cousin should hurry into the city. After you guys have settled down, I'll introduce my friends to younger cousin. Official Yu and I need to report to the Ministry of Revenue. We still have work on hand, so I won't send you off. Looking away, Zhu Junyang had an indifferent expression on his face and a hint of coldness in his voice. Wu Junling didn't hide her disappointment and softly said, work is more important. Older cousin, please go do what you need to do. Zhu Junyang watched as the Wu family's convoy entered the capital before he turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiao and said in a soft voice, are you going back to the Yu residence or Fang estate? I'll follow you. With a bit of anger, Yu Xiaoxiao snorted, I'm not going anywhere. Older brothers and sisters, I'll treat you guys to a feast at Junsho restaurant. Are you guys coming? Yes, of course, I'm going. Ning Dongwan cheered the most happily, but, I know you're just saying it casually. Without making a reservation half a month beforehand, you won't be able to get a table in the main hall of Junsho restaurant, let alone a private room. Royal Princess Minglan gave the fool a sidelong glance, and then said to Xiaoxiao with a smile, we want to go, but just look at our clothes. It looks like we just crawled out of the soil. We should quickly go home to wash up. Let's go to Junsho restaurant on another day. At that time, it will be my treat. So you guys just wait for my invitation. Yuan Shuiyan seemed to have noticed something, so she faintly said, younger sister Xiaoxiao, everyone's tired today, so let's meet again on another day. Let Royal Prince Yang send you back. Rest earlier. No need, I know the way home. Older sisters, when the grapes are ripe, let's meet for another outing. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand and bid farewell to the noble missus. She didn't even bother giving Zhu Junyang a single glance. Zhu Junyang vaguely felt that the lass was angry. He asked with slight confusion, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry at me? What did this prince do to offend you? Ning Dongwan laughed even more happily. Royal Prince Yang, it's not you who offended Miss Yu. It's your delicately pretty younger cousin who made Miss Yu unhappy. Who? Ling how did she offend you? Zhu Junyang frowned slightly as he tried to recall whether the lass from the Wu family said or did anything provocative. Since the little lass was angry at her, she must have done something wrong. His little lass would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Ning Dingwan laughed even more loudly. A love rival has appeared, so how can Miss Yu be happy? No one will think that you're a mute even if you don't talk. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that this idiot was very annoying. She really wanted to pull out his annoying tongue and kick him aside. Love rival. Zhu Junyang looked down at Xiaoxiao and carefully observed her every expression. He noticed that there was a look of awkwardness on her face for a moment. A part of his heart softened and became joyful. Lass, rest assured that this prince isn't a fickle person. Since I have settled on you, I will never change. Humph. Who's worried? Stop thinking so highly of yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao's expression became even more awkward. She stubbornly said, "Are Ning Dongwan's words even believable? What love rival? Don't forget that you don't have a formal status yet. You should know the consequence of not passing the observation period." Zhu Junyang looked at the Ning brothers, who were enjoying the show, and glared at them fiercely. Then he continued to assure her in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, this prince will continue to work hard to strive to be formally recognized. No matter how good other girls are, they won't be as good as Xiaoxiao is in my heart." Ning Dongwan had a very interesting expression on his face. I didn't expect that the cold-faced demon would meet his nemesis. He can actually say something so cheesy. Tisk tisk, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Ning Donglan saw that a faint look of danger appeared within Royal Prince Yang's eyes. He was afraid that his stupid younger brother would say something to trigger the other party, so he hastily pulled Ning Dongwan away. Under the dim moonlight, only a tall and small figure were left in front of the city gates. "Come on, this prince will take you home. Let's go to the general's estate, lest you think about unnecessary things alone at home." There was a hint of smile on the corner of Zhu Junyang's mouth. He really enjoyed the bit of jealousy that the lass showed. His little lass was finally beginning to understand. The two were silent the entire way, and only the sound of the horses' hooves echoing through the spacious street could be heard. Yu Xiaoxiao finally could resist and suddenly looked up at the devilishly handsome face. She snorted and said, "If you're interested in that younger cousin of yours, then stay away from me. Based on my woman's intuition, she definitely likes you. If you're also interested in her, tell me earlier. Don't even think about having one foot on two boats and enjoying the happiness of both sides. Otherwise, humph." The smile on Zhu Junyang's face deepened, and he said in a doting manner, "Woman's intuition. A mighty woman who's 13 years old. Alright, this prince will promise you that I definitely won't give her any chance to be alone with me and have any hopes. This prince has said that you're my only wife in this lifetime. No one else can enter my eyes. My mother said a man who talks eloquently is the least trustworthy." Yu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and remained unconvinced. A moment later, she said, "Men are all attracted to appearances. Your younger cousin is quite pretty. Weren't you also looking at her in a daze earlier? It's easier to succeed when a woman pursues a man. Who knows, maybe you will be lured away by that white lotus one day. Don't be so sure." Zhu Junyang raised both of his hands and had an aggrieved expression on his face. "I'm being wrongly accused. When did this prince look at her in a daze? Defamation, it's complete defamation." Yu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at her, curled up her lips, and said, "You dare say that you weren't staring at her just now? I'm not the only who saw it. Everyone saw it. Bodyguard Dong, didn't your master look like he wanted to dig his eyes out and stick them onto that younger cousin?" The innocent bystander Dong Dali had a fearful expression on his face. His eyes were opened wide as he stammered, Miss Yu, this subordinate was standing behind my master just now, so I couldn't see his expression." So, one was his master, who he had served for many years, while the other, if there weren't any accidents, would be his future mistress. When sandwiched between the two of them, he would be in the wrong no matter who he sided with. He was in a dilemma and could only gloss over it by giving a vague answer. "Forget it, I'm not asking you anymore. You're his subordinate, so it's natural that you will speak for him." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him, and then continued, "Anyway, I'm not blind and can see everything very clearly. Zhu Junyang, answer honestly. Did you stare at your pretty younger cousin? This little vinegar jar." Zhu Junyang touched her head dotingly. She was really a sweet little burden. However, suspicion was the worst thing to have between couples. He didn't want to give his lass any chance to think about nonsense, so he decided to be frank. "Don't I have the ability to read one's thoughts? However, it seems like my ability doesn't work on Wu Junling. It was really weird, so I looked at her a few more times." Yu Xiaoxiao felt even more sour. "You can't read her thoughts. Wasn't the reason you chose me because you couldn't perceive my thoughts, so there was no pressure and burden in our interaction? Now that there's another special existence, does that mean it's time for me, this rural girl, to be laid off and go into retirement?" Zhu Junyang didn't understand what laid off meant, but he knew the meaning of retirement. With a stern expression, he stared fixedly at the little lass. Zhu Junyang said in a deep voice, "You have already declared this prince to be guilty before you even know the full story. Is this how you think of me? Am I this unreliable in your heart?" In face of Zhu Junyang's sudden anger, Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then she bit her lower lip aggrievedly and didn't speak. Since Zhu Junyang expressed that he wanted to pursue her, she had been hesitant. There was a huge gap between their identities. On the surface, she pretended that she didn't care, but would there really be anyone who didn't care at all? She had always thought that she was the only unique person around him, and this was also the only advantage that she felt she had compared with the other noble maidens in the capital. However, this advantage suddenly disappeared. How could she not feel sad about it? It turned out that proud and awkward youth, who gave her warmth, had quietly entered her heart. She cared, so she was afraid. Zhu Junyang sighed softly. He reached out his hand to move a wisp of mischievous hair behind her ear, and then said in a soothing voice, "Lass, don't think about unnecessary things. She's different from you. When this prince is together with you, it feels like the air is filled with a refreshing scent. Even my breathing has become smoother and my entire body feels relaxed and comfortable. Your aura is transparent and clean. When I'm with you, I would never have to be on guard and try to find out your intentions. She appears pure and cute, but she gives me a somewhat suppressed feeling, like dark clouds shrouded above a mountain before rainfall." Zhu Junyang's 5 senses were more sensitive than ordinary people. Even if he couldn't read the other party's mind, he could still intuitively feel it. He paused for a moment, and then said, besides, it's not that I can't see her heart, but instead there seems to be something blocking me. She either has some treasure that can restrain my ability, or she's so defensive and heavy-guarded that my power isn't strong enough to see through her yet. Xiao Xiao's expression became increasingly solemn because of his guess. She thought about it and said, based on your younger cousin's age, it probably isn't the latter. Could it be that she has some sort of special item with a defensive function? It doesn't matter whether she has a special item or not. The important thing is that there's no longer any misunderstanding between us, and you aren't angry at me. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, Wu Junling was just an unimportant relative, and they just needed to maintain a decent relationship on the surface. Yu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed as she kicked a small stone and mumbled, was it a simple misunderstanding? Even if you're not interested in your younger cousin, who can guarantee that she's not interested in you? Based on my woman's intuition, she definitely likes you. Oh, what makes you think that she likes this prince? Seeing that the lass wasn't sulky anymore, Zhu Junyang wanted to tease her. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, snorted, and replied in a matter-of-fact way, when she looks at you, there are hooks in her eyes, which exude deep affection and bashfulness. The only thing that's missing from her face is that she didn't write out, older cousin, I like you. Quickly come flirt with me. Also, the most important thing is that you have a face that attracts the attention of bees and butterflies. There's no sense of security at all. So it turns out that, in Xiao Xiao's heart, this prince is so handsome that you have no sense of security. This won't do. Tomorrow, I'll request an edict from the emperor to send me to the Qishan barracks for training. I'll make myself tanner and uglier. That way, you won't doubt me anymore, right? But, you're not allowed to abandon this prince at that time. The emperor had long wanted him to take charge of the Qishan barracks. He also wanted to set up a military experimental base to study firearms, cannons, and so on. Zhu Junyang reckoned that a decision would be made regarding this matter when he returned to the capital to report his work. Thus, he mentioned this to the lass in advance. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated and looked at his pale and charming face. When she imagined him getting tanned and looking like Judge Bao, she couldn't bear to look at his face anymore. She suppressed her laughter and said, actually, you don't have to get purposely all dirty and unkempt. As long as you maintain your black-faced killer style and ignore all those young girls and female cousins, I believe that, with time, they will learn that it's impossible and withdraw. Where did they come from? Isn't it just Wu Junling, or do you have some imaginary rivals? It's fine to be jealous, so why find so many excuses? This prince likes to see you being jealous, okay. Zhu Junyang escorted Yu Xiaoxiao to the entrance of the Fang estate and knocked on the side door. The doorkeeper yawned as he opened the door. Seeing that it was Royal Prince Yang and his young miss, he quickly smiled and had someone lead the horse to the stable in the back. He attentively said, young miss, you're finally back. Master and madam have been talking about you for several days. Royal Prince Yang, please come inside. This servant will go invite the master out. No need, it's quite late now, so I won't disturb them. I'll come over to play Go with General Fang on another day. Xiao Xiao, rest earlier, I'll go back now. Zhu Junyang looked at Xiao Xiao affectionately with his phoenix eyes. His smile was even more dazzling than the bright moon in the sky. After watching the back view of the handsome Zhu Junyang leave, Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and met the playful eyes of Lady Fang. She was slightly embarrassed as she said, Godmother, why did you come out? Well, isn't it because of your younger brother? When he heard from the maid that his older sister had come back, he was too impatient to wait and pestered me about coming out to welcome his older sister. Who knew that we'll see the scene, 18 Li to send off. A grown girl can't be kept at home. If we try to make her stay, we'll become enemies. Lady Fang sighed. Godmother, who teases their own daughter like you? Yu Xiaoxiao protested with a flushed face. She picked up little Lin Lin, who had rushed over, and walked to the inner courtyard without looking back. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and then went to rest in their respective rooms. When Royal Prince Yang returned to the Prince Jing's estate, he was called over by his lady mother. I heard that you came back last night, and then went out early in the morning. Did you go see the lass, Xiao Xiao? She had worked hard to raise this son of hers for 20 years, but as his mother, she wasn't even as important as a little lass in his heart. Princess Consort Jing's heart was like an unripe plum, extremely sour. Zhu Junyang sensed his mother's thoughts, so he quickly explained, this morning, Lu Hao came to find me and said that he wanted to go on an outing in the suburbs. I didn't expect to meet Xiao Xiao and her friends at Sanli Pavilion outside the city. Thus, we went to the imperial plantation together. Lady mother, son had gone out to play and made mother worry about me. Humph, lip service. Didn't you just go meet your little lover? You must have had fun with Xiao Xiao today, right? Princess Consort Jing also knew that he had gone out with Lu Hao. Since he was a child, her son didn't have many close friends. Lu Hao was one of them. Recently, her son had been busy with work and wasn't often in the capital. It was understandable that he wanted to relax when he returned. Besides, Xiao Xiao was a daughter-in-law who she liked. So why was she being so unreasonable? Lady mother, Xiao Xiao knows that you like to eat plums, so she specially picked several early ripening plums. Do you want to have a taste? Zhu Junyang was relieved to see that his lady mother wasn't targeting Xiao Xiao. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to deal with was the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Fortunately, his lady mother had a rather close relationship with Xiao Xiao. In the future, when the lass married him, there wouldn't be that many problems. How could he bear to let his little lass suffer grievance? Plum, isn't there at least half a month more before they ripen? When Princess Consort Jing was in poor health, she had a poor appetite and her digestive system wasn't very good. Imperial Prince Jing had heard that plums could promote peristalsis and improve one's appetite, so he searched for different types of plums. Since then, Princess Consort Jing had also fallen in love with fruits that had a sweet and sour taste. Zhu Junyang explained. The fruits facing the sun are exposed to more sunlight, so they ripen earlier. Why don't you have a taste? He opened the small basket that he was holding and removed the cover inside, revealing the dark purple-colored fruit inside. The plump and dainty plums exuded a faint fragrance, and one couldn't help but like them with one glance. Princess Consort Jing picked up one and put it in her mouth. When she took a small bite, the purplish-red juice flowed into her mouth along her lips, and a sweet taste seeped into her heart. She swallowed the bite of plum in her mouth and said with satisfaction, I didn't expect that Xiaoxiao could grow fruit trees so well. This plum is twice as big as the lemon plums that I used to eat. It's also much sweeter and doesn't have an acrid taste. It's the first time that Lady Mother has eaten such a delicious plum. Sun also brought back white peaches, honey peaches, yellow peaches, and blood peaches. Xiaoxiao personally picked them for you. They're very fresh. Zhu Junyang constantly tried to help the last Xiaoxiao leave a good impression in front of Princess Consort Jing. Princess Consort Jing didn't eat a lot for dinner. She ate 2 plums and a peach before she was advised to stop by her son. The mother and son chatted for a while, and then Princess Consort Jing suddenly thought of something and said, That's right, in the evening, I received news that your aunt's family arrived in the capital today. They will rest tomorrow, and then come visit us the day after. I heard your aunt's daughter, Ling looks like a little fairy. When that lass was a child, she was very pretty and lovely. Before she left the capital, you really liked playing with her. You often made her cry and didn't know how to act more tenderly towards girls. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Let's meet your aunt and your little green plum together. Tomorrow, I need to go report my work. I don't know if the emperor has any other arrangements. So let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. Zhu Junyang didn't like the 3 words, little green plum, so he automatically ignored it. When he went to attend court the next day, he handed in his assignment and immediately asked for orders to go to the Qishan barracks. He even declined the short break that the emperor gave him. He didn't even stay in the capital for a moment, as if there was a vicious dog chasing behind him. As a result, when Zhu Junyang's aunt and pretty younger cousin came to visit the Prince Jing's estate, he was already at the Qishan barracks and leading a group of recruits, who had just joined the army this spring, to train in the mountains. When he occasionally returned to the capital, he would either be accompanying his mother or staying beside Xiaoxiao. He didn't give the little green plum any chance to get close to him at all, lest a certain vinegar jar got flipped over. After corn and potatoes were planted in the fields, it was time for summer. No matter if it was the imperial plantation or the fruit orchard, there were special personnel managing the fields. From time to time, Xiaoxiao would go to check on things at the scene. At other times, she just stayed at home, eating a bowl of iced fruits. On this day, Yingtao, who was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, and Yang Liu, who was responsible for the back kitchen of the braised food stores, came together. After they greeted the young miss, Yingtao took out the account book for this quarter and showed it to her young miss. Young miss, our pharmaceutical workshop is too small. We're incapable of supplying the capital and all the surrounding counties because the medical pills and liquid are always short in supply. Should we expand the scale of the workshop? Expand the scale. The workshop in the capital has only been in production for less than half a year, yet the production scale needs to be expanded again. Yingtao, aren't you too dedicated to your work? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel. If this girl lived in modern times, she would definitely be a career woman. Yingtao's lips pursed into a smile. The affirmation from her mistress made her feel as if she had drunk an ice-cold drink during the hottest period of the summer. The coolness went to the bottom of her heart. She humbly replied, It's not that this servant is capable. When young miss was in Dongshan village, you formulated a set of production rules and procedures. As long as the medicinal materials are ready and workers take charge of their own jobs, this servant just needs to control the ratio of the medicines, which is very easy to handle. Young miss, you probably don't know, but many spies from other medicinal herb stores have infiltrated into our workshop. They worked for us for a long time, but all of them failed to accomplish their task. Young miss, how can you be so wise as to come up with such an effective method of production? It's seriously such a good way to keep a secret. Yu Xiaoxiao casually flipped through the account book. This quarter's production volume was higher than the previous quarter. This was expected since, during the last quarter, the workers were all novices and still needed more practice. The output was a bit lower than Dongshan villages, but they soon caught up during this quarter. What's more, the reward system that you set up, get more pay for more work done, has aroused the enthusiasm of the workers. Several managers were given some shares of the pharmaceutical workshop, so they wished that they could stay in the workshop for 24 hours a day. They're working very hard. Yingtao became increasingly excited as she spoke, gesturing with her hands and feet. If the managers working under her saw like this, they would definitely be shocked. Head manager Yingtao, who was usually very dignified and steady, actually had such a lively side. It was only in front of her young miss that Yingtao would only reveal the truest and purest side of herself. Yu Xiaoxiao had Yingchun to serve a bowl of fruit-shaved ice to Yingtao and Yangliu. Yingtao, who was just in high spirits, immediately stooped down and covered her stomach, sighing, Master, this servant can't eat cold food these few days. It's such a torture to not be able to eat cold food in hot weather. This servant misses the fruit-shaved ice made by Master. But, when I try to make it myself, I can never get the right taste. Yangliu took the bowl, but she didn't immediately eat it. With her head lowered, she looked at the shaved ice in the bowl and muttered, There's peach, watermelon, cantaloupe, and cherries. Are there cherries in this season? Yingchun replied with a grin, Older sister Yangliu, the peaches, cherries, and strawberries are all preserved canned fruits. Young Miss said that it will taste better with the canned fruits. Young Miss also said that, when she has time, she will teach us how to make ice cream. The strawberry milk ice cream and vanilla ice cream that the young Miss made last time were so delicious. Yang Liu hesitated for a moment, and then she finally lifted her head to look at Xiao Cao. She said in a soft but firm tone, "Young miss, this servant wants to leave the braised food store." "What? Are you not happy working in the braised food store? Or is there someone bullying you? Tell me, I'll support you." Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that Yang Liu seemed to have some concerns on her mind, but she didn't expect her to make such a request. "No, no one is bullying me. The braised food store is already on track now, and the head chef in the kitchen is experienced, so he doesn't need me to guide him. Now, it doesn't matter whether this servant is at the braised food store or not." Yang Liu felt that she had become unnecessary to the braised food store. Every day, she just symbolically wandered around the kitchen twice. No matter if it was braising meat, or making all kinds of roasted ducks, roasted chickens, and smoked meat, her guidance wasn't needed anymore. She had become a dispensable existence. Her job was too easy compared with Yingtao, and thus her ambitiousness gradually eroded. "Then, do you have some other plans in mind? Let me hear about it." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to create opportunities for the people around her so that they could discover their own specialties and do the things that they liked. Weren't Yingtao and Hecken both very passionate with their work? When Yang Liu served by her side, she liked to cook. Thus, she sent her to manage the back kitchen of the braised food shop in the capital. She hadn't expected that this wasn't what she wanted. Yang Liu's character wasn't as lively as Yingtao's, and she usually buried everything in her heart. However, for the sake of not having a mediocre future and for her own dream, she bravely said what she thought in her heart under the encouraging gaze of Yingtao. "Young miss, didn't you make a lot of beautifying and nourishing pastries? When this servant was serving by your side, I learned how to make some pastries. I want to open a pastry shop comparable to that of famous pastry shops like Daoshang Village." A gratified smile appeared on Yu Xiaoxiao's face as she looked at Yang Liu with a gaze full of appreciation and encouragement. "Good idea. I have long wanted to open a Chinese and Western fusion pastry shop, but I have been busy and there wasn't a suitable helper. So the plan was delayed. Since you have this intention, go back and write down your ideas about the shop. After that, find some quick-witted and nimble-fingered female workers. I'll find some time to train you guys. Let's try to open the shop within a month." With the support and encouragement of her mistress, Yang Liu was instantly full of confidence. When they were in Tanggu town, she often helped her young miss to make various kinds of delicious pastries. Many of them were new to her, and they all tasted excellent. There was no need to worry about the sales. "Okay, this servant will go back and sort out my ideas. I'll present my plans to young miss tomorrow." Yang Liu stood up in a somewhat impatient manner. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "You don't need to be in such a hurry. It's not too late to go back after eating the shaved ice. I always thought that Yingtao was the most impatient among you guys. I didn't expect that Yang Liu, who usually appeared gentle and unhurried, is also an impatient person." Yingtao refuted, "Young miss, why are you dragging this servant in when you're talking about Yang Liu? I'm no longer an ignorant person. When the managers in charge of the medicine stores in the capital sees me, they all call me head manager Yingtao. This servant is very composed now." "Is that so? May I ask, our composed head manager Yingtao, who was the one dancing with joy and almost jumped up from her chair earlier?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her with a teasing gaze and asked jokingly. Yingtao giggled and said, "There's no need for this servant to put on airs in front of young miss. That's so exhausting, ah." Xiaoxiao lightly poked her with her finger and said, "Oh, right, you just mentioned that you wanted to expand the scale of the pharmaceutical workshop. What are your plans?" As soon as they started talking about work, Yingtao immediately sat down in a serious manner. She did indeed seem somewhat like a dignified boss. "Young miss, recently, there are a lot of pharmacies from other regions that want to cooperate with us. This servant has done some research. Tongren Medicine Hall, which we are currently working with, has over a dozen branches, but it's impossible for all the prefectures in the country to have a branch of Tongren Medicine Hall." She paused for a moment, and then continued, "At present, the pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan Village is capable of supplying Tongren Medicine Hall in the Jiangnan region. The workshop in the capital can barely manage to supply the 8 or 9 branches of Tongren Medicine Hall in the central and northern regions. If we want to cooperate with other pharmacies, then our production quantity is far from enough. Therefore, this servant thinks that we need to first increase the production of pediatric medicine. In this way, in regions without Tongren Medicine Hall, sick children won't have to consume bitter medicine. They would be able to take the liquid medicine and syrup produced by us. Then, if we're capable, we should expand the production of other medicinal pills and try to sell the medicine produced by our U pharmaceutical all over the country." Yingtao's eyes glowed very brightly and she seemed to be moved by the prospect she imagined. While she expressed her ideas, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lightly nod. This last Yingtao really does have the potential to be a career woman. Since she is so motivated, I can't let her talents be buried. All right, let's do as you said. Don't worry and boldly implement your ideas. No matter how things turn out, I'll be there to support you guys." Yu Xiaoxiao provided both of them with affirmation and encouragement, and she also praised, "Do you guys know? Your master lacks nothing but talented individuals, who are full of drive and capability, like you guys. Work hard and, when you guys reach a suitable age, I will restore your commoner status and find a good husband for you." "Young miss." Yingtao interrupted her word with a flushed face and exclaimed, "You're also still a child barely in your teens, yet you're already worrying about our marriage. Let's forget the matter of returning to a commoner status. This servant holds the secret medicine formulas in my hands, so I'm afraid of being tricked and marrying someone with ulterior motives. I have already thought about it. When this servant reaches 20, I'll marry one of the stewards in the household and continue being your capable assistant." Yingtao was also a bold speaker. Although she was somewhat shy, she still clearly expressed her thoughts. She, Yang Liu, Wudong, and Pippa weren't children of the servants of the Fang household one. They were orphans bought from outside the household, and thus they had nothing to do with the Fang family and Lady Fang's maternal family, the Shaw family. Lady Fang had probably also considered this point when she assigned them to serve the young miss. Not to mention, even if she was granted freedom, what kind of a family could a person like her, who was without her own roots and could be compared to common duckweed, marry into? She would only be living amongst the civilians at the lowest level of society, ridden with poverty and struggling to feed herself every day. How could she be able to live like she was now, as a manager of a pharmaceutical workshop? Even if she was a servant of the Yu household, she still had her own private courtyard in the workshop, and in that courtyard, she even had a few maid servants who would sweep the floor and cook. It could be said that even though her status was that of a servant, her life was no worse than the daughter of a humble family. She would wait until she was older, then look for a humble, reliable, and most importantly, loyal, steward to marry, so that she could continue to help her mistress manage the pharmaceutical workshop. Her mistress was kind and valued her relationships, so she definitely wouldn't mistreat her when she was older. She recalled the times before she was sold into the Fang residence. At that time, her entire family survived only on rice bran and wild vegetables, and they never knew a life where they could eat until they were full. She was already very satisfied and grateful for her current conditions. Wadong served at the side, looking at the frank and eloquent Yingtao and Yangliu who already had their own plans, and compared herself to them. Then, she felt more at ease. Young Mrs. Right, one should do only what one is capable of. With my personality, I might not be able to manage a workshop filled with up to 100 people. Yingtao was bold yet meticulous, and took decisive actions, so she was able to manage the pharmaceutical workshop well and even showed signs that she was able to further expand the business. Yangliu was talented in cooking and making pastries and she had the bravery to get into the profession. If she were to open a patisserie, she would definitely astound everyone. Not to mention Hecken, even if she appeared later than all of them, her talent in crafting handmade soap and cosmetics was undeniable. There was a reason they were given great responsibilities by their mistress. Before this, she only knew to be envious of others, and got upset because she was not put at the same level of importance. She had never thought to look for the reason behind this on herself. Now that she thought about it, what could she do if the young miss gave her the opportunity? It was better for her to serve loyally by the young miss's side and manage the matters of the courtyard. This was what she was good at. The young miss had mentioned that she lacked a trustworthy steward who could keep an eye on the matters of the residents. In this case, she would work towards this goal. Although she wasn't able to help the young miss in her businesses, she could still work hard to become the young miss's trusted aide in the residence, so that the young miss could be rid of one more worry when she was working hard outside. Wadong became more open-minded after she came to this realization, and the calculative air that she exuded also dissipated. It was as though she had been reborn. One day, when Zhu Junyang snuck out of the Chishan barracks and pestered Xiao Cao to make ice cream for him, he noted the change in Wadong and secretly told his little lass that this maidservant could be tasked with greater responsibilities. As such, Xiao Cao slowly started to entrust her with more and more matters regarding the Yu residence. Wadong did not disappoint. After oppressing a few pricks and subduing some managerial senior servants, she became increasingly more like a managerial servant who was able to take care of all the matters of the residence. During the height of summer, the capital city felt as though it was being grilled with a torch blower. This summer, the temperature in the capital city hit a new high, and it was said that it was the hottest season in decades. Many of those that did short-term jobs and heavy labor to survive fainted due to the heat, and the hospitals became flooded with patients that got heat stroke until they were almost at maximum capacity. Yu Xiaocao, who had given herself summer vacation, along with Dr. Sun of the Tongren Medicine Hall had finally perfected the formula to make Jintan cooling lozenges. They also worked overtime at the pharmaceutical workshop, immersing themselves into its production. The medicinal herbs required to make cooling lozenges were common and cheap, so the price of a pill wasn't expensive, yet it was effective in relieving heat. Once the pill was introduced to the market, it received many praises and caused a huge sensation in the city. Other than that, Xiao Cao also gathered the maid servants that were skilled in making pastries that Yang Liu had bought for her, and quickly trained them in the ways of making ice desserts. Author's note, mainly ice cream and smoothies of different flavors and a variety of ways to brew herbal tea. She had opened a few shops that sold ice desserts at all four sides, north, east, south and west, of the capital city. The key to the shops were the well-sealed ice houses. They were as big as 2 houses and were equivalent to a large-scale cold storage. Inside, ice ponds made from niter were placed in neat rows, while a freezer room stored the ready-made ice. The ice used to make smoothies, ice porridge and other types of cold beverages were all taken from the ice houses. The ice cream was also frozen in here. The majority of the people who lived in the north and south of the city were normal citizens, so the frozen dessert shops there served more simple and chilled beverages like simple smoothies which sold the quickest. Meanwhile, the east and west sides of the city were the hubs of wealthy and influential families, so their main focus products were the ice cream of multifarious flavors, fancy ice porridges and luxurious smoothies. On a hot summer's day, ordering a bowl of ice porridge or strawberry or peach-flavored ice cream in a cool ice dessert shop was definitely refreshing and would help cool the body down. It was a place for businessmen and officials that had to be out on errands to rest and escape from the scorching heat of the summer. It was especially a favorite among the children who had tried the Yu's frozen desserts before. During the evening, when the sun was not too hot, they would always pester their parents to bring them to the ice desserts shop to have some ice. The children loved the smoothies that were vibrant in color and had a great texture, as well as the ice cream that had varying flavors that they could mix and match to eat. Even adults could not resist the temptation of these ice desserts, much less children. The Yu's frozen dessert store on the western side of the capital was the largest branch in the city. The shop was a part of Princess Consort Jing's dowry shops. When Xiao Cao was in a hurry for her search for a shophouse, Zhu Junyang had told his lady mother about her pressing issue. Princess consort Jing then shut down the original satin shop that was doing quite well and offered her the shop house. But, of course, Xiao Cao wouldn't be taking her shop for free. Instead, she took it as Princess consort Jing using her shop space to buy shares, and split with her half of the profits. The structure of this shop was similar to Junsho restaurant and it had 3 stories in total. The cold storage was placed in the inner courtyard, while the first floor was the front of the shop and the main hall. It was renovated to look simple yet elegant, and the tables were all simple, rectangular tables made for pairs and groups of 4, 6 and 8 people. Intricate wooden carvings were hung on the snow-white walls and elegance exuded from the simplicity of the design. The second and third floors consisted only of private rooms, all decorated either lavishly, elegantly, simply or fancily. Ice basins were placed in every private room and it felt as though an air conditioner was placed in the room. It was a different kind of pleasure that was felt, to be in a cool room during a hot summer's day. At this moment, in the tall mountain flowing river, private room on the 3rd floor, a special customer had ordered 3 scoops of ice cream, herbal, strawberry and milk flavored respectively. Using a small, wooden spoon, he dug into the ice cream and sighed in praise, Xiao Cao, that little lass, she really doesn't let go of any opportunity to make a profit. She actually made ice cream. Not to mention, the taste is actually quite good. Your Imperial Majesty, your digestion has not been good lately, so you should eat less of these cold foods. Although Su Ran was advising others to eat less, he did not follow his own advice at all. A big bowl of ice porridge was placed in front of him. It had peach-flavored shaved ice at the bottom while a large amount of honey beans were layered on top, making the dish extremely flavorful and extravagant. That was right, this mysterious customer was the emperor who had come out in plain clothes. Zhu Junfan dug into the strawberry-flavored ice cream and savored the smooth texture of the cold ice cream melting in his mouth. Then, he shot a side glance at Su Ran, Chief Steward Su, since when have you become an old mother? So naggy, it really makes people feel fed up. We don't have digestive problems, it's just the summer heat. The weather is too hot, having some ice would help cool down the body and work up an appetite. It's such a pleasure. Seeing the emperor enjoying himself, Su Ran shouted out of the room, waiter, bring me another set of ice cream. 3 scoops of it. Downstairs, Yang Liu stopped a sweaty Yu Xiaocao the moment she stepped into the shop. Yang Liu personally managed this ice desserts shop at the western side of the city that was the largest among all the branches. She also personally made the desserts while a few other servants watched and learned from the side while assisting her. Yang Liu, who was panic-stricken, seemed to have found her pillar of strength once she saw her mistress, and said, young miss, there are 2 customers on the 3rd floor. I think it's the one from the Imperial Palace. Yu Xiaocao had her describe the appearance of the 2 customers. Yang Liu thought about it, then said, the 2 of them look to be in their late 20s, and they look extremely handsome. One of them looked very dignified, while the other was ethereal, a little like a wise and virtuous person. Yu Xiaocao confirmed the identity of these 2 customers after hearing Yang Liu's description, and she couldn't help but scrunch up her brows, thinking, it's such a hot day, why is the emperor parading around outside instead of hiding in his palace? Even more so, he's eating ice. Who would be responsible if he got a stomach ache? This cannot do, I must personally make a special ice cream with added secret ingredients for him. She was currently making a sundae. It had snow white sweet cream flavored ice cream drizzled with strawberry, nectarine and blueberry syrup. The most important part was, the ice cream was made using mystic stone water. Not only did it improve the texture of the ice cream, but it was also now beneficial to the body instead of being harmful. Just as she finished crafting it, a waiter from upstairs hopped over. Head manager, the esteemed customers on the 3rd floor ordered another set of 3 scoops of ice cream. Yu Xiaocao replied in place of Yang Liu, all right, we got it. You can head up first, we'll send it up immediately. The waiter was a clever one. Although he had never met the owner before, he could somewhat take a guess from the way head manager Yang Liu treated Xiao Cao, and smiled, yes, it's been hard on you. Not bad, Yang Liu, you have quite an eye for people. You should train these girls, soon, they'll become our dessert shop's core patisseries. And this waiter, he's clever and seems genuine. The frozen dessert shops were established in a flurry, and during those days, Yang Liu was at the shop almost every hour of the day. She had lost a few pounds during that period of time. Yang Liu smiled sweetly when she heard her mistress's praise, this is because young miss has taught me well. You've said before, our customers are the Jade Emperor, so we need to treat them with the same respect we give to the gods. This servant only passed on this concept to all our staff in the shop. Well done. No matter what, our customers are our parents that feed and clothe us, so we must not slight them in any way. We must let them feel as though they are returning to the comforts of their own homes. All right, I'll serve these sundaes to our esteemed customers. Yu Xiaocao patted Yang Liu's shoulder and exited the production room. Behind her, Wadong carried the tray and followed her up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Seeing the waiter gesture to the private room labeled, Tall Mountain Flowing River, Yu Xiaocao knocked on the door and said, esteemed customers, I've come to serve you the ice desserts you've ordered. Zhu Junfan heard this familiar voice and raised his brow at Su Ran, chuckling, is her zodiac sign the dog? How is her nose so good that she catches a whiff of our scent so quickly? Su Ran smiled faintly and said, it's not the little lass who is well informed, but her maidservant. When we were coming up earlier, the manager had been eyeing you, master, and I suspiciously for such a long time, so you can't say you didn't notice. He stood up to open the private room's door and grinned warmly at the little lass outside. Yu Xiaocao's eyes sparkled when she saw this beautiful face. Wow, Sir Su is even more ethereal than the male lead in the drama, The Journey of Flower, that she had watched in her previous life. He's such an eye candy. The emperor keeps such a handsome man by his side, could he actually be? Wretched lass, what kind of dirty thoughts are you having, smiling so secretively? Zhu Junpin noticed the sundaes of a variety of colors in the stylish, transparent glasses and raised his brows, looking quite satisfied. Facing the emperor who was dressed in plain clothes, Yu Xiaoxiao did not feel as much reverence as before, and smiled, "Your Imperial Majesty, I'm but a child, so how could I have dirty thoughts? If there is Buddha in your heart, you'll see everything as Buddha. If there is dog poop in your heart, everything you see will be dog poop." Su Ran took the tray from the little lass's hand and shot her a look that said, "That's some guts," reminding her of the identity of the person she was referring to. She dryly laughed, racking her brain for ways to tactfully resolve her statement. Zhu Junpin dug into a strawberry-flavored sundae, asking dangerously, "Beloved official Yu, what do you think is in our heart right now?" Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled around in thought, then suddenly a sly expression flashed across her face as she grinned, "Your Imperial Majesty, your eyes and heart must be full of iced desserts right now. How is the taste of the sundae? I've personally made it just for you, it's an honor no one else has. Good that you're clever, we're gracious, so we won't stoop down to your level. However, you opened this iced desserts shop at just the right time. When we were coming up, the seats downstairs were nearly full, and there weren't many private rooms left upstairs. How is it? You've earned quite a lot, haven't you?" Zhu Junpin felt a shot of coolness reach the bottom of his heart when he ate the strawberry sundae, but instead of perceiving the cold, he felt a kind of indescribable comfort in his stomach. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled along, "It's all thanks to your gracious self. The business is going well, so I'm able to earn some pocket change." HMPH. This is pocket change. A bowl of ice porridge, which is just a small piece of crushed ice and a little bit of honeyed beans, already costs 500 copper coins. And a scoop of ice cream that's not even as big as a ping pong ball costs 1 tael. If we came in, we wouldn't be able to leave without spending a few taels. How is this pocket change? Zhu Junpin paused, then nodded as he continued, "Right, compared to your blossoming beauty, which easily earns tens of thousands of taels, this is indeed pocket change." Yu Xiaoxiao tittered, adding more strawberry syrup to the emperor's glass and joked, "Isn't this because a big Buddha backs our blossoming beauty? Don't people only trust my spa because of your gracious self and her Imperial Majesty?" He thought about his empress and her 10% share of the blossoming beauty's profit after it opened for business for a few months. The amount was near to exceeding his personal treasury. What more could be said about this little lass's earnings? He ate another mouthful of the sweet yet tart strawberry syrup and said with a slight sourness in his tone, "Little lass, you have so many ideas for earning money that your assets are nearly exceeding ours, as we are only a poor man. Your Imperial Majesty, please don't say this, this little one is really fearful. This little one is not that Shen Wanson whose fortune could match that of a country's wealth. Please don't learn from that Zhu Chongba and behead this little one to confiscate this little one's assets." The story of Zhu Yuanzhong and Shen Wanson did not exist in the current Great Ming dynasty. As such, this classic could only be understood by her and this fellow transmigrator who came from the same world. Legend says, Shen Wanson died because he owned a treasure bowl and was punished because of his wealth. Moreover, his fortune could be compared to that of a country's treasury, and he was able to buy half of the empire, so Zhu Yuanzhong was afraid of him. As long as you're honest and don't become full of yourself, we won't mind no matter how much money you earn." When he mentioned the treasure bowl, he had an odd smile on his face and Yu Xiaoxiao felt his gaze flicker to the multicolored stone on her wrist. Su Ran, who was enjoying his sundae at the side, listened in bewilderment to their conversation. Although he had never heard of the story of Shen Wanson and Zhu Chongba, he could still sense something off about their conversation. It was as though the emperor and the little lass of the Yu family shared the same secret. However, he was a dutiful chief steward, he would do his best for the matters under his jurisdiction, but for the matters that he should not know, he would pretend to be mute and deaf. This had been strictly taught to him since the day he entered the imperial palace. The treasure bowl is but a rumor. Shen Wanson was a genius in his trade, that's why he could become the richest man in the empire. As for me, I don't have any great ambitions, I just want to not worry about basic necessities and live life like a rice weevil which only ever eats and waits for its death. That's enough for me, Yu Xiaoxiao reminded herself in her heart, all I need is enough money to spend. I mustn't become like Shen Wanson. He worked hard all his life but in the end, all of his efforts went to someone else instead. No, that's not allowed. Zhu Junpin now felt a bit upset. You're our good minister, the revitalization of our agriculture and the prosperity of the empire all depend on you, beloved official. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hands with an expression of fear, saying, Your Imperial Majesty, the matters that you've entrusted to this little one, I will definitely give my all to complete them. However, please don't say words such as the prosperity of the empire, that would be going over the top. This little one's shoulders are too frail, I cannot handle this burden. After finishing the strawberry sundae, Zhu Junpin picked up the blueberry-flavored one, and suddenly changed the topic. This blueberry was imported from the Western Hemisphere, right? That brat, Junyang, has secretly kept quite a lot of good stuff. We've only tried planting a few of these blueberry plants, so we don't produce a lot of them. Except for the small portion we leave for our own consumption, the rest have been made into blueberry jam, and we only have a few jars of it. That's why blueberry-flavored ice desserts are a few times more expensive than the rest. Please, try it. If you like it, you could bring a jar back with you. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart was bleeding despite the fact that she sounded generous on the surface. In her previous life, she liked blueberries the most, but she didn't eat them because they were quite expensive. She had mentioned it to Zhu Junyang once, but she never expected that he would let the voyage fleet actually go and search for blueberry seeds and even secretly tried to plant it. Only when the blueberry plants bore fruit was she presented with a great surprise. As it was the first year the plants bore fruit, there were not a lot of blueberries. Zhu Junyang could not bear to eat a single one, and kept all of them for her, either to eat as a fruit, or to make them into jam. As they were scarce, she extremely treasured them. Listing it in the ice desserts shop and marking it up to a high price was just a gimmick. She didn't expect to make money from it. She never would have thought that when the emperor came, she would lose a jar of jam, even though she was the one who initiated it. His words sounded like he was complaining that Zhu Junyang used his power for personal gain. If she didn't do something, she didn't know what kind of outrageous claims this person would say. Zhu Junpin was very satisfied with her initiative. He savored the blueberry-flavored sundae and said slowly, honestly, the taste of blueberry jam is just so-so to me. But it's sour and sweet, so our beloved concubines and children should like it. We'll thank you in their stead. By the way, since you've made blueberry flavor, what about chocolate flavor? We haven't had chocolate in almost 30 years, we miss it quite a lot. When Su Ran heard this, he choked on the ice cream in his mouth and coughed a few times. Then, he waved his hand at the emperor and Miss Yu who had looked over, indicating, please continue your conversation and ignore the existence of this servant. Yu Xiaosao shot Zhu Junpin a look that clearly said, is it alright if Sir Su overhears our conversation? Zhu Junpin nodded slightly as if to reply, it's alright, Su Ran is very loyal, and he's also tight-lipped. He knows what to say and what not to say. Yu Xiaosao looked again at Su Ran who held a glass of sundae and pretended to look at the view outside and thought, pretend, keep pretending. It's the hottest time of the day outside, not a single soul could be seen on the streets, what are you looking at? This frozen desserts shop was opened rather hastily and was not planned in advance. I don't know if chocolate has been discovered yet, but I'm certain that it hasn't been brought to our great Ming dynasty. If we sent people to search for it now, it'd probably still take quite a while. So, this time next year, if your Imperial Majesty returns to this shop, you might be able to eat chocolate-flavored ice cream. Yu Xiaosao dazedly remembered that cocoa trees had already been planted in North America at this time, and wondered if the voyage fleet that set sail this year would be able to return with a surprise for her. Alas, the ancient times lagged behind. If it were in her previous life, you could buy chocolate just by going into any random supermarket, so why would she need to go through all this trouble? Xiaosao and the emperor looked at each other, saw the same thought in each other's eyes, and let out a long sigh in unison. The more Su Ran heard from the side, the more frightened he became. Sometimes, Yu Xiaosao was really similar to the emperor when he was young. At that time, the emperor seemed to have the whole world under his control. He knew which areas had which countries and what local specialties were available in each country like the back of his hand. Originally, Su Ran thought that these were just his master's speculations. He didn't expect that his master's speculations would be true until he accompanied his master in his ocean voyaging fleet after it was established to, for the first time, sail across the Western Sea. He also didn't expect that his master, who had never been in contact with Westerners before, could actually speak their language and communicate with those foreigners with yellow hair, green eyes and jutting noses without any difficulty. He had thought that his master was unique in this world, a gifted person who had been bestowed with a unique ability by the heavens, the ability to understand things without a teacher, and know all the matters of the world without ever needing to leave his house. He never would have thought that the little miss of the Yu family would be like his master and know everything about the land overseas. Chocolate, North America, it felt like he was listening to something too complex for him to understand, yet the two of them conversed without any difficulty. The Journey of Flower 2015 Chinese television series starring Wallace Huo and Zhao Liying. It is based on the fictional novel of the same name written by Fresh Guogo, which is inspired from Taoist legends regarding the path to immortality. Shen Wanson, a businessman during the beginning of Ming dynasty. Shen used to be one of the richest men at the area of south of the Yangtze River. But the Hongwu emperor, Zhu Yuanzhong, was envy of his property and concerned about the threat posed by this fabulously wealthy man. Shen was finally exiled to Yunnan and spent the rest of his lifetime there. Zhu Chongba, birth name of Hongwu emperor. How did he explain this? He had a daring speculation. His master and Miss Yu came from the same mysterious place, and the people there knew the matters of the world like the back of their hands. They were like the gods in the sky, overlooking the great Ming dynasty from their point of view. At this moment, Su Ran was glad that he decided to give up his wrong way of life and turn to follow his current master. His master had never disdained him for being disabled, and he never suspected him because of his previous identity. Instead, his master entrusted to him the grave responsibilities of managing the hidden guards in the firearms camp. He could clearly sense the respect to him and appreciation of his features from Miss Yu, who possibly originated from the same place as his master. The people from his master's and Miss Yu's homeland were probably equally respected and extremely cultured. He really wanted to have a look at just what kind of a place it was, to be able to produce such talented people like his master and Miss Yu. However, he was puzzled by the way his master treated Miss Yu. If the two of them were exceptionally talented and came from the same mysterious space, shouldn't his master be afraid of Miss Yu? As the saying went, one mountain cannot contain two tigers. Was it because Miss Yu was not a threat to his master, so that was why he entrusted her with important responsibilities? It had to be said, Chief Steward Su Ran had really unwittingly hit upon the truth. If Yu Xiaosao was a capable young man who had the means, Zhu Junpin might have considered getting rid of this threat as soon as possible. However, he saw through Yu Xiaosao completely. She was just a girl without the three conditions. She didn't have the scheming, means nor the family background. She only excelled in agriculture and earned money for fun and didn't have any great ambitions. Why should he be wary of her? He wasn't so narrow-minded. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he was also very lonely and needed someone who spoke the same language as he did. When he was bored, he could have a chat with her, or even scare her for entertainment to relieve stress and relax. Yu Xiaosao, wah, so angry. At this moment, Zhu Junpin had started a new debate about chocolate with Yu Xiaosao. One said, chocolate had yet to be discovered. As a chocolate enthusiast, Zhu Junpin had spent time studying the history of chocolate before in his previous life. Chocolate first appeared in history at the start of the 16th century, but it was currently only the 14th century, so there was still a difference of nearly 2 centuries. The other said, cocoa beans were among the treasures that Columbus had brought back when he had discovered the New World. That meant that before the 15th century, North America had already begun planting cocoa trees. It was currently the middle of the 14th century, who could confirm that North America didn't have any cocoa trees now, considering that there was only less than a century's difference in time. Once there was a cocoa plantation, then the precursor of chocolate, liquefied cocoa drink would definitely already have been discovered. The both of them argued their own points until their faces were flushed red and their voices grew increasingly louder. Su Ran had never seen the emperor so relaxed and acting so childish before. As expected, any sort of pretense was unnecessary in front of the person who understood you the most. That was why the emperor was able to banter with her and even sulk about it like a normal person. Miss Yu also had quite the guts to dare slam the table in front of the emperor and even shout until she got spit on the emperor's face. The two of them argued over an insignificant topic until they were flushed red. It really was enough. Sir Su, come and reason. Isn't your master being too arbitrary? Yu Xiaoxiao started to look for allies and dragged Su Ran, who had been watching their drama while leisurely enjoying his iced desserts at the side, into the fire. Zhu Junfan also moved his gaze onto Su Ran, harumphing, Chief Steward Su, what about you? Isn't this last completely basing her assumptions on speculations that aren't concrete? TCH. Su Ran raised his brow. This lass is so audacious, she actually dares to, TCH, at the emperor. It's really disrespectful. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've studied a few more years and got into a third-rate university. You majored in shipbuilding, not history. Don't always insist that you're right, that's just you being obdurate. Vexed by all of this, Yu Xiaoxiao started throwing personal insults. Zhu Junfan chuckled and said unabashedly, that's right, at least I've gotten into university. Someone hasn't even graduated from junior high school and doesn't even know how to write the word, history, yet still dares to boast shamelessly that their guess is right. So what if you've attended university? You can neither toil with your limbs nor tell the 5 types of grain apart. You can't even discern between spring onion and garlic sprout, so how do you want to revitalize agriculture? In the end, don't you still need to depend on me, a person who hadn't even graduated from junior high school? Yu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips in an arrogant manner. Zhu Junfan, who was born, grew up and studied in the city in his previous life, indeed did not know how to differentiate between spring onions, garlic sprouts and wheatgrass. He swallowed hard and slammed the table heavily, saying, those who toil with their minds lead those who toil with their limbs. Even if you're really capable in agriculture, aren't you still working for me, a person who can't tell wheatgrass and garlic sprouts apart? This is all caused by this horrible feudalist society. Yu Xiaoxiao was not willing to back down one iota. Zhu Junfan was gleeful over the fact that he gained the upper hand, regardless of whether it's a feudalist society or a socialist society, capable people have the advantage. For example, think of the gold collar, silver collar workers and those CEOs, aren't they all highly educated, have a high IQ and a high income? Don't the laborers still need to work under their lead? Yu Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words, yet she was not to be outdone. Don't drag the topic so far. We'll just keep the topic on cocoa beans. You say there are none, but I say there are. The voyage fleet had already ventured towards the Americas for half a year, we'll know who's right when they return. Let's make a bet, if I lose, I'll supply you with a year's worth of chocolate for free. What about you, what if you lose? Me, lose. Me, a person well versed in history, will lose. Zhu Junfan racked his brain for something that could be used for the wager. Su Ran facepalmed at the side, oh, my master. You got sucked into the little lass's trap. Just think, if Miss Yu lost, the voyage fleet wouldn't even be able to bring back that bean, and if she doesn't have that bean, how would she make chocolate? If she can't make chocolate, then how would she be able to give you a year's worth of supply? He did not expect that Miss Yu, who looked to be quite simple and naive, knew how to trick others to get something for nothing. Zhu Junfan finally thought of a wager that he thought was quite good, how about this? If I lose, I'll raise your feudal princess rank from 5th rank to 3rd ranked, and then I'll even decree your marriage. What do you think? 5th ranked feudal princess raised to 3rd ranked. This is good. As for the decreed marriage, it's completely unnecessary. I'm well liked and I even have a loyal dog guarding by my side. I don't need you to decree my marriage. What are you pouting for? Do you think that a certain someone is already in your grasp and won't be able to escape? Let me tell you, you shouldn't be so confident, especially not towards men, they're the most fickle of animals. Zhu Junfan had the expression of an expert in romance. Su Ran ate Sunday after Sunday, glancing at his master when he heard this, thinking, Your Imperial Majesty, you've just sold yourself out and became the public enemy of all men. What's the point even if I scheme to keep a fickle man who can't resist temptation? In this male-dominated society, men who've had a change of heart can bring in countless concubines to his home, or he could even directly divorce his wife and remarry. Those who are more ruthless could even kill off their wife, so they wouldn't even need to return the dowry. They could spend their ex-wife's money to marry another. Zhu Junfan pouted his lips, little lass, you've read too many inner courtyard fight novels, haven't you? How could the original wife be divorced so easily? Even going so far as to killing off the original wife, do you think our great Ming dynasty's law is a joke? The law back there is quite well-rounded, right? But there are still loopholes that people exploit. To divorce the wife, she needs to fulfill at least one of the 7 grounds for divorce. Wouldn't he have an excuse to divorce his wife if he simply threw a man onto her bed? As for harming people, I have 1,000 ways to kill you silently without leaving behind a trace of evidence, would you believe me? Yu Xiaoxiao had a dark expression on her face. At the side, Su Ran had to interject, Miss Yu, please be cautious of your words. I'm just giving an example, it's not directed at your imperial majesty. Not to mention, we're only discussing the problem of the original wife's death, you're not a female and there's no conflict of interest between us. As such, you don't need to be afraid. Yu Xiaoxiao flashed a large grin at Zhu Junpin. Then, if ever we have a conflict of interest with you, then you'll be able to kill us off silently. Zhu Junpin deliberately misinterpreted her words and took advantage of the loophole. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head like a rattle. Your imperial majesty, you live deep within the imperial palace. I, as a normal citizen, would rarely get a chance to come into contact with you. My hands can't reach so far even if I wanted to harm you. Not to mention, you have such an expert like Su Ran who is always, by your side, protecting you. So much so that not even an insect could fly within a 10-step radius of you, moreover such a big target as me. As she said this, a fly flew out from a corner of the room. Su Ran's hand skimmed the water on the outside of the glasses on the table and, with a flick of his hand, the droplet hit the fly and it dropped onto the table, dead. Chief Steward Su, who are you siding with? Can you not cooperate with her so tacitly? Zhu Junpin wanted to laugh but he stifled it until his face was flushed red. Yu Xiaoxiao's sentence ended just as he was done flicking the fly. Even Su Ran himself wanted to laugh. He coughed, lowering his head and continued to dig into his sundae, thinking, please continue your argument and ignore me. Zhu Junpin suddenly said seriously, Yu Xiaoxiao, let's go back to our previous topic. What do you think of Zhu Junyang? What, you really want to act as a matchmaker? Yu Xiaoxiao watched the emperor with slight amusement. She didn't think that he would have such a nosy side. Zhu Junpin shook his head with an expression that said he was anticipating drama. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand, you have a love rival now. When Junyang's aunt entered the imperial palace, she expressly implied to the empress that she had taken a fancy to royal Prince Yang, and even wanted the empress to decree a marriage for her youngest daughter. He attracts so many women. Yu Xiaoxiao grunted angrily. The sourness in her heart could not be ignored. She couldn't help but curse Wu Junling, have you never seen a man? You pursue relentlessly, not even caring whether or not he likes you. Now you've even asked for the empress to decree your marriage. With Zhu Junyang's personality, he would dare to refuse the marriage even if it was the emperor's decree, not to mention the empress's. However, when she thought a bit more, she realized that people would only try to snatch men who were outstanding. Ever since Zhu Junyang managed to restrain the heart devil within him, his relationships with other people as well as his charm improved rapidly, especially within these past 2 years. The emperor treated him with importance and gave him heavy responsibilities. Furthermore, the emperor even gave him the task to train and drill the Qishan barracks. In addition, he was also in charge of the innovation of firearms and almost overlapped with Chief Steward Su's tasks. In the future, it was obvious that a commanding position would be his. He was barely 20 yet he had reached a third-ranked position at court relying on his own abilities. His prospects were endless in the future. Consequently, Zhu Junyang had become the most highly eligible bachelor out of all of the noble bachelors in the capital. Many people had come to inquire about whether or not Princess Consort Jing had chosen his future wife yet. Recently, Princess Consort Jing, who loved peace and quiet, had been irritated beyond measure. It was reasonable to say that her son did need to marry a wife and start having descendants as he was already 20. Furthermore, even if the position of his legitimate wife hadn't been decided yet, there were people avidly eyeing the positions of his side consorts and other concubines. Within a short span of time, the guests going to Imperial Prince Jing's inner courtyard had increased suddenly. All of these matrons who came to visit were discreetly making inquiries as to whether she had a daughter-in-law in mind. When they found out from her that Royal Prince Yang already had a girl in mind, they changed the subject to ask about the position of his side consort instead. In addition, these married ladies always brought some pretty and delicate young maidens along with them to visit and praise their daughters to the skies. The young maidens were all very courteous as well and always followed whatever the princess consort said in a flattering manner. Listening to all of this hinting made Princess Consort Jing feel quite exhausted. Princess Consort Jing especially couldn't stand her younger concubine-born sister. In the past, when they were both still unmarried and living at home, they didn't have a good relationship. Her illegitimate younger sister always flaunted the fact that she was favored by their father by virtue of being born to the favored concubine in the residence. Thus, she always showed off her strength in front of Princess Consort Jing. If Princess Consort Jing didn't have a good relationship with Imperial Prince Jing, with a love more solid than gold, it was highly possible that this concubine-born younger sister of hers might have succeeded in scheming this marriage away from her. Now, this concubine-born sister of hers decided that her older sister had something of value, so she shamelessly came over. However, she, Zhang Maiwan, was someone who held grudges. She didn't allow her husband to help with her younger sister's husband's official prospects. Thus, her brother-in-law still only had a fifth-ranked official's position in court. HMPH. It was already considered fortunate that she didn't make things more difficult for them. However, this concubine-born younger sister of hers even wanted to scheme about her youngest son's marriage. This dream was really a bit quite far-fetched. Although the Laslinger's looks, temperament and morals were all acceptable and she liked the girl, she absolutely wouldn't agree to a marriage between her and her son solely because of her meddling, loathsome mother. However, judging from how Yanger treated his younger cousin, it didn't seem like he completely rejected the maiden. At least, they were able to converse a little. In actuality, it was mostly that Laslinger chatting away while Yanger listened silently. From the surface, his stern demeanor didn't hold any hints of repudiation. Perhaps in her son's heart, this younger cousin of his was different than the other young ladies. Despite that observation, Princess Consort Jing wasn't in any hurry at this point. Even if her son didn't hold someone in his heart already, from her understanding of her son's temperament, Yanger may not necessarily like the Laslinger in that way. Ever since he received his new position at the Chechen barracks, his schedule became more erratic and he often wasn't home. When he did come back, he always detoured over to see that last Xiao Xiao before he came back to the residence. This obviously showed that her son had little interest in Ling Er. That last Ling Er was thick-skinned just like her mother. Yang Er had already dropped a few obvious hints, but she acted as if she didn't understand anything and put on an act as if she was a naive and innocent maiden. Who was she trying to fool? In the past, her concubine-born sister also used the same tactics to try to get closer to Imperial Prince Jing. That was not okay. She needed to find some time to remind her son in order to avoid her concubine-born sister coming up with some underhanded scheme to ruin the reputation of Wu Junling and force her son to marry her. Princess consort Jing was quite annoyed by Zhang Mei and her daughter by now. Thus, she seized the opportunity to leave the capital when her husband had to travel for work and her son spent most of his time at the barracks. She instructed the maidservants and senior servants to pack her bags and silently left the capital to travel to the mountain villa that was halfway up the west mountain at Dongshan village. It was currently midsummer, so the mountain villa was lush and full of blooming greenery. With its back against the ocean, it was truly a beautiful sanctuary for her to stay at. She was also eager to explore that hidden mountain ravine again to see if she could find any more rare and valuable flora to add to her collection. That way, she could astound the matrons in the capital again. Thus, the next time Zhang Mei and her daughter came over to visit Imperial Prince Jing's estate, they weren't even able to pass the gates. The servants at the residence all stated, "Her Highness has left the capital to avoid the heat and none of our masters are home. Thus, we are unable to receive any honored guests at this moment." Zhang Mei was so infuriated by this that she almost ripped her handkerchief to shreds at the moment. "I see how you are, Zhang Maiwan. You're not even giving me face awe. If it wasn't for my precious daughter, would I even bother coming to see and flatter you? And you act as if you're something special Mother, be careful what you say." Wu Junling lifted up the curtain in the carriage and stuck her head out to look around before she finally let out a sigh of relief. From her perspective, her mother sometimes caused more harm than benefit. They clearly had to rely on her aunt's favor, yet her mother continued to act arrogantly in front of her older sister and refused to back down. Did her mother ever think about just what she had to compete with her aunt? When they were still unmarried maidens, one was born from a concubine, while the other was the daughter of the legitimate wife. Anyone with brains would try to cultivate a relationship with the legitimate daughter. Furthermore, her mother had flaunted the fact that she was favored by their father in an attempt to push down her aunt and even tried to steal her aunt's husband. If she was Imperial Prince Jing, she would also choose the gentle and sweet legitimate daughter over the competitive and scheming concubine-born one, alright. Then, there was her father's career. If her mother had lowered herself a bit and begged her aunt for help, he wouldn't have only gotten a meager position doing idle work at the Qingshui Yamen. As for her own affairs, if it wasn't for her mother causing issues, perhaps her aunt would have seen her in a better light. Arg, it looked like she needed to work a lot harder in order to smooth things over between herself and her older cousin. She absolutely wouldn't be as brainless as her mother. In the end, her older cousin was fated to be hers alone. Wu Junling gazed at the world outside the carriage and, through the curtains, she saw a slim and delicate little figure dressed in apricot-colored chi-style attire riding on a date red horse. Suddenly, an honest-sounding voice piped up from within the crowd. "Official Yu, thank you so much for cultivating high-yield corn for us. My family has 3 mu of land and that land is responsible for feeding more than a dozen of us. During spring, we planted them all with corn and ended up with around 4,000 caddies of grain at harvest. After paying our taxes, we still have around 3,000 caddies of corn left. This is enough food for my entire family to eat for a year. Thank you for allowing us to not go hungry." Last year, they had targeted the farmers surrounding the capital by advertising corn. This spring, many families had rushed out to buy and plant the new seeds and all of them ended up with yields over 1,000 caddies per mu. Every family that planted the new crop had surplus grain on hand now. The streets of the capital were filled with commoners. When they heard this person's thoughts, they also began to exclaim, "That's right, that's right. With surplus grain on hand at home, we don't have to worry. It's all thanks to Official Yu. Official Yu's good deeds can be compared to the merciful Buddha's awe. Official Yu, here are some eggs that my family's chickens have laid. If you don't disdain them, please take them as a sign of my entire family's gratitude to you. Official Yu, here are some apricots from my family's garden. Please take some to try. Here's some vegetables I planted." Someone interrupted the last speaker. "Official Yu plants vegetables and her vegetables look and taste much better than yours. All of the wealthy and official families in town eat the vegetables she plants. Why would she need you to send some to her? I'm just trying to show my appreciation and gratitude to Official Yu." A voice as clear as spring cut through the clamor of the crowd and everyone quickly calmed down. "Fellow countrymen, I, Xiao Xiao, appreciate all of your kindness and warm thoughts. It is my duty to cultivate high-yielding crops, so I feel a bit ashamed to receive your gratitude. With everyone's support here, I will continue to do my best and cultivate more crops that are high-yielding." As soon as she finished speaking, the sounds of gratitude, admiration, and opinions hit the air again. A youthful and somewhat lofty voice cut through the chatter of the crowd. "Official Yu, I heard that last year's wheat harvest was a bumper crop and the yield was more than 3 times higher than regular wheat. Would you happen to know if this high-yield winter wheat will be sold this autumn to us commoners?" Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at this youth who was dressed entirely in plain farmer's attire that was dotted with patches all over it. She smiled and said, "The seeds for winter wheat will naturally be sold to the commoners in the capital. However, anyone who has bought seeds from the government must sell it back to the court's officials come spring and no one is allowed to sell it privately. The price will be at 10 copper coins a caddy. Anyone who is caught breaking the rules will no longer be allowed to buy any more high-yielding seeds in the future. In addition, their whole village will also be blacklisted as well." Essentially, they were using the tactic of guilty by association. If anyone in the village wanted to privately sell the high-yielding wheat crop for their own profit, then that entire village would be blacklisted in the future. By doing this, every family in the village would be keeping an eye out on their neighbors. It'd be very hard for someone to sell things sneakily with everyone watching everyone else. In fact, this restriction wasn't actually that restrictive. The new winter wheat could produce 7 to 800 caddies per mu. When sold at a price of 10 copper coins a caddy, a farmer could make 6 to 7 taels per mu. An adult man may not necessarily be able to make that much money by doing hard labor for a whole year. The winter wheat that was harvested this past spring would be able to supply 10,000 mu of farmland in addition to the new 10,000 mu farmstead that had been constructed by the court. Thus, all of the farmers in the area of the capital would benefit. When the common people heard this news, they transmitted it quickly and soon almost all of the suburbs knew about this. Linger, what are you looking at right now? You seem so concentrated. Zhang Mei glanced briefly outside and only saw the backside of a young maiden riding a red horse. Mother, have you heard of Yu Xiaosao? Wu Junling had a somewhat dark expression on her face and she clenched the handkerchief in her hands tightly. Her usually bright large eyes had a shadowy veil dimming them. Zhang Mei frowned slightly and thought for a bit before she replied, Yu Xiaosao. This name seems quite unfamiliar. Why are you bringing her up? What's the point? Wu Junling watched as that slight figure disappeared in the street before she finally lowered the carriage curtain. She smiled slightly and said, Mother, you haven't heard of Yu Xiaosao. Then, have you heard of the imperial court's only female official? Are you talking about that lass who relied on her ability to plant crops and caught the emperor's eye? The one who is a sixth-ranked small official at the Ministry of Revenue and is in charge of their fields. Arg, what was the emperor thinking when he elevated a rural country brat into an official? Zhang Mei thought about her own husband, who had cautiously worked in the backwards countryside for more than a decade. He only received a 5th-level sinecure position in the capital now. Yet, a little farming girl, who hadn't reached the age of majority, was actually an official around one rank lower than her husband. For what? Wu Junling glanced at her mother helplessly and spoke in a cajoling tone, Mother, we're no longer in that small place, why non? We're currently under the emperor's foot. Can you think a little bit more before you speak? The emperor's commands are all important and holy, so do you think you're allowed to criticize him? I beg you, Mother. If you can't help me or father, then at least don't cause any trouble for us, okay? Zhang Mei wasn't very happy when she heard her daughter's criticism. However, she wasn't stupid beyond measure and knew that sometimes she said things that were a bit too much. Thus, she didn't retort and only impatiently said, I understand. In the future, Mother will take more care. How come you suddenly brought up the topic of that last surnamed Yu? Wu Junling let her body sway gently with the rocking of the carriage as she tightened her grip on her handkerchief. The rumors on street state that this official Yu is intimately close with older cousin. I don't know who started these rumors, but they state that older cousin likes official Yu and that once she becomes of age, he will send down his engagement gifts to her. Ha ha ha, this rumor is really too hilarious. It absolutely is completely false. Exclamation mark quote. Zhang Mei used her handkerchief to cover her mouth as if she had heard the most absurd and funny joke. I've been sisters with your aunt for many years, so how can I not understand her personality? My legitimate older sister, is very aware of her noble status and somewhat aloof. That girl surnamed Yu has a lowly background, so does it matter that the emperor regards her with importance? She's only a muddy peasant farmer's girl who's risen beyond what's proper. How could your aunt possibly allow someone with such a vulgar and petty background marry her son? After hearing her mother's thoughts, Wu Junling felt as if her heart had lightened a bit and she slightly smiled and mumbled as if she was speaking to herself, that's right. Older cousin is as high as an immortal. He would have to be blind if he didn't pick me. How could she know that a certain blind man's whole heart only had room for Yu Xiaosao? As a matter of fact, he had been training the soldiers in the deep mountainous forests for half a month. As soon as he got back to the base camp, he returned to the capital that very night on a fast horse. He instructed head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong to go back to the prince's residence as he secretly went to visit the Yu family's residence. With Zhu Junyang's skills, he was easily able to avoid the expert bodyguards he had personally trained there to go into the estate. However, Yu Xiaosao, who was currently going over the account books, very quickly discovered that he was there because Little White, who was guarding her at her feet, had smelled the scent of Zhu Junyang in the air. The white wolf raised its ears and stood up before it softly, woofed, a couple of times. It was reminding its master that a certain someone had climbed over the walls again. Yu Xiaosao had long gotten used to a certain someone coming over without an invitation. She didn't even raise her head as she said, You're here. Then come on in. Why are you standing at the doorway pretending to be a pillar? Zhu Junyang had an intoxicating smile on his face and his voice was gentle and sweet as he said, Looks like our hearts are connected. Otherwise, how else can you always tell when this prince comes over despite the fact that none of the bodyguards can sense me? Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, didn't have a single romantic bone in her body as she replied in a matter-of-fact manner, Our hearts are connected. I think it's more likely that your heart is connected with Little White instead. Every time you come over, Little White is the first to sense you. Little White, who had lain back down next to Xiaosao's feet, lifted its head in alarm to glance at Zhu Junyang. Then it immediately turned its head away in disgust. Zhu Junyang sat next to Xiaosao and didn't believe that the wolf disliked him. He gently rubbed Little White's soft and furry head and said a compliment, Little White, you're very good. When this prince isn't around, your master's protection is up to you. Next time, the prince will bring some roasted venison for you. Little White obviously didn't like his caresses, and forcefully shook its head but was unable to throw that hand away. Its blue-green eyes were filled with annoyance. If it wasn't for the fact that it knew it couldn't beat this human, it would have already savaged the hand on its head already. Your Highness, Great General Zhu, how come you didn't go visit your sweet and innocent younger cousin and came to visit me instead? Xiao Cao had long known that Wu Junling had been running over to Imperial Prince Jing's residence to visit. In fact, the princess consort herself had invited Xiao Cao over to speak of this. On the surface, she was stating that she shouldn't worry, but in actuality, she was warning Xiao Cao that her son was quite popular and that she needed to treat him better to avoid him being snatched away by someone else. Zhu Junyang could smell the vinegary scent of jealousy in the air and hurriedly pulled the little lass into his arms as he vehemently declared, I'm being falsely accused here. Ever since that episode in front of the capital gates, this prince has never gone to see her. Furthermore, I haven't even spoken to her since then. Oh, you don't feel a tiny bit of regret in your heart in not seeing her? Yu Xiaocao pushed away the prince's chest. This fellow was becoming more and more bold. He was now openly touching her without any shame. She wouldn't allow this. Not even the slightest bit. I'm doing my best to avoid her, so why would I want to see her? Zhu Junyang felt a bit lost when the lass left his embrace, so he tenaciously pulled at the little lass's pale and tender hand and gently wrapped his palm around hers. To someone who had lived in the modern era, holding hands in a relationship didn't really mean too much, so she didn't reject this advance. That being said, this fellow had behaved quite well recently. Other than staying at the barracks, he only went out to see her and very rarely went back to the imperial prince's estate to visit. She should give him a small reward for this. If you don't like her, then you need to make things clear early. I don't like it when something that is considered mine is always being eyed covetously by someone else. In her previous life, Yu Xiaocao really disliked men who pursued girls in an ambiguous manner. Obviously, she wouldn't give Zhu Junyang the chance now to act in that way. Zhu Junyang nodded his head in a solemn manner, okay. The next time I see Wu Junling, I will say that I already have a shrew at home. In order to not cause a misunderstanding, she needs to stay far away from me. Does that work? Yu Xiaocao forcefully restrained her urge to smile and let out a huff, that's about right. Listen well, if you start getting feelings for another woman, even if it hurts me a lot, I will still make sure to leave you. I will definitely not aggrieve myself for the sake of some petty love. Zhu Junyang regarded the little lass in a serious manner and stated, don't worry, this prince was born with very little room in my heart. I only have enough space for the tiny little you and no one else. Xiao Cao had to admit that she did like to hear romantic sappy things sometimes just like other people. She gripped Zhu Junyang's hand and raised her head to swiftly plant a light kiss on his cheek. Then her cheeks flushed as she quietly said, this is to reward you. Zhu Junyang felt his throat suddenly dry and his phoenix eyes fixated on that adorable, small pair of lips that resembled cherries and he swallowed involuntarily. Yu Xiaocao watched as Zhu Junyang's head came closer and closer to her face. His pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be aglow with a tantalizing light and his perfectly shaped lips seemed to be beckoning towards her. She forcefully tore herself out of this reverie and managed to restrain herself from kissing him. She jerked back a few steps and placed a small hand on the lips that were inches away from her. Have you forgotten that I have a lot of people keeping an eye on me? I'm still a child. If you cross the line, in the future, you won't even be able to visit me secretly. Yu Xiaocao reminded him. Zhu Junyang had been sternly warned by Fang Zizhen in the past. He had also agreed to the terms. Before they got engaged, he couldn't engage in any intimate acts with Xiao Cao. Although the residence's guards were unable to prevent him from entering, he couldn't dismiss his future father-in-law's words. He could already tell that this godfather and godmother would be much harder to handle than his lass's biological parents. Arg, he stared at Xiao Cao's tantalizing red lips for a bit and managed to dampen down his desire. He reluctantly increased the distance between him and his little lass while an aggrieved thought popped up in his mind, why can't it be like the storybooks and allow me to directly time skip to when the little lass is 18 and we're allowed to get engaged for marriage? He spent half the night with Xiao Cao being sweet with her. It was only after the little lass started yawning constantly that he finally reluctantly went back to the imperial prince's estate to rest in his own courtyard. When he found out that his mother had fled to avoid that mother-daughter pair, he frowned deeply. The little lass was right. He couldn't allow this to continue and needed to make things clear to all parties. The next day, he took advantage of his break to visit his aunt's home. When Wu Junling heard her maidservant report, young miss, Royal Prince Yang is here and he says he wants to see you, she almost couldn't believe her ears. Her older cousin had finally decided to see her. Did her sincerity finally move him and change his heart? Older cousin, Wu Junling changed into a new set of chi-style attire that had been made by exquisite garments. The pale blue color outer garment delicately hugged her maidenly form and the goose yellow cotton sleeves contrasted beautifully with her pale hands that were barely visible. At this moment, she was regarding Zhu Junyang with her doe-like eyes with a sweet and adoring expression. If it were anyone else in the room, they would have wanted to drown into those innocent and watery eyes and not come out. Unfortunately, she was interacting with singularly unromantic, cold-faced Royal Prince Yang. It was as if he didn't see her careful attempts to dress up for him at all. In fact, he hadn't even properly looked at her since she entered the room. Wu Junling felt her heart slowly grow heavy and a bad feeling settled into her heart. As expected, Zhu Junyang wasn't the type to mince his words around young maidens. He took a sip of tea from the cup in his hands and directly stated, Aunt, younger cousin, recently you've both been visiting the residence very frequently and have disturbed my lady mother. If you were coming over as a simple visit between family members, then we would happily welcome you. However, if you're coming over due to some other ulterior motives, this prince will have to advise you to don't become the victim of your own perceived ingenuity. Zhu Junyang believed that he had made himself quite clear with this. After all, the other party had never explicitly stated that she liked him romantically and wanted to be with him. After he finished he stood up and swiftly turned around to leave the room. He had no desire to spend another second looking at the flattering look on his aunt's face and the aggrieved expression on his cousin's face. Older cousin, you've probably misunderstood us. Wu Junling hurriedly stood up and went forward 2 steps. Her large, doe-like eyes, which were very similar to Xiao Xiao's, seemed to be misted over and filled with tears. Although the tears didn't fall, it made her seem even more pitiful. Older cousin, ever since I've arrived at the capital, I've recalled a lot of things from the past. When I was young, you took me to the back garden in the estate to play hide and seek, plucked some flowers from Her Highness's most precious plants, and added some Chinese gold thread powder to your 2 older brothers' tea. Her Highness has also said that our connection is even closer than 2 biological siblings. I don't know what someone else said to you about me, but I've always regarded you like an older brother. Older cousin, the words you said are truly too hurtful. Zhu Junyang couldn't sense Wu Junling's thoughts at all, and it made him feel quite uneasy. The younger cousin in front of him gave off an aura that was completely different from Xiao Xiao. Whenever he was with Xiao Xiao, he felt as if his heart was at peace and that he could completely relax himself. However, whenever he was with this young maiden, who was currently pitifully looking at him as if she was an innocent who had been vilely bullied, he felt irritable and on edge. The darkness within the deepest corner of his heart seemed to react to this and started to act up again. His heart devil, which he hadn't felt in a long time, seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to rise so it could show itself again. In fact, Wu Junling's appearance was quite similar to Xiao Xiao's, but there were also some obvious differences. Her skin was as white as snow, but it wasn't as flawless and exquisite as Xiao Xiao's. They both had large doe-like eyes that seemed to be pure, but Xiao Xiao's eyes seemed to have more light within them and they always shone with liveliness. Occasionally, Xiao Xiao's eyes would even flicker with some craftiness. They both had slim and delicate figures, but his Xiao Xiao didn't seem the least bit sickly or weak. In fact, she always seemed full of energy and exuberance. Furthermore, the feelings he had towards the 2 people were completely different. When Xiao Xiao revealed a sad and hurt expression, he felt so bad that he wanted to bring the whole world in front of her to cheer her up. On the flip side, the young maiden in front of him, who was weeping pitifully in a way that made her seem beautiful, gave him, instead, a slight feeling of disgust and desire to stay away from her. Other than Xiao Xiao, Zhu Junyang had never treated any other young maiden in a gentlemanly manner. Instead, he coldly stated, all of those stories occurred when this prince was around 6 to 7 years old. How could I remember any of this? However, younger cousin, your memory is quite good. You can recall things that happened to you when you were 3 to 4 as if they had just happened. Wu Junling's face paled and her eyebrows slightly furrowed together. She revealed a weak and pitiful expression. Older cousin, when my father was dispatched to a distant territory, I became quite introverted and shy because of the language and cultural differences. Thus, my wet nurse often told me stories of what had happened when we were visiting the imperial prince's residence. At that time, we had no worries or fears. At that time, both of us were still young. Men and women should stay apart when they reach the age of 7. You are, after all, this prince's maternal cousin. We still need to make sure to abide by these customs. After Zhu Junyang finished this sentence, he continued to stick more verbal knives into her. Aunt, younger cousin must be around 17, right? It's time for her to settle down on her marriage. If you don't have any good candidates in mind, then I have some good young generals under me who are possibilities as they are from good families. I can help you choose a suitable match. Older cousin, Wu Junling's face was deathly white as she tottered. In a manner that seemed to show that she was ready to let things loose, she deeply inhaled and said, Older cousin, why do you have to treat Linger in such a heartless manner? Is it because you believe my father's official position is too low and that my status doesn't match up to yours? Zhu Junyang frowned impatiently. He had already said it very clearly. Why was she still hanging on and insisting on ripping all pretenses between them? Younger cousin, where did these words come from? Didn't you just say earlier that you see me as your biological older brother? Between blood-related siblings, why do we need to talk about our statuses matching each other? Although Zhu Junyang could not read her mind at all, he wasn't a complete idiot. In the end, Wu Junling was still a nobly born young maiden who had been raised in the inner courtyard her whole life. Although she may have a few tricks up her sleeve, she wasn't an expert schemer by any means. The more he investigated, the more holes turned up in her story. Older cousin, Wu Junling had a mournful look on her face. I don't believe you can't tell the way I feel about you. Why do you need to treat me this callously? Zhu Junyang coldly regarded her pretty face and there wasn't even a hint of pleasure on his face as he quirked up the corner of his mouth. There are many women in this world who have good feelings towards this prince. It's not as if you're the only one. If this prince decided to answer every single person, then I could spend my entire day going from beauty to beauty without doing anything else. Despite her desire to interrupt several times during their conversation, Zhang Mei had managed to keep herself silent throughout all of this as she remembered her daughter's earlier warnings. However, she could no longer resist and rushed forward to scream at Zhu Junyang, how could you treat your younger cousin in this way? Meilinger has both the looks and talent, so what part of her doesn't pair well with you? She has deep feelings towards you yet you insist on hurting her. Are you still a man? Whether or not this prince is a man is not to be determined by the wife of only a 5th-ranked official. Exclamation mark quote. The frostiness in Zhu Junyang's eyes became more apparent as he smiled coldly. Official Wu's abilities as an official can be considered alright. Do you know why he was only given a position at the Qingshui Yamen? It's because he has a wife who doesn't understand how to be humble, is greedy, and believes she's smarter than everyone else. If his inner courtyard isn't well organized, how can he possibly govern the rest of the country? If it were anyone else with slightly more of a brain, they would have reflected and felt bad about their conduct. However, Zhang Mei wasn't that type of person. When she heard Zhu Junyang's criticism, her eyes turned red and her expression twisted as if she wanted to rip the person in front of her into shreds as she shrieked, how did your mother bring you up? You even dare to say such slanderous things to your own aunt. How can one disrespect their elders? If Imperial Prince Jing's household stood out, then how could my husband's career be this bad? You guys are the ones who are cold and aloof and don't know how to treat one's family properly. Mother, Wu Junling wanted to stop her mother from exploding but was thrown off by her. The despair within her heart increased as she saw the increasingly icy expression on her older cousin's face. Shut your mouth. What kind of elder are you? You're only the lowly seed of a prostitute from a brothel, yet you dare to criticize this prince's lady mother. Zhu Junyang felt as if an evil devil inside of him was stirring awake. He did his best to tamper down on the thought of wringing Zhang Mei's neck as he silently began to recite a heart sutra. Unfortunately, the heart sutra clearly had no more power over him. It was too late. Zhu Junyang began to hyperventilate and beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. The green-blue veins on the sides of his face began to bulge with effort and both of his eyes turned a blood-red color. His face twisted into a malevolent expression and he no longer resembled an elegant and handsome young youth anymore. A ruthless and cruel air surrounded him like a cloak, as if an evil demon had just been resurrected. Wu Junling scuttled back a few steps in astonishment at his change and her legs weakened as she sat onto the ground. Zhang Mei, who was the person nearest to Zhu Junyang, bore the brunt of the damage. The crazy evil aura that was bursting from the prince hit her directly and she tottered a bit before she fell over into a dead faint. Since the Wu family's women were receiving the guest in the inner courtyard, head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong, who were both highly skilled at martial arts, had been left in the outer courtyard and were being served refreshments. Head steward Lu could acutely tell that something had changed in the atmosphere. He threw down the cup of tea in his hand and silently hollered that something wasn't right. He speedily headed towards the inner courtyard. When bodyguard Dong saw the change in head steward Lu's expression, he also felt that something wasn't right and didn't hesitate to follow the eunuch. The head steward in charge of taking care of the guests in the outer courtyard was stunned for about 3 seconds when he saw them speed out. Just what had happened? Fortunately, the Wu family's residence wasn't large. Head steward Lu only needed a few large jumps to go from the outer courtyard to the receiving room in the inner courtyard. When he saw the familiar stance of his master, head steward Lu rushed forward as he wanted to strike before his master completely fell into darkness. He wanted to take his master to a place where there were no people in order to avoid his master hurting others. Head steward Lu, what's wrong with my older cousin? Wu Junling saw that both head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong had arrived. She timidly stood up and her colorless lips trembled for a bit before she finally inquired. Dong Dali glared at her with an unhappy look on his face before he said, "It's been so many years since the master last had this happen. You guys truly have skills to make the master lose control of himself. Xiaodong, don't waste your time flapping your lips at them. Quickly bring the master to Miss Yu." Head steward Lu had wanted to press the master's acupuncture points to delay the time to madness, but he had been pushed fiercely away by Zhu Junyang, whose eyes were completely red. This is bad. Head steward Lu could tell that his master's reason had been completely eaten away by that heart devil. With his master's current skills and abilities, he would only last about half an hour before he would get beaten. Xiaodong, quickly go to the Yu residence to bring Miss Yu over. I'm going to restrain the master for now. Miss Yu. Dong Dali hesitated. Judging by how much the master valued Miss Yu, if he accidentally harmed her while in his frenzy, the master would definitely be heartbroken when he finally woke up and probably got him right there. Xiaodong, what are you waiting for? Do you want the Wu family to perish in a river of blood? Quickly go. I can't handle him for too long. Head steward Lu picked up the fainted Zhang Mei and threw her towards Wu Junling's direction as he hollered, quickly take your mother out of here. If you don't want to die, then don't come back. At this moment, Zhu Junyang felt like everything around him was full of darkness and evil. The people around him seemed to flicker. Some of them were angrily raging at home, some of them wanted him to die, some of them wanted to destroy his lady mother. He had the desire to destroy everything around him. Thus, he used all of his energy to rush towards the area that he felt like held the most malicious aura. Head steward Lu felt his heart skip a beat and his body moved before he could think. In that moment, the area where he was before he moved now had a deep crevice in it. The nearby pillar had been completely severed in two and the roof above had started to sway alarmingly. Wu Junling, who was currently struggling to drag her mother out of the room, had almost been scared silly when she saw what had just happened. She almost dropped her mother's body to the ground to flee. Danger could always stimulate a person's inner potential. The amount of strength she had to move her mother suddenly increased by a lot. Thus, by the time Zhu Junyang discovered her, she had just left the reception room. The current room had long been destroyed beyond repair. Tables, chairs, shelves, and valuable items had been smashed until they were just rubble. Head steward Lu was currently doing his best to dodge his master's attacks, but he had a few close encounters. The amount of rubble inside the room increased by the second and the floor was strewn with trash, as if a horrible war had reached here. Head steward Lu could only helplessly leave and run towards the outer room. There was more space outside and it'd be easier for him to avoid his master's attacks. It had been a while since he was his master's match in battle, so he could only rely on running away to drag things out. He hoped desperately that Dong Dali would be able to find Miss Yu without much issue. Fortunately, the heavens had heard his prayers. When bodyguard Dong arrived at the Yu residence, Yu Xiaosao had just gotten back from the frozen dessert store and hadn't entered through the gate. Miss Yu, my master is waiting for you to save him. Although Dong Dali didn't quite understand exactly why head steward Lu instructed him to get Miss Yu, his words weren't an exaggeration. It truly was to save someone's life as they were trying to save head steward Lu's and the entire Wu family's life. When Yu Xiaosao noticed that the normally taciturn and calm bodyguard Dong was frazzled to the point of babbling, worry exploded in her heart. She didn't even bother to ask him what was going on as she turned her horse around and sternly asked, "Where's your master? Quickly take me there." Dong Dali had run over like a madman earlier and had leapt across countless roofs to get here. He didn't even bother to catch his breath as he snatched the reins from Yingchen's hands and pulled the maid down. He flipped onto the horse and spurred the horse to a gallop in the direction of the Wu family's residence. Yingchun, who was caught off guard by all of this, had almost fallen onto her bottom. If it wasn't for Wudong supporting her, she absolutely would have fallen flat on her face. After she finally stood steady, she cursed a few times at Dong Dali's disappearing figure. That wasn't enough to sat her anger, so she tore off her embroidered cloth shoes and hurled them forcefully at the man. Dong Dali and Xiao Cao had long galloped off and they couldn't even be seen anymore, so naturally, she wasn't able to hit the object of her frustrations. The young maidservant in charge of keeping an eye on the gate hurriedly rushed forward and brought her embroidered shoes back. She knelt down to put them back on the other maid. Wudong comforted Yingchun, there must be something really important going on. Otherwise, bodyguard Dong wouldn't act in such a way. Yingchun curled her lip and remarked in worry, will the young miss be in danger? Earlier bodyguard Dong said that he needed the young miss to save someone. If even Royal Prince Yang is unable to handle this, how could the young miss be any different? This is not okay. Let's go find some skilled bodyguards and send them over to protect her. Do you know where the young miss is now though? Wudong was also worried about her mistress's safety but she was quite helpless in this situation. When Yingchun heard this, she burst into fury and cursed, that wretched Dong Dali. He couldn't say things more clearly. If even a single hair on the young miss's head is harmed, just watch as I shave him bald. Dong Dali, who was currently bolting down the streets, suddenly felt an icy coldness go down his scalp. It was so sudden that he shivered and a bad premonition settled into his heart. By the time Yu Xiaocao arrived at the Wu residence, the entire inner and outer courtyard of the estate had turned into rubble. If it weren't for head steward Lu doing his best to draw things out, then there would be dozens of casualties among the Wu family and their servants. The Wu family's maidservants and senior servants were all cowering in the back of the residence in fear. At this time, Zhang Mei had already woken up from her faint. When she saw the rampaging Zhu Junyang, however, she almost fell into a dead faint again. As Wu Junling watched her older cousin, who resembled an evil monster, with increasing horror, she realized that she was no longer interested in him anymore. She could only pray now that there was someone out there who was able to stop this out-of-control fiend. Apparently, the bad rumors regarding her older cousin weren't just a result of those who maliciously resented his status and skills. If she had known this earlier, then she would have never tried to seduce her older cousin, the royal prince, even if she had 10 times the courage she had now. Clawing her way up the social ladder was definitely something she desperately wanted to do. However, compared with her life, anyone with half a brain would know what to choose first. As the mother and daughter pair stared at Zhu Junyang, who had lost all reasoning and was currently a residence-destroying fiend, their hearts filled with utmost regret. Why did they have to provoke this calamitous star? Why did they have to infuriate him? Wu Junling continuously thought back to their interaction, trying to figure out exactly what she said to cause her older cousin to transform into a monster. When the capital's militia received the Wu family's cry for help, they arrived at the scene just moments before Xiao Cao did. The commander of the militia was an old fox, so when he saw head steward Lu being pushed back continuously by Royal Prince Yang, he felt his scalp turn numb. Even the highly skilled head steward Lu was helpless in front of this madman. If he and his men rushed to help, they would only become cannon fodder. Many of the officials within the capital militia had illustrious backgrounds. In fact, if you randomly pick someone from the ranks, they were probably the descendants of second-ranked and third-ranked military officials. Many of these people used the capital militia as a springboard for their future career so that in the future they could enter the emperor's personal bodyguards or become future generals in training. If these people encountered something bad, the commander of the militia was very sure that his position would no longer be his anymore. Without the commander's orders, the officials within the militia could only stare blankly from horseback. They watched as the out-of-control royal Prince Yang rampaged fiercely and they felt their hearts tremble at the sight. Head steward Lu was now decorated with many wounds all over his body and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked quite dismal now. This was only because he had never tried to confront his master and instead did his best to avoid the prince's attacks. He was doing his best to stall for time and hoped that he could hold on to his old life by the time Miss Yu came over. Let us through. Those who can't help should disperse. The sound of Dong Dali's voice seemed like it had come from the heavens. Although there was still some distance between them, it gave head steward Lu some hope and extra energy to hold on. The men from the capital's militia had pretty much plugged the streets until they were full. Outsiders were not able to go in. Dong Dali was worried that his master and his good friend head steward Lu were in danger, so he was so rushed that he started to curse. When Yu Xiaocao saw this, she quickly said a few words into the bodyguard's ear. Bodyguard Dong's eyes lit up and he raised his voice to holler towards the Wu residence, Head steward Lu, Miss Yu and I can't cross over. Can you bring the master over here? When head steward Lu heard this, he leapt up onto one of the remaining side buildings in the Wu residence. Before he could steady himself, the thundering sound of brick and tile collapsing could be heard and half of the building had turned into rubble. Broken pieces of brick and tile flew out of the residence and the alleyway became chaotic. Many of the officials standing there were injured by the flying rubble. Retreat, let's first retreat out of here. The commander of the militia noticed that the battle was about to occur in the streets and hurriedly hollered out his commands. The soldiers and guards in the alleyway quickly fled out of the offending street. Before long, the street became empty and quiet and only the sounds of Zhu Junyang fighting with head steward Lu could be heard. Dong Dali could tell that head steward Lu wouldn't be able to hold for much longer so he rushed forward to give a helping hand. He had been born and raised at Imperial Prince Jing's estate and had trained since he was young with the master in martial arts. Since he was clearly talented in this area, he was able to become well known in the estate. Thus, he was selected by head steward Lu to personally serve the master. Although he could be considered a top-level expert, compared to Zhu Junyang and head steward Lu, he was only a small fish in the end. This fellow wasn't as nimble as head steward Lu. As soon as he stepped forward, the wind coming off of Zhu Junyang's strikes ended up hitting him in the chest and pushing him away until he hit a nearby wall with a thud. A burst of blood came out of his mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao was completely shocked by this. A complete expert seemed to have no defenses against the prince. Every strike Zhu Junyang threw out seemed to be covered by an aura that billowed, causing a destructive power that was astonishing. In fact, that one simple and elegant-looking punch seemed to have completely subdued bodyguard Dong in a jiffy. Even the extremely skilled head steward Lu could only retreat repeatedly in front of the prince. He was truly an expert among experts. While she was mesmerized by the scene in front of her, head steward Lu had also been struck by his master and couldn't get up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, two experts had both been subdued. This was truly a sign of how powerful the prince was in battle. Head steward Lu, my little ancestor, please stop sighing over this. If you don't come out now, this old servant will have to eat a lunchbox from hell. The current Zhu Junyang was like a puppet being completely controlled by his heart devil. He felt like every blade of grass, every tree, every tile, and every brick was imbued with the heavy aura of malice. This type of malice entwined around him and fettered him so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. His heart only had one thought: destroy everything. He needed to tear down everything that was around him in order to eliminate all of the sources of malice that were shackling him down. Ah! A scream ripped from his throat as if it was a voice coming from hell. It couldn't be described as a human sound and more resembled the anguished cry of a beast. Everyone that heard it trembled in fear. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the pain and despair that Zhu Junyang felt within that cry, and a flood of tears involuntarily came to her eyes. Just as Zhu Junyang was lifting a stone lion about the height of a grown man in the direction of head steward Lu, who was no longer able to move, a heavenly voice seemed to have cut through the darkness with him, lighting up the dense dimness around him. The voice seemed to dispel some of the thick malice around him and it flittered into his ear brightly: Zhu Junyang. Who was calling his name? Zhu Junyang slowly turned around with the stone lion still high above his head. A flicker of reason seemed to shine through his bloodshot phoenix eyes. Zhu Junyang, the stone lion must be very heavy. Isn't it tiring for you to raise it up so high? Quickly put it down. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't the least bit frightened by the malevolent expression on the prince's face. Instead, she slightly frowned and looked at the stone lion in his hands with an expression full of pity and worry. The sound of that voice seemed incredibly familiar and pleasing. It was as if the coldest spring water was currently being poured onto his head. His muddled mind somewhat regained a bit of logic. Who was calling his name in that manner? The elders who were close to him would all call him Yanger, whereas those of the same generation who had a good relationship with him would call him Junyang. Those who were a bit more distant would call him Royal Prince Yang. It seemed like there was only one person in this world who always boldly called him by his entire name. He had resisted many times as he wanted her to call him older brother Yang, but he had never succeeded in convincing her to do so. Zhu Junyang continued to have a perplexed expression on his face as he shuffled a few steps in the direction of the voice while he still held the stone lion high above his head. Dong Dali, who was in slightly better shape, had already sneaked by and gotten to the place where head steward Lu was lying. He wanted to bring the eunuch someplace safe. When he saw the scene in front of him, Dong Dali remarked in worry, Head steward Lu, will the master harm Miss Yua? If that happens, once the master regains his senses, he will feel so regretful. At first, head steward Lu was also quite anxious about something like that happening. However, once he saw his master stop rampaging as soon he heard Miss Yu's voice, he felt that his decision in bringing her over was one of the wisest ideas he ever had. He fished out a pill to heal internal injuries from his clothes and popped it into his mouth. After coughing up a lot of clotted blood, his chest felt a lot more comfortable. The medicine that Miss Yu personally made herself was truly very excellent. Don't worry, even when he's rampaging, the master couldn't bear to harm even a single strand of Miss Yu's hair. Let's just watch and see. Head steward Lu managed to slowly sit up with Dong Dali's help. He leaned against the damaged wall and gradually caught his breath. Zhu Junyang, snap out of it and come back to reality. I'm so worried about you. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice seemed a bit choked with emotion as she slowly headed towards Zhu Junyang. Despite her roiling emotions, she kept that smile he liked so much on her face. He had once told her that her smile was his savior. Even though tears continued to drip down her face, her smile never wavered. Zhu Junyang cocked his head to the side and the stone lion in his hands fell with a thud to the ground, leaving behind a deep crevice. The malevolent expression on his face slowly disappeared and he felt like his head was becoming clearer. It was his little lass. Darn it, how did he forget his little lass? The sound of her voice, the smile on her face, and her way of directly calling him by his given name had already been deeply engraved within his heart and soul. Xiao, Sao. Zhu Junyang still felt a bit muddled inside, but the darkness around him seemed to be dissipating. That delicate and skinny little figure in front of him was becoming more and more clear. A sweet aroma seemed to be wafting off her body and all of that malice surrounding him was rapidly being eradicated by that smell. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face deepened and she went forward 2 steps and stretched out her pale little hands. The tears in her large eyes made them seem even more limpid and clear as she said, That's right. It's me, Yu Xiaoxiao. Come, I'm going to bring you home. Home was that safe harbor without the glint of knives or swords. There was no scheming or cheating, no backyard tricks and no overflowing malice. Because there was her, he could relax. Don't come over. I will hurt you. Zhu Junyang suddenly stopped reaching towards her hands when he saw a red line cutting across Xiaoxiao's white and tender little face. He forced himself to retreat a few steps. As he distanced himself from his savior, the heart devil within him started to stir again. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped a hand in the direction that he was looking at and felt a twinge of pain. This must have happened during the battle earlier as she probably got cut by a piece of rubble flying in the area. She secretly dripped a few drops of highly concentrated mystic stone essence onto her hand and rubbed that area clean. The small cut instantaneously healed and the scab also fell off, leaving behind only a faint pink line. Look, you didn't harm me. It's only just a stain. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face was still as sweet as before. Her eyes were curved up in glee and they seemed to glitter with a bit of craftiness. They were so lively that it made a person want to stare at them endlessly. Zhu Junyang looked at the faint red scar on Yu Xiaoxiao's face and revealed a hesitant expression. At this moment, he was slowly becoming more clear-headed. He had a faint impression of what had happened when he lost control this time, which was different from previous times when he had no recollection whatsoever. Perhaps it was because his mind-reading ability was becoming more and more sharp, but he could clearly feel head steward Lu's feelings and thoughts when he was fighting with him. He truly knew that the eunuch was his most capable servant, yet he still had been deceived by his heart devil and couldn't stop fighting. Ever since he met Xiao Cao, although he couldn't always control the heart devil, he was always able to pull himself away during the past few years. He thought that he had the ability now to control the darkness inside of him. However, he didn't expect that the heart devil was still inside of him, just waiting for an opportunity to explode. Today, with head steward Lu by his side and fighting for his life, he managed to avoid massacring the Wu family. Zhu Junyang actually didn't care whether the Wu family lived or died. However, what if one day he harmed the Yu family or the Fang family? Would Xiao Cao hate him for the rest of his life? Or perhaps, when Xiao Cao was by his side and he was taken over by the heart devil, he was too afraid to think further down that line. Maybe, staying far away from her was the best way to protect her. Immense distress and sadness shone in Zhu Junyang's eyes, and Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly see that the prince had made the decision to decisively cut all ties with her. This made her feel incredibly flustered. She had a feeling that if she wasn't able to resolve this situation perfectly, he would leave her forever. Older brother Yang, I'm so scared, I want a hug. Yu Xiaoxiao shamelessly acted like a spoiled little girl and cutely asked for a hug. A sorrowful feeling rose up in Zhu Junyang's heart. His little lass was finally willing to call him older brother Yang. However, this was likely the first and last time that he would be able to hear her call him in such an adorable and sweet way. If he couldn't give her happiness by her side, then he could only stay far away and watch as she lived contently. Ordinarily, Zhu Junyang was always looking for an opportunity to get closer to her. If she begged for a hug, then he would gladly turn into a hungry wolf and rush towards her. However, today, he actually retreated a few steps. His eyes shone with tenderness and were so filled with emotion that it made a person's heart ache. At that exact moment he turned around, Xiao Cao felt like something was ripping her heart in two. Zhu Junyang, you bastard, didn't you say that you were going to stay by my side and guard me? That you were waiting for me to become an adult? Ah. Don't tell me that your previous promises and oaths were as insubstantial as smoke. Ah. That wouldn't do, she couldn't let him just leave. Even if he had to go, he needed to make things clear first. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly frowned as she contemplated what to do. She didn't believe that Zhu Junyang, who had always cared dearly about her, could harden his heart that easily and ignore her. Aiya, she deliberately exclaimed in a distressed manner and gritted her teeth as she made herself fall towards the ground that had rubble strewn all over it. In the moment she cried, Zhu Junyang, who had originally been jumping up onto the roof, glanced over with his phoenix eyes and clearly saw her headed towards the broken bricks and tiles on the ground. A distance of 7 to 8 strides was covered in a blink of an eye by his skills. He appeared almost instantaneously next to Xiao Cao and reached out vigorously and supported her back up by grabbing her thin, slender arm. He gently lifted her and drew her into his arms as he anxiously asked, what's wrong? Did you twist your ankle? Did you fall anywhere and hit yourself? From the flurry of questions he just asked, she could tell just how deeply he cared about her. Then, why was he going to leave? Yu Xiaoxiao leaned into his embrace and tightly hugged his chest. She spoke in a voice that had a hint of a sob in it, don't go. You told me that you were going to protect me as I got older. Don't leave me. Zhu Junyang felt his eyes grow hot, and he gently stroked Xiao Cao's silky long hair as he sighed, I'm afraid that one day I'll do something that I'll regret and can't fix. I'm an unlucky and ominous person and will only bring unhappiness to the people I care about the most. Perhaps, staying far away from you is the best decision. Nonsense. You're not an unlucky and ominous person. You're my god of protection. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and exclaimed, because of you, I'm able to relax and do whatever I want to do without having to think of auxiliary issues. This is because I know that even if I rip a hole in the sky, you will help me patch it up. She sniffled and then tightened her arms around him even more. All these years, if I didn't have you around, then my life would have been much more difficult. Without you, the watermelons, early ripening vegetables, and secret recipes I came up with in Dongshan village would have long been schemed away by some evil person. Without you, my family's braised food shop in the prefectural city would not have been able to open so smoothly and some local tyrant would have long snatched it away from us. Without you, the high-yielding crops that we planted in the Tanggu farmstead would have had some local official taking credit for us instead. Thus, naturally, me becoming an official entitled a feudal princess wouldn't have happened either. The only reason I am so successful today is because you were by my side. Otherwise, I would still be in that tiny fishing village and living a downtrodden and difficult life. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately stated the worst-case scenarios that could have happened. Have you ever thought that if you leave, the emperor would lose a great helper at court and become angry? He might even become angry at me and take back all of the glory and honor he has given to me before. Perhaps he would send me back to be a little farmer's girl in a tiny fishing village. At that time, then the imperial plantation's fruit orchard, your farmstead's greenhouse vegetables and fruits, as well as the beauty salon, pharmaceutical workshop, and frozen dessert store would all slowly be taken away by those people who are envious of me. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head slightly to secretly glance at Zhu Junyang's face to gauge his reaction to all of this. When she noticed that he had become quite solemn, she continued, also, you always say that I'm very muddle-headed and don't have a brain for scheming or politics. Without you as my patron, I, with nothing behind me, would probably be used by someone and forced by that person to work for very little profit. That won't happen. This prince will handle everything before I go. Whoever wants to touch a single hair on your head, I will make sure to make their entire family pay in blood. When he thought of Xiao Cao being imprisoned by someone, losing her independence, and being forced to work for them, rage roiled up in his heart and his eyes gradually became red again. Yu Xiaocao held on tightly to his neck and rubbed her soft and tender face against his as she softly said, even if you killed all of those people in the end, it still won't take away the hurt and harm I've experienced, right? If you don't want me to get harmed, then stay by my side and keep me safe forever. Continue being my shield against those with evil intentions and let me grow up without a care in the world. How could Zhu Junyang not want to stay by his little lass and watch as she slowly grew up, become his wife, and then have a group of little cute buns with him? However, I'm afraid if I stay by you, I will become the person who hurts you. Master, have you not discovered that whenever you're about to lose control of yourself, as long as Miss Yu is around, you're able to suppress that heart devil? Let's take today for an example. You had been completely consumed by the heart devil, but as soon as you heard Miss Yu's voice and saw her, your reason and mind gradually returned. Miss Yu is the nemesis of your heart devil. You not only won't harm her, but with her by your side, you will also get farther and farther away from the devil and inky darkness inside of you. Head steward Lu managed to slowly walk over with the help of Dong Dali after taking a pill to heal his internal injuries. His words were like the strikes of a clock chiming and woke Zhu Junyang up from his confusion. That was right. In the past, before he met Xiao Cao, the darkness within him seemed to always be hazily present and waiting for him to lose control. However, with Xiao Cao around, she somehow managed to disperse the inky fog around him, and, like a ray of sunlight, warmed his entire being and soul. She allowed him to experience the warmth and happiness of a normal person. Head steward Lu was right. Xiao Cao was the nemesis of his heart devil. Just like earlier, when he had been consumed by the darkness and controlled completely, the sound of Xiao Cao's voice penetrated the confining fog and reached the bottom of his heart and roused his consciousness again. The aura around Xiao Cao was like the warmth and fragrance of a spring breeze. Although it was gentle, it was able to disperse all of the negativity away from him. He lowered his head to sniff gently at the little lass's hair that was lightly fragranced. The sweet smell of her finally released the last bit of moodiness and darkness out of his heart. Earlier, he had boxed himself in a corner. If he left Xiao Cao, then it was likely that he would once again be in the thrall of that heart devil and be completely controlled. There would likely be one day when his two hands were covered completely with blood and his eyes completely red. At that time, could he still remember then how much he cared about her? Zhu Junyang, head steward Lu is right. If you let me stay by your side, we can work together to resist and defend yourself against the monster inside of you. Believe me, the last victory will definitely be ours. Yu Xiaocao's large eyes were filled with anxiety and worry, which made him feel a pang inside. He lightly stroked the little mark on his little lass's face and finally made a decision. The little lass had so many secrets on her. If he wasn't by her side, once those secrets exploded, it would probably be the day she was condemned to hell. He needed to stay by her side forever, protecting her and all of her secrets and become a man who would sweep all of her troubles and worries away. Didn't you call me, older brother Yang, earlier? How come you're using Zhu Junyang again? Call me, older brother Yang, again. Zhu Junyang had returned back to his roguish self and started to tease Yu Xiaocao again. Yu Xiaocao unexpectedly didn't blow up at this frivolous statement of hers. The tears in her eyes slowly flowed down her face while she still had that beautiful and sweet smile on her lips. She foolishly said, as long as you don't leave me, I can call you, older brother Yang, all you want. Looks like I didn't need to come here today. A clear and gentle voice could be heard from the right side of these two people. The two of them, who had been firmly embracing each other, finally let go of the other person and turned to face the familiar voice. On top of the eaves that were tiled with light green tiles, there was an elegant figure dressed entirely in white. The slight breeze gently lifted his long, dark hair and made the sleeves of his outfit dance gracefully. The person in front of them resembled an ethereal and beautiful immortal that could only be found in paintings. Sir Su, how come you're here? Yu Xiaocao raised her head and looked at that man who resembled a perfect gentleman carved out of the finest jade. She used a sleeve to wipe the tears from her face and revealed a smile as bright as a blooming flower. Su Ran lightly jumped off of the roof and landed on the ground soundlessly. He glanced at Zhu Junyang, who had regained his usual calm, and then raised an eyebrow at the ruins of the Wu family's estate. He lightly chuckled. Someone told me that the Wu family was currently deconstructing their home. I had nothing better to do, so I came over to take a peek. The Wu family had narrowly escaped disaster and they apprehensively came out of the back room. The maid servants and senior servants surrounded Zhang Mei and her daughter, and all of them had still somewhat panicked expressions on their face. After they heard Chief Steward Su's words, the entire Wu family opened their eyes wide in disbelief. This was clearly a sign that he was shielding the prince. The male master of the Wu family, Wu Dingson, was a perceptive person and hurriedly agreed, that's right, that's right. We have a lot of people at home and the residence was too small. We wanted to expand a few buildings but we didn't expect to alarm Chief Steward Su and Royal Prince Yang. It is truly embarrassing. Zhang Mei had wanted to use this opportunity to ask for more money from Zhu Junyang as compensation. When she heard her husband speak in such a way, she immediately panicked. Lord husband, our family doesn't have enough money to rebuild. Shut up, Wu Dingson growled out, seething. He had admonished this stupid woman so many times that she needed to have a good relationship with Imperial Prince Jing's estate and Royal Prince Yang. They were not people she could afford to offend. However, this woman never listened to him. Every time she went to visit Princess Consort Jing, she always held head up high and spoke in an incredibly arrogant manner. She never thought about the fact that she was only the wife of a fifth-level small official. Did she have any qualifications to act so pretentiously in front of a first-ranked princess consort? She truly managed to make a giant mess out of an originally good hand. At that time, how could he have been so blind to marry such a muddle-headed person? Today, when he had left court, he had heard that Royal Prince Yang had come to the residence to pay a visit. This was such a good opportunity to make a connection with the prince. However, he didn't know how this mother-daughter pair somehow managed to offend this calamitous star. The entire estate was almost ruined in their hands. He could always rebuild the buildings that had been destroyed, but if his son, who he had gotten with great difficulty, and the favored concubine who bore him his son died, then he would cry until he had no tears left in him. It had been difficult for the Wu family to beget an heir. The only son he had was born only after he had taken in a dozen or so concubines into the residence in his 40s. Wu Dingson regarded the crowd with a bit of panic as he continued to shield his son and concubine. He came to a decision within his heart. He could no longer indulge the mess maker, Zhang Meiyi. Since feelings of hate had arisen towards his wife, he even felt a bit dissatisfied towards his normally clever and sweet daughter. Chief Steward Su, Royal Prince Yang, it's a bit inconvenient to receive you two today at the residence. I will act as the host another day and invite you two to eat and chat merrily then. Wu Dingson squeezed out a smile and spoke in a very courteous tone. Zhu Junyang took out a banknote worth 5,000 taels from a very ugly waist pouch and handed it to Wu Dingson and said, "There's no need for that. Let me give my congratulations right now for your new home. I will be unable to make it to your housewarming party once construction is done, as this prince will be at the army barracks. Here is a token to take instead. Please don't disdain it, official Wu." Yu Xiaosao stared at that crookedly sewn pouch that was embroidered with an unknown pattern on top. Her eyes twitched. Didn't she tell Yingchun to throw away the pouch that she had practiced on? How did it end up appearing on that fellow's waist belt? Even she felt embarrassed looking at that ugly pouch, yet he, on the other hand, was wearing it as if it was a precious treasure. Was he not afraid of being laughed at by other people? In actuality, many people had made fun of Zhu Junyang while he was in the barracks because of this pouch. However, he didn't think it was an embarrassment and instead, considered it an honor. He regarded all of the people teasing him with an arrogant and boastful expression. This prince's woman had personally made this and this prince is extremely happy to wear it. The rest of you are just single dogs who are envious of me. They weren't envious of you, okay. However, the impression the officials and soldiers had of Yu Xiaosao had improved a bit. Finally, there was something that even official Yu wasn't good at. A little preteen lass had suppressed all of the young men in the capital. You couldn't find another person in the capital who was as talented as official Yu. This made the bunch of old men in the army feel a bit ashamed of themselves. However, there was nothing they could do. They knew how to march in the army, use different battle formations, and fight bravely. In terms of farming, trade and making money, they could be left in the dust behind Yu Xiaosao. It made this group of men feel uncomfortable being surpassed so easily by a little lass. Now, after seeing that incredibly ugly pouch, they finally felt a bit more comfortable again. Zhu Junyang didn't know that the little lass was currently trying to figure out a way to get that extremely ugly pouch back in her hands. He directly stuffed the banknote into Wu Dingson's hands. Although Zhang Meiyi and her daughter were the direct cause as to why he had lost control of himself, he had still destroyed their family's residence. 5,000 taels was more than enough to rebuild the estate or even buy a completely new one. Wu Dingson still wanted to refuse, but Zhu Junyang stopped him from protesting. Just take it as it is. I hope, in the future, Lady Wu and Miss Wu will stop displaying themselves in front of this prince. This prince is afraid that I may lose control of myself again and cause some harm. Wu Dingson felt his face go numb when he saw Zhu Junyang crush a ceramic tile in his hands into a bunch of dust. This stupid mother-daughter pair had truly offended the prince completely. In the future, even if they wanted to grow closer to Imperial Prince Jing's household, they wouldn't be able to. Wu Dingson pasted a smile on his face and repeatedly assured the prince that he would restrain his wife and daughter. In actuality, even if he didn't restrain them, Zhang Meiyi and her daughter were scared to their bones after this episode. They no longer dared to shamelessly get closer to Zhu Junyang. The images of Zhu Junyang transforming into a mindless monster were deeply engraved in their hearts and they would never forget it. Su Ran left to go back to the palace to report after he confirmed that Zhu Junyang was back to normal and there was no big fallout from this episode. As they were about to leave the remains of the Wu residence, Yu Xiaosao looked at Zhu Junyang, who was covered in head to toe with dust and dirt, and the two injured servants next to him. She didn't feel that it was safe for them to just head back to Imperial Prince Jing's estate like this. Head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong were both so heavily injured that they couldn't ride horses, so she rented a carriage from the streets and had the two men lie down there in order to avoid worsening their injuries. Just what did that mother-daughter pair do to make you suddenly lose control of yourself? Yu Xiaosao thought that it'd be wise for them to figure out the root cause of the problem. That way, they could come up with a targeted solution and thoroughly suppress his heart devil. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly and thought carefully for a bit before he said, although they are both very irritating, they didn't do anything too excessive. Only what? Yu Xiaosao pursued this line of thought. Only that Wu Junling gives off some kind of weird smell that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Zhu Junyang also thought it was weird that he had lost control of himself after so many years of quiescence. In fact, even when he was in the midst of battle, fighting a dangerous war, he had never gotten close to falling into the darkness. This lapse had to be heavily related to the Wu family. Yu Xiaosao deliberately used a juvenile tone to reply, what sort of smell? Are you saying that your younger cousin has some body odor that you can't stand? Zhu Junyang, who was walking abreast with her on the street, smiled at that comment and used his finger to gently tap her head as he said, "It's not in the least bit related to her body odor. Is this prince that weak to go out of control because of a little bad body odor? As for what sort of smell it is, I really don't know how to describe it. I can only say that it's a feeling that makes a person want to rampage. I know what the problem is. The little divine stone had been mediating and cultivating for the entire day and finally decided to show itself. Yu Xiaoxiao's spirits rose and she quietly asked, quickly tell us, just what is the reason? Your little lover's younger cousin is a pure yin girl. She was born on a yin year, in a yin month, on a yin day, at a yin hour. She must have been very sickly and weak when she was young. In addition, she probably easily attracted remnant spirits here on earth that continue to linger on after death. In more common terms, she attracts ghosts. The little divine stone explained to Xiaoxiao the facts about being a pure yin girl. So what does this have to do with Zhu Junyang losing control of himself? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't quite make heads or toes of this. Were people with pure yin bodies able to disturb heart devils? It usually wouldn't have much of an effect. However, your little lover's younger cousin is quite favored at home and her mother couldn't bear to see her enduring hardships, so she invited an expert to change her fate. The little divine stone paused a bit as it seemed to like to keep its audience in suspense. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned deeply and impatiently grumbled, can you just say it all at once? Hemming and hawing all the time is so irritating. Zhu Junyang observed as the little lass first grinned happily and then revealed an unhappy look. Her facial expressions changed alarmingly quickly. He really wanted to know what his little lass was thinking about at this time. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? He lightly pushed on Xiaoxiao's shoulder and gently asked. Yu Xiaoxiao was right in the middle of the most important part of the little divine stone story, so she waved a hand at the prince in dismissal and turned all of her attention back to the stone. Unfortunately, your little lover's younger cousin's mother is a stupid one. She didn't seek out any of the true expert monks in the world. Instead, she had to find a swindler who dabbled in some type of sorcery. However, this swindler did have some tricks up his sleeves. He used a spell to steal from a person's life force to suppress that poor girl's fate. Stealing a person's life force. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite startled by this. This type of sorcery definitely caused harm to a person, then, doesn't that mean that this spell is eating away at Wu Junling's lifespan? That's right if that spell doesn't get broken, then I bet she won't live past the age of 30. However, if the spell does get broken, she will revert back to having spirits congregating around her at every night and her nightmares will go on without stopping. That will also influence her lifespan. In any case, this lass wasn't born to live a long life The little divine stone spoke in a manner that made it seem like it was a swindler waving around a magic wand. Arg, sorcery can truly harm people Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a sympathetic look on her face and inadvertently said her thoughts out loud. Before Xiaoxiao could walk into a pillar in front of her, Zhu Junyang pulled her aside to avoid getting hit. He asked worriedly, what sort of demonic sorcery? Xiaoxiao, just what is going on? Did you encounter a sorcerer? It's not me who's been enspelled, it's your younger cousin. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him and wanted to say more but she was also afraid he would dig deeper into this. How do you know that Wu Junling had a spell cast on her? She looks like a normal person. Zhu Junyang didn't think she was speaking nonsense. He solemnly looked at Xiaoxiao. He didn't care whether Wu Junling had encountered demonic sorcery but he was afraid it might affect Xiaoxiao in some way. Yu Xiaoxiao prepared what she was going to say first before she replied, if I told you that I know a bit of the way of mysterious learning, would you believe me? She lifted her large, glittering eyes to look at Zhu Junyang in a hopeful manner. She wasn't expecting him to believe her nonsense but was mostly trying to pave the way to the topic at hand. The way of mysterious learning. What the hell was that? Was that the Taoist way of catching monsters and spirits or the feng shui way of predicting one's fortune? Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes flickered, showing that he didn't believe the little lass's words. He had known her since she was 8 years old and had never seen her learn how to cook, concoct medications, come up with skin and body nourishing recipes, or build greenhouses. However, she knew how to do all of those things and do them quite well. Now, she said she knew a bit about the way of mysterious learning. He thought it wasn't out of the ordinary. Even if she claimed that she was the earthly incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West, he would still take that as fact. However, if she was the Queen Mother of the West, he wouldn't be able to marry her. She absolutely could not be the Queen Mother of the West. Alright, immortal teacher Yu, what have you discovered? Zhu Junyang was as calm and collected as ever. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly relaxed when she saw that he wasn't going to pursue this line of questioning. She stated, your younger cousin has traces of being enspelled by someone. This is the reason why whenever she gets close to you, the heart devil inside of you will have a reaction. Your exposure to her caused your heart devil to wake up and control you. Zhu Junyang clearly had no doubts regarding Xiaoxiao. The little lass was sometimes quite mysterious. She even knew how to distinguish between the way of mysterious learning and sorcery. Was there anything in this world she didn't know how to do? When he saw her frowning perceptibly, he knew that she was worried about him. He felt his heart warm and he ruffled the little lass's head as he smiled, now that we know the reason, then it's easy to handle. In the future, when I see Wu Junling, I'll stay far away from her. That way, I won't be influenced right. Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled quietly, that solution only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Is there any way we can completely remove this hidden danger? Lass, are you talking to me Completely remove this. Are we going to secretly kill her? Zhu Junyang was actually in the mood to crack a joke. Not to mention the fact that Wu Junling was his blood-related younger maternal cousin, but even if she was just an ordinary daughter of an official at court, killing her with his hands was also quite inconvenient. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. In actuality, her last question was directed at the little divine stone. A tiny spell was not even a speck to the little divine stone, who had already regained almost half of its spiritual power. It'd be able to handle it in a jiffy. Once she got a definitive answer from the stone, Xiao Cao felt her heart settle down. Following that, as long as she found an opportunity to meet Wu Junling, then they'd be able to release the magic on her. As for what would happen once the spell suppressing Wu Junling's fate was removed, it wasn't within her scope to think about. HMPH. That girl had tried to target her man. If she didn't get a little revenge back, then she wouldn't be called Yu Xiaocao anymore. Before Yu Xiaocao could come up with an excuse to meet up with Wu Junling, the target had presented herself to her door. 3 days later, Yu Xiaocao received an invitation from the Ministry of Appointments left assistant minister's residence to participate in Yu Wanqing's 13th birthday party. This was also the first time that Yu Wanqing had invited people over to her family's estate. After 3 months of careful facial treatments added on to taking medicines and tonics for her body, Yu Wanqing's face had completely recovered. The little maiden had a round and adorable face, pale and tender skin, and a pair of smiling eyes. Her adorable looks made it very easy for other people to immediately like her. Official Yu had invited young maidens who were the daughters of his colleagues to the banquet, the daughters of his friends and family, as well as the ladies who were good friends with his daughter. Although Official Yu had already taken up his post and been in the capital for more than 2 years, this was the first time his daughter was showing her face in public. Many people were curious about Miss Yu and wanted to know what she looked like. Was she truly like what the rumors claimed? So ugly that she was embarrassed to see people. There were always bored people in the world who loved to exchange gossip behind people's backs. As for Official Yu's daughter, she was always sickly and very rarely went out to see people. Thus, when the rumors came out that she was ugly beyond comparison, there were people who thought that there was a grain of truth in it all. As soon as they found out that Yu Wanqing would show herself in front of everyone at her birthday party, many noble matrons and maidens were very curious to see what she looked like. Even those with only tenuous connections to the Yu family came over to partake in the festivities after getting the news. All of these people came with gifts on hand. Official Yu was a bit flabbergasted at how good his relationships were with other people and hurriedly told the servants to prepare a few more banquet tables at the residence to avoid slighting any of the guests. In fact, Wu Junling was one of those unexpected guests who showed up. Using the excuse of being distantly related, she and her mother went to participate. Official Wu had thought that being able to have a good relationship with the third-rank left assistant minister from the Ministry of Appointments would be beneficial to his future career and promotion. Thus, he had presumptuously sent his wife and daughter to assistant minister Yu's banquet. Before they left their home, he had especially warned Zhang Mei, if you manage to cause trouble this time, in the future, you will be shut in the inner courtyard's family temple and forced to be vegetarian and recite sutras. Ever since the fiasco regarding Royal Prince Yang had occurred, Wu Dingxin had removed the power of managing the household from Zhang Mei's hands and had temporarily given it to his beloved concubine who had birthed him a son. Whether or not Zhang Mei managed to reflect on her actions and grow up was a future question. Currently, Zhang Mei felt very aggrieved at all of this and a wisp of hatred was threaded through her heart. However, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of Official Wu, so she could only resentfully pass the power away. This time, when they went out, Wu Junling had also repeatedly warned her mother, when we are there, you should speak less and just keep a gentle smile on your face. If you really can't keep quiet, then make sure to say some things that sound nice. Keep an eye out for my expression. Now, even her most beloved daughter was no longer on the same wavelength as her. Zhang Mei was so incensed that she babbled incoherently, do you also think that I, as your mother, make you lose face awe? Have you ever thought as to why I can't raise my head around your father? It's because I birthed 3 good-for-nothings in a row. If you were a son, do you think your father would treat me this way? Would there still be that cheap slut in the house? Wu Junling almost wanted to cry from her mother's stupidity. She took in a deep breath and explained, Mother, is there any point in talking about this now? You are still the legitimate wife of the Wu family. As long as you don't make another mistake, your status at home will not change. Your topmost priority right now is to change the way father sees you. This isn't the time to throw a temper tantrum. Zhang Mei had also been scared after the recent events and was afraid that she would be locked up in the family temple, forced to endure hardships. She curled her lip and said, I know. I just won't talk when we get there, that's all. At the Yu residence, they had especially prepared an elegantly decorated little courtyard to receive the young maidens as guests there. The young ladies first went with their mothers to greet the assistant minister's matriarch and wife before they were brought to the courtyard. Because she was friendly with Yu Xiaocao, Yu Wanqing also became acquainted with the spirited and lively He Wanning, the outwardly cold but actually easy to get along with Yuan Shuiyan, and the gentle and sweet Li Mengru. The good friends had arrived relatively early and had already been seated at the main table to drink tea and eat pastries. The tea there was provided by Yu Xiaocao and it was the famous flower tea that nourished one's body. The pastries were provided by the Yu's dessert shop and they were the new Western-style pastries. Fruits had also been obtained from the back mountains in the imperial plantation. The group of young maidens happily sipped at the fragrant rose blossom tea, ate cream puffs stuffed full with luscious cream, and chatted merrily amongst themselves about interesting happenings throughout the capital. As soon as Wu Junling entered the reception pavilion, she saw Yu Xiaocao, who was dressed in a set of beautiful chi-style attire and had her hair combed up into a pair of cute flower buns. The other girl was currently pointing at a platter full of jewel-toned purple grapes and telling her good friends to taste them. Wu Junling stopped walking and silently measured up Yu Xiaocao in her eyes. Her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. The girl in front of her was merely a short wax gourd who was so skinny that she didn't have a figure. At most, her features could be considered cute. Anyone with eyes would choose herself, who was much more beautiful and alluring. Was her older maternal cousin blind? Or was it that this lass used some underhanded methods to seduce him? How could he only have eyes for a little brat who didn't even look like much? A woman's heart was truly unfathomable sometimes. For example, Wu Junling had personally experienced what Royal Prince Yang was like when he lost control of himself. Other than deep fear, she held no other feelings towards him. However, when she encountered the woman he liked, she felt incredibly jealous for some reason. It was as if she needed to compete with Yu Xiaoxiao no matter what. Only when she had firmly pushed down her rival beneath her feet would she finally feel happy. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense the other girl blatantly staring at her and glanced at Wu Junling through the corner of her eyes. She silently laughed and sighed. The heavens truly had eyes. Before she could even start scheming, the person in question had sent herself over. Today, she was going to use younger sister Wanqing's birthday celebration to thoroughly get rid of the hidden danger to Zhu Junyang. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and took a sip of the fragrant tea. The dimples at the side of her face were barely visible. Those who were familiar with her would have known instantly upon seeing that expression that she was up to no good again. Although Yu Xiaoxiao could happily ignore Wu Junling, Yu Wanqing, as the hostess, couldn't. Even though she had never met this beautiful older sister before, the maiden in front of her was still a guest. Yu Wanqing cheerfully went up to greet her. After Wu Junling introduced herself and gave the birthday girl a present, she was then sent to one of the tables to the right of the main table to sit at. The vast majority of young maidens at this table were the daughters of 4th and 5th ranked officials. Most of them already knew each other, so only Wu Junling was an unfamiliar face here. When they found out that she was only the daughter of a small 5th level official and that her father was working at the Qingchui Yamen, the rest of the ladies at the table exchanged looks. They gradually began to ignore her. Was being beautiful anything to be proud of? Within the noble circles in the capital, being beautiful alone was not enough. The most important thing was still your family's status. How could Wu Junling, who was quite sensitive, not figure out that she was being snubbed by the other girls? She had attempted a few times to make conversation with some of the young maidens at the table, but all of her attempts were either rebuffed or duly ignored. It looked like she needed to do something else at this rate. She discovered that the two young ladies sitting next to her praised the tea that they drank and the pastries that they ate without end. Some of the young maidens continuously sipped at the rose blossom tea. After all, 1 cup of flower tea cost at least a few dozen taels. As for the pastries and fruits, they all said that apparently feudal Princess Jinan had provided them to the banquet for free. Who would have thought that Miss Yu would manage to become friends with feudal Princess Jinan? In the future, the Yu residents will absolutely not lack for fresh fruits or vegetables. As for these cream-based pastries, even if you line up you may not be able to buy any. I heard that, in the past, Miss Yu had fearsome-looking pimples growing all over the face. They were simultaneously red and very swollen and she couldn't go out to see people. It was only after she went to feudal Princess Jinan's Blossoming Beauty, Health and Beauty Club that her face healed. I heard that she spent around tens of thousands of taels on this treatment. This Yu family truly has money. My mother told me that when Lady Yu married official Yu, her dowry chests made a long train. In fact, in terms of cash alone, she had brought over tens of thousands of taels. The Yu family doesn't lack money at all. Lady Yu only has one precious daughter. Let alone tens of thousands of taels, even if it reached hundreds of thousands of taels, she would happily spend the money to treat her daughter. If my mother was this rich, that would be so great. I had my eye on a set of whitening skincare from Blossoming Beauty that cost around 1,000 taels. I begged my mother for a long time yet she still couldn't bear to take out the money to get it for me. You guys should look at Miss He. In the past, her skin was so coarse and tanned but now it's so tender and pale. It's obvious just how well those cosmetics work. I heard that Miss He is one of the very few who has a diamond card level membership at the spa. Furthermore, many of her personal cosmetic items were custom made by feudal Princess Jinan herself for free. Feudal Princess Jinan is so generous. If I could become friends with her that would be great. If any of us were able to become friends with feudal Princess Jinan, that meant that our ancestors had done a lot of meritorious deeds. I heard that the two beauties of the capital and royal Princess Minglin had been invited on an outing to the imperial plantation. You all know about the fruit orchard on the back mountains of the imperial plantation, right? PSH. Who doesn't know? The fruit trees that feudal Princess Jinan plants all produce fruits that are 100 items more delicious than regular fruits. Especially the honey peaches. As soon as they enter one's mouth, they melt into juice. Just thinking about it makes my saliva flow. Unfortunately, sales of fruit are rationed every day and as soon as they hit the shelves they disappear. My family was just able to snatch a box after trying for a long time. The peaches cost 100 taels a box and each box only has 6 honey peaches in it. However, the taste is so incredibly delicious. I've never eaten such delicious fruit in my life before. Wu Junling looked at the entire table of young maidens who all had looks of envy on their faces. They made it sound like eating a honey peach was truly an experience to remember. She couldn't help but become curious. Wasn't it just a peach? She had often eaten peaches when she was living in Huai'an Prefecture. These young maidens in the capital were truly too uncouth to even brag about eating peaches in this way. Also, who was this feudal Princess Jinan that they kept talking about? Didn't they say that the imperial plantation was completely managed by the lass, Yu Xiaoxiao? Did she give the back mountains to feudal Princess Jinan to plant fruit trees? This older sister, forgive me for interrupting. I truly admire this feudal Princess Jinan you're talking about, but would you happen to know who she is? Is she here today? Wu Junling had been silently listening for a bit and finally found a chance to ask some questions. The noble maiden she had asked the question to was the daughter of the 4th-ranked assistant official in the office in charge of the crown prince's affairs. That girl gave her a sidelong glance full of contempt and let out a cold laugh before she replied, "You don't even recognize feudal Princess Jinan, You must be new to the capital, right?" Wu Junling had never endured such poor treatment before. However, at this entire table, she was the one with the lowest rank out of all of the maidens. Thus, she could only grit her teeth while keeping a smile on her face as she said, older sister's observational skills are very good. This younger sister has only been in the capital for a few months and there are many people that I'm unfamiliar with. No wonder. The daughter of the assistant official had an air of conferring a great favor as she pointed towards the main table and said, do you see that table? The person who's wearing the light pink chi-style attire is feudal Princess Jinan. The emperor personally titled her. Following that, she ignored the alarmed Wu Junling and continued to chat about the previous topic with her good friends. A few days ago, plums entered the market. Have any of you had the chance to try any? In the past, I hated eating plums the most. I always felt like they were incredibly sour fruits, but the plums grown on the back mountains of the imperial plantation have a sweet and fresh taste. They don't even have a hint of acidity in them. I could probably eat 3 to 4 of them in one sitting. Unfortunately, it's very hard to buy them. Eating only a little bit isn't enough to satisfy my cravings. Another young maiden interjected, isn't that right? If only during that flower war banquet, when feudal Princess Jinan was being dismissed, I had come out and spoken up for her, wouldn't that mean I would be one of the people by her side right now? Stop dreaming. Haven't you looked at the people interacting with feudal Princess Jinan now? Which one of them isn't the daughter of a first-ranked official at court? The feudal princess looks down upon lower-ranked people like us. This young maiden, who was commenting sourly, had noticed that as soon as she finished speaking, the other young maidens around the table, other than the country bumpkin, were regarding her with eyes wide with shock. The 2 girls who were sitting next to her had even scooted their chairs away from her and had an expression on their faces that showed that they didn't want to interact with her. After she figured out just what she had said, she hurriedly tried to explain, I didn't mean it that way, I was trying to say that feudal Princess Jinan is a feudal princess that the emperor had personally titled. She's talented beyond measure and thus attracts people of the same standing. Those who are able to become friends with her are only the noble ladies whose fathers are grand first-ranked officials or the relatives of the imperial family. I wasn't trying to imply earlier that she only toadies to the powerful. The last sentence was spoken in almost a half sob and this girl's face had turned white from fear. The other young maidens all acted differently. Some lowered their heads, pretending to drink tea. There were some who picked up a few sweet grapes from the plate to eat. Some looked out the windows as if they were admiring the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. None of them wanted to talk to that girl as if they were afraid a particular someone would misunderstand and think that they agreed with this young lady. Last year, during the Flower War banquet, Li Mero had gotten into conflict with Miss Yu. Now, no one knew what godforsaken corner she had been sent to. Furthermore, they all knew the astonishing ending of the Li family. All of the young maidens shuddered for a second. The table they were sitting at suddenly fell silent. Yu Xiaoxiao and the others at the main table weren't even paying attention to what was happening at that side table. He Wanning was right in the middle of excitedly planning their next trip to the imperial plantation to pick grapes. The last time they went, she was able to eat and pick fruits. In fact, her family wasn't able to finish all of the fruits she brought back and they were able to send them out as gifts, which gave them a lot of face. The grapes that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought along were as sweet as honey. She definitely needed to pick more when she had the chance. Yu Wanqing sat on the side and listened enviously as her eyes revealed her inner desire to participate. Only after Yu Xiaoxiao promised that she would also get an invitation did she let out a sigh of relief inside. Older sister Yu truly treated her quite well. She not only fixed her problem with her face, but she also never forgot to bring her along whenever there was fun to be had or good things to eat. Finally, as the host, Yu Wanqing discovered, after getting reminded by one of the maids, that the atmosphere at that side table was a bit off. She hurried over and smiled sweetly, older sisters, this is the first time this younger sister has invited so many people over. If there's anything wrong going on, please bring it up and I will try to fix it. Younger cousin Qing, I made a big mistake, what should I do? Sob sob sob, the young maiden, who realized she had made a verbal faux pas, was a distant relative of Yu Wanqing and felt extremely frightened now. When she saw Yu Wanqing, she grasped onto the other girl as if she was her savior. Yu Wanqing looked at the other young ladies who had previously been getting on swimmingly with her older cousin. They all revealed expressions showing that they wanted nothing to do with this, so Yu Wanqing felt quite perplexed. She quietly comforted her older cousin Xin, even the emperor has once said, people are not saints, so we will all make mistakes. If one can change after making a mistake, there is nothing better. It's not the end of the world if you make an error. As long as you sincerely admit that you're wrong and courageously try to change in the future, I'm sure that everyone will all generously forgive you. Then, can you accompany me as I ask for forgiveness from feudal Princess Jinan? Ding Yaxin timidly glanced at that figure sitting at the main table and pitifully looked at Yu Wanqing. Older sister Yu. The so-called trouble that older cousin Xin had gotten into was offending older sister Yu. That can't be right Ever since they entered the courtyard, I don't think the two of them have even interacted together, right? Did older maternal cousin do something in the past that was bad to older sister Yu? Right at this time, Wu Junling interjected, Miss Ding, don't worry. Younger sister Xiaoxiao isn't someone who is that narrow-minded. She absolutely wouldn't blame you. Although she wasn't clear how that last, Yu Xiaoxiao, had suddenly obtained such a high status in the eyes of these young maidens, it looked like she needed to get closer to that lass in order to quickly blend into the capital's noble maiden circles. Wu Junling wasn't sure as to whether there was a problem between the two of them because of her older cousin's affairs last time. When the other young maidens heard her call feudal Princess Jinan, younger sister Xiaoxiao, all of them sneered inwardly as if they were of one heart. A daughter of a tiny and insignificant fifth-level official was so shameless to boast like this. She made it sound like she was very close to feudal Princess Jinan and that she understood her like the back of her hand. Ding Yaxin was so desperate that she was willing to turn to anyone for help. She grabbed onto Wu Junling's hand and asked, older sister, are you very familiar with feudal Princess Jinan? Can you help me say a few nice words in front of her then? Wu Junling lightly chuckled and patted her hand. I've only met her once, but my maternal aunt and older cousin are very close to her. They should be able to say a few words for you to her. Ding Yaxin was also a foolish girl. She didn't beg the younger cousin next to her and instead was groveling towards Wu Junling, who she wasn't even familiar with. She was truly too muddle-headed. She revealed an expression full of hope and said, older sister Wu, then can you tell me who your maternal aunt and older cousin are? Princess Consort Jing is my mother's blood-related older sister and Royal Prince Yang is my older cousin Ah. As she spoke, she turned towards the other maidens on the table and winked at them while revealing an ambiguous smile. Fit, the words had just left her lips when a voice could be heard from behind her. Don't start saying, older cousin, older cousin as if you're very close to him. Did you ask Royal Prince Yang his opinion about this Ah? Is he actually willing to admit that you are his younger cousin? Feudal Princess Jinan, Feudal Princess Jinan. The whole table of nobly born maidens politely stood up at the same time and paid their respects to her simultaneously. When Wu Junling heard these words, the smile on her face stiffened and congealed. She didn't expect the outwardly weak and delicate Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't actually give her any face. Instead, she made it such that she couldn't easily step away from this problem in front of everyone at the party. Wu Junling also stood up with everyone else and turned around to face Yu Xiaoxiao. She squeezed out a smile and said, younger sister Xiaoxiao, older cousin Yang and I are truly related by blood through the maternal line. Whether or not he is willing to admit it, we are still relatives. Oh, is that so? Ah? Yu Xiaoxiao was tired of seeing Wu Junling act all tranquil and peaceful as if nothing could touch her. The other girl couldn't snatch away her man, so she changed her tactics to use her familial connections to climb up the social ladder in the capital instead. Who did she think she was? But, didn't I hear Zhu Junyang personally say 2 days ago that he wanted official Wu to keep a close eye on you and your mother? That he didn't want to see you two appear in front of him again. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't harm you too. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as Wu Junling's expression abruptly changed and she revealed an innocent look on her face. Everything she said was true. Ah. She wasn't embellishing this story at all. However, the way other people heard it, it made it sound like the Wu family's wife and daughter and offended Royal Prince Yang and that Royal Prince Yang wanted nothing to do with them anymore. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, Wu Junling recalled what her older cousin had looked like when he lost control of himself and felt her heart suddenly tremble and the expression on her face darkened. She didn't expect that this Yu Xiaoxiao, who outwardly looked sweet and kind, was actually this malicious inside. The younger girl cornered her in this type of situation and made it impossible for her to step back. Who do you think you are? Ah? To allow this old woman to give you face? Ah? You're not worth it. If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear what she was thinking, she would have absolutely slapped Wu Junling. Master, the aura of evil sorcery on her is coming from that talisman that she has strung on a necklace on her chest. The pendant must be the thing holding the spell. As long as you get closer to her, this divine stone will be able to break the magic on her. Right at this point, the sound of the little divine stone's voice resonated in her mind. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't give Wu Junling the chance to quibble before she used her hand to stop the other girl from talking as she said, Miss Wu, we're not that close, so I really don't want to hear you say, younger sister Xiaoxiao, in the future. As for the relationship between you and Zhu Junyang, this young maiden won't manage it and I'm too lazy to even bother. As for the two of us, we are different people who walk different roads and cannot make plans together. Let's just agree to remain acquaintances in the future. As soon as she heard the little divine stone crow, I got it. She didn't give Wu Junling another chance to speak as she turned around swiftly to ask Yu Wanqing, younger sister Wanqing, could you tell me where the washroom is? I want to wash my hands. Her hands were originally clean but after touching a certain someone's mouth, who knew how many germs were on them now? She needed to wash them carefully with soap. Feudal Princess Jinan, please wait. Ding Yaxin had mentally prepared herself for a multitude of scenarios before she finally spoke up. She bowed deeply and sincerely stated, earlier, my lips were loose and I said, you only associate with the daughters of first-ranked officials. I admit that I was jealous then and I also admit that I was wrong about you. Thus, I am sincerely apologizing to you. Rather than having her words being twisted to and fro by other people and finally making it to the feudal Princess Jinan's ears, it was better for her to admit it outright. One had to admit that being cowardly had its benefits too. At least, she wouldn't cause any trouble that was too big to handle. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her briefly and revealed a faint smile before she slowly said, I accept your apology. However, I need to leave you with one piece of advice, it's best to think again and again before acting and don't be goaded into making a bad decision. Not all mistakes can be fixed and you will not always be forgiven for your actions. After she finished speaking, she didn't even give Wu Junling another glance before she left with the personal maidservant of Yu Wanqing to head to the washroom. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao turned to leave, the entire table of noble maidens looked at Wu Junling with disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Did she really think that anyone could cozy up to feudal Princess Jinan? And she even wanted to make a connection with Royal Prince Yang. She was truly overestimating her own abilities. If she truly was a relative of Imperial Prince Jing, then would official Wu still only be an idle 5th level official? Wu Junling was so infuriated that she almost ripped the handkerchief in her hands into shreds. She hatefully thought, isn't she just a rural bumpkin? No matter how good she's at raising crops and despite the fact that she's been titled a feudal princess, she'll never get away from her muddy peasant roots. Other people may look up to you but this young maiden won't. However, did Wu Junling ever think that just a few seconds ago that she was trying to worm her way into Xiaoxiao's good graces to get some benefits? Naturally, for the rest of the birthday banquet for the left assistant minister's daughter, Wu Junling was snubbed and ignored by the other guests. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she had personally made a 3-layer birthday cake for this celebration and had astonished everyone present with it. The cream and jam cake had the sweet and pure flavor of cream. As soon as one ate a piece, it melted in the mouth. The cake was soft and bouncy with a very fine texture. Everyone there praised it to the skies. When the maidens there found out that the Yu's frozen dessert and pastry store now had many types of fancy birthday cakes available for sale, they all sent their servants to the shop as soon as they left the Yu residence to reserve a birthday cake in advance. After all, everything that feudal Princess Jinan came out with was a smashing hit in the capital. Everyone who was somebody rushed to snatch her latest goods. By reserving a cake early, it would prevent them from having an awkward situation later on where they didn't have a birthday cake when everyone else did. Not only would that cause the host to lose face, but they would also receive the disdain of their fellow noblewomen in the future. Other than this fancy and beautiful looking cake, Yu Xiaoxiao also gave a set of skincare items that was especially suited to Yu Wanqing's skin. The items had moisturizing and protective abilities and were packaged in a delicate and beautiful gift box, making it look very high-end and classy. It was obvious that this set of skincare items was worth quite a lot. Even after getting a discount, it would cost another customer around a few thousand taels to buy. Although the Yu family didn't lack money, sending gifts required one to think of the recipient's likes and dislikes. Otherwise, even the most expensive gift may not make the person happy. For Yu Wanqing's birthday feast, they had booked Junshou's restaurant's head chef in advance to be in charge of the menu and cooking. If it wasn't for the fact they had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao, head chef Wang wouldn't personally come to cook. He was the most skilled chef at Junshou restaurant and the one who knew all of the recipes. Thus, he very rarely left his mountain. The banquet that he created obtained the compliments of every guest present, so official Yu had gained a lot of prestige from this. The guests all ate happily, so as the host, he was naturally very happy. However, the person who was the most pleased by all of this was Yu Wanqing, as this was the first time she held such an event at her home and had made so many new friends. The only person who was feeling unhappy today was Wu Junling. After all, anyone who was being snubbed and pushed out wouldn't feel very good about it. When she got home, her father, who had consumed so much alcohol that he was in a drunken stupor, even repeatedly asked her if she had managed to make a good connection with Miss Yu. It made her very irritated. However, there were more troubles ahead of her now. That night, Wu Junling had nightmares without end. The dreams all featured vengeful spirits who demanded another chance at life, and there was a thick scent of monsters about. After being scared awake, she felt like her entire room was full of ghostly presences. The usually warm weather in early autumn actually felt incredibly chilly to her and caused her to have goosebumps. Even with a few of her personal maidservants surrounding her and having all of the candles and oil lamps lit up in her room were not enough to give her a sense of security. After being tormented for an entire night, she wasn't able to sleep a wink. The next day, she seemed quite spiritless and lacking in energy. Her miserable days continued in the same vein. Every night, the neighbors next to official Wu's residence could hear the mournful cries of fear and the pitiful sounds of weeping next door. When Zhang Mei saw that her precious daughter had trouble going to sleep every night, she became extremely worried. Every mother sincerely cared about their own children. Zhang Mei felt her heart hurt after seeing her daughter suffer every night, so she spent every night next to her daughter to help her calm down. However, the effects were minuscule. Her daughter continued to clutch onto her, shivering with cold and claiming that there were ghosts around. Zhang Mei couldn't help but recall what her daughter was like prior to turning 3. Back then, she also said that she could see ghosts and was often so scared that she turned feverish. She had gone to countless temples and monasteries to beg for protective amulets and had also invited senior monks over to drive these monsters away for her girl. However, the results were unsatisfactory. It continued until a gloomy-looking middle-aged Taoist priest dropped by and claimed that he could fix her daughter's problems. By then, she had seen many swindlers and didn't harbor much hope for this man. However, that Taoist priest said that if what he did had no effect, then he wouldn't charge them. Only then did she make a decision to have him try. She didn't expect that once her daughter started wearing the protective amulet that he made, she was finally able to sleep without any problems. Over a decade had passed since then and they never had another episode of her daughter seeing ghosts again. She originally believed that the problem had been resolved once and for all. However, suddenly, her daughter's old problem had come back again. The world was vast and boundless and that Taoist priest didn't leave them a way to contact him. Where would they find him now? Since she was being frightened to death every night and didn't have much energy during the day, Wu Junling, who used to be beautiful and full of life, very quickly wilted like a dying flower. Her complexion was deathly pale and there were obvious dark circles under the eyes. If she wanted to act in a horror movie, she wouldn't even need to have makeup done to fit in. If this continued on for much longer, it was possible that she might lose her life one day. That couldn't happen. It absolutely couldn't happen. Zhang Mei had heard that the Grand Master Yuanwei of Huguo Temple was an experienced senior monk. In fact, in the past, the Emperor Emeritus himself had asked him to divine his fortune for the future. Although Grand Master Yuanwei no longer interfered in the mundane world and had gone into closed-door contemplation to recite sutras in the past few years, saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7th-floor pagoda. If it involved her daughter's life, Grand Master Yuanwei wouldn't just sit idly and watch her die, right? Zhang Mei lowered her head and asked concubine Chu for permission to leave the residence. After obtaining it, she brought her daughter along to go to Huguo Temple, which was outside the capital. The temple was located on top of a small scenic mountain surrounded by quiet lands and their teachings emphasized having a sincere and honest heart. Thus, all carriages and sedans had to stop at the foot of the mountain and believers had to ascend to the mountain by foot using the stone steps in order to enter the temple. After being tormented for days and days, Wu Junling was at the edge of either a physical or mental breakdown. It was only with the support of her mother and maid servants that she was finally able to ascend the stone stairs to Huguo Temple after taking many breaks along the way. However, when they inquired after the Grand Master, they discovered that he had gone traveling. After asking in more detail, they discovered that Grand Master Yuanwei would only be back in about a dozen days. Zhang Mei and Wu Junling felt their hearts drop in despair. It had only been half a month and Wu Junling had been worn down until she was starting to resemble a ghost herself. If she continued to have ghosts swirling about her for the next dozen days, she might not be able to hold on and become a ghost herself. Fortunately, the person left in charge of Huguo Temple, Grandmaster Himing, who was also the head disciple of Grandmaster Yuanwei, felt sympathy for these two women after hearing their story and had them sent into one of the side courtyards to live in until Grandmaster Yuanwei came back. The two women listened to scriptures every day and were living on consecrated temple lands now. Only then did Wu Junling's nightmares of seeing ghosts stop and she was finally able to sleep comfortably for a few nights in a row. By the time Wu Junling and her mother had reached Huguo Temple to wait for Grandmaster Yuanwei to come back, the grapes on the back mountains of the imperial plantation had ripened. There were green grapes, purple grapes and the milky white long white grapes. All of them were sweet and fresh and left a delicious flavor in a person's mouth. When they came on the market, they were as blazingly popular as the honey peaches and caused a sensation. Naturally, the lines to buy these grapes grew longer with every passing day. He Wanning, Royal Princess Minglan, Ning Dongwan and the other people who had gone picking peaches last time all succeeded in receiving invitations from Yu Xiaoxiao to go to the imperial plantation for a fun outing. In addition, they also added on Yu Wanqing, who had just reached the age of 13. Originally, Lady Yu was planning on accompanying her on this trip. Her daughter had almost never left her side since she was small. Because her face had that issue, she took special care of her and raised her in a way that made her very sheltered and almost everything had to be decided by her. Suddenly, her daughter was about to go out with a bunch of young masters and maidens out to play and she even heard that they were planning on hunting. How could Lady Yu feel comfortable about that? This was the first time Yu Wanqing did her best to resist her mother's intent. She acted spoiled and whined that the other older sisters didn't have their parents accompanying them. If her mother came along, then those older sisters would definitely laugh at her. However, Lady Yu's thoughts were that her daughter was the youngest out of the group and had never gone out alone. In fact, she had only started learning how to ride a horse. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Yu Wanqing then brought out older sister Xiaoxiao as an example and stated that when the other girl was around 8 to 9 years old, she was even doing business at the docks, selling recipes to Junshou restaurant, planting vegetables and watermelons. When Xiaoxiao was 10, she was starting to help Royal Prince Yang plant the newly brought over crop from the Western Hemisphere, corn, and coming up with ways to breed crops to make them more high-yielding. When older sister Yu was titled as a 6th-rank agricultural official by the emperor, she wasn't even as old as I am today. Even then she rode a horse daily to go back and forth between the capital and plantation. Although I'm not as smart and capable as her friend, I can't be too weak. Don't you think so too, mother? This was one of the main reasons why she managed to convince Lady Yu. Yu Wanqing had been bright and considerate since she was young. It was only because of her face that she had been bound to the inner courtyard for long. Although she was a bit more on the shy side and a bit more cowardly, she was still optimistic and strong in spirit. In fact, she frequently helped to comfort her mother, who loved her dearly. Lady Yu didn't believe that her daughter was inferior to other people. She was incredibly intelligent and was skilled at all of the 4 arts. Her poetry was very lively. If it wasn't for the fact that her skin disease had hindered her, she might even be a very famous and talented young maiden in the capital at this point. Lady Yu felt her heart soften after looking at her daughter's eyes, which were full of expectation. In addition, her husband had also said that it would be hard for a pine tree raised in a pot to reach the skies, and that chicks raised under a mother's wings found it hard to fly. It wasn't as if she didn't understand these concepts. Thus, although she was still worried, she still agreed to her daughter's request. That day, everyone ate to their fill and were able to play to their heart's content, especially the little lass Yu Wanqing who had run around ecstatically. She had picked bunches of grapes, trapped wild hares, gone on a picnic, helped brew some wine, she even tried crushing grapes with her feet and enjoyed the experience. She was incredibly happy after this outing. When she got back, her face had turned red from sun exposure and the smile on her face was exceptionally bright. She chattered happily about everything she had experienced that day and talked endlessly to her father and mother. She even gestured excitedly with her arms and hands and let out small peals of laughter. Compared to that timid and gutless Yu Wanqing who pretended to be strong, it was as if another person had appeared. Official Yu, Lady Yu, and Yu Wanqing's older brothers were all incredibly gratified to see the change in her. An optimistic, open, and lively Yu Wanqing was a complete stranger to them but they were also glad to see her in this way. Lady Yu decided that the 2 best decisions she had ever made in her life were this. 1. She had persevered in marrying her husband despite her parents' opposition. 2. On that warm spring day, she had nervously brought her daughter into blossoming beauties doors. Her first decision had led her to have a husband who loved her dearly and a blissful and happy family. The second decision had given her a healthy, beautiful and confident daughter. She truly felt like she had hit the jackpot in life and was now pleased with everything. The scenery goes on for 1,000 measures. In the north is the Xing'an mountain range, lively things all congregate together and the mountains are linked into valleys. All in all, it is a fertile land with plenty of animals around. From the descriptions alone, it could clearly be seen that the imperial hunting grounds had natural conditions that were superior to others. After being jostled on horseback for half a month, Yu Xiaoxiao finally got to experience the fascinating and beautiful allure of the wild lands outside the walls. Here, the mountains and plateaus flowed into one another and there were rolling hills everywhere the eye could see. The rivers and lakes dotted the landscape like glittering stars and the dense forests crisscrossed through the grasslands. The vast ocean of prairie land was especially a glorious sight. It was said that during the spring and summer, this area was full of life and carpeted with lush green grass. During the autumn, the thick forests would become dyed in spectacular colors and the air would be filled with the sweet aroma of fruit. In winter, the land would be carpeted in silvery snow, making the trees look as if they were made of jade. Was this the main reason why the transmigrated emperor decided to hold the autumn hunt here? That was right. The imperial family's autumn hunt, which had undergone preparations for the past 2 years, had finally opened not long after Xiao Xiao and her group of friends had their grape-picking gathering. She didn't need Zhu Junyang or he wanting to plead for this favor as she herself had been personally picked by the emperor to come along. For this autumn hunt, invitations had obviously gone out to people like Royal Prince Yang and He Wanning, who were the blood-related relatives of the emperor. Following that, the officials who had done meritorious deeds had also been granted the favor from the emperor to come along. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao could barely be considered a part of those official ranks and would have been given a nondescript position in the procession. However, this time, she had to proceed along with a group of white-bearded old imperial physicians who were almost always right next to the emperor, empress, and prince. She could clearly feel that some imperial physicians, such as Imperial Physician Wang, were regarding her with a scathing gaze. Yu Xiaoxiao could only express her own innocence. It wasn't as if she was the one who clamored for this spot and was pretending to be a medical expert. In fact, the emperor himself had said that she was very skilled at treating pediatric ailments and had contributed greatly to this area of medicine. He was afraid that his beloved children, such as the prince, would not acclimate well to the change in surroundings and insisted on bringing her into the physician ranks. In other people's eyes, being next to the emperor was a very glorious thing that brought honor to one's family. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to scoff at those people. She didn't want this kind of honor, all right. Anyone within the vicinity of the emperor was being watched by everyone around them and she had to guard every word and action she did. She felt like she was being imprisoned by chains being here and didn't have the slightest bit of freedom. Even when she rode her horse she had to make sure that her posture was ramrod straight, it was quite tiring. Luckily, Zhu Junyang, who was officially in charge of the emperor's safety, would, from time to time, use his authority as an excuse to spend time next to her. He would always ask in concern whether she was tired or thirsty. When he noticed the exhaustion on her face, Zhu Junyang spurred fierce wind forward and arrived next to Xiao Xiao. He quietly said, "We still have about half an hour to go before we'll arrive at the temporary imperial residence. Just hold on for a little bit longer, I have some pears that some subordinates gave me. Although they are not as good as the ones grown on the imperial plantation, they can still quench your thirst. Yanger, are you secretly giving your little wife some good things again? Yet you didn't leave a portion for us. Looks like I took care of you for nothing." The sound of the emperor's voice could be heard from the nearby sedan. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at this. The journey here was too long and monotonous so the emperor always found some time to make fun of her and Zhu Junyang. Wasn't he starting again now? Zhu Junyang replied in a serious manner, "In reply to your imperial majesty, this subject bought the pears from a small merchant on the side of the road. I do not know the origin of these fruits, so how could I dare give them to you?" The scope of the autumn hunt was quite large and there were some brave merchants and peddlers who drove ox and donkey carts along the procession to sell some local goods, articles of daily use, and other goods to the officials in the line. When the soldiers guarding the line didn't stop them and they ended up making good profits, the number of merchants increased day by day. It got to the point when it was starting to resemble a small moving bazaar. From time to time, Zhu Junyang took advantage of his position as a guard and made sure to patrol around and take the time to look at the goods of these merchants. He would always buy some things that he felt that Xiao Xiao needed or things that weren't commonly seen in the capital for her. Zhu Junpin felt like his younger cousin was becoming less and less cute as time went on. No matter how much he tried to tease the youth, the prince always kept the same stoic expression on his face. Not interesting at all. "Imperial father, I'm thirsty and want to eat some fruit." "Feudal Princess Jinan, I heard that you brought along quite a few good things along in your luggage carriage. Can you let this prince go take a look?" The young imperial prince was sitting in the same carriage as the emperor. He was a bit bored from sitting inside and wanted to go out to get some fresh air. The empress looked at her son's eyes that were full of expectation and smiled. "Winner has been stuck in this carriage the entire time. Even I, as an adult, feel a bit irritable from sitting for so long, let alone him, right? Your imperial majesty, let him go out and relax a bit. With Royal Prince Yang guarding him, we don't need to be worried about his safety." Although Zhu Junpin was a bit strict with his heir, he wasn't strict beyond reason. He rubbed his son's little face and nodded. "You need to listen to Royal Prince Yang and Feudal Princess Jinan. You're not allowed to be stubborn and willful. This son will remember imperial father's words." The little fellow was indeed quite eager. As soon as the emperor gave his permission, he yelped in glee and jumped off the carriage. Zhu Junpin's forehead slightly creased into a frown. Before he could say anything, the empress interjected, "Imperial Majesty, Winner is still only a child of around 7 to 8. You've often said that we should preserve our son's childhood for as long as possible and not try to break his spirit. Normally, you've often told me that Winner seems a bit old for his age. Today, this is the first time in a long while since he's shown such a spirited and childish air around him. I hope you can forgive him for this. We weren't going to admonish him for this. In fact, we were only worried that our son jumped out of the carriage without waiting for it to stop. It's a bit dangerous to do that. Do you think you are his biological mother while I am merely his stepfather? Ah." In private, Zhu Junpin often stopped using the imperial forms of address with the empress and spoke to her as if they were a normal married couple. He felt that using those old-fashioned forms of address was too stifling and made it seem like they weren't a family. The empress glared coquettishly at him and stated, "Just what are you saying? Stop blabbering. Right now we're in public, so be careful that other people don't hear you." She had long gotten used to Zhu Junpin cracking undignified jokes from time to time. She wasn't sure how other emperors interacted with their empresses, but the emperor always treated her in a way that showed how much he loved and cared about her. Sometimes he would even give her some small tokens. It made it such that she never regretted marrying into the imperial family and entering the deep inner palace. At this time, the imperial prince that they were talking about was currently riding his little pony with Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao accompanying him. He was regarding all of the peddlers and merchants with great interest. Sometimes he would ask them what one thing was and then pick up something else a moment later to ask about that. The small merchants and peddlers were very courteous to them. Even if they only asked about their wares and never bought anything, the merchants never revealed a hint of resentment. After all, the people in this entourage, even a small insignificant maidservant, weren't people that these commoners could ever afford to offend. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she was behind the two and had bought quite a bit of good medicinal herbs. The imperial hunting grounds were located on the south side of the Xing'an mountain range and had a lot of unique products. The locals often went out to gather medicinal plants and would come back with rare species. How could Xiaoxiao, who was excited by all of this newness, possibly go home empty-handed? Korean pine nuts, tasty delicious pine nuts. Maybe it was because he noticed that the eldest imperial prince and Xiaoxiao looked like half-grown children, but the uncle selling nuts enthusiastically called out to them. In her past life, Yu Xiaoxiao loved snacking on pine nuts the most. However, because Korean pines were slowly decreasing in number during that time, the amount of Korean pine nuts that were produced had also decreased, so she never had the chance to try any then. She arrived in front of the nut peddler and picked up a plump pine nut and asked, "Can I taste this? Ah. Honored customer, feel free to try as many as you like. The pine nuts I have here are fat and very tasty. I guarantee that you can't stop from eating just one." The older uncle grinned until his eyes closed into a line. These fresh pine nuts had a very special nutty fragrance and eating one spread the aroma throughout one's mouth. As expected, these pine nuts were much more delicious than the ones she had bought off of the internet in her past life. Yu Xiaoxiao bought out the merchant's entire stock of Korean pine nuts and also bought some hickory nuts and hazelnuts. The hazelnuts and hickory nuts she bought were still in their shells, so it was a bit difficult to eat them. However, didn't she have Zhu Junyang by her side, who was skilled at everything and was thus her own personal nutcracker? Nuts that took her forever to crack open only took a little pressure from his hand to pop open, revealing the delicious nut meat inside. Thus, Zhu Junyang was in charge of cracking the nuts while Xiaoxiao and the eldest imperial prince ate them. It was a perfect pairing. Other than nuts, there were also merchants selling fur pelts. However, compared to the fur pelts that Royal Prince Yang brought back last year, these pelts were of much inferior quality. Yu Xiaoxiao only glanced at the offerings and then quickly lost interest in the fur merchants. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's personal luggage carriage had arrived before them. Xiaoxiao invited the eldest imperial prince to sit in her carriage for a bit. Zhu Hanwen wasn't very interested in sitting down again, but when he found out that Xiaoxiao was planning on squeezing fresh fruit juice for him and was even going to add ice, he was immediately hooked. He had heard from his friends that the Yu's frozen dessert and pastry shop made the best snacks that were suited for the summer. He knew that his imperial father had gone out a few times incognito to eat at the frozen dessert store. He had once begged his imperial father to bring him along so he could try, but his father had given the excuse that little children are not allowed to eat ice, to refuse his request. He naturally knew that the frozen dessert and pastry store was owned by feudal Princess Jinan. The store's iced drinks and desserts all came from her hands. Now, on the road, they were limited by their circumstances, so he couldn't eat any frozen desserts. However, he was able to drink some fresh pressed fruit juice that was iced with no problems. Zhu Hanwen entered Xiaoxiao's personal carriage and Zhu Junyang used the excuse of guarding the eldest imperial prince to also shamelessly enter as well. Zhu Hanwen disdained the other prince's actions inwardly. No wonder imperial father always says that royal Prince Yang sticks to feudal Princess Jinan like glue. He acts as if he has to keep the wolves, other men, from her at all times. It's truly as imperial father says. I'm only a 7 to 8-year-old child, yet he doesn't feel comfortable letting the two of us sit in one carriage. He's truly too much. Zhu Junyang, this prince isn't sticking to other people's wives, so what's wrong with me sticking around my future little wife? Is there anything wrong with that? Little brat, wait until you get older and you start understanding things. The outside of Yu Xiaoxiao's carriage looked quite normal, but the inside was very spacious and had also incorporated many design elements that she had proposed. Zhu Junyang had helped her acquire many of the more exotic items contained in her carriage. For example, she was currently holding a handheld juicer in her hands, and this instrument was something that she had described. Zhu Junyang had written out what she wanted and had hired a foreign artisan to create her equipment. This time, Xiaoxiao had brought along Wudong and Yingchun as her two personal maidservants. She also took the two maidservants that Zhu Junyang had given to her, who knew some martial arts, to act as bodyguards for her. She had Wudong bring out a few snow pears and bunches of grapes from the back storage, clean them with water, and then cut the snow pears into small chunks. Zhu Hanwen curiously watched as Xiaoxiao stuffed the chunks of snow pears into that odd contraption made of wood. After she cranked something that faintly resembled a hand, pure snow pear juice slowly flowed out of another opening into a transparent glass cup. Wow, that's so interesting. May this prince try as well. Zhu Hanwen, after all, had a child's heart and was eager to try after watching this happen. Yu Xiaoxiao used a damp handkerchief to wipe his hands clean and then slowly let him try. The principle behind the juice maker was quite simple. By using an inward spiral, it could crush the flesh of the fruit and press out juice. The raw juice would then flow through a filtering area and pure juice would flow out in the end. Using it was also quite easy, so Zhu Hanwen quickly became familiar with it and started to play with relish. Cup after cup of juice was pressed. In addition to snow pear juice, there was also grape juice. Zhu Hanwen drank a cup of snow pear juice with honey added in and started on his pressed juice business again. The juice was sent to the emperor and empress by his personal eunuch accompanying them. Upon hearing that it was pressed by their son, they were deeply moved by the little guy's filial piety. The juice tasted even better now. At noon, the summer's heat was giving off its full power. Prince Jing, who was on horseback, saw the cups of many different colored juices that were sent out from the back of the group. He touched the water bag at his waist that had been empty for a long time and lamented that he had a fake son. Even at 7 to 8 years old, the eldest imperial prince knew to be filial to the emperor and empress. His son, on the other hand, would follow behind the little girl whenever he had free time. Alas, the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse day by day. Before he could finish lamenting, Dong Dali, Zhu Junyang's bodyguard and servant, came over carefully with a cup of snow pear juice. Your Highness, are you thirsty? This is our master's filial piety towards you. Was it personally pressed by that boy? The gloominess in Prince Jing's heart disappeared and his eyes shone with pride. After taking the juice, he didn't forget to flaunt it to the other members of the imperial family around him. Dong Dali seemed to know what the prince was thinking and said in a loud voice, Yes, Your Highness, it was personally pressed by our master. Have a drink first. If there isn't enough, there's also grape juice, tangerine juice, and pomegranate juice. Prince Jing finished drinking the sweet and thirst-quenching snow pear juice in one breath. He purposely smacked his lips and said, Go, let that boy squeeze a cup of grape juice for his father again. I didn't expect that last Xiao Cao to bring so many fruits. It's been more than half a month but she still has more in stock. Xiao Cao's luggage carriages could be considered to be a line of supply carts. In fruits alone, she had brought along 5 carts, and all were preserved with ice. There were also ingredients to make all kinds of pastries, seasonings for grilling meat, etc. Everything that needed to be there was there. Zhu Junyang once laughed at her, saying that she could open a food shop at the imperial hunting grounds. At the time, Yu Xiaocao thought, do you really think I'm willing to bring so much food along? Did you ever think that, as a small 6th rank official in a group of 1st and 2nd ranking officials, anyone could crush me to death? If she brought less food along, after being robbed by one person and having another take something else, would she have any left for herself? In fact, right now was a prime example. The eldest imperial prince pressed cup after cup of juice for fun. In no time, dozens of caddies of fruit had gone down and he still hadn't stopped pressing juice. Eldest imperial prince, are you trying to burst the stomachs of the emperor and empress? Luckily, Zhu Junyang persuaded him to stop. After he pressed 2 more cups of juice for Prince Jing, Yu Xiaocao thought about it for a moment. She didn't have any relatives to show filial piety to. The only one who was qualified to accompany the emperor was her godfather, who had a post at the port in Tanggu town. She lifted the curtains and looked out towards the white figure beside the bright yellow carriage. An immortal-like figure appeared in front of her eyes. Yu Xiaocao pressed a cup of snow pear juice and sent Wudong over with it. The emperor and empress drank the fruit juice happily at first. Later on, they sipped on the juice with a bitter look on their faces while holding their stomachs. In the end, there were cups full of juice on the carriage. Su Ran could tell the eldest imperial prince was addicted to playing with the juice presser as he sent cup after cup of juice over. The emperor and empress were unwilling to share the fruit juice that their son had personally made with other people, so they could only drink until they were stuffed. They drank until they were about to burst, but at least they were still better off than those who couldn't even drink 1 cup, right? Su Ran took a glance at the emperor who had a look of satisfaction on his face. Sadness suddenly rose in his heart. If he hadn't entered the palace back then, would he have a family of his own right now? Children might be playing around his knees and filially bringing him a cup of tea. Sir Su, our young miss has asked this servant to bring you a cup of juice. Please enjoy it. Although she had seen head steward Su a few times before, Wudong was still impressed by his beautiful appearance and face. How could someone be so handsome and unique? Su Ran, who had been interrupted out of his thoughts, glanced at the snow-white pear juice. The transparent cup had crystal-clear water droplets on the outside. That lass, Xiao Cao, was so attentive. She knew that he liked to eat cold foods and added ice to the juice. Su Ran's eyes softened and an intoxicating soft light flooded his gaze. If Xiao Cao saw his expression right now, she would be dazzled by it. He took the snow pear juice and took a sip of it with his slightly red lips. A refreshing sweetness seeped into his heart. The melancholy and unwillingness in his heart seemed to follow the cool taste into his heart, turning into sweet juice. At his age, if he had married early, he would have a child of about 12 to 13 years of age. If he had a daughter, would she be smart, capable, attentive, and kind like that last Xiao Cao? The cup of juice was downed in one gulp. Su Ran's heart felt slightly melancholy. If he wasn't a eunuch, taking the Yu family's lass as a goddaughter would have been a good choice. Unfortunately, with his position and identity, it would only bring the lass a lot of trouble and make her a laughingstock. It was better this way, not too far and not too close, observing her silently. When it was necessary, he'd help. This was the best choice. A cup of juice being sent out caught many people's attention. Lu Hao of the Yulin division took advantage of the break during shift changes and came to Xiao Cao's carriage after wiping his face to ask for some fruit juice to drink. The eldest imperial prince hadn't played enough and excitedly said, Beloved official Lu has worked hard. I'd like to reward you with a cup of juice that I pressed. Lu Hao didn't expect the prince to also be there. In a panic, he said, I don't dare let your highness work for me. Let Miss Yu's servant girl press a cup for this subject. After finishing the cup of juice in a couple of gulps, he quickly left. He was afraid that the eldest imperial prince would reward him with a cup of juice. Even though the emperor and empress couldn't finish the juices personally pressed by the eldest imperial prince, they still weren't given to others. If they found out that he had drunk the juice pressed by their son, he didn't know how they would think. With Lu Hao as an example, several of the noble young ladies who were on friendly terms with Yu Xiaocao, along with Ning Dongwan and his brother who were thick-skinned enough to come up, all came to ask for juice. They also asked that ice should be added. They really thought of her place as a mobile juice stand and the kind that was free too. Just when Yingchun came up with a bitter look on her face and stated that they were running out of fruits from the cart behind them, they finally arrived at the temporary imperial residence for the imperial hunting grounds. The temporary imperial residence was built in a hurry with limited funds. Compared to the tourist attractions of her past life, it was simpler. Fortunately, the scenery nearby made up for the furnishing of the temporary imperial residence. The forest here was lush. There was plenty of water and plants, and, from time to time, hawks and falcons would fly across the sky, giving a different sense of feeling compared to the inner lands. The hunt was scheduled to begin on the next day. After a short rest, Yu Xiaoxiao came to the meadow outside the temporary imperial palace and looked out towards the 1,000 acres of grasslands. Not far away, under the double peaks surrounded by clouds and shadows, the Yisan River rushed down. The vast grassland was dotted with wildflowers. This pure and natural scenery opened up people's hearts. How is it? Not bad, right? The emperor's voice rang out from behind her and he stopped her from giving a salute. Zhu Junpin sighed. In my past life, I heard that the Mulan Imperial Hunting Grounds was the source of water, the hometown of the clouds, the world of flowers and the ocean of forest. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to go see it. This life, I can finally fulfill my wish. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Ran who was behind the emperor and blinked a few times thinking, the emperor trusts Sir Su so much that he even talks about past lives and this life in front of him without any hindrance. There's something between them. One has the manner of delicate beauty, while the other is rich and handsome. One is handsome beyond compare, while the other has the looks of immortal beauty. A perfect match of a domineering power and gentle beauty. Ouch. Who hit me? What are you thinking about? That pair of shifty eyes of yours hasn't stopped roving around. There can't be anything good going on in that mind, right? Zhu Junpin pulled back the fan that he had used to hit her and turned his gaze back out towards the grassland. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth moved but she didn't tell the truth in the end. Her neck was too fragile to survive an encounter with the guillotine the emperor used to chop off people's heads. It also wouldn't survive being snapped in two by Sir Su. She changed the subject. Gray skies, vast wilderness, cattle and sheep can be seen in the grass blown by the wind. Why can't you see herds of cattle and sheep? I'd want to try the flavor of a whole roasted sheep. Zhu Junpin chuckled. This is the Imperial Hunting Grounds, which was commandeered by us. Naturally, you won't see the common people releasing cattle or sheep. It's rumored that there are bighorn sheep and wild deer in the forest on this grassland. When it comes time, there won't be any less for you to eat. Your Imperial Majesty, aren't you the most frugal and diligent? How can you think of wasting money to create an Imperial hunting ground for autumn hunting? Yu Xiaoxiao was looking for something to talk about and casually picked a question to ask. Zhu Junpin raised his eyebrows at her and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Weren't those transmigration novels popular in our past lives? Weren't there a lot of female readers? I don't believe that you have seen any of them. Tell me, are you on the side of the fourth prince or the eighth prince? Of course it's the fourth prince. Although the gentle, jade-like, honest gentleman eighth prince is very attractive, the fourth prince is more to my taste. He is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. In public, he's just a nice prince. However, in private, he turns into a loyal dog. That's the type one like. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She didn't expect the emperor to have the same pursuits as her in his past life. Zhu Junpin's eyes flashed with a bantering light and he made a loud, "Oh," in assent. Then, he quipped, "No wonder then. No wonder you chose Zhu Junyang, that sullen man. What choice or no choice? Did I have a chance to choose?" The current her was labeled by Royal Prince Yang. It was too unfair. If that guy changed his mind, she would die alone. Alas, this patriarchal society was truly too unfair. Zhu Junpin gossipy heart flourished, and, with the face of a gossiping woman, he asked, "Tell the truth, if you had to choose between Ning Donglin, who is elegant and comparable to a gentleman, and Zhu Junyang, who is majestic, cold and stern, how would you make your decision?" Ning Donglin. What does this have to do with him? I'm not familiar with him. Okay. Although his appearance is very pleasing to me, I'm not a person who likes to just look at a person's appearance. Besides, my Zhu Junyang's appearance isn't any worse than his, alright. Yu Xiaoxiao was audacious enough to obviously roll her eyes at the emperor. Su Ran looked appreciatively on the sidelines and thought, this lass's courage can't be compared to that of ordinary people. Maybe it was because the two people came from the same place. When they spoke, there wasn't any care about the difference between monarch and subject or the distinction between superiors and inferiors. Zhu Junpin grinned evilly and continued, "My, Zhu Junyang. Looks like you've already made the choice in your mind. I pity Ning Donglin, the embers of love are going to be put out heartlessly before they can even be ignited." Zhu Junpin is referring to the novel Babu Jingxin. It was made into a very famous television drama called Scarlet Heart. In the story, the main character has to choose between the eighth prince and the fourth prince. Don't speak nonsense. Which eye of yours saw Ning Donglin's favorable impression toward me? He's gentle toward everyone, alright. You're the emperor, don't be like a gossiping woman, it's really painful to look at. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to continue on this subject. If Zhu Junyang heard this and became overwhelmingly jealous, it wouldn't be fun. Since rebirth, it was the first time he heard such impolite words directed towards him. Zhu Junpin poked her and huffed, "You dare say I'm a gossiping woman and that it hurts to look at? Lass, do you know how to write the word, death?" "I don't know. I'm illiterate in this life as I didn't go to school." Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the other party didn't have any signs of anger, so she stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. "Do you want me to teach you?" Zhu Junpin revealed a sinister expression. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes innocently and smiled flatteringly at him. "Your Imperial Majesty, you deal with a myriad of important matters every day, so I won't bother you. Besides, this word is too unlucky. It's better to learn more auspicious words like imperial gift, reward, and promotion." Ah. Dream on. Zhu Junpin gave her a sidelong glare and continued on the previous topic. You've seen so many transmigration romance stories, so aren't you curious about the Mulan autumn hunting grounds of this world? So you made this hunting ground to satisfy your curiosity. Yu Xiaoxiao refused to admit that she was also interested in the autumn hunts from the Qing dynasty. Zhu Junpin showed a pleased expression and said, in the past, I was concerned about the hardship of the people in the empty treasury. Aren't the lives of the people better and the country is becoming more prosperous with peaceful people because I discovered your talents? What's wrong with having an autumn hunt that the subject and the emperor can enjoy together to celebrate? Oh, by the way, having such an event can also frighten and pacify the foreign tribes outside the borders. So what's wrong with having this happen? All of a sudden, Xiaoxiao pointed toward the people on horseback coming towards them from afar and asked uncertainly, Your Imperial Majesty, there's people racing horses on your imperial hunting ground and no one is taking charge of it. Isn't the management too bad? Zhu Junpin's eyes were quite keen. He saw the white-haired elderly man in the center clearly and with a wry smile said, no matter how brave the management is, they wouldn't dare try to manage him. Even if it was me, I wouldn't dare to stop him from using the imperial hunting grounds as a horse racetrack. Yu Xiaoxiao also saw who was taking the lead and asked in surprise, The Emperor Emeritus. When did he come? How come we didn't see him on the road? He thought the carriages were going too slow, so he took a few bodyguards and came ahead on horseback. As he said this, the Emperor Emeritus and his group approached them swiftly. Yu Junpin hurriedly expressed his concerns, Grandfather, you should slow down. Age isn't merciful, so you should take it easy. Haha, I've practiced for several decades with the army here in the northeast. I'm quite fond of this piece of grassland, so I still think of it. Unfortunately, in later times, the air in this place is no longer as fresh and the sky is also not as clear. The over 60-year-old Emperor Emeritus agilely jumped off of his horse's back and onto the ground. The skill he showed was very robust as if he had gone back to his 20s and 30s when he was still fighting on horseback. This was also thanks to Xiaoxiao's medicinal food, which helped nurture his body. 3 or 4 years ago, he would need help getting on and off the horse. At that time, he often exclaimed, a hero's old age is the setting sun. Unexpectedly, the medicinal food he impatiently ate was actually quite effective. In the past, it was the old head steward begging him and watching him eat it. Now, he would ask for a bowl on his own. On one hand, it was because he learned about the effects of medicinal food, but on the other hand, it was because the taste of the food wasn't too shabby. Su Ran's eyes flashed. From the Emperor Emeritus's tone, he could tell that the Emperor Emeritus came from the same place as the Emperor and Yu Xiaoxiao. Earlier when the Emperor used the phrase, past life, Xiaoxiao, that lass, secretly looked at him. Could it be that they all reincarnated with the memories of their previous lives? The Emperor Emeritus should have been a senior general who had been in the army for decades. The Emperor's past life, he should have been a shipbuilder. This explained why, when he was young, he was able to supervise the design and building of a fleet of ocean-worthy ships. In Miss Yu's past life, she was good at farming, cooking, and preserving good health. By pure accident, Chief Steward Su had actually felt his way to the doorway of truth. The old head steward wasn't surprised by the crazy words of the Emperor Emeritus anymore, and his bodyguards also knew what could and what couldn't be said. The old head steward glanced at Su Ran, and the two of them exchanged a look that had a tacit understanding. Greetings towards your Imperial Majesty. Yu Xiaoxiao took advantage of the gap between the two people talking to give a salute to the old yet strong Emperor Emeritus. The Emperor Emeritus saw her and his eyes narrowed into a smile. Last Xiaoxiao is here too. Looks like the meal for tonight will be quite good. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched a bit and she had the feeling that she was being used as a cook. The Emperor is out on a tour accompanied by his Imperial chefs. Could you guys quit thinking of me? As if he could see into the little lass's mind, the Emperor Emeritus's expression wasn't happy as he said, now that I'm back to my old place, I want to eat some authentic northeastern food but no one is serving any. It's really annoying. I've eaten all at all the restaurants and eateries nearby, and I still can't find that feeling from the past. Xiaoxiao, when I was Dongshan village and ate the pork stewed with vermicelli you made, that was the taste that I was looking for. Since it already came to this, could you Xiaoxiao still refuse? Let alone the fact that it was the Emperor Emeritus making this request, even if it was an ordinary old man missing the taste of home, she still couldn't refuse. Yu Xiao maintained the smile on her face and said, Your Imperial Majesty, this subject doesn't know many dishes from the northeast. I hope you won't be disappointed. Not disappointed, not disappointed. The Emperor Emeritus guffawed and said, as long as it's made by you, the taste definitely can't be bad. Let the people in charge of the temporary imperial residence buy the ingredients you need. Oh right, I have some wild pheasants here that I hunted. Ask whether the temporary imperial residence bought any mushrooms yet. Do you know how to make stewed mushrooms with chicken? Ah. Stewed mushrooms with chicken wasn't a difficult dish, so who didn't know how to make it? She was just afraid that the taste of the one she made would be different from the one that was in his memory. Yu Xiaoxiao showed an expression of reluctance. The most difficult food to make was recreating a taste from memory because it was the hardest to replicate. How could the Emperor Emeritus not see her reluctance? He laughed more heartily. Don't worry. I'm not a picky person. Make it however you want. It's fine if it's not good. Yu Xiaoxiao resignedly went back to the temporary imperial residence. In the small kitchen, in the Emperor Emeritus's courtyard, she started to get busy. That evening there was stewed mushrooms with chicken, sweet and sour crispy pork, 3 treasures from the earth, crispy fried pork, northeastern hot pot, plus pork stewed with vermicelli at the table. All of these dishes were authentic northeastern dishes. Taking into account the spicy tastes of the emperor, she also made several Sichuan dishes as well. This made all 4 generations of the imperial family, from the grandparent to the great-grandchildren, enjoy their meal with relish. That's right, in addition to the Emperor Emeritus and Emperor, Prince Jing and the eldest Imperial Prince were also at the table. Prince Jing said this was the first time he ate northeastern food. He was the son of the Emperor Emeritus, so their tastes were similar. The sweet and sour crispy pork and crispy fried pork were quite to his liking. The father and son pair basically ended up eating these two dishes in their entirety. The arrival of the eldest Imperial Prince allowed Xiao Cao to add two dishes that children liked, sweet and sour pork chops and roasted chicken wings. Zhu Hanwen ate the pork chops and chicken wings one by one. His small mouth grew a mustache as he ate. Paired with fresh juice, he ate until his stomach was round. A little eunuch was told to take him on a long walk to aid with digestion before allowing him to return to his palace to rest. Zhu Junyang took pity on her for cooking so many dishes and accompanied her to explore the grassland under the moonlight. Galloping on the grasslands was what Xiao Cao had in mind that afternoon. Sadly, it was ruined by the Emperor and Emperor Emeritus. Tonight was the 15th and the moon was bright. The grassland seemed to be covered with a snow-white frost, which added a sense of mystery to the vast meadow. The two horses, Little Red and Fierce Wind, were itching to have a go. Little Red, in particular, could rarely run to her heart's content. Usually, she was either in the city itself or in the suburbs of the capital and had to be content with holding back her speed. Upon seeing the boundless green grassland, she had long been unable to hold back. As soon as her master gave the order, she immediately spread her hooves and rushed out like lightning. Luckily Xiao Cao and her horse seemed to be linked through their hearts. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown off. Fierce Wind didn't decline this challenge. He didn't wait for his master's orders and instead shot off after Little Red like it was a conditioned reflex. One black figure and one red figure turned into shadows under the moonlight, galloping together. It appeared incredibly harmonious, natural, and beautiful. The two people seemed to have let go of the reins, allowing the two horses to gallop freely. They were on the imperial hunting grounds anyway, so they would never get lost no matter how far they ran. Besides, the two horses were intelligent and could remember the path. Fierce Wind was exceptionally intelligent. He once brought his master, who was unconscious and wounded, back to camp from the battlefield and had been turned into a legend. After the two riders had enjoyed their ride, they slowed down and trotted along the road. Zhu Junyang took a look at Little Red, who was no worse than the Fergana horse under him and had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly asked, Xiao Cao, are you sure your horse is just a common breed? Yu Xiao Cao scratched her head, not knowing how to answer. This was because Little Red's change had a lot to do with her feeding it mystic stone water, but an inferior foal suddenly growing up to become a quality horse, wasn't there something wrong with that? What's there that you can't tell me? The secret you have, do you think I'm so stupid that I can't tell? Xiao Cao's mistrust towards him made Zhu Junyang feel pain in his heart. He thought that with their relationship, the defenses in her heart would have been long gone and they could open their hearts to each other. Yu Xiao Cao heard this and her eyes widened. Under the moonlight, a glimmer of surprise climbed up on her face that was as fine as jade. She pondered a moment and conservatively said, in fact, I don't know if Little Red intelligence came from what her breeding or if it was more related to how I raised her. I don't know much about horses. However, when my godfather gave me her, he once said he would let me ride it first. When I got older, he planned on getting me a better horse. Quote. General Fang has a way of looking at horses. From what he was saying, it sounds like that Little Red should originally have been an inferior horse. Before Zhu Junyang could finish his thought, Little Red, who had been labeled a bad quality horse, became unhappy and let out an angry hiss. In retaliation, she turned her head to bite Fierce Wind. I can't afford to offend your master, so I'll use you to vent my anger instead. Yu Xiao Cao quickly pacified Little Red and put a piece of sugar made with mystic stone water into her mouth. Little Red chewed on the rock sugar contently. To the coveting Fierce Wind, she shot a proud look. I won't let you eat any. Just watch as I annoy you to death. 3 treasures from the earth, stir-fried potatoes, eggplant and sweet peppers. Northeastern hot potch, potato, bean, Chinese cabbage, eggplant, wood ear and random vegetables stewed with pork belly. Let me guess, you probably have some sort of treasure that can increase the yield of crops, improve the properties of medicines, make food taste better, and help inferior horses become superior ones, right? Zhu Junyang cautiously stated his thoughts as if he was afraid this little snail would become startled and retreat away. Yu Xiao Cao's eyes flickered with an evasive light and she no longer met Zhu Junyang's eyes as she nibbled on her bottom lip. She smiled unnaturally and said, your imagination is truly too out there. Is there truly such a treasure that is that powerful? I can't sense any greed or desire to snatch things from you at all. This divine stone believes that he can be trusted. How about you be honest with him for once? The little divine stone quietly gave her a reminder in order to avoid these two having a gap between them because of this in the future. Oftentimes, a split between two people started from doubting and concealing secrets from each other. From the way she was acting, Zhu Junyang had already gotten the answer he had wanted. He was absolutely spot on with his guess. Whenever the little lass was feeling unconfident, she always had some telltale signs. For example, her eyes would always shift back and forth and avoid meeting his eyes directly, or she would start picking incessantly at her own nails, or she would lower her head and play with her hair. Currently, she was pretending to be fascinated by some clouds in the sky and was looking at them quite intently. He rubbed her small head and smiled. All right, this prince won't force you to tell me. I believe that one day my sincerity will finally move you. I have plenty of patience to wait until you trust me heart and soul and are willing to open yourself to me. The guilt within Yu Xiao Cao's heart started to bubble and expand as if it was proofing dough being fermented with yeast. She lowered her head and used the toe of her foot to kick at a patch of grass as she quietly said, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's hard to truly understand a person's heart. No one would willingly try to gamble and take a risk on the darkness of people's hearts. I don't want to lose the happiness I have right now and don't want to lose the you who protects and cherishes me with all your heart. Please forgive me for being cowardly and cautious. Although Zhu Junyang felt a bit downcast at this, the little lass's desolate mood made him feel sorry again. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen this time to force her, but he really wanted to create a new cavalry unit that was armed with the new firearms. This cavalry required many good horses of high caliber. After inspecting the horses that were being raised by some noble families, he discovered that none of their horses met his requirements. Xiao Sao, on this hunt, I was trying to find an expert at raising horses and was planning on spending a lot of money to help this prince train and raise horses. You're willing to help me, am I right? Zhu Junyang tactfully expressed what he wanted. The little lass had a nimble mind and could definitely understand what he was hinting at within his words. Raise and breed horses. Yu Xiaosao raised her head to look at him with a somewhat flabbergasted expression on her face. From the profound smile on his face, she was able to understand what he wanted. The 20-year-old Zhu Junyang had already revealed his outstanding talent at leading and training troops. This was the reason why the emperor was willing to allow him to manage the usage of these new firearms. For elite troops, relying on soldiers alone was not enough, especially when they had to fight against those tribes that fought on horseback. The cavalry currently lacked good steeds for their soldiers, and it was a glaring weakness of theirs. For the Great Ming Empire, the vast majority of good horses had come from outsiders during trade. Naturally, those nomad tribes who lived on the Central Plains constantly eyed the empire. During winter, they would often come to raid. Thus, how could they possibly trade their best horses away to their future enemy? Even if the Great Ming Empire was occasionally able to get 1 to 2 good horses, after generations of breeding, the quality of the animals had naturally become more average. Zhu Junyang was determined to create a set of elite troops that could sweep away anything. Thus, he was naturally very anxious to find a way to supply his men with good horses, right? Yu Xiaosao could vaguely sense through those dark eyes of his a bit of desire and hope. She clenched her 2 hands into fists and made a decision. It was always him silently helping and protecting her all of these years. Feelings naturally didn't only exist from one side. It was time for her to sacrifice something for him now. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face and Yu Xiaosao's bright eyes met that handsome and manly face. As long as you need me and as long as I can do it, I absolutely will help you with all I can. The two of them stared at each other for a long time and they both revealed happy smiles. Zhu Junyang leaned over on his horse and gently raised that delicate and small body into his arms. He embraced her soft and lovely body into his chest and muttered in a deep voice, "Cower, meeting you was the luckiest moment of my life." "Young miss." The two of them suddenly heard Yingchun shrilly shouting next to her. Apparently, without noticing, their 2 horses had wandered back to the vicinity of the temporary imperial residence and they had been seen by the 2 maidservants. Xiao Sao felt a bit uncomfortable under the accusing looks of her maids. Zhu Junyang chuckled lightly and she could feel the chest behind her rumble. She couldn't help but reach out a hand to grab some flesh from his waist and cruelly pinch down. It seemed like he didn't have an extra ounce of flesh on his waist, so even her hand felt tired trying to pinch down on his rock-hard muscle. The fellow seemed to not feel anything either. "If this prince doesn't let you down soon, do you think your loyal and protective little maidservant will come up here and try to rip me apart?" Zhu Junyang's voice was full of mirth. "Arg, such a pity, I wanted to hold on to you for longer. Ah. Xiao Sao is so soft and fragrant. It feels so nice to hug you." Yu Xiao Sao forcefully jabbed back her elbow and hit that fellow's steel-like abdomen. She growled angrily, "Do you think I'm a toy? Ah. That you can hug me whenever you want? Let me go, this maiden wants to get down." Zhu Junyang easily jumped off his horse. He held onto the little lass's thin waist and slightly raised her a bit before finally putting her down. "You're too skinny. I could probably snap your waist in 2 with one hand. In the future, you're not allowed to be picky with food. You need to eat more, especially more meat. Are you done? Ah, you're like a nagging housewife. I don't have time to pay attention to you." Yu Xiaosao raised her nose up high in a spoiled manner and shook off his hands as she headed towards the temporary imperial residence in large strides. She left with a parting sentence, "When your horse breeding center has opened, remember to tell me. I will go over and help you a bit. I have a lucky star guiding me and I'm extremely lucky. What's wrong with lending you a bit of luck? Ah." Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass's figure slowly disappeared in the distance and a slight sense of happiness washed over him. Although the little lass didn't tell her secret to him, from what she was telling him, she could absolutely be of great help in breeding better horses. The clever little girl must have understood his ambitions and would do her best to help him reach his goals. Right now, the first thing he needed to do was find a expert horse breeder to help cover for the little lass. Last time, in battle, he had saved someone who had a mix of Han and Tartar blood. It was said that this guy had helped the Tartars raise their horses. He would be perfect for the role. The night passed uneventfully. The next day was the first day of the big hunt. The hunting grounds had been split up into 36 different areas. First, the head steward of the whole area took the cavalry out to surround the outskirts of the grounds in a tight net. Then, they slowly closed the circle and drove the game closer together. There were also some soldiers who had disguised themselves with deer masks and hid within the forests as they blew on whistles that mimicked the sounds of wild deer. As the herds of deer slowly got closer together, it would also attract some animals who were their predators over. As the circle got smaller and smaller, the areas that the wild animals could move in also got smaller. Once the wild beasts were concentrated to a certain point, the hunt could begin. "Imperial Majesty, the time has come. Please, take the lead." The head steward had come over to report on the matters. The sons of the imperial family had all been trained in equestrian archery since they were young. Thus, shooting down a wild animal congregated in the thicket wasn't a difficult task for Zhu Junpin. He took out a hunting bow that was elaborately decorated and drew an arrow out of his quiver. He faced a herd of deer that wasn't far from him and aimed at a tall and sturdy buck. The arrow flew and hit the buck squarely in the neck. After struggling for a bit, the deer fell heavily to the ground and the rest of the startled herd scattered in fright. Following that, it should have been the imperial sons and grandsons taking the lead. Unfortunately, the oldest imperial prince hadn't reached the age of 8 yet and the bow in his hands was only a tiny toy to the other people around them. Although Zhu Hanwen wanted to shoot down some game just like his imperial father, the bow in his hands was only strong enough to possibly shoot down some small wild pheasants. Zhu Junpin waved a hand, signaling to the princes, dukes, and high-ranked officials that the hunt was officially underway. Furthermore, he took out a few impressive treasures that would be awarded to the first, second, and third places to those who killed the most game. The prizes weren't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the winners would be able to show their faces to the emperor. All of the young children from military families who believed that they had good skills rubbed their hands together in anticipation and began to prepare for the hunt. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently riding a horse not far behind the emperor. She looked at the young men who were all sitting tall on their horses and suddenly had a desire to eagerly try as well. However, when she remembered how skinny and thin her arms and legs were and that she probably couldn't even pull even the lightest bow, she decided that only the little prince's bow would be suitable for her. Instantly, her interest in hunting on her own waned. What's the matter? Not going to try to experience it yourself? Zhu Junyang, who was in charge of the safety here, urged his horse over and quietly asked. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and dully said, "What is there to experience for me? When I was in Dongshan village, it's not as if I didn't experience hunting before. Why do I need to fight for game with these people?" He Wanning spurred her horse over. She was dressed in bright red riding attire and she held a bow in her hands as she said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, let's go. This older sister will take you to go hunting. I've never learned any archery. There's no use bringing me along. You go by yourself and be careful." Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at her. He Wanning giggled happily at her and had an exultant smile on her face. "You guys are no fun. Did you all come to the autumn hunt to take a tour? Ah. Just watch this older sister come back with a tiger for you." Yu Xiaoxiao grinned back. "All right, then tonight I'm waiting to eat some tiger meat and drink tiger soup." Zhu Junyang gave He Wanning a look full of disdain as he remarked in a voice dripping with poison, "Kill a tiger. You'd better hope the tiger doesn't chase you and bite you down. Don't cry when you come back empty-handed because you boasted so much earlier. You're the one who's going to snivel like a child. Ah. Can't you say something nice for once?" He Wanning let out a huff and then spoke to Xiaoxiao, "You should shoo away men like him sooner rather than later. His words are enough to kill a person." After she finished talking, she turned around such that Zhu Junyang could only see the back of her head and spurred her horse towards the hunting area. Behind her were 4 highly skilled bodyguards that had been sent over by Marquis Anning's estate. Zhu Junpin had heard the ruckus and had come over. He asked Zhu Junyang, "Yanger, you're not going to go out and try? If this official participated, would there be anyone else who could compete with me for first place?" Zhu Junyang patted his 9-stone bow. Whether it was his martial arts skills or his body constitution, he was much stronger than he was 4 to 5 years ago. Now, he was able to bend his 9-stone bow with ease and wouldn't end up damaging his arm tendons from pulling it. Zhu Junpin knew that the bow in his cousin's hands didn't look very impressive, but it definitely wasn't something an ordinary person could bend. He curled his lip and thought, "Zhu Junyang, you brat, why does it seem like you're begging for a spanking now? This official's most important task is keeping you, Imperial Majesty, safe." Zhu Junyang had an earnest expression on his face and it made him seem a bit fascinating and charming. Zhu Junpin waved a hand in dismissal and said, "We will be close by, shooting a few arrows here and there. There are so many Imperial bodyguards along, what sort of danger could befall us? This is a rare opportunity for you to go play, so don't just hang around here." However, Zhu Junyang was not moved by the emperor's statement and displayed an expression of utter loyalty and willingness to complete his duty. On the other hand, the eldest imperial prince felt a bit restless and asked, "Imperial father, can I go hunt?" "You want to go hunting with that little bow that seems like a toy?" Zhu Junpin raised an eyebrow and looked at his son. It wasn't that he was looking down on his son. However, a child of around 7 to 8 really couldn't do much, despite the fact that he had learned some boxing from the imperial bodyguards. The young prince had only started his lessons on archery, so what could he possibly shoot down now? However, Zhu Junpin considered himself to be a compassionate father, so he looked in the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao and said to his son, "You want to go hunting? Go ahead." A smile full of happiness unfolded on Zhu Hanwen's adorable little face. Just as he was about to cheer in glee, he heard his father's follow-up statement, "However, you need to stay by official Yu's side the entire time." Zhu Hanwen was only happy for about 3 seconds before his face fell. He remarked unhappily, "Imperial father, official Yu is a girl, so how could she know how to hunt? Ah. If you let me accompany her, it's no better than staying by your side. Ah. Since my son is so filial, then stay by my side." Zhu Junpin took great pleasure in teasing his son and smiled as if nothing had just happened. "Imperial father," Zhu Hanwen twisted his body around like a python and attempted to act spoiled to have his father change his mind out of soft-heartedness. "Stay here or go hunting with beloved official Yu. Those are the only 2 options you have." Although Zhu Junpin was usually quite kind and sweet to his children, once he came to a decision, it was almost impossible to change his mind. The eldest imperial prince naturally knew of this side of his father. He didn't beg for long before he made his decision. "Then, this son will go hunting for small animals with official Yu then." On the side of all of this, Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes as she thought, "Can't you two solicit my opinion about all of this before making a decision? When did I ever say that I wanted to go hunting? My own hunting skills are quite bad, but I also have to bring along a little tail now. Anyone else would be better. The eldest imperial prince has a lofty status. If he got even mildly injured, who will take the blame?" Imperial Majesty, Imperial Highness, this official doesn't know how to hunt, Yu Xiaoxiao interjected weakly. The eldest Imperial Prince immediately replied, Imperial Father, look, official Yu doesn't know how to hunt. Can this son change her for someone else? Duke Rongguo's third son brought 2 fierce hunting dogs along and they must be very bold. How about we have him accompany me instead? Yu Xiaoxiao secretly sneered, Your Imperial Highness, just how much do you dislike me? Why don't you make it even more clear now? Be careful what you wish for. Next time, you might have to guzzle down some really bitter medicine. This time, the person who spoke was the Empress, Imperial son. Miss Yu is only being modest when she says that she doesn't know how to hunt. I heard that when Miss Yu was 8, she often went into the mountains to hunt so she could add some meat to her family's meals and has never gone home empty-handed. Her father had even killed a black bear. A talented father will have a talented daughter, so Miss Yu absolutely cannot be too bad. The corner of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched when she heard the Empress's words, you two are really too much. Isn't the only reason you're pushing the prince to go along with me is because you both know that I value my own life and naturally won't go to any dangerous places. You both truly spare no pains or efforts to keep him safe. In the past, she had only set a few traps and snares, using the mystic stone water as bait. How could that count as hunting? If they wanted her to use bow and arrows to hunt game, she was pretty sure that even if she shot 10 arrows, not a single one would hit unless her luck was sky high. They even brought up her father. If her father truly had the ability to kill a bear on his own, then how could he have almost died after getting his leg savaged by one? When Zhu Hanwen heard this, he immediately gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao with an admiring look in his eyes. He was no longer as reluctant as before. Little children were truly easy to trick. Zhu Junpin then added on another incentive, one that was enough to completely convince the eldest imperial prince that going with Yu Xiaoxiao was a good idea. Beloved official Yu, don't you also have 2 very large and special hunting dogs? Even that fellow Ning Dongwan salivates over your massive dogs, so they must be exceptional. Imperial son, if you go with her, even if you don't use your bow at all, you'll be able to get quite a bit of game. Even Ning Dongwan envied her for these dogs. Zhu Hanwen's gaze towards Xiaoxiao became much more fervent. Official Yu, where are your hunting dogs? How come I didn't see them on the journey here? Little Black and Little White had also been given permission to go to the autumn hunt. However, in order to not startle any of the horses on the journey there, the 2 of them could only follow the procession from far behind. When they got to the grasslands, they were like fish in the water and ran so far that no one could see them. Occasionally, they would remember their master and bring some game back and leave it in front of the temporary imperial residence. The patrolling bodyguards benefited from their gifts. Zhu Junpin also voiced his agreement, that's right. Beloved official Yu seems to like to hide her hunting dogs from the rest of us. If you don't take them out now to play, when will you? Anything a hunting dog catches is also counted under the master's game count. Don't you want to place highly? Get first to third place. Was it really alright for someone who couldn't even bend a bow to get in the first 3 rankings? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes inwardly but turned to face the prairie and raised her voice to yell, Little Black, Little White, come here. Zhu Hanwen was currently sitting on his pony and stood up in his stirrups to look afar. His childish face, which still had some baby fat on it, was lit up in anticipation. However, after waiting for a bit, he noticed that there weren't any signs of movement in the grass and the little fellow became a bit dispirited. He mumbled quietly, Official Yu, was the sound of your voice too soft such that Little Black and Little White couldn't hear you? How about you raise your voice a bit louder and yell for them? Before he could finish his thought, the little pony beneath him became uneasy and started stomping its hooves restlessly, turning around and around. If it wasn't for the young eunuch holding tightly onto the reins, the pony might have already started running off uncontrollably. Just like this, there were a couple of times that the prince had almost fallen off the pony. When Zhu Junyang saw this, he hurriedly bent over and pulled the eldest imperial prince onto his horse to sit steadily. The other horses in the vicinity also became restless. Fortunately, the horses that the imperial family rode were all carefully picked out and meticulously trained. Thus, people were able to calm them down and restrain them easily. At this time, in the distant thickets, a black and white small dot appeared and speedily headed towards their directions. The small dots became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the eldest imperial prince could make out the full figures of those small dots. The black and white colored figures looked like very big and fierce dogs. Within the span of a couple of breaths, the 2 massive hunting dogs stopped not far from the group of people. They did so because their master had told them that not every human would be able to tolerate them and treat them with friendliness, so they needed to keep their distance from people they didn't know. Little Red, who had already become a bit impatient, trotted forward when it saw the 2 wolves without even waiting for its master for an order. It reared up slightly to warmly greet the 2 wolves. Little White was its usual cold and arrogant self. Little Black, on the other hand, warmly licked Little Red's hopes to send a greeting back. 2 pairs of shining blue eyes regarded their master with excitement and intimacy. Xiaoxiao dismounted from her horse and hugged a furry wolf neck with each arm. Her small hands caressed their heads, mussing up their fur. The 2 of them clearly enjoyed their master's pets and closed their eyes in joy and their mouths opened in what looked like a smile. Wow, official Yu, your dogs are so big and so majestic looking. Zhu Hanwen had somehow appeared next to her and had stopped when he was about 3 steps away. The prince knew that most strong and fierce hunting dogs had some wildness inside. Other than their own masters, they very rarely allowed strangers to get close to them. Imperial Majesty, those 2 are clearly, will the eldest imperial prince be in any danger? The head steward in charge of the hunting lands had come across many animals in his time. Naturally, he was able to tell the difference between wolves and dogs. Thus, he was asking this out of concern. As the father, Zhu Junwan wasn't the least bit worried by any of this. No worries, official Yu is there. As expected, as soon as Little White noticed the boy coming close, it became wary and wrinkled its snout to start to snarl at Zhu Hanwen. Xiao Cao lightly stroked its ears and smiled. Little White, no need to be so nervous. He's a friend, not an enemy. Relax a bit, look closely you two, protecting him today is also your responsibility today ah. Zhu Hanwen noticed that Little White's previous snarling countenance had immediately disappeared and exclaimed in surprise, Official you, Little White seems to be able to understand what you're saying. Xiao Cao turned her head around and beckoned towards him with a hand. The little boy scampered over and bravely attempted to stroke Little White's soft and silky white fur. However, the arrogant wolf dodged his attempts. Xiao Cao spoke to Zhu Hanwen, who had a face full of loss. Imperial Highness, Little White is a bit bad-tempered. Go pet Little Black, he's much more gentle and amiable. Little Black, who had just been sold out by its master, heard its master calling its name and excitedly turned in a circle. Then it shoved its large head over to push away Little White and opened its mouth in an attempt to act cute. Zhu Hanwen giggled in amusement when he saw the large dog, who was taller than himself, acting adorable for the sake of begging for pets and favors. This black dog's eyes seemed to be more gentle and sweet. No wonder Official Yu said that its temperament was a lot better. You can reach out a hand to pet it. Yu Xiaocao noticed that the eldest imperial prince had scooted over and had a face full of desire to pet, yet he still seemed hesitant. His large eyes were shining with longing and he somehow resembled a tiny puppy begging for a bone to chew on. He was so cute that he made a person want to pinch his chubby little cheeks. In actuality, her hand had already reached over and started to do what she thought of. Zhu Hanwen was startled for a moment and he stared blankly at that claw that had gone back to its owner. Other than his imperial father and mother, the rest of the people around him either treated him with utmost respect or had an air of flattery around them. No one had ever been so daring to pinch his little face. He didn't fly into fury because of this. Instead, he felt it was a bit novel and intimate. Official Yu must really like him in order to pinch his face, right? Yu Xiaocao sheepishly looked over in the direction of the emperor and empress, praying that the two of them didn't see her incredibly rude action earlier. When she met the emperor's eyes, the man regarded her with a faint smile on his face and he turned around as if nothing had happened. Everything was just an illusion, all fake and a figment of your imagination. Eldest imperial prince, Little Black is very gentle. Once you become familiar with each other, you can even ride on its back. However, it's not as steady or comfortable as riding a horse, so you need to be careful. Yu Xiaocao's deliberate attempt at changing the subject was successful in distracting the little fellow. Zhu Hanwen stretched out a hand towards Little Black. The head steward of the hunting grounds couldn't stay calm anymore. If the eldest imperial prince got bitten by a wolf while in the hunting grounds, he wouldn't be able to take this responsibility ah. Imperial Majesty, even wolves that have been raised since they were young still have a bit of wildness in them. This official worries, the head steward remarked somewhat anxiously. When the empress heard this, she revealed a surprised expression and frowned. Wolves. Wasn't it said that Miss Yu had raised wolf dogs ah? How did they become wolves? Emperor, quickly call our imperial son back, it's too dangerous. You're all thinking too much. Just watch, isn't our imperial son getting along quite splendidly with Little Black ah? Zhu Junpin knew Xiao Cao's abilities. As long as these two wolves didn't sense any danger, they wouldn't go against their master's wishes and attack humans on their own. The empress looked over and saw that giant black wolf with its head cocked looking cutely at her son. Its eyes shined with a gentle and joyful light. Suddenly, her heart squeezed and she tightened her grip on the reins. That giant wolf was lowering its head and its immense mouth was getting closer to her son's tiny hands. If it bit down now, half of her son might be savaged. How could the empress not be worried? In a place where they couldn't see, there was a person who couldn't restrain his excitement. He silently repeatedly to himself, bite down on him. Bite ah, aren't you a wolf ah? Isn't it normal for wolves to eat humans? If the eldest imperial prince had a mishap here, then he wouldn't have to implement any of his plans. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't hear his plea. Little Black gently sniffed at Zhu Hanwen's small hand and felt like he was quite similar to his master's younger brother when he was young. The prince gave off a very familiar feeling. It immediately classified the eldest imperial prince as someone on our side, and intimately used its rough tongue to lick the prince's palm. Zhu Hanwen only felt that his hand was ticklish and couldn't help but giggle a few times. The apprehension within his heart completely disappeared. He followed his desires and ran over to hug Little Black's neck. Little Black's long fur didn't have the telltale musky scent of most animals and, instead, gave off a smell that made him feel comfortable. The eldest imperial prince stroked Little Black's fine and soft fur as if there was nothing else he would rather do. He fished out a piece of dried drained yogurt, curd, from his pouch and offered it to the wolf. Little Black lowered its head to sniff at it and obligingly ate it. Although it wasn't as tasty as the snacks its master gave it, it gave off a dense smell of milk and wasn't considered unpalatable. These were the picky thoughts that Little Black had going through its mind. Does Little White want to eat some? The eldest imperial prince took out another piece of curd and looked somewhat fawningly over at the arrogant Little White. However, the wolf rebuffed him with a look of disdain in its bright blue eyes. Zhu Hanwen felt his fragile heart shatter into pieces and went back to interacting with the foolish Little Black. Before long, his hurt feelings were easily soothed by the other wolf. The eldest imperial prince decided to stop trying to get closer to Little White and focused all of his attention at Little Black. They quickly became close pals and the prince intimately patted the wolf's neck. Little Black, do your best. Bring back more game and make those people who look down upon me eat dirt. Woo, Little Black responded to him conscientiously. Catching game is not a problem for this wolf. Friend, just wait and see. Little White slanted a look full of disdain at the two of them. They were a pair of idiots. Let's go. The hunt has begun. Let's go into the forest. The eldest imperial prince proclaimed in his high-pitched voice. He rode his little pony forward and brandished the bow in his hands as he earnestly began his first hunt. Yu Xiaoxiao accepted her fate and followed him from behind. Along with them were also 2 bodyguards who were highly skilled at martial arts, as well as the 2 maidservants that Zhu Junyang sent to her, who also had fighting skills, Chunhua and Chushi. In order to guarantee the safety of the eldest imperial prince, Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately chose the section of forest that was the safest out of the 36 allotted areas. From what the head steward of the hunting grounds said, this area only had small animals around, and he had patted his chest and proclaimed that he guaranteed that there were no fierce beasts around. Although the eldest imperial prince had only the very basics of equestrian archery, his aim was actually quite good. Before long, he had shot down a brightly colored wild pheasant in the wing with the toy bow in his hands. The bird dropped to the ground and struggled heavily. The personal eunuch of the eldest imperial prince trotted over and picked up the injured wild pheasant. Praise was free to give, so he said, "Imperial Highness, you're so skilled. In the future, once your strength increases, you will probably be even stronger than Royal Prince Yang when you reach his age." "Little Josie, don't speak nonsense. My imperial father has said that Royal Prince Yang is a rare talent, and it would be hard to find a second person who is as talented at martial arts as he is. If he had been born in a martial arts community, he absolutely would become the head of one strong group." Zhu Hanwen quite admired this older uncle of his. He was like a little loyal fan and couldn't allow other people to say one bad word about him. Little Josie was around 11 to 12 years old. Because he was detail-oriented and handled tasks given to him well, Su Ran had assigned him to take care of the eldest imperial prince. Although this guy was a bit of a lackey, he did have the ability to understand what his master wanted. He hurriedly stated, "Royal Prince Yang is gifted at martial arts and equestrian archery right now. However, when he was at your age, Imperial Highness, he wasn't necessarily as good as you are now." The eldest imperial prince felt quite pleased at this praise and glanced over at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was behind him. He rebuked little Josie, "You're quite brave to put down Royal Prince Yang in front of official Yu. Be careful not to make an enemy." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to express her innocence. If the 2 of them wanted to joke and bicker, why did they have to pull her into the mix? Did she cause trouble for them in any way? Shish, Zhu Hanwen had spotted something and made a shushing gesture at little Josie, who was still joking around. Yu Xiaoxiao focused over where the prince was looking and saw a herd of Sika deer in a thicket a distance away from them. The deer were currently leisurely eating grass and didn't realize that danger was approaching them. The eldest imperial prince lowered his head to look at the small bow in his hands and had to reluctantly admit that, with his current arm strength and bow, unless he shot the deer directly in the eyes, it would be hard to bring one down. His eyes flickered and quietly spoke at Little Black, who was rummaging in the grass. "Little Black, it's time for you to show your abilities. Go, catch some Sika deer and bring it back. Tonight we will have roast venison to eat." Little Black heard its name being called and turned its head back to look at its new friend in a confused manner, as if it didn't understand what was being said. Zhu Hanwen was a bit upset that the wolf wasn't listening to him and his mouth pouted down. Little Josie immediately comforted his master, "Imperial Highness, some pets will only listen to the commands of their masters. How about you ask official Yu?" Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to eat roasted venison. When she saw the pleading look in the eldest imperial prince's eyes, she hurriedly ordered the 2 wolves, Little Black, Little White. "Go, catch some game for us." The 2 giant wolves immediately changed their lazy demeanors. Their ears perked up and their eyes stared brightly at the herd in front of them as they looked for a good opportunity. They stealthily crept closer to the herd of Sika deer. The deer seemed to sense danger approaching them and stopped their eating movements, raising their heads up to look around them in alarm. Little Black and Little White continued to slowly stalk forward. The deer could sensitively tell that things weren't going well and observed their surroundings minutely. The head of the herd, a buck, screamed out a few noises in alarm and the entire herd leapt away in all directions. When the 2 wolves saw this, they no longer tried to be sneaky and instead rushed out at top speed towards the fleeing herd. The herd of deer scattered. Although Sika deer were very good at running away quickly in forest terrain, for Little Black and Little White, who had been drinking mystic stone water since they were young, speed was not an issue to them. The eldest imperial prince only seemed to see 2 flashes of black and white bolting around and couldn't see the details of their movements before they finished. Little Black and Little White both very quickly had a dead large buck in their mouths and they marched back to where the humans were standing. Under the astonished looks of everyone around them, Little Black's eyes shone with pride and arrogance. The eldest imperial prince's 2 imperial bodyguards both sighed over the speed of the 2 wolves. They remarked admiration and felt that Little Black and Little White were almost uncannily human smart. Just from the look in Little Black's eyes and his demeanor, one could easily mistake him for a child who was bragging about his skills. Furthermore, they could see that the dead deer in their mouths had only their throats ripped open and not a single injury elsewhere. In fact, the deer that Little White caught was still twitching slightly. "They're too awesome. Official Yu, should we switch an area to hunt in? With Little Black and Little White around, we don't need to worry about not reaching the first 3 places." Zhu Hanwen stroked Little Black's fur in admiration and took out another piece of curd to give to the wolf. Little Black gulped it down without a hint of pickiness. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very interested in getting a high rank. She felt that her first obligation was to make sure the eldest imperial prince was well protected through all of this and not have a single hair be injured. She immediately tried to dissuade him. "Imperial Highness, this official believes that the people who deserve to be ranked are those who hunt relying on their own abilities. If we rely on Little Black and Little White abilities to get ranked, it's a bit unfair. What do you think?" Zhu Hanwen, after all, was the heir that the emperor was cultivating, so he was naturally smart and knew how to look at different sides of an issue. He replied quickly, "What official Yu says makes sense. Once I get a bit older, I'll rely on my own abilities to compete with the others. Then now, shall we continue?" "Of course, what's the point of coming to this hunting facility if we don't experience hunting a bit?" Yu Xiaoxiao had a bow in her hands that Zhu Junyang had especially commissioned for her. It wasn't much larger than the one the eldest imperial prince was using but was much more carefully made. However, with Yu Xiaoxiao's poor archery skills, she wouldn't be able to show off the bow's true abilities. Zhu Hanwen's interest in hunting had gone up again, that's right. The ancient people had once said, the pleasure in fishing isn't in how many fish you catch but in enjoying the process. It doesn't matter how much game we catch, the important thing is that we go through the process. This place isn't dangerous. You guys can also go around and experience the joy of hunting too. How about that? Although the two imperial bodyguards were envious of their fellow colleagues, who were participating in the hunt, they knew that their first responsibility was protecting the safety of the eldest imperial prince. Thus, they hadn't moved from where they were standing. It was only after the eldest imperial prince became a bit impatient and unhappy did they reluctantly leave. Fortunately, the animals in this hunting area were all small creatures that didn't attack humans. Otherwise, even if you beat them death, they wouldn't have been willing to leave the eldest imperial prince from their sights. The two bodyguards discussed amongst themselves for a bit and decided to hunt in the nearby area at a set distance from the prince. If there was danger, they would be able to come back quickly to help. Yu Xiaoxiao also allowed Chunhua and Chushi to roam around nearby to also have them experience the joy of hunting. Little Black and Little White didn't restrain themselves anymore and darted into the forest thicket, disappearing very quickly. Official Yu, how about you? The eldest imperial prince was merely a child around 7 to 8. It was only him and Xiaoxiao now. He looked at the gloomy forest around them and had a bit of uneasiness in his eyes as he asked hesitantly. Although the thickets here were quite dense, it wasn't really considered much compared to the West Mountains forests that were near her home. Xiaoxiao had even dared to run into the forests there when she was young to set traps. However, after sensing the prince's uneasiness, she decided to play the role of the weak one here for the sake of his little ego. She stated, this official is a bit cowardly and I rarely use the bow. I'd be quite scared by myself. Imperial Highness, just let this official accompany you. Zhu Hanwen immediately puffed up like a little man and thrust out his small chest, all right Then just obediently follow me from behind and don't run off. The vegetation became thicker and thicker as they went deeper into the forest. The sky was completely covered by the crisscrossing branches of the trees and the full foliage created a tightly packed canopy. Consequently, the amount of natural light in the area had dimmed considerably. From time to time, some wild hares and pheasants would dart across their feet from nearby shrubbery as they ran away in panic. The two of them would also occasionally cry out in fear. An unknown creature flitted lightly across Xiaoxiao's head, bringing about a small breeze. She screeched and hunkered down. Zhu Hanwen had also been scared into a tremble by her scream and turned around to look in her direction. Apparently it had only been a mischievous little squirrel that was holding a nut in its paws. It sat high above on a nearby tree, regarding them with blatant curiosity. Didn't Imperial Father say that when you were in the countryside you often went out to hunt? Isn't your father a hunter who can even bring down a bear? Zhu Hanwen felt quite speechless at the moment. He didn't understand why his Imperial Father insisted on him accompanying a little coward. Yu Xiaoxiao also felt quite helpless and stated somewhat huffily, do you know of any rural countryside girls who use bows and arrows? The so-called hunting I did was setting some snares and digging pit traps As for hunting bears, my father had killed one together with someone else. That's right, he was with the current young General Zhao at the time. The Zhao generals were at the border last winter and had pushed back another Tartar attack, seizing a total victory. From that battle, young General Zhao had also received the title of Battle God. Naturally, the eldest imperial prince knew all about this. He curled his lip and said, if the battle god young General Zhao went out hunting, he'd be able to kill a tiger easily, let alone a bear. Imperial Father is truly too much, why did he have to trick me? Perhaps it was because he knew that this official is cowardly and doesn't dare to go to any dangerous areas. If you stayed with me, you wouldn't encounter any bad situations. The emperor also did it because he has a fatherly heart Yu Xiaoxiao explained her thoughts. Zhu Hanwen drooped his shoulders down in dismay and remarked unhappily, with you dragging me down, it looks like I won't be able to make Imperial Father see me in a different light today. Don't we also have Little Black and Little White We can have them work a little harder and then won't we end up with plenty of game Yu Xiaoxiao tried to comfort the prince. The two of them always kill their prey by biting at the throat, so everyone can easily tell that it wasn't me who killed them. I even told my Imperial Father and Mother that we would be able to taste the game that I personally shot tonight. The eldest Imperial Prince sighed. Although there was a decent amount of game around, they were all too perceptive. Before he could even pull his bow open, they disappeared without a trace. After thinking a bit, he realized that the first pheasant he encountered was truly a stroke of luck for him and that he had only killed it because of that. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at that tiny childish face that was full of worry and fell silent for a second before she proposed, then how about, this official can set some snares to catch prey. After we catch some game, you can then shoot them with an arrow. How's that? Zhu Hanwen blinked his large eyes twice and looked at her for a bit before he finally nodded, although I dislike lying, in order to not disappoint my Imperial Father and Mother, we can only do it this way. However, are you sure you're able to catch animals with your snares? Did you bring any rope along? Yu Xiaoxiao looked around and picked a pretty pliable and strong piece of rattan from a large tree. She used the small dagger kept in her boot to trim off the branches and leaves and set a snare in an area where small animals often appeared. After she finished crafting her snare, she stealthily added a few drops of diluted mystic stone water to act as bait. Why does this divine stone have such a stupid master? Even after drinking my bathing water, you haven't become one iota smarter. The little divine stone used a deadpan voice to speak to her mind as it sighed. Can you not use the word, bathwater, to describe it? Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Yu Xiaoxiao was teaching the eldest imperial prince how to set snares as she quarreled with the stone. The little divine stone huffed and said, don't call it bathwater. Fine then let's change it to saliva, how does that work? Sometimes when it was releasing spiritual energy into well water, it would deliberately take its golden kitten shape and pretend to spit into the water. However, if one thought about it more carefully, how could a small stone possibly have saliva? If you have anything to say, just say it. Stop using those disgusting terms to make other people feel sick. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to give pointers to the eldest imperial prince as she asked the divine stone what it wanted. This fellow had somehow been provoked by something and was often cultivating studiously inside the stone in order to return back to the astral plane sooner. She very rarely saw it these days. With your current level of inner focus, if you want to shoot down an animal, it wouldn't be a hard task. Why do you have to do something so idiotic like set traps? Truly doing more than is required. The little divine stone didn't forget to insult her this time either. What was this? Inner focus. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her confusion. How do I use this so-called inner focus? No one has taught me anything. Do you think I'm a genius and just know how to do everything? Concentrate all of your attention on the prey and tell me what you see. The little divine stone reminded her. At this time, the sweet sound of a bird singing began again above her. She raised her head and followed the little divine stone's instructions and stared unblinkingly at the bird. She was astonished to discover that that bird, which wasn't much larger than the size of her fist, seemed to be growing bigger and closer in her eyes until it reached the size of a millstone. Furthermore, it felt like she could see every single tiny movement the animal made. The bird, when it preened itself, seemed to be moving in slow motion. Was this the benefit of using inner focus? How's that? Do you think you can shoot down the target now? The little divine stone asked in a leisurely tone. With such a large target that was almost within reach, only an idiot wouldn't be able to shoot it. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything as she took down the bow from her back and pulled it back forcefully. She remembered the instructions Zhu Junyang had given her and aimed the arrow before letting it fly. It hit the silly bird square in the neck. Wow, official Yu, even the sages pretend to be ordinary people. You can even shoot down such a small and faraway target yet still claim you don't have archery skills. Zhu Hanwen had held his breath from the moment Yu Xiaoxiao pulled back her bow and arrow. He thought her hands had gotten itchy and that she only wanted to try. He truly didn't expect her to hit the target. The sound of the eldest imperial prince's voice brought her from that mysterious world back to reality. She picked up the first prey she had ever shot down in her life and looked at the admiring eyes of Zhu Hanwen. A feeling of pride rose in her heart. Quickly tell me, how did you possibly learn how to shoot something so far away? Zhu Hanwen's eyes were full of pleading and made it impossible for someone to refuse his request. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and replied, have you been taught the essay, Ji Chong learns archery? When she saw him shake his head, she continued, it's one of the essays contained in the writings of Master Lai, in the chapter, The Questions of Tang. It talks about learning archery. The first thing students need to do is to practice their eyesight and work towards a state of not blinking. Even when one's eyes stings and burns, one cannot blink. Look, your eyes haven't gotten to the point of perfection yet. She deliberately suddenly waved a fist in front of the eldest imperial prince's eyes and stopped right before his face. Zhu Hanwen, who had suddenly been attacked, would naturally blink in reflex and pull back. The second step of training the eyes is to be able to see a small object as a very large object. Ji Chong had practiced this tirelessly over the years and was finally able to see a tiny louse as something that was larger than a carriage wheel. Yu Xiaoxiao explained the essay she had read in her past life to the eldest imperial prince. A pensive look appeared on Zhu Hanwen's face as he muttered, to be able to see a tiny louse as something that was larger than a wheel. How long did he have to practice? If you work at it hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. As long as you continue to persevere and strive forward, there's nothing you can't do. The words Yu Xiaoxiao said today had buried a small seed within the future emperor's heart. In the future, no matter what sort of difficulties the court encountered, he was never afraid or retreated. He ended up winning the faith, admiration and respect of his officials in the end. However, this was all later. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to use her bow a few more times. Sure enough, every arrow she sent out hit its target. The avid admiration in Zhu Hanwen's eyes had almost become large enough to fill a lake. Unfortunately, good things couldn't last forever. Using this ability with her archery used up a lot of energy. She only realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world when the sides of her head started pounding and she felt like her head had become incredibly heavy. She retrieved her water pouch and took a few sips of mystic stone water. Her head felt slightly better afterwards. She raised her head to look at the color of the sky and said, Imperial Highness, it's getting late. We should go back and see if we caught anything in our snares and then head back earlier to avoid worrying the Emperor and Empress. The sun is still up high. Let's head deeper into the forest a bit. Perhaps we can come across some good prey. Little Josie, how about you first take some of this game back? That way, we won't have the problem of having too much game to bring back later. Zhu Hanwen commanded the little eunuch, who had been excitedly picking up the game they had caught. Little Josie had noticed that on the entire way here, the Sika deer were the largest animals they had encountered so far. Thus, there wasn't any danger to be had in this area. Thus, he carried the dead deer on his shoulders and picked up a few strings of wild hares and pheasants to bring back where they had left the horses with a light heart. However, he didn't know that while he was gone, his master would encounter a huge conspiracy and end up in a life or death situation. Look, what's that? It looks like a giant rat but its snout and nose look a bit like a pig's. Zhu Hanwen quietly pointed in a direction and hinted at Xiaoxiao to look. Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction that he was pointing at and saw an animal gnawing on grass. It had 4 thick and stout limbs and a bulky head. It had small eyes and small ears and its entire body was black and white. Wasn't this a pig badger? That's a badger and is also sometimes called a pig badger. It has tender meat that is very delicious. Its fat can also be used in medicine and is very good at treating burn injuries. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a brief lesson on the animal. I want to try to bring down this pig badger. Zhu Hanwen raised his small bow and slowly got closer to the badger. The badger hadn't seemed to sense danger approaching and continued to dig up wild peanuts from the ground. It happily bit through the shell of a peanut and began to eat it gleefully. Zhu Hanwen scrunched up his little face and stared at his prey. He slowly pulled back the bow in his hands and placed an arrow on the string. He was about to shoot. Suddenly, the badger raised its head up alertly and its tiny eyes quickly looked around it. It first stood up and it scampered into the nearby bushes at a surprising speed, disappearing into the forest. Darn it! Zhu Hanwen lowered his bow and went a couple steps forwards in the direction that the badger had disappeared. He stamped his feet in annoyance. An animal's perception of danger is too strong. This prince was so far away but I still ended up scaring it. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and was about to say a few words in comfort when the smile congealed on her face. A sense of crisis blossomed in her heart, stifling her completely. There was something wrong. The area around them was too quiet, as if they were in a pool of stagnant water. She wasn't sure when the birds stopped chirping but even the crickets singing in the bushes had gone silent. She could smell a faint fishy scent in the air. Danger was approaching them. Imperial Highness, there's something wrong with this area, She was just about to call the Imperial Prince back to leave when she suddenly saw the fierce eyes of a starving tiger appear right behind Zhu Hanwen. What's the matter? That silly look on your face is not enough to scare me. The eldest Imperial Prince hadn't seemed to have sensed that danger was here. He grinned happily at Xiaoxiao and made a funny face at her. Eldest Imperial Prince, please do not move and do not look back. Yu Xiaoxiao was very clear that making any sudden or frantic movements would only provoke the animal at this point and cause it to attack. At this moment, that tiger seemed to be fixedly watching the Imperial Prince, as if it was trying to calculate the best timing to spring its attack on its prey. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't be bothered to wonder why a fierce tiger had suddenly appeared in the safest area in the hunting grounds. Right now, she was entirely preoccupied with trying to figure out how to save the eldest Imperial Prince's life. She had been ordered to protect him. If the eldest Imperial Prince encountered any misfortune, then her head was forfeit too. She silently ground her teeth and gave a pointed look at the Imperial Prince, who was starting to look nervous. Then she waved a hand at the giant tiger behind him and screeched, "Evil beast. If you have the skills, come for me. This young maiden is not afraid of you." It was obvious that the tiger had been starving for a long time. Its belly was deflated and shriveled looking and the fur on its body had long lost its usual glorious luster. Its pair of fierce-looking eyes were full of bloodlust. Prey that was moving around was naturally more interesting than something that wasn't. The bloodshot eyes of the hungry tiger moved from the prince to Xiaoxiao. However, it seemed not to be very interested in the thin and small Xiaoxiao and started to turn its attention back to the plump and sturdy prince again. Yu Xiaoxiao bent down to pick up a rock and flung it at the large tiger. She had used her inner focus for this throw and accurately hit the starving animal on its head. Yu Xiaoxiao then deliberately jumped a few times in a provoking manner and screamed at it, "Stinky tiger, come here Come bite me That tiger was truly infuriated now. It leapt up like lightning and sped over towards her. Under the clear signal from Xiaoxiao, the eldest Imperial Prince let his bow fall to the ground and fell down with his hands on his head. He could feel the tiger barely brush over him and the scent of the beast's odor hit him straight in the nose. He stared at the rampaging beast and was so scared that his teeth immediately started to chatter. A tiger. A giant tiger. Although this tiger was quite thin, it was still at least 2 meters long in length. Just its tail alone had to be 1 meter long and its head was as large as a millstone. Zhu Hanwen felt his body tremble involuntarily. A few times, he attempted to pick up his bow from the ground to save Official Yu but his hands didn't seem to want to listen to him and hung stiffly by his side. Zhu Hanwen started to cry in frustration. What should he do? Official Yu had lured the tiger away to save him. If it wasn't for Official Yu deliberately provoking the animal, he would have long become a finished snack in the tiger's jaws. He couldn't just do nothing and run away, leaving Official Yu to die. That was the conduct of a coward. He didn't want to be tormented by his cowardly actions for the rest of his life. Someone come save us Zhu Hanwen realized that using his toy-like bow alone was not enough to fight against a fierce tiger. He could only hope that his 2 bodyguards weren't too far away and could come back in time. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, when she saw the tiger had taken the bait to follow her, she was hurriedly running in a direction away from the eldest Imperial Prince. She was hoping that the prince would be smart and find a safe place to hide while she led the animal away. There wasn't enough time for him to find reinforcements. She could only pray that she would survive this. Lie down. The little divine stone's voice echoed in her mind and she immediately fell onto the ground. The tiger just barely missed scratching her head as it leapt towards her previous position. Before her mind could realize what was happening, her body had already reacted and she was climbing up from the ground to charge in another direction. She had never known that her body had this strength inside it and that she could run so fast when she needed to. However, no matter how fast she ran, she was no match for a tiger with 4 sturdy legs. The angry howls of the tiger were close behind her and she could smell the rotten fishy scent of its breath. She knew that the tiger's jaws were only seconds away from her. So screwed. The bushes in front of her were blocking her way and the danger behind her was quickly approaching. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place now and she could feel the god of death just waiting for her. Was this the end of her? Was the purpose of her transmigrating over to this world to use her life to save the life of a little brat? It must really hurt to be bitten to death by a tiger, right? She could only hope the tiger would kill her in one blow so she wouldn't have to experience the suffering of being torn apart alive. Would Zhu Junyang fall into a frenzy when he saw her ravaged corpse? Then who would stop him then? Sir Su seemed like a very skilled expert but she wasn't sure if he'd be able to subdue Zhu Junyang. It looked like her plans on creating a super farm were going to end abruptly. She had wanted to become the second Yuan Longping and improve the rice paddy seeds. Sigh, she wasn't sure whether she would be able to transmigrate back to the modern world after she died here. Didn't the novels all write it like that? All sorts of thoughts came up in her mind during this one moment. What are you standing there stupidly for? Why don't you quickly call those 2 weak wolves over? If outsiders see this divine stone's spiritual powers, it'd be hard to explain. Those two had been raised on this divine stone's bathing water since young, so isn't it just a small job for them to clean up this insignificant tiger? The pain she had expected didn't manifest, and, instead, the sound of the little divine stone's voice appeared in her mind again. A bit confused, she raised her head and almost peed her pants when she saw the open and raging jaws of the tiger in front of her. After looking carefully around her, she discovered that she had been surrounded by a golden light that had protective qualities. It kept the tiger on the outside, away from her. The pitiful tiger had no clue what was going on. Its prey was clearly right in front of it, but no matter how it tried to bite or claw at it, it wasn't able to touch one hair. There was an alluring smell coming off of the prey which caused its stomach to pulse with renewed hunger pains. These damned humans had used some sort of drug to ensnare it and had closed it in a cage for a long time before finally letting it out. It was quite angry about this and wanted to eat all the humans it could get its claws on to vent its hatred. Animals had a one-track mind. Although it clearly had no way to get at Yu Xiaoxiao, that didn't stop it from continuing to try. It continued to bite and claw at the protective golden screen in an attempt to get at its hated prey. After Yu Xiaoxiao sent out a call to bring Little Black and Little White over, she tried to use the mystic stone water to lure the beast into tameness. However, she failed in the end. She was quite puzzled by this. Big Gray was also a fierce beast and he couldn't resist the lure of the mystic stone water. How come this tiger, on the other hand, wasn't interested in it at all? Her intuition told her that this tiger regarded her as an abject enemy, as if she had slaughtered its father, so it stubbornly clung to the idea of ripping her to death. Furthermore, there shouldn't be any fierce beasts appearing in the dozen or so hunting areas in this area. Why did she and the eldest imperial prince have such rotten luck to encounter a tiger here? The situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had read many novels about palace schemes in her past life, smelled the sour notes of a conspiracy. She was only a tiny 6th-ranked official. Other than having talent in agriculture, there wasn't much else she could bring to the table. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would deliberately target her here. Perhaps, this unknown person was targeting the eldest imperial prince. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she had suddenly been drawn into a palace drama. However, the emperor didn't have many children currently and the only imperial prince from his bloodline was the eldest imperial prince. Killing the eldest prince to gain the position of the heir seemed a bit far-fetched right now. Could it be the plot from the remnants of the previous dynasty? It wasn't easy to hurt the emperor, so instead they decided to try for his heir instead. That was definitely more likely. Furthermore, didn't Royal Prince Yang lead troops to the border areas to put down a rebellion? Was it someone who escaped then trying to cause trouble now? Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts flitted to and fro and she began to think that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. If a random person stumbled upon this scene now, they absolutely would not be able to believe their eyes. There was a young lady, who resembled a fairy, sitting cross-legged on a carpet of golden leaves. Her entire body seemed to emit a pure golden light and a majestic tiger was frolicking around her in a dance. Yu Xiaoxiao, frolicking. Does this look like frolicking to you? Are you blind? Can't you see that the tiger wants to open its jaws wide and swallow me instantly? At this time, the tiger suddenly stopped its attacks at Yu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't that it was giving up. Instead, it had sensed some other fierce beasts coming over. That tiger let out a loud roar of warning and Xiaoxiao felt her ears echo afterwards. The deafening sound made her feel quite dizzy. The tiger had originally thought its warning snarl would cause the other animals to retreat. It didn't expect the other beasts to, in fact, increase their speed and approach faster. It couldn't be bothered to continue to attempt to harm Yu Xiaoxiao and turned around in preparation for another battle. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Little Black and Little White's figures, her heart finally settled down and relaxed. She complained, "Why did it take you guys this long to arrive? If I relied on you too, I'd already be a dead, white skeleton on the ground." Little Black and Little White didn't even bother to give any attention to the extremely thin tiger. They guiltily headed over to their master. The tiger believed that the two reckless wolves were trying to snatch away its food and immediately exploded in fury. The tiger believed that it was powerful, but why were the two wolves acting as if it was Hello Kitty? How could the king of the forest possibly put up with the provocations of two tiny shrimp? Unfortunately, it had underestimated the prowess of Little Black and Little White and ended up having a tragic ending. The two wolves played with it like two cats teasing a mouse. The tiger was fighting a dead-end battle. In fact, if it weren't for their master telling them to try to keep the tiger pelt free of scratches, that tiger would have ended up ripped to ribbons before its final death. When the tiger sensed that things weren't going its way, it attempted to flee, but it was too late. The two wolves outflanked it and kept the tiger easily within their control. Its final ending was to die in exhaustion after getting its throat ripped open. Even in death it couldn't understand why the two wolves, which were animals as well, would listen to the orders of a weakened little human and protect her so closely. Once the eldest imperial prince's two imperial bodyguards found their master and made sure he was safe, they followed the noise and discovered the weak and delicate-looking official Yu holding a dagger as she stood next to a very dead tiger corpse. She was currently wondering just how she should skin the tiger in order to keep its pelt as intact as possible. The two bodyguards had their eyes wide open and it seemed as if their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets at any moment. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed an embarrassed smile and said, "Please don't misunderstand. This tiger was killed by Little Black and Little White. I mostly thought that the animal didn't have much meat on it and wanted to skin the pelt to bring back." The situation had already passed and the two imperial bodyguards had already heard the gist of what had happened from the eldest imperial prince. A little girl, around 13 to 14 years of age, was able to boldly lure a fierce tiger away from the eldest imperial prince. Furthermore, she was able to stay completely unharmed and was now calmly holding a knife in an attempt to skin the dead tiger. This was already incredibly amazing. Any other young maiden in her shoes would have only screamed in fright and gone into a dead faint, becoming no help at all and likely becoming an impediment instead. Originally, Xiao Cao thought that even though the tiger was very skinny, she still wouldn't have enough strength to carry it back to the rest area. Now, with two free laborers around, if they wanted to bring the entire animal back, they were more than welcome to. Little Black and Little White had been keeping guard over Xiao Cao this entire time. When they noticed that more protection had arrived, they eagerly leapt into the forest. There was still prey that they had killed earlier that they hadn't brought back. Wah wah wah, official you, I didn't know if I'd be able to ever see you again, what was this little brat saying? Can't he be happy and excited to see her alive? Seeing him sob like this made it seem like he didn't actually want to see her. When the imperial bodyguards picked up the tiger corpse, the little brat's expression immediately cleared and he bounced around the dead tiger excitedly. Official you, did you kill the tiger? Ah. You're so strong. Ah. You're even stronger than Wu Song. Child, you're thinking too much. Can't you see the dead tiger's throat? It's clearly been ripped open. Ah. Yu Xiaocao silently pointed at the wound on the dead tiger. The little brat believed that he had discovered something amazing and continued to remark emotionally. Little Black and Little White bit the tiger to death. Ah. Goodness gracious. Official you, the hunting dogs you raise are so fierce and powerful, even a tiger isn't their opponent. Third young Master Ning even claims that he is the best expert in the capital at training hunting dogs. He must be talking big, right? The best expert really should be you. Where's Little Black and Little White? Did they get injured in the fight? They went off to hunt more game. Your Highness, I'm not sure if this area is safe right now. How about we go back first? Ah. Yu Xiaocao still had some lingering fears after that thrilling episode. If the person who let out the starving tiger had another trick up their sleeve, they only had two bodyguards here with them and it'd be very difficult for them to get out without any problems. Fortunately, the eldest imperial prince grasped the severity of the situation that they were in and nodded his head in agreement. That's a good idea. When we get back, I'll have imperial father look into this. Why would a tiger appear in this area? We got a pretty good haul today. After all, not just anyone has the skill and luck to be able to kill a tiger. They returned back to where they had hitched the horses and the two maid servants were already there waiting for them. Chunhua noticed that Xiao Cao looked quite disheveled and even had a scratch on her face. The expression on her face changed and she hurried over to ask, Master, what happened? Did you encounter a fierce tiger? Chushi also frowned and remarked doubtfully, didn't they say that the areas in this vicinity only contain small animals? Ah. How could a vicious tiger appear? The two imperial bodyguards also had similar doubts. Yu Xiaocao waved a hand at the two girls and said, don't be nervous, I'm fine. Let's go back first and see what the emperor says. At this moment, Zhu Hanwen had already completely calmed down and a cold sneer was on his plump face as he said, that's right. Ah. Not only did a tiger, coincidentally, appear in this safe area, but it all after Yu Xiaocao calmed her nerves down, she emerged out of Zhu Junyang's arms and addressed the serious-looking eldest imperial prince, Your Imperial Highness, you don't need to take this episode to heart. I also did this to save my own life. Just think about it, if something happened to you in front of this official, and I just stayed on the sidelines, running away for my own life, how could the emperor possibly spare me? Zhu Hanwen revealed a slight smile and his expression relaxed a bit. He shook his head and said, however, I still need to thank you because not everyone would be able to sacrifice their own safety to save another person in the face of immense danger. Although official you is a woman, your actions and bravery are above most men. Imperial father was right. The world has so many women of distinction who are buried in the inner courtyards, forbidden to go outside. We need to release them and give them their freedom to reach their true potential. By the time the group of them reached the edge of the campgrounds, the emperor had already gotten a full report of what had happened. The empress pulled the eldest imperial prince aside and inspected him carefully from head to toe before she was finally convinced that not a hair had been harmed on him. She pulled her son into her arms. Currently, she was only an ordinary mother who was concerned about her son's safety. She haltingly stated in a voice choked with emotion, my child, why couldn't you just obediently stay next to imperial father's and imperial mother's side? Yet you insisted on going out to hunt. If something terrible had happened to you, how would imperial mother feel then? Zhu Junpin looked at Yu Xiaocao for a minute and then looked back to address the mother-son pair. Don't cry, isn't our imperial son fine? A pine tree raised in a greenhouse will be unable to reach the skies. As the heir to the throne, if Wenner can't even handle the slightest bit of trouble, then we will truly be worried about the throne in the future. Imperial father, the appearance of this tiger was a bit strange. Zhu Hanwen wriggled out of his mother's arms and his pair of round eyes held a hint of seriousness. The appearance of the tiger was too coincidental. Why did it not appear in a different area and instead showed up right where he was at? If this wasn't fishy, then he would eat this entire tiger. Zhu Junpin narrowed his eyes, which had a bit of resemblance to Imperial Prince Jing's eyes, and raised a hand to stop the eldest Imperial Prince from stating his next thoughts. He had a solemn look on his face. Wenner, you've been frightened, so you should go back to the temporary residence to rest a bit. Tonight, we still have a bonfire and banquet to participate in. Don't worry, we have our own suspicions about this. Someone come, take this tiger away. My tiger pelt. Yu Xiaocao was very interested in this tiger pelt but she had to stare blankly as servants took it away. She revealed a reluctant expression on her face which was very obvious to everyone that was present. However, when she saw the faint look of amusement on the emperor's face, she shrank back in fright. She didn't dare to bring up the topic of the tiger pelt again. Sigh, the little lass had a bunch of regret within her heart. In her previous life, Amur tigers had been classified as a grade 1 state-protected species. It was said that the country only had around a few dozen wild tigers. She could only see tigers in zoos, but the animals there had been raised as if they were giant house cats and had no wildness left in them. It'd be impossible in that time period to get her hands on a tiger pelt even if she wanted to. Even after transmigrating over, it wasn't as if a tiger could be hunted whenever one wanted to. In Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, if she was able to have a tiger pelt to be used as a mattress, that would be incredibly awesome. However, the tiger pelt that had appeared before her eyes had been shamelessly snatched away by someone who had way more power than she did. She could only grit her teeth and twist her handkerchief as she blankly watched as the tiger pelt was taken further and further away from her. Beloved official Yu, we will gladly receive this game that you have offered as tribute. The same shameless bandit was shoving another dagger into her heart. Who sent this up as tribute? Ah, clearly it was you snatching it away from me. Our imperial father has had a weak body for quite some time and cannot tolerate the deep cold during the winter. This tiger pelt will be a sign of our filial respect for him. We will not take this pelt for free from you and will definitely compensate you fairly with treasures. Zhu Junpin deigned to give an explanation to her. Your imperial majesty has an imperial father. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blurt out the question that was twirling in her mind. Zhu Junpin lightly chuckled and replied, it's not as if we were born out of a crack in a rock like monkey sun. How could we not have an imperial father? Ah. However, imperial father's body has been weak and he has been recuperating in the south all this time. After thinking about it, it seems like it has been many years since we last saw our imperial father. The emperor's father was Imperial Prince Duan. In the past, during the chaos of war and the fight for the throne, in the middle of winter, he had harmed his body and constitution when he saved the Emperor Emeritus who had fallen into an icy river. His body's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but he had been weak and sickly ever since that incident. As for the Emperor Emeritus, he had the halo of transmigration and hadn't even gotten a cold or cough after spending a copious amount of time in the icy water. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally thought that the reason why the Emperor Emeritus had passed on the throne to his grandson was because the current emperor's father was no longer alive. She didn't expect that he had skipped a generation and directly transferred the throne to the grandson he looked the most highly upon. Imperial father, this son asks for permission to go see Imperial grandfather in Zhongnan so I can do one's filial duty for you. Zhu Hanwen's eyes glittered with the craftiness of a child as he butted into the conversation. Zhu Junpin glared at him. Earlier the child had just mentioned that there was a plot against him and they hadn't even found out who the culprit was, yet this kid now wanted to go play in Zhongnan. HMPH. It looked like he needed to temper his son a bit more. In the future, he was adding more schoolwork to this brat. Your imperial grandfather's body has gotten a lot better after eating the warming pills made by Tongren Medicine Hall. We plan on bringing our imperial father back and have the imperial physicians take a look at him and see if there's any hope in healing his body back to normal. Zhu Junpin easily rejected the little brat's request. Zhu Hanwen was a bit disappointed but continued to sincerely think of his grandfather. Imperial father, are you sure that bunch of charlatans in the imperial physician compound are up to it? If we're talking about healing the body, official you should be the best expert here. Wasn't Princess Consort Jing's body healed by her? At that time, everyone in the capital knew that Princess Consort Jing was an invalid but now she seemed to have no problems at all. In fact, compared to people of the same age as her, she even looked healthier and livelier. This was truly all due to official Yu's medicinal cuisine. Imperial son, you must think before you speak. What charlatans? If the imperial physicians accompanying them heard his son's words, what would they think? Why did this child have to speak to truth so candidly? Ever since his son found out that his life had almost been lost by the ineffective treatments of the imperial physicians, he had always regarded the bunch of old men with disdain. In addition, the imperial physicians only knew how to prescribe incredibly bitter tonics that he hated to drink. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, knew how to make sweet and tasty medicine to treat his illnesses. This child now believed that all of the imperial physicians added together were not as skilled as official Yu. He couldn't have his son continue believing this. After all, Zhu Junpin knew what cards Yu Xiaoxiao had in her hands. Should the intelligent stone leave her one day, then all of her so-called medical expertise and ability to concoct astonishing medications would disappear. Although the old fellows at the imperial physician compound were a bit more conservative in their prescribing methods, they had all been born and raised in medicinal families, so they weren't all incompetent. After getting scolded by his imperial father, Zhu Hanwen pouted his lips slightly in discontent. What good were the old men at the imperial physician compound if they couldn't even diagnose dysentery? Now, most of the imperial physicians had switched to using the pills and syrups that were made by Tongren Medicine Hall. The efficacy and nature of these medications had all been proven. What sort of contributions did they have if they used someone else's medications to cure a patient? Furthermore, these pills and syrups had all been invented by official Yu and were manufactured at workshops owned by her. Who was more skilled now? Wasn't the answer obvious? Imperial Majesty, official Yu has gotten injured. This official will escort her back to the temporary imperial residence and ask one of the imperial physicians to take a look. Although Xiao Cao had continued to emphasize that it was only a small flesh wound, the scrape was still on her face and it was better to be extra cautious. Young maidens needed to be careful with their faces. After all, if it didn't heal right and left a scar, wouldn't that ruin her looks? The imperial couple had been preoccupied with their son and only now discovered that there was a 3-inch gash on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. The empress stated in a slightly worried tone, Xiao Cao got injured. You mustn't be too cavalier about an injury to the face. Chunhong, give Miss Yu some of my healing jade ointment to use. Xiao Cao, don't worry, the efficacy of healing jade ointment is quite good. This official gratefully accepts your imperial majesty's benevolence. Yu Xiaoxiao kneeled to express her thanks. After getting permission from the emperor and empress, Zhu Junyang rode with the lass on pillion to the temporary imperial residence. Before long, Chun Hong appeared with a bottle of healing jade ointment on hand. Miss Yu, the recipe for this healing jade ointment has been passed down for generations by Her Imperial Majesty's maternal family. It is only given to women and not men, daughters and not sons. The ingredients for this ointment are quite precious and rare. The empress herself only has 3 bottles on hand. The fact that the empress has given you 1 bottle for your injury truly shows how highly Her Imperial Majesty regards you. Chun Hong was the personal palace maid of the empress and knew how to drum up support for her mistress. Thank you, Miss Chun Hong, for running this errand. Please make sure to express my gratitude to the empress. Yu Xiaoxiao still wasn't very used to the winding and graceful speech that was required when speaking to the imperial family. However, the smile on her face was quite sincere. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao had used the empress's name to open Blossoming Beauty, the renowned beauty and cosmetics spa, the empress had more opportunities to leave the imperial palace. Chun Hong had also interacted with the young girl a few times and had a decent understanding of her. The maid smiled and then left the room, leaving Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang alone again. Come here, this prince will spread the ointment on for you. Zhu Junyang took the bottle of ointment from Wudong's hands and scooted forward a few steps. He bent down and held her face in one hand as he carefully inspected the wound. Although it was only a minor, superficial wound like she said it was, he still revealed a tender expression. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped him from continuing. Wait a moment, I need to clean the wound first. Use the water in my water pouch then. That'll save us a trip to get some water. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes glanced briefly at the water pouch at her waist and a hint of a smile appeared. How about we use the water in my water pouch instead? I've only had a few sips of it and there's still quite a lot left. That won't work. Yu Xiaoxiao was very opposed to this idea. The water in the prince's pouch was only ordinary water while the water in her pouch was the multi-use mystic stone water that could reduce swelling, relieve pain, and prevent inflammation. How could they be the same thing? When she saw the look in Zhu Junyang's eyes, she carefully crafted a believable lie to explain. You've already taken sips from your water pouch. A person's mouth has a lot of germs in it. If my wound got infected from that, wouldn't that make me causing a serious injury from a minor one? Then, are you telling me you haven't taken a sip from your water pouch? Zhu Junyang expressed that he was quite curious about the term, germ. The little lass often said some interesting phrases that he had never heard of before. He had already gotten used to this quirk of hers. I'm already immune to the germs that live in my mouth. Perhaps you don't understand what immune means, but you should understand the term resistance, right? Therefore, I won't get infected. Yu Xiaoxiao made a few leaps of logic and twisted her words to suit the situation. Then, how come this prince has heard of the fact that saliva can help wounds heal? Just look, many people lick their wounds when they get injured, so isn't that a valid thing to do? Zhu Junyang knew that the water in the little lass's pouch as well as all of the water consumed by the Yu family was different from ordinary water. However, he just wasn't making it known that he knew about this. So appeared at my back. If it wasn't for official Yu, this prince would have been devoured with nothing left. Anyone born into the imperial family didn't get a true childhood. Only those who forced themselves to mature quickly would be able to survive the treacherous political currents and not get buried behind in the ground. Zhu Hanwen was already considered quite lucky. He was the legitimate son of the empress and was also the first child of the emperor. He was also the only imperial prince in the palace and there were no rivals fighting for his position. However, even at such a young age, he was able to sense that there was something off about all of this and that someone was plotting against him. Since it involved the imperial family, Yu Xiaoxiao was not going to voice her opinion at this time. She only silently rode her horse behind the eldest imperial prince as they went back in the direction of the camp. The eldest imperial prince's pony took the lead. The emperor and empress, who were idly strolling on the outskirts of the camp, spotted their son far in the distance and they felt their anxious hearts finally relax. Zhu Junyang, who was also patrolling around the perimeter, also saw a familiar figure and the expression on his face gentled considerably. Suddenly, he frowned as he observed the faraway figures of the people. A severe expression settled onto his face as he reported to the emperor, Imperial Majesty, there's something off. It looks like official Yu had gotten injured. This official asks for permission to go over and check. Go ahead, Zhu Junpin wasn't going to believe his cousin's lies. They had only been separated for half a day yet the youth still couldn't sit still and was looking for an excuse to get closer. Didn't he know to come up with a better explanation? There were bodyguards and other experts protecting them, how could they possibly let that lass Yu Xiaoxiao get injured? Zhu Junyang speedily mounted his horse after getting imperial permission and bolted off towards the small hunting group. When he saw the dead tiger being carried on one of the imperial bodyguard's horses, the worry and caution in his eyes became much more distinct. Imperial Highness, are you okay? Xiaoxiao, you got injured. While he was conversing with the prince, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Yu Xiaoxiao's hair was all mussed up and there was an eye-catching scratch on her fair little face. He almost couldn't resist the urge to pull her into his arms. What had happened? Everyone else didn't have a single scratch on them. It was only his little lass who had her clothing all messed up, her hair in disarray, and a wound on her face. Judging by the injuries on the dead tiger, did he even need an explanation now? If the little lass hadn't raised 2 wolves, she, Zhu Junyang didn't even want to go down that line of thought. Just how were you two protecting your master? Zhu Junyang vented his entire temper on the 2 maidservants. He had spent a lot of time snatching them out of the hidden soldiers' ranks, but they had decided to act like they were young misses instead. Their master had gotten injured yet not a strand was out of place for either of them. This was a crime that could not be forgiven within the hidden soldiers' ranks. Chunhua and Chushi trembled as they knelt down in front of their infuriated previous master. For them, their master's safety and well-being was more important than their lives. If they were unable to protect their master, then they would be tortured within the hidden soldiers' hidden chamber. Even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. These two female bodyguards, who had just reached the age of 16, didn't even dare to beg for mercy and could only wait in despair for their punishment. Zhu Junyang, just why are you scaring them? The scratch on my face is only from a branch that I brushed past, that's all. Only the skin got broken, and I don't even need to put on any medicine in order to have it heal without a scar. Yu Xiaoxiao explicitly expressed her disapproval of the prince's way of handling things. These two maidservants had already been given to her. As their mistress, she hadn't even said a word, so why should someone who was irrelevant butt in? Was that really proper? Zhu Junyang immediately stowed away his temper when he saw that she had gotten angry. He gently clasped her small face in one hand and inspected the cut on her cheek as he gently said, "Are you sure it happened because a wayward branch hit you and not because the tiger's claws had narrowly missed you?" Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be completely carefree as she replied, "With little black and little white around, even if another tiger appeared, I wouldn't be hurt at all." This was the first time I had seen a tiger in person and was a bit flustered. When I was turning around, I wasn't paying attention and had brushed past a branch that had thorns on it. That's all. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, saw through her bold facade and discovered the fear within her. He gently pulled her into his arms and felt her body still trembling slightly. He hurriedly tried to comfort her and his voice became even more gentle as he soothed, "Don't be scared. This prince is here now. Our Xiaoxiao is so awesome that you can even calm me down when I'm in a rage. How could a tiger be counted as anything in front of you?" During the moment she was pulled into his warm embrace, Yu Xiaoxiao felt tears come to her eyes. However, after she heard Zhu Junyang's subsequent words, she burst into laughter. She remembered the scene at the Wu family's residence. The prince had completely lost control of himself and had destroyed the area, making it look like an earthquake had just passed through. At that time, he was 10 times more fierce and scary than a tiger. Despite that, she had confronted him in that state and hadn't felt the least bit afraid the entire time. Perhaps she unconsciously knew that he would never harm her, right? She sniffled a few times and then used a spoiled tone to complain, "When the tiger ran towards me, I was so scared. I was afraid that if I died, what would you do in the future? I also wondered if Sursu would be able to subdue you in the future should you lose control without me. The only person in the world who is able to control me is you. Thus, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Otherwise, this prince will also go down to hell with you." Zhu Junyang tightened his arms around that slim and weak little figure and gave her a kiss on the head. Relief was entwined with a bit of sweet happiness. The little lass had only thought about him when she was in imminent danger. Zhu Junyang had finally comprehended the true meaning of happiness at this moment. "And then what happened?" Zhu Junyang quietly asked. Yu Xiaoxiao returned his hug. His embrace made her feel very warm and safe inside. It was as if a sailboat that had endured the stormy waters of sea had finally gotten back to the tranquil safety of the harbor. She had a home now for her heart. "Next. What do you mean what's next?" Yu Xiaoxiao's voice sounded quite stuffy as her head was buried into his chest. It was a sound that brought pure pleasure to his ears. "You said that the tiger leapt towards you. So what happened next?" Zhu Junyang gently patted her back with extremely soft movements. It was as if the girl in his arms was a weak and precious little infant. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes a few times at an angle where he couldn't see the expression on her face. Anyone who knew her would know instantly from looking at that face that her following words were not to be trusted. Sure enough, she concealed the little divine stone's contribution and pushed little black and little white out instead. Then, naturally little white came by at just the right time and bravely appeared between me and the tiger. It managed to engage the tiger and pull it away from me to battle it. Following that, little black also ran over. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted the tiger pelt, little black and little white would have long torn the tiger to pieces by working together. Zhu Hanwen was silently listening at the side as Xiaoxiao described how the two wolves had fought the fierce tiger. He gazed at little black and little white with a look of pure admiration in his eyes. He esteemed their strength and boldness and admired their loyalty towards their master. Although he would have luckily gotten away today, if it wasn't for the two wolves, then he would have had to sacrifice official Yu's life. The loss would still be great. His imperial father would lose one of the best ways to strengthen and enrich the country, and he would have to bear the guilt and shame towards the Yu family for the rest of his life. Furthermore, it was likely that he would have to bear the loss of losing Royal Prince Yang, who was a brilliant general. Official Yu, you are my savior. Expressing my gratitude for such a boon is not enough. This prince will remember your deeds in my heart for the rest of my life. Zhu Hanwen had an extremely solemn look on his childish little face and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Wu Song, also known as Wu II. He is one of the well-known characters in Water Margin, one of the 4 great classical novels in Chinese literature. He slays a man-eating tiger after drinking 18 bowls of wine. After Yu Xiaoxiao calmed her nerves down, she emerged out of Zhu Junyang's arms and addressed the serious-looking eldest imperial prince. "Your imperial highness, you don't need to take this episode to heart. I also did this to save my own life. Just think about it. If something happened to you in front of this official, and I just stayed on the sidelines, running away from my own life, how could the emperor possibly spare me?" Zhu Hanwen revealed a slight smile and his expression relaxed a bit. He shook his head and said, "However, I still need to thank you because not everyone would be able to sacrifice their own safety to save another person in the face of immense danger. Although official Yu is a woman, your actions and bravery are above most men." Imperial father was right. The world has so many women of distinction who are buried in the inner courtyards, forbidden to go outside. We need to release them and give them their freedom to reach their true potential. By the time the group of them reached the edge of the campgrounds, the emperor had already gotten a full report of what had happened. The empress pulled the eldest imperial prince aside and inspected him carefully from head to toe before she was finally convinced that not a hair had been harmed on him. She pulled her son into her arms. Currently, she was only an ordinary mother who was concerned about her son's safety. She haltingly stated in a voice choked with emotion, "My child, why couldn't you just obediently stay next to imperial father's and imperial mother's side? Yet you insisted on going out to hunt. If something terrible had happened to you, how would imperial mother feel then?" Zhu Junpin looked at Yu Xiaoxiao for a minute and then looked back to address the mother-son pair. "Don't cry, isn't our imperial son fine? A pine tree raised in a greenhouse will be unable to reach the skies. As the heir to the throne, if Wenner can't even handle the slightest bit of trouble, then we will truly be worried about the throne in the future." Imperial father, the appearance of this tiger was a bit strange. Zhu Hanwen wriggled out of his mother's arms and his pair of round eyes held a hint of seriousness. The appearance of the tiger was too coincidental. Why did it not appear in a different area and instead showed up right where he was at? If this wasn't fishy, then he would eat this entire tiger. Zhu Junpin narrowed his eyes, which had a bit of resemblance to Imperial Prince Jing's eyes, and raised a hand to stop the eldest Imperial Prince from stating his next thoughts. He had a solemn look on his face. "Wenner, you've been frightened, so you should go back to the temporary residence to rest a bit. Tonight, we still have a bonfire and banquet to participate in. Don't worry, we have our own suspicions about this. Someone come, take this tiger away." "My tiger pelt." Yu Xiaoxiao was very interested in this tiger pelt, but she had to stare blankly as servants took it away. She revealed a reluctant expression on her face which was very obvious to everyone that was present. However, when she saw the faint look of amusement on the emperor's face, she shrank back in fright. She didn't dare to bring up the topic of the tiger pelt again. Sigh, the little lass had a bunch of regret within her heart. In her previous life, Amur tigers had been classified as a grade 1 state-protected species. It was said that the country only had around a few dozen wild tigers. She could only see tigers in zoos, but the animals there had been raised as if they were giant house cats and had no wildness left in them. It'd be impossible in that time period to get her hands on a tiger pelt even if she wanted to. Even after transmigrating over, it wasn't as if a tiger could be hunted whenever one wanted to. In Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, if she was able to have a tiger pelt to be used as a mattress, that would be incredibly awesome. However, the tiger pelt that had appeared before her eyes had been shamelessly snatched away by someone who had way more power than she did. She could only grit her teeth and twist her handkerchief as she blankly watched as the tiger pelt was taken further and further away from her. "Beloved official Yu, we will gladly receive this game that you have offered as tribute." The same shameless bandit was shoving another dagger into her heart. "Who sent this up as tribute? Ah, clearly it was you snatching it away from me. Our imperial father has had a weak body for quite some time and cannot tolerate the deep cold during the winter. This tiger pelt will be a sign of our filial respect for him. We will not take this pelt for free from you and will definitely compensate you fairly with treasures." Zhu Junpin deigned to give an explanation to her. "Your imperial majesty has an imperial father." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blurt out the question that was twirling in her mind. Zhu Junpin lightly chuckled and replied, "It's not as if we were born out of a crack in a rock like monkey son. How could we not have an imperial father? Ah. However, imperial father's body has been weak and he has been recuperating in the south all this time. After thinking about it, it seems like it has been many years since we last saw our imperial father. The emperor's father was Imperial Prince Duan. In the past, during the chaos of war and the fight for the throne, in the middle of winter, he had harmed his body and constitution when he saved the Emperor Emeritus who had fallen into an icy river. His body's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but he had been weak and sickly ever since that incident. As for the Emperor Emeritus, he had the halo of transmigration and hadn't even gotten a cold or cough after spending a copious amount of time in the icy water. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally thought that the reason why the Emperor Emeritus had passed on the throne to his grandson was because the current emperor's father was no longer alive. She didn't expect that he had skipped a generation and directly transferred the throne to the grandson he looked the most highly upon. "Imperial father, this son asks for permission to go see imperial grandfather in Zhongnan so I can do one's filial duty for you." Zhu Hanwen's eyes glittered with the craftiness of a child as he butted into the conversation. Zhu Junpin glared at him. Earlier the child had just mentioned that there was a plot against him and they hadn't even found out who the culprit was, yet this kid now wanted to go play in Zhongnan. HMPH. It looked like he needed to temper his son a bit more. In the future, he was adding more schoolwork to this brat. "Your imperial grandfather's body has gotten a lot better after eating the warming pills made by Tongren Medicine Hall. We plan on bringing our imperial father back and have the imperial physicians take a look at him and see if there's any hope in healing his body back to normal." Zhu Junpin easily rejected the little brat's request. Zhu Hanwen was a bit disappointed but continued to sincerely think of his grandfather. "Imperial father, are you sure that bunch of charlatans in the imperial physician compound are up to it? If we're talking about healing the body, official you should be the best expert here. Wasn't Princess Consort Jing's body healed by her?" At that time, everyone in the capital knew that Princess Consort Jing was an invalid but now she seemed to have no problems at all. In fact, compared to people of the same age as her, she even looked healthier and livelier. This was truly all due to official Yu's medicinal cuisine. "Imperial son, you must think before you speak. What charlatans? If the imperial physicians accompanying them heard his son's words, what would they think? Why did this child have to speak to truth so candidly?" Ever since his son found out that his life had almost been lost by the ineffective treatments of the imperial physicians, he had always regarded the bunch of old men with disdain. In addition, the imperial physicians only knew how to prescribe incredibly bitter tonics that he hated to drink. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, knew how to make sweet and tasty medicine to treat his illnesses. This child now believed that all of the imperial physicians added together were not as skilled as official Yu. He couldn't have his son continue believing this. After all, Zhu Junfan knew what cards Yu Xiaoxiao had in her hands. Should the intelligent stone leave her one day, then all of her so-called medical expertise and ability to concoct astonishing medications would disappear. Although the old fellows at the Imperial Physician Compound were a bit more conservative in their prescribing methods, they had all been born and raised in medicinal families, so they weren't all incompetent. After getting scolded by his imperial father, Zhu Hanwen pouted his lips slightly in discontent. What good were the old men at the Imperial Physician Compound if they couldn't even diagnose dysentery? Now, most of the imperial physicians had switched to using the pills and syrups that were made by Tongren Medicine Hall. The efficacy and nature of these medications had all been proven. What sort of contributions did they have if they used someone else's medications to cure a patient? Furthermore, these pills and syrups had all been invented by official Yu and were manufactured at workshops owned by her. Who was more skilled now? Wasn't the answer obvious? Imperial Majesty, official Yu has gotten injured. This official will escort her back to the temporary imperial residence and ask one of the imperial physicians to take a look. Although Xiao Xiao had continued to emphasize that it was only a small flesh wound, the scrape was still on her face and it was better to be extra cautious. Young maidens needed to be careful with their faces. After all, if it didn't heal right and left a scar, wouldn't that ruin her looks? The imperial couple had been preoccupied with their son and only now discovered that there was a 3-inch gash on Yu Xiao Xiao's face. The empress stated in a slightly worried tone, Xiao Xiao got injured. You mustn't be too cavalier about an injury to the face. Chunhong, give Miss Yu some of my healing jade ointment to use. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, the efficacy of healing jade ointment is quite good. This official gratefully accepts your Imperial Majesty's benevolence. Yu Xiaoxiao kneeled to express her thanks. After getting permission from the Emperor and Empress, Zhu Junyang rode with the lass on pillion to the temporary Imperial residence. Before long, Chunhong appeared with a bottle of healing jade ointment on hand. Miss Yu, the recipe for this healing jade ointment has been passed down for generations by Her Imperial Majesty's maternal family. It is only given to women and not men, daughters and not sons. The ingredients for this ointment are quite precious and rare. The Empress herself only has 3 bottles on hand. The fact that the Empress has given you 1 bottle for your injury truly shows how highly Her Imperial Majesty regards you. Chunhong was the personal palace maid of the Empress and knew how to drum up support for her mistress. Thank you, Miss Chunhong, for running this errand. Please make sure to express my gratitude to the Empress. Yu Xiaoxiao still wasn't very used to the winding and graceful speech that was required when speaking to the imperial family. However, the smile on her face was quite sincere. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao had used the Empress's name to open Blossoming Beauty, the renowned beauty and cosmetic spa, the Empress had more opportunities to leave the imperial palace. Chunhong had also interacted with the young girl a few times and had a decent understanding of her. The maid smiled and then left the room, leaving Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang alone again. Come here, this prince will spread the ointment on for you. Zhu Junyang took the bottle of ointment from Wudong's hands and scooted forward a few steps. He bent down and held her face in one hand as he carefully inspected the wound. Although it was only a minor, superficial wound like she said it was, he still revealed a tender expression. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped him from continuing. Wait a moment, I need to clean the wound first. Use the water in my water pouch then. That'll save us a trip to get some water. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes glanced briefly at the water pouch at her waist and a hint of a smile appeared. How about we use the water in my water pouch instead? I've only had a few sips of it and there's still quite a lot left. That won't work. Yu Xiaoxiao was very opposed to this idea. The water in the prince's pouch was only ordinary water while the water in her pouch was the multi-use mystic stone water that could reduce swelling, relieve pain, and prevent inflammation. How could they be the same thing? When she saw the look in Zhu Junyang's eyes, she carefully crafted a believable lie to explain, you've already taken sips from your water pouch. A person's mouth has a lot of germs in it. If my wound got infected from that, wouldn't that make me causing a serious injury from a minor one? Then, are you telling me you haven't taken a sip from your water pouch? Zhu Junyang expressed that he was quite curious about the term, germ. The little lass often said some interesting phrases that he had never heard of before. He had already gotten used to this quirk of hers. I'm already immune to the germs that live in my mouth. Perhaps you don't understand what immune means, but you should understand the term resistance, right? Therefore, I won't get infected. Yu Xiaoxiao made a few leaps of logic and twisted her words to suit the situation. Then, how come this prince has heard of the fact that saliva can help wounds heal? Just look, many people lick their wounds when they get injured, so isn't that a valid thing to do? Zhu Junyang knew that the water in the little lass's pouch as well as all of the water consumed by the Yu family was different from ordinary water. However, he just wasn't making it known that he knew about this. Yu Xiaoxiao's willow-like eyebrows came together in a frown as she tried to think of a way to convince Zhu Junyang to use the mystic stone water within her pouch to clean her wound. Zhu Junyang suppressed the smile on his lips and earnestly said, what's wrong? Don't you think this prince makes sense? How about this? I could help you lick your wounds and use my saliva to help you disinfect it. Wudong, who was waiting at the side if her master needed anything, felt her face turn bright red. She hesitated a bit. If Royal Prince Yang really planned on using his saliva to wash her young miss's face, how should she stop him? Go away. Aren't you dirty? Isn't it disgusting to use your saliva to lick my wounds? Yu Xiaoxiao almost wanted to laugh at the absurdness of it all. This fellow just knew how to take advantage of her. Why did she used to think that he was a cold and aloof person? Clearly, he was just a shameless rascal. Zhu Junyang couldn't restrain his laughter any longer and took the water pouch from her hands. All right, I'll stop teasing you. This prince will help you clean your wound. Wedong, where's your young Mrs. Cosmetic box? Go take out a few cotton swabs and bring them here. Although Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't reached the age when she would start using cosmetics, she had already prepared a beautiful red sandalwood box that was delicately carved to carry them. Inside the box there were some daily necessities, skincare items, and some small pieces of jewelry. Cotton swabs were something she came up with, but she didn't normally use them very frequently. Using them to clean and treat a wound was quite appropriate though. Zhu Junyang dabbed the cotton swab into some mystic stone water and carefully helped her to clean the gash on her face. After he cleaned up all of the congealed blood in the area, he discovered that the wound was quite deep. He couldn't help but tenderly help her blow a few times on it. It's so deep, I don't know if it'll leave a scar or not. Are you trying to tell me that you'll no longer like me if I have a scar on my face? Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't really care too much about the wound on her face. Mystic stone water was quite effective at preventing and removing scars. Even her mother, who previously had old scars on her hands from cutting grass, almost had no scars left after using it. How could a mild scratch on her face even compare? Zhu Junyang helped her spread on some healing jade ointment. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if he was doing something that was very holy. The expression on his face was solemn, and when he heard her remark, he rebuked it instantly. Nonsense. Is this prince someone who has such a fickle heart? It's hard to say. Men are visual creatures. As soon as they see a beautiful woman, their eyes are stuck on them and don't move. If I was like official Yu's youngest daughter and had a face full of pimples, so swollen that I resembled a pig's head, and also had pustules that oozed pus and blood, would you still like me? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him while she obediently kept her face still to allow him to spread the ointment more easily. Zhu Junyang gave her a good-natured glare and stated, when did you ever see me staring at another woman as if I didn't want to look away? If this prince really was a womanizer, wouldn't my inner courtyard be filled with beauties by now? How could I possibly set my eyes on you, an immature little lass? Just what are you trying to imply here? Yu Xiaoxiao instantly erupted in fury. Are you claiming that I'm not beautiful? I have such tender skin, large doe-like eyes, long and lush eyelashes, and a delicate egg-shaped face. Do you still think I'm not pretty at all? Just what part of my looks don't meet up to your standards? Zhu Junyang deliberately held her face in his hand and stared at it for a long time. His sword-like brows knitted together into a frown and he solemnly declared, after looking at your face closely, looks like your features have really opened and look quite fine together. All in all, you still resemble a silly little girl. You're the silly little girl. Say it again, I dare you to say it again. Yu Xiaoxiao seethed at his comments and resembled a puffed-up little frog. Her feet, which were shod in embroidered shoes, stamped down furiously at Zhu Junyang's boot-covered feet. That wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she even started jumping up and down on his feet. Zhu Junyang handed the bottle of healing jade ointment to Wedong and drew the little lass, who was still hopping up and down, into his arms. He let out a laugh that sounded as melodious as a string instrument and said, my little silly girl, quickly grow up. Once you become a young and virtuous lady, then I will marry you. That'll stop you from having flights of fancy in that weird little head of yours. I just found out today that apparently you're quite afraid of this prince having a fickle heart. Just who wants to marry you? HMPH. Yu Xiaoxiao arrogantly moved her head to the side even though her face was bright red. In her previous life, she had been solely preoccupied with earning money to support her family and never had the time to indulge in the pleasure of romance before she perished early. However, she never would have expected that after transmigrating over, the god of transmigration would give her a chance to be with such a handsome and loyal dog of a man. As someone who had no romantic experience whatsoever, it was a bit embarrassing that she had no defenses against such an alluring man at all. Zhu Junyang decided to give her a break and quietly change the subject. Where did you guys meet up with the tiger? Be as detailed as you can. Yu Xiaoxiao described everything as they happened today to him. She also added her opinion of the situation at the end. Everyone had confirmed that the hunting area that we were at didn't have any ferocious beasts. In fact, even the slightly more dangerous wild boars and pigs weren't allowed in that area. How could a tiger suddenly appear then? There must be a conspiracy afoot, one that is targeting the eldest imperial prince. Zhu Junyang gently knocked on her head and smiled. Oh, looks like you finally grew some brains. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. This situation is not very simple, so we cannot assume that there was no outsider involvement. However, there's no need for you to worry about this. I'm sure the emperor has his own suspicions. Go eat something now. In a moment, when the other people out hunting come back, wouldn't you want to see the results from today? Yu Xiaoxiao remarked in an uninterested tone, you didn't even participate in the competition today, so whoever is first today has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I even go out or not. Xiaoxiao, who would have thought that you were hoping that this prince would get first place? Alright, tomorrow I'll ask the emperor for a day off so I can help you get a tiger pelt. I guarantee that the pelt I get will be that much better than the one the emperor took away. Zhu Junyang, who always kept a close eye on the lass, naturally spotted the disappointment that had flashed through her eyes when the tiger pelt had been taken away from her. Yu Xiaoxiao's spirits immediately came up and a brilliant smile blossomed onto her face. Okay, okay. With your archery skills, killing a tiger must be a piece of cake for you. However, do you think there is another tiger to be had on these hunting grounds? Zhu Junyang tapped on her nose and lightly chuckled. Don't worry, even if these grounds don't have any, this prince will head into the deep mountains to find one for you. When have I ever not done what I promised before? Let's go, we should see what their spoils are like today. In the evening, before the sun had set behind the western mountain range, the people who had gone out to hunt had all successively returned. There was quite a lot of game to be had on these hunting grounds and everyone more or less had some sort of harvest. Even Hewaning, who was a noble young maiden and had been taught some rudimentary equestrian archery, came back with game on hand. Hewaning walked over with a string of colorful wild pheasants and plump wild hares. From the self-satisfied expression on her face, one could easily tell that she was very pleased with her results today. Royal Princess Minglin also had a decent amount of game on hand, and she had even managed to bring down a fat and plump roe deer. There were also some young maidens from military families who participated in the hunt. They were dressed valiantly and had long strings of game hanging off of their horses. These maidens all had proud expressions on their faces. As for the men who were skilled in martial arts and equestrian archery, they naturally had very good hauls from the hunt today. However, the person who did unexpectedly well was the rascally good-for-nothing third young master from Duke Rongguo's estate. The amount of game he brought back was easily more than the other people's, and he even had a large wild boar in his haul. No one needed to even count to know that he was the one who was going to take first place today. Congratulations, Brother Ning. The second place winner, Lu Hao, elegantly cupped his hands at the other man while he congratulated the first place winner. Ning Dongwan squeezed out a smile. Brother Lu, how could you, as a close friend, not know how much game is from my own efforts? More than half of the game here wasn't killed by me. Lu Hao noticed that most of the game had been killed with a snap to the neck. Then he looked at the two heroic-looking mastiffs behind Ning Dongwan and said, the game that your hunting dogs catch are also counted under you. You do deserve first place for this, Brother Ning. Ning Dongwan waved his hand frantically. How would my hunting dogs have the ability to kill a wild boar so easily? Look more carefully at the wounds on the game. Don't you have a feeling of deja vu seeing this? Lu Hao had also gone out on the outings that Yu Xiaoxiao had organized before. Thus, he was a bit familiar with the hunting tactics that her two large wolves had. When he noticed that the vast majority of game here had all had their throats ripped out and their necks snapped in two, without any other wounds on their bodies, he had a better understanding of what had happened. He remarked in puzzlement, aren't Little Black and Little White quite protective of their spoils? Why did they allow you to take their game? He also remembered that Ning Dongwan had once coveted the two wolves' spoils when they were in the back hills of the imperial plantation. However, the young master had been punished summarily by these two wolves and had ended up with his clothes ripped to ribbons and his naked butt revealed to everyone there. When did this Ning fellow become so close to these two creatures? Sigh, don't even mention it or ask. Ning Dongwan had a resigned expression on his face. Apparently, Ning Dongwan had brought his two mastiffs along with two servants along to the hunting grounds. He chose a relatively safe area to hunt. As he shot prey himself, he was also training his two beloved dogs how to hunt properly. As they wandered around, the two mastiffs suddenly put their tails between their legs and looked terrified. Ning Dongwan had thought that he had come across a dangerous animal. With his own skills, he'd be able to bring down a medium-sized animal without any problems. However, if a tiger appeared or some other incredibly vicious beast, he could only run away for his life. He at least had this much self-awareness. Immediately, his heart started pounding faster as he looked around to see what was going on. At this time, he heard the familiar howl of Little Black in the near vicinity. Ning Dongwan had salivated over these two wolves for a long time, so he naturally recognized the howl. From the sounds of it, Little Black had likely encountered a large opponent, and Ning Dongwan wondered if he should head forth to help in order to curry favor with Little Black and Little White. In the future, when the two of them had puppies, he might even be able to shamelessly cajole one out of them. Thus, he gathered his courage and walked towards them. He was just in time to see Little Black easily subdue a large wild boar. Wild boars had thick hides, but Little Black bit through the animal's neck in a single bite. It was very clear that the wolf had razor-sharp teeth from that demonstration. Ning Dongwan thought his eyeballs were about to fall out of his head and desperately wished he could immediately bring Little Black back home. Unfortunately, even a wild boar couldn't put up much of a fight with Little Black, so how could he possibly subdue the wolf? When he got closer, Little Black sensed him. Since Ning Dongwan already had a criminal record in the eyes of Little Black, the wolf stood menacingly in front of the dead boar and showed him his long, white teeth in a warning snarl. Don't misunderstand. Ning Dongwan knew Miss Yu had raised Little Black and Little White to be incredibly intelligent and that they could mostly understand what a human said. He revealed a flattering smile and said, I'm not here to try to steal game from you. This wild boar looks quite heavy, so won't it be quite strenuous for you to bring it back? I have a lot of people here, how about we can help you move it back? Little Black understood the word, help, but still gave Ning Dongwan a look that was full of distrust. Ning Dongwan immediately raised his hand to swear an oath to the heavens, stating that he absolutely wasn't going to try to steal their game. He had a very sincere expression on his face and was doing all he could to convince the wolf of his good intentions. For the time being, Little Black decided to believe his sincerity. However, the wolf didn't forget to bare his teeth at the youth one more time. Its meaning was very clear. If you decide to play some tricks, just watch as I make you show your bare butt to everyone again. With someone to help move the game, Little Black gleefully ran to the area where it had hidden its spoils and dragged out what it had caught one after another. There truly was a lot of game to be found at the hunting grounds. In a short period of time, the wolf was able to kill around a dozen prey. Among them included a roebuck, a deer, and a roe deer. It also caught ferrets, red foxes, hazel grouses and other animals that were highly valued for their furs or delicate meat. It even had killed a giant elk that had to weigh around 400 to 500 catties. Little Black was extremely strong to be able to drag over a piece of game that was even larger than it was. When Little White got the news, it also hurried over to bring over what it had killed. Its haul was no smaller than Little Black's and had about the same variety as its brother. However, Little White had an addition of a beautiful animal from the wild cat family, an Amur leopard. From Ning Dongwan's understanding of the Amur leopard, this creature had a very keen sense of smell, which helped it stalk its prey. It had 4 slender legs, razor-sharp claws, and incredibly sharp teeth that were all used to strike its prey dead with one blow. Out of all of the animals in the kingdom, Amur leopards were considered one of the top 3 hunters. Let alone smaller prey, it routinely dined on larger, more dangerous animals like wild boars and black bears. He would have never have expected that Little White, who he had determined to be a proud and adorable pet, actually had the ability to fight with an Amur leopard and even kill it without getting a single injury. Ning Dongwan's understanding of the 2 wolves' hunting ability had gone up another few notches. By the afternoon, Ning Dongwan and his 2 hunting dogs had been downgraded to transporting game for the 2 wolves. Along with his 2 servants, they hauled the game on their shoulders before riding on their horses' back. When he got back to the main campgrounds, he was simultaneously gratified and a bit at a loss when he saw that the pile of game in front of him was the largest of the lot. Unfortunately, more than half of the game wasn't considered his, so he could only be happy for a short while. Little Black and Little White appeared to blindly follow him from behind. In other people's eyes, the procession was quite grand and impressive, but Ning Dongwan knew that these 2 were only keeping a close eye on him. As soon as he showed a hint of trying to snatch away their game, they would start biting at his buttocks in revenge. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Cao appeared, Ning Dongwan hurriedly delivered these hot potatoes to her. Miss Xiao Cao, this pile of game is all from the efforts of your 2 hunting dogs. This one is merely helping them bring them over for you. No need to thank me at all. The 2 of them sat in front of Xiao Cao, one on the right and one on the left. Their azure blue eyes glittered with joy. Little Black looked especially happy as it used its paw to point at the wild boar that it had killed. The expression on its face clearly showed that it was asking for compliments. Xiao Cao stood on her tiptoes and used her hands to stroke their heads before giving them each a large hug. Out of all of the game here, she didn't seem very interested in the largest ones, the wild boar and elk. As for the delicate-looking hazel grouse, the sables and red foxes that had gleaming fur, she took a second look at those. Little Black seemed to have learned something from that first day, as in the following days, it ended up killing many hazel grouses, sables, and red foxes. Sable fur was a valuable type of pelt and was considered one of the 3 treasures of the Northeast, along with ginseng and young deer antler. In some previous dynasties, only officials of a high enough rank were entitled to wear clothing made from sable fur to show their status. In fact, there was a saying about all of this. First rank wears silver fox, second rank sable, third and fourth ranked are allowed to wear common fox. The meaning was very clear. Only second-ranked officials and above had the qualifications to wear sable fur. Fortunately, the current dynasty didn't have such a custom. Otherwise, Xiao Cao, who was only a 6th-ranked official, was quite a bit away from being able to wear sable fur. Although red fox fur was not as famous and valuable as silver fox fur, it was brightly colored and was often liked by young maidens. Red foxes were a commonly seen creature in the northeast of the country, and the red foxes in these areas had full thick pelts with gloriously colored fur. Therefore, by the time the hunt ended, Yu Xiaocao ended up with around 30 to 40 red fox pelts in her luggage and had around a dozen sable pelts as well. The young maidens who were close to her, such as He Wanning, Royal Princess Minglan, Yuan Shuiyan, Yu Wanqing and Li Mengru, all got a few red fox fur pelts from her. She gave some sable pelts to the Empress, Princess Consort Jing, her godmother and mother. In the end, she only had enough furs left to make 2 sets of clothing for herself. Naturally, this was all in the future. After checking the amount of game that each person who had participated on the first day had caught, as the master of Little Black and Little White, Yu Xiaocao had almost placed in the top 3. If they had added on the tiger that the emperor had taken away from her, she absolutely would have placed in the top 3 and might have even been a contender for first place. Other than giving out the first 3 prizes, the emperor had also taken off a dragon-shaped jade pendant and given it to Yu Xiaocao, who had been looking at him in grievance this entire time. The dragon-shaped jade pendant had been given to the emperor during his full moon ceremony by the emperor emeritus. Seeing the jade pendant was akin to seeing the emperor himself. Whoever had this pendant, no matter what sort of crime he or she committed, it could all be forgiven. Thus, it was equivalent to the golden token that excused being sentenced to the death penalty. The people who had taken the first 3 positions in the hunting competition were very envious of this prize. However, when they found out that official Yu had risked her life to save the eldest imperial prince, they had no objections to this anymore. After all, the court only had this one prince, so his safety was absolutely more important than a mere jade pendant. After receiving the equivalent to the golden token that saved one from the death penalty, and the sword that bestowed imperial power, Yu Xiaocao suddenly felt that the tiger pelt was no longer as important as before. Her large pair of eyes crinkled up in a joyous smile and her whole face resembled a tiny squirrel who had just stolen a hazelnut. A few chancellors at court, who were very good at toting up for personal gain, looked at her now in a different light. They were all wondering if there were any suitable descendants at home who could possibly become a good marriage match for little official Yu. After all, she was heavily favored by the emperor, so it might not be a bad idea to make an alliance with her. Furthermore, those officials who claimed that Yu Xiaocao was a woman who usurped authority, were once again squarely slapped in the face by the sight of this little lass gaining more favor from the emperor through her own skills and efforts. For the next following few days, the hunt continued with enthusiasm from all participants. The younger generation all did their best to fight over the first 3 places. It was normally hard to come by a chance to show their faces in front of the emperor. Unfortunately, none of them had any fate with taking first place anymore because Royal Prince Yang had entered the scene. Other than standing out the first day, he participated in all of the following days and easily snatched first place every day. All of the game he hunted, whether it was in terms of numbers or quality, easily surpassed the hauls of those in second and third place. Consequently, the legend of Royal Prince Yang dominating first place at the hunt became a sure thing. On the very last day of the hunt, the sun had already set but Royal Prince Yang was still nowhere to be seen. The curtain of night was being pulled across the large grasslands and the stars started to twinkle naughtily in the dark blue sky. A cold night breeze began to blow and it brought along the fresh, unique smell of the grasslands with it. The bonfires had all been lit up in the camp. The emperor looked at the color of the sky and then glanced at the youths who were all waiting for the placings and rewards. There was still one person, the most spirited of them all, missing from that group of people. Su ran. That fellow hasn't come back even now. Do you think he encountered a sticky situation somewhere? The emperor kept a faint smile on his face as his lips barely moved while conversing with Chief Steward Su. Su Ran replied as if nothing had happened, Imperial Majesty, Royal Prince Yong is a genius at martial arts. These past 2 years, his skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. In fact, this servant may not be able to prevail against him in a one-on-one fight. Thus, there's no need for you to be worried. Even though the eunuch had said the words, this servant, Su Ran's handsome appearance and demeanor still resembled that of a pure and lofty immortal. Zhu Junpin gave him a look that said, you broke the rules just now, and then continued to pretend to be dignified. After waiting another few minutes, although the officials and their offspring didn't obviously show their anxiety and impatience, it wasn't quite right to make them keep standing there in the cold wind. After all, there were quite a few older officials in the group and it wouldn't be good for them to be exposed to the elements for too long. Just as the emperor was about to decide to stop waiting and announce the first 3 places as is, in the distant thickets, there was a flicker of torches. Yu Xiaosao keenly saw the light and cheered in a trumpeting tone, Imperial Majesty, someone has come back. It must be Royal Prince Yong and the others. Even though it was getting dark and late and the forest was full of danger, Xiaosao wasn't too worried. Not only was Zhu Junyang's skills top-notch, but he also brought along head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong along, who were both top experts at martial arts. In addition, no one else at court was possibly able to bend the bow that he used, so he was the top predator in the forest. Although she wasn't anxious about their personal safety, she was still worried about them being out so late and for so long. As the torches got closer, it became clear it was Zhu Junyang and his subordinates. As they got even closer, everyone could see their haul from today and they all breathed in sharply in astonishment. Although they didn't have a lot of game on them, what they did have was more than enough to blow the rest of them out of the water. They had a giant bear that weighed around 400 to 500 catties and an Amur tiger that had been killed with a single arrow in the eye. Just these 2 specimens alone would be enough to win first place here. Wow, my tiger pelt. Yu Xiaosao was incredibly excited. Although she knew that Zhu Junyang had promised her earlier and that he had never broken a promise, as the end date to the hunt got closer and closer, the disappointment in her heart had also increased with each passing day. Today, she had already prepared herself mentally. Even if he wasn't able to encounter a tiger, she was not going to reveal one iota of her disappointment to him. After all, so many days had passed and there were so many people out hunting every day. None of them had even seen the shadow of a tiger, so how could he just coincidentally come across one? As evening rolled across the sky and more time had passed without Zhu Junyang returning, Yu Xiaosao began to feel moved and remorseful. She knew that the reason why he was returning so late was to find a tiger for her. No matter what sort of outcome he had today, she needed to say the words, thank you, to him. Why is the tiger pelt automatically yours? Everything that is under the skies here is under my jurisdiction. Technically, all of the game that has been caught at this hunt is our personal property. Zhu Junpin deliberately expressed an opposing opinion to Xiaosao's. The bright smile on Xiaosao's face immediately froze and congealed. If the emperor was really planning on snatching this tiger pelt from her, as a tiny official, what could she say? However, if you want to trade that dragon-shaped jade pendant for the tiger pelt, then we will have to acquiesce to your request. Zhu Junpin regarded the little lass's conflicted expression with a sense of wicked delight. He was in a very good mood now. After he had given out his jade pendant, that night, the empress had tactfully hinted that giving out something that was that significant and important to a young maiden may not be the most suitable thing to do. 13 to 14-year-old girls were naive and inexperienced. If she decided to flaunt this jade pendant in her hands and do something inexcusable, was that really okay? Zhu Junpin, on the other hand, had a pretty good understanding of this little lass and consoled the empress. The little lass is quite cowardly and knows what can and cannot be done. Fair, the situation that you're worrying about will not appear. That being said, a jade pendant is dead whereas people are alive. Is it really worth it to get ourselves in a tizzle over a dead object? Full moon ceremony, a Chinese custom. When a baby turns 1 month old, a ceremony is held to celebrate her first full month of life. Both mother and baby are formally introduced to the extended family and friends. For many of them, this will be the first time they are meeting the new baby. After interacting with her a few times, the empress also had a good impression of Yu Xiaosao. The lass was smart, lively, and wise beyond her years. She not only was extremely talented but also had an amiable and friendly personality. This wasn't something that every lady had. There was one other point that the empress liked about Xiaosao. It wasn't exhausting interacting with her as the empress didn't have to bring out the imposing mother of the empire demeanor with the lass or have to worry about whether her bearing was appropriate or not. Everything felt very natural around the lass, as if she could relax and be herself. Thus, the empress naturally agreed with what the emperor was saying. With this little lass's personality, the dragon-shaped jade pendant was safer in her hands than anyone else's. Since the emperor is aware, then I won't say anything more. The empress paused for a moment before she continued. That being said, Miss Yu is the savior of our imperial son. The value of the dragon-shaped jade pendant can't even compare to our imperial son's life. Emperor, we absolutely cannot allow the person scheming from behind to get away with this. The empress gritted her teeth as she said this, wishing that she could tear that person into pieces right now. She was childhood sweethearts with the emperor and had been married to him for a full 3 years before she had Wenner as her only child. The imperial couple had a good relationship and only had this one child between them. Furthermore, he was also the emperor's only son. The medical ladies from the imperial physician's compound had already told her that she had a particular body constitution and it'd be hard for her to bear a second child. If anything had happened to Wenner, it'd be worse than taking her own life. Zhu Junpei lightly patted her hand and promised her, "Don't worry, even if you didn't say anything, we would not be merciful to the people who dare to scheme against the imperial family's descendants." That moron was really too idiotic. His own younger sister had just reached month 6 of her pregnancy and the doctors couldn't even accurately determine whether the child was male or female, yet he was scheming for the position of an imperial uncle. The man had no brains and was clearly being used by someone who tempted him with the dream of becoming one of the most powerful officials at court. In actuality, even if the hidden soldiers hadn't been sent out to investigate this matter, the emperor already had a suspicion of who was behind this. Consort Yi was the only one in the imperial palace to transmit good news recently. All of the other palace concubines had been eyeing her belly as they were all afraid that she'd be lucky enough to bear a son and receive more imperial favor. Zhu Junpei never took the little petty movements in the inner palace too seriously. On top was the empress, who he trusted to manage everything. None of the women there had the guts to scheme against the imperial heir. Consequently, as long as their little schemes didn't hit his bottom line, he would just pretend to not notice anything. Consort Yi was an obedient one and there was only a thin line between being obedient and being a coward. Her older brother had been spoiled by everyone in her family. Naturally, he had an elevated opinion of his own abilities yet he never used his head when making a decision. 4 months ago, his younger sister's belly hadn't even started showing and even the imperial physicians didn't dare to hazard a guess about the gender of the child. He, on the other hand, decided to listen to the ramblings of a traveling priest who stated that he had the fate of becoming the imperial uncle. Unfortunately, there was a barrier in his way. As long as he got rid of that problem, then his path to glory would be smooth and guaranteed. This fellow had no learning or skills to bring to the table. The only reason why he had the title of Count Mingzhang was because his younger sister was a titled consort in the imperial palace. Thus, he had an idle position at court. Unfortunately, this fellow had overweening ambitions but no talents to back it up. In addition, his ego was larger than his brains, so he wasn't satisfied with his current lot. Consequently, he was easily swayed by a stranger and came up with a plan that actually required some thinking which had almost succeeded. When Count Mingzhang found out that his younger sister was pregnant, he managed to acquire an idle job at the hunting grounds. The head steward in charge of the grounds was very courteous to him because of his relationship with Consort Yi and didn't give any hard work to him. Thus, this gave him plenty of time to work out his scheme to perfection. He spent a vast sum of money to hire some roaming martial arts experts and had them search for the signs of a tiger within the hunting grounds. Then, they sprinkled some powerful mind-muddling drug on some badly mangled bait for the tiger. The tiger ate the bait and fell into their hands easily. Following that, they raised the captured tiger in a special steel cage deep within the thickets. A few days before the imperial hunt started, they started to short the tiger of its food. After confirming where the eldest imperial prince had gone, he had his underlings calculate how long it would take for the drug to wear off of the tiger and then place the drugged tiger in the vicinity of the eldest imperial prince. When the starving tiger woke up, clear-headed, it would see its prey right before its eyes and absolutely wouldn't let this chance to eat meat go. Although his plan seemed quite absurd on paper, it was actually quite efficacious. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiao using her own body to lure the tiger away and if she didn't have her 2 strong and fierce wolves with her, not only would the little lass be hard-pressed to escape the tiger's jaws, but even the eldest imperial prince might have also met his end. Although a lot of things had happened at the imperial hunt, no one had lost their life or had gotten crippled from injuries, so it was considered quite a successful event. The giant bear that Zhu Junyang had killed was also divided up appropriately to reward the accompanying powerful officials, princes and dukes. Out of the 4 bear paws, the Emperor Emeritus was given 1, Imperial Prince Jing's estate was given 1, Yu Xiaoxiao was allotted 1, and the last one, the plumpest right front paw, was left for the Emperor. The Emperor Emeritus scurried over to find Xiaoxiao with his bear paw in hand. He now had no faith in the abilities of the imperial chefs and only trusted Xiaoxiao's culinary skills. As his grandson, Zhu Junyang also came over with his bear paw in hand. This fellow knew that Xiaoxiao had the ability to cook bear paws, so what was wrong with adding another one to her queue? In conclusion, out of the 4 bear paws that had been divvied up, Xiaoxiao now had 3 of them in front of her. But there was a problem. Whether it was Asiatic black bears or brown bears, in modern times, they were all considered protected animals. Yu Xiaoxiao had never seen these ingredients on the market let alone know how to cook them. If she just brazenly tried without experimenting, she was afraid that she'd end up wasting these valuable ingredients. She stared at these 3 bear paws without any solutions coming to her head. In the end, she had to ask the imperial chef who was the best at preparing exotic delicacies from the deep mountains to cook them instead. Whether it was preparing the bear paws or cooking them, all of that took quite a bit of time. The next morning, the imperial chefs all became very busy. With the addition of the bear paw from the emperor, they had 4 bear paws that they needed to prepare. Thus, they racked their brains to figure out the best way to cook them. They decided to use different methods to cook all 4 bear paws. There was bear paw steamed with ginseng and young deer antler. This dish had a golden yellow color, preserved the original flavor of the ingredients, and was exceptionally delicious. Then there was superb bear paw, which kept the paw completely intact. It had a rich and mellow flavor with glossy shiny meat. Following that was the simmered red bear paws, which had flaky and soft palm meat that was incredibly fragrant. Finally, there was ribboned bear paw. It had a lustrous red color, concentrated fragrant flavor, soft and tender texture, and the shining appetizing juice. When it was all done, the emperor waved a hand and proclaimed, "At noon, the whole family shall enjoy this meal together." The more the merrier. Consequently, the high-ranking members of the imperial family all got together and enjoyed the feast. The Emperor Emeritus's youngest son, the idle imperial prince Sa, had smelled the aroma of the food and shamelessly came over to catch a meal. If they eliminated Yu Xiaoxiao from this meal, then it would have become a meal reserved solely for the imperial family members. Yu Xiaoxiao had complied to popular request and made a Buddha jumps over the wall that was comprised of exotic delicacies from the deep mountains. In addition, the imperial chefs had carefully prepared a bunch of other dishes for the meal. All of these powerful people ate to their heart's content and complimented the food endlessly. Even the empress herself, who was usually a very elegant and refined person, had eaten until she was stuffed. The last bits of the fruit Xiaoxiao had brought along had also been served up at this meal as a way to cut the grease. For the people who had drunk a bit more alcohol, she had also considerately pressed some fruit juice for them. The Emperor Emeritus revealed a pleased expression and slapped his grandson's, Zhu Junyang's arm. He remarked with a bit of a lisp, "That last Xiaoxiao truly agrees with this old one. She refused my offer to become an adopted granddaughter. Who knows which big bad wolf in the future will take her away once she comes of age. Quite a pity." Imperial Prince Sa had somewhat of a loose tongue. He hiccuped and interjected, "Then isn't that easily fixed? Our family has nothing more than sons to go around. We have plenty of youngsters around the lass's age. If you think it's a pity that she'll marry someone else, then have one of our kids marry her instead. It wouldn't be considered a disgrace for her to marry into the imperial family." Zhu Junyang saw that his third uncle was blabbering more and more nonsense. If he didn't butt in now, then that uncle of his might take his lass away to become his daughter-in-law instead. Before he had the chance to open his mouth, Imperial Prince Jing, whose face had already turned completely red from drinking too much alcohol, slapped the table and spoke to Imperial Prince Sa, third younger brother. "Don't you understand the concept of following seniority? As your second older brother, I haven't even had the chance to voice my opinion, so why do you get to state yours first?" Following that, he narrowed his eyes and glared at his own son as he scolded, "Stinky brat. Your lady mother has had strands of her hair turn white fretting over your future marriage. You're already 20 and don't have a wife yet. So useless." He paused for a bit and then pointed at Xiaoxiao before speaking to his son, "Your lady mother quite likes this lass. Your mother has never liked another young maiden as much as she likes this one. Her appearance is decent and she also knows how to cook. Furthermore, she can help your mother nourish and heal her body. As your father, I command you to take this lass into your own residence." What the? His father was being quite blatant about his intentions. He wanted his son to marry a wife not for his son's sake but for his princess consort Sake. Imperial Prince Jing was quite righteous about all of this. As long as his wife was happy, he wouldn't just be willing to choose a wife for his son, he would even be willing to sacrifice his grandson's marriage as well. Zhu Junpin watched with avid interest from the side. The little lass very rarely showed such an abashed and embarrassed expression on her face, as if she didn't know what to do. A sense of evil pleasure rose within his heart. Just as his younger cousin was about to open his mouth to say something, Zhu Junpin suddenly butted in, "Imperial uncle, the last Xiaoxiao is still quite young and has a childish air about her. Junyang may not necessarily like her that way. He dares to not like her." Imperial Prince Jing was clearly quite drunk now. The man, who was usually in control of himself, was now being quite impolite. He forcefully slapped the table, causing the plates and bowls to jump up and down. "What does he have? His face resembles a woman's and he has a cruddy personality. If he wasn't lucky enough to be born into the imperial family, who would want to marry him?" Zhu Junyang was speechless at this. Apparently, in his lord father's eyes, he had become a pitiful person who wasn't able to find someone willing to be his wife. Sigh, with a father who was solely preoccupied with his mother, what did he expect? For the sake of a beauty smile, this man was even willing to sacrifice his son's future happiness in marriage. He was really too much. He claimed that he looked like a woman, and that no one would want him. Only his biological father could say something like that. If anyone else tried, just see what would happen. His little lass really quite liked this face of his and had often been entranced by his looks on end. HMPH. It didn't matter what other people thought. He didn't care as long as his lass liked him. His unhelpful father started talking again. "Although the lass is on the younger side, this brat isn't in any hurry to get engaged. Waiting a few more years for the lass to reach her age of majority wouldn't be a problem. Yanger, your lady mother and I will wait patiently for 2 years, so please shape up a bit. Don't let your lady mother, myself, and your imperial grandfather be disappointed. Do your best." When he noticed the extremely awkward expression on the little lass's face, Zhu Junyang's protective instincts for his future wife rose up. "Imperial grandfather, lord father, imperial uncle, is it really appropriate to be talking about this in front of the person in question? Look at her, she's so embarrassed that she's about to become one with the table." The Emperor Emeritus chuckled in amusement when he saw the bright red cheeks on Xiaoxiao's face. "Lass, what are you embarrassed about? You're almost 14. In the previous dynasty, you'd be almost ready to get married at this age. It's time for you to also think about the most important event in your life, marriage. From what I see, it looks like your family cares a lot about your opinion. As long as the person who catches your eye isn't too bad, I'm sure your family will allow you to marry him. Speaking of that, my grandson is not bad. How about, you consider him He couldn't let these people continue, or else his duck, which was about cooked, would fly away. Zhu Junyang had an idea and tried to change the topic. "Xiaoxiao, hadn't you made a few earthen jars of grape wine before you came? I remember that you brought 2 jars over. Counting the days, they should be about ready to drink. Quick, bring it over so everyone can try." The Emperor Emeritus forgot about everything else the moment he heard this. Only the words, grape wine, resonated in his mind. He had tried the fruit wine that Xiao Xiao had made before, and especially liked her grape wine and pomegranate wine. Little lass, you dare dream to hide good things in front of me. Go, quick. The white wine of this time were all grain wines which had low alcohol content, so he did not feel so satisfied drinking them. In the Emperor Emeritus's point of view, it was still the Maotai that had been specially crafted for the army from his previous life that had enough punch. The taste was mellow and sweet, while the texture was smooth and the rich aroma, long-lasting. However, a shrimp will do if there was no fish. The grape wine that Xiao Xiao made had a rich texture, and it was even beneficial towards the body. He had snatched a jar from her last time, and after he finished that jar, he clearly saw that the internal injuries that he had suffered from the war previously had healed significantly, not to mention that it was not so hard for him to get by on a cold day anymore. Hearing that the little lass had stored quite a lot of grape wine, the Emperor Emeritus rubbed his chin, thinking that he should get a few more jars from her this time. From the heated gazes she received, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that she could not hide her grape wine anymore. She fiercely glared at Zhu Junyang while no one was watching, this scourge. Not only did he let me be teased, he even sold out the grape wine I just made. I haven't even tried it myself. She decided to be upset at him for the next 3 months. The pitiful Zhu Junyang was schemed against by his closest relatives, but he could only silently swallow this loss. The thoughts of a girl are too hard to guess. One moment of carelessness would land him on a landmine. The grape skins and pulp in the wine jars that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought over had not been strained out yet, so these men, who knew the process, patiently waited for her to carry out the filtration. Imperial Prince Sa curiously watched his father and older brother's eager expressions, wondering. Father said that even the good wine that was supplied to the imperial family was tasteless like plain water. Isn't this sweet grape wine for women? Why are they showing such an odd expression? The red wine danced in a swirling dance as it was slowly poured into a transparent, crystal glass, exuding a thick, pleasant aroma. Imperial Prince Sa held the crystal glass filled with the crystal bright and transparent wine, and lightly sniffed at it. A fresh, pleasant fruit fragrance hit his nose, making him unable to resist taking a sip of the sweet, crisp, red liquid. It flowed slowly from the glass into his mouth and infiltrated the taste buds on the tip of his tongue. The balance between sourness and sweetness was just right, the aroma was refreshing, and the texture was smooth. He did not know if it was an illusion, but a warm feeling spread among his internal organs as the liquor flowed through, invigorating him. Good wine. It sure is good wine. Imperial Prince Sa praised upon recovering from his daze. He was a man who knew how to enjoy himself, and he followed his heart in everything that he did, pursuing quality in life. Aside from beautiful women, he had another great passion, wine. Over the years, he had quite often shamelessly asked for imperial wine from the imperial palace. His collection of wine was much larger than the palace's storage. He had drunk a lot of fruit wine before, but they were sweet as juice, so he thought it was only suitable for women. But today, this jar of wine from Xiao Xiao changed his opinion. If the ordinary fruit wine was like a soft beauty, then this wine was akin to a strong yet gentle female general. There was a beautiful side, but there was also a strong side. A beauty like a delicate flower was easy to come by and could be easily replaced. However, a perfect woman was hard to come by, and when you meet one, you would definitely not marry any other women. How could he drink other good fruit wine after he had tasted this grape wine? After Imperial Prince Sa dazedly finished his glass of grape wine and returned to his senses, he found that the 2 wine jars had been almost completely shared out. He heart-achingly grabbed a jar of wine and hugged it close to him. Then he pointed at his father, brother and nephew, who were all red-faced, and said, "How can you drink so recklessly? Isn't this just wasting good wine? Little third, are you going to drink it or not? If you're not, hand over the jar, I haven't had enough yet." The Emperor Emeritus reached out to grab the wine jar in his arms. Imperial Prince Sa swiftly dodged him and snorted in a burst of drunken bravery. "All of you are like Zubaji eating ginseng fruit, you don't know how to appreciate the taste. It's such a waste, such a waste." Before he could finish his sentence, someone slapped the back of his head. "You little brat. Who are you calling Zubaji? If I were Zubaji, you'd be a bunch of piglets." While he was still dazed from the beating, the Emperor Emeritus took advantage of this chance to snatch back the wine jar and pour himself another full glass. Stars were still dancing in front of Imperial Prince Sa's eyes, but another slap came down on him. "Little third, you're really capable now, aren't you? How dare you snatch my wine? Don't you see, except for Xiao Xiao, who among us can you steal from?" Following seniority and status, the Emperor Emeritus, his imperial brother, the Emperor, the Empress, Imperial Prince Sa really didn't dare to stomp his foot in front of them. He was about to say something when he turned to his young nephew, Zhu Junyang, but he was glared back by his cold, sharp gaze. The only person here who was lower than him in rank was his young nephew, and he was a Buddha that even he, who was his uncle, usually avoided. He had heard about the matters with the Wu family. If it weren't for the 2 servants who risked their lives to stop him, the Wu household would have already been awash with blood. Rumors said that it was only when Chief Steward Su Ran had been called to the scene did they manage to subdue him. If his young nephew lost all his rationality, he would not care if he was his uncle and just squash him like an ant. "Forget it, let's just have a drink to calm down, huh? Where's the wine? There's not even a drop left." Imperial Prince Sa had the urge to look up at the sky and wail. The last glass of wine had been personally poured into the Empress's glass by the Emperor himself. Zhu Junfan knew that, with the mystic stone in Xiao Xiao's possession, the wine she made must be extraordinary. The Empress had not been feeling well lately, so drinking more of this wine would only benefit her. Imperial Prince Sa couldn't snatch his niece-in-law's wine now, could he? Not to mention that she was the mother of the nation. He only had 1 glass of wine out of a whole 2 jars. Imperial Prince Sa wanted to pound his chest and stomp his feet. He turned his sorrow and anger to his appetite, and ate a whole bear paw on the table, along with half a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. A moment's carelessness caused him more tragedy, unable to move because he had stuffed himself full. He was then placed in a situation where he was forced to be carried back home by his guards. The next day, the emperor, who had been relaxing outside for nearly a month, announced that he was heading back to the palace. Not only was he able to enjoy the unique grassland scenery on this trip, but he also witnessed the thrill of the hunt. As the emperor, although Zhu Junfan could not freely participate in the hunt, he went down to the imperial hunting grounds and personally shot quite a few game. He had also met with the chieftains of the nearby tribes, taking the opportunity to show them the prowess of his people, especially Royal Prince Yang's bow, which had struck fear in many of those who had claimed to be strong and brave men. The return journey was smooth and uneventful. Shortly after returning to the capital, Yu Xiaoxiao heard word that a certain favorite concubine in the palace had been placed into the cold palace and soon hanged herself, killing herself and the child in her womb. Her family, the Count Mingzhen's household, was also confiscated of their assets and executed. Yu Xiaoxiao then understood that the conspiracy at the imperial hunting grounds had come to an end, and those who should be punished had already paid the price. When Yu Xiaoxiao delivered the grape wine to the imperial palace, the empress held her hands and sighed. Concubine Yun was actually a good person. She was only implicated by her brainless brother. This concubine Yun. Even though she was demoted and moved to a more remote palace, living a hard life is still better than a good death. Not to mention that she still had hope of a fresh start with the child in her womb. If she had been able to look past it, there was still a possibility that her rank as an imperial concubine would be restored once she gave birth to an imperial child in a few months and the emperor's anger subsided. What a pity, her character had preordained that she wouldn't last long in the palace. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately made a clueless expression, thinking in her heart, Your Majesty, is it really appropriate to tell me, a young, teenage girl, the secret matters of the imperial palace? I'm really still a child and don't understand anything that you said. The empress looked at her childlike expression and laughed. Silly me, why did I tell you all this? By the way, if you have nothing to do today, dine with me in the palace. Wenner has been missing you for the past few days. If you still didn't enter the palace, he would have asked his imperial father for permission to leave the palace to visit you. Speaking of which, you've saved his life twice. This official doesn't dare, Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her fear. The empress took her little hand and chided lightheartedly, when did you learn to pretend? Rarely can I find someone that I can talk to. You can't turn into those women who always follow the opinions of others. It's so tiring to talk to them. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly. Fortunately, only she and the empress were in this palace, otherwise, if word spread, she would be hated by those ladies. Shiazi, go see if the eldest prince has finished his homework. Tell him that Miss Yu has come, and tell him to come over to my cunning palace as soon as he finishes his lessons. The empress instructed her personal maidservant, then turned back to Xiaoxiao and boasted, ever since we returned from the imperial hunting grounds, Wenner seems like he's matured a lot. Not only is he more sensible, he's also more attentive to his homework. He especially worked hard to improve his skills at mounted archery, so much so that even the mounted archery teacher kept praising him, saying that he's improved very quickly. His Highness did really well at the imperial hunting grounds, hunting hazel grouse and hares with only a toy-like little bow. He definitely would have gotten more game if he wasn't so small and weak. Yu Xiaoxiao agreed. The empress's loving smile continued to beam as she said with obvious pride, right now, Wenner is building his strength every day, saying that he'll definitely be able to draw the lightest bow next year. He's not even 10 years old, yet he lifts rocks that weigh more than 10 kilograms 50 times a day. I'm really afraid that he'll hurt himself. Oh my, His Highness is really striving to be better. Don't his arms ache from practicing like that every day? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a genuine exclamation. The empress was slightly distressed as she said, how could it not ache? He could barely hold his chopsticks while eating. His hands shook so much that he couldn't pick up the food. The next day, he couldn't even lift his hands, yet he still clenched his teeth, determined to practice. I can't bear to look at him. This subject has a cream that can promote the blood circulation of the body. If your majesty doesn't mind, this subject will have a servant go and fetch it at once. To have such self-discipline at the age of 7, Yu Xiaoxiao admired yet felt her heartache for the child. The empress was well aware of her prowess in medicine. Her smile widened as she nodded, even if you didn't mention it, I would still shamelessly ask you for some medicinal remedy for my son. Those mediocre doctors in the imperial hospital, the imperial physicians are sometimes too careful with their prescriptions, so the effects are slower. Imperial mother, imperial mother. A clear and bright childish voice sounded from outside the palace hall, glee prominent in his tone, I heard that older sister Yu has entered the palace. Is it true? Hearing this, the empress grinned and said to Xiaoxiao, I've just praised him for his steadiness, and immediately, he comes and slaps me in the face. Face slapping, was a phrase that the emperor had brought up to her in private. She had even specially asked the meaning behind it, and now she was putting it to practice. He is still a child, so it's in his nature. Besides, it's good that he's lively. His Highness sometimes handles matters even more maturely than this subject, and he only shows such a lively side in front of you, your majesty. Yu Xiaoxiao did not have much resistance towards little children, so once she heard the eldest prince's voice, a smile crept up her face without her even realizing it. Seeing this, the empress's gaze was filled with even more sincerity. As long as you treat others sincerely, it would eventually return in the form of a true friendship. Older sister Yu, it really is you. I thought little Josie, that servant, was lying to me. Zhu Hanwen's affectionate attitude and address of Xiaoxiao made her feel somewhat uneasy. She hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the eldest prince, Your Highness, you mustn't address this subject as such, I can't accept this. The empress pulled Xiao Xiao to sit beside her, saying, you've been, wrongly, taught by your godmother. What can you not accept? You've saved his life twice and you're also older than him by a few years, so what's wrong with him calling you, older sister? I still remember that when Wenner was still small, his imperial father had asked him if he wished for me to give him a little brother or sister. Do you know what his answer was? Imperial mother. Zhu Hanwen was unhappy now. His imperial mother once again was finding enjoyment out of his embarrassing incidents. Seeing the eldest prince's exasperated and flustered reaction, Xiao Xiao asked with slight curiosity, how did his highness answer? The empress disregarded her son's various attempts to obstruct her and said, stifling a laugh, he said that he wished I could give him an elder sister because the older sisters of other families always leave a portion of the good food for their younger brothers, and they would also embroider a nice pouch for their younger brothers. Older sisters are so gentle and considerate, so he wanted such an older sister. Imperial mother. Zhu Hanwen was full of resignation as he made a long face. His whole demeanor screamed that he was an unhappy little baby. Older sister Xiao Xiao was his idol, but his imperial mother was tarnishing his good name in front of her. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't face the world anymore. Sometimes, the words spoken by a child can be really surprising. When my little brother was small, he also said a lot of funny things. I remember that there was a time when he plucked a fat caterpillar back from the vegetable farm. My hair was nearly standing on end when I saw the caterpillar wriggling on his palm. But seeing him excitedly toying with the caterpillar, I didn't have the heart to tell him to throw it away, and only said, shush too, the caterpillar's mother will be anxious if she doesn't find it. Do you know what he did afterward? Seeing the eldest prince enjoying her story, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but leave him in suspense. Zhu Hanwan promptly responded, your little brother immediately released the caterpillar. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to breathe a long sigh, he took off toward the vegetable farm again. I thought he was only going to release the caterpillar, who could have expected that within moments, when he returned, there would be a larger caterpillar on his palm. He even gleefully said to me, older sister, look, I've brought the caterpillar's mother here. Both the empress and the prince were so amused they could not stop laughing. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to talk about a few of her little brother's embarrassing stories when he was younger, not expecting that the eldest prince would, because of this, become very interested in this young county official who was only older than himself by a few years. Many years later, the eldest prince who had already ascended the throne to become the emperor, would often use these stories to tease his trusted aide, little Shish Tu, who was then already a first-ranked official. Once she finished having lunch with the mother and son, Yingchun, who had gone back to retrieve the cream, had also returned. Little Josie brought his master to the side hall and helped Zhu Hanwen to apply the cream. He did not know whether it was just a psychological effect, or if it was really the cream that had wondrous healing properties, but after applying the cream, Zhu Hanwen felt the burn in his arms suddenly replaced with a cooling sensation. Later in the afternoon, when he went to practice mounted archery, the sore ache in his arms was completely gone. He even performed outstandingly well during practice, earning him praises from his mounted archery teacher. As such, the little fellow idolized Xiao Xiao even more, and kept bringing her up every day until even the empress felt a little jealous of her. Even though her rank as an official did not change, Yu Xiaoxiao had been awarded the title of a feudal princess because she had saved the eldest prince. She was also rewarded with a lot of good things, which had mostly come from the empress's own private storage. The value of the items was evident. The young ladies of the capital could only look on with envy and discuss the matter sourly behind closed doors while they would still flatter her when they were outside. After all, she was currently favored by the emperor and managed the supply of the entire capital's vegetables and fruits through fall and winter. They were not as blind as Assistant Minister Li's daughter who had brought tragedy upon her own family. This fall, thousands of mu of experimental corn plantation produced a great yield that was slightly more than last year's. However, this was only the yield of the experimental plantation. The farmers who had planted corn at the start of spring had kept the seeds, but their corn yield during fall was lesser than the experimental plantation by 3 to 400 caddies per mu. Although each mu had yielded more than 1,000 caddies of produce, it was still nearly 1/5 less than the yield during spring. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had received the statistics, started to worry. The seeds that had been immersed in the spiritual energy of the little divine stone would definitely produce high yields, but as she had expected, following each generation, the spiritual energy contained within the seeds would diminish more and more, and as a result, the yield of corn would also follow suit and decrease. If she couldn't overcome such a phenomenon, when the little divine stone accumulated enough merit and returned to its original world, would everything return to its original point? To her, it was of absolute importance that she cultivated seeds that could truly produce high yields. The little divine stone, who could understand her thoughts, rolled its eyes, feeling that her worry was for naught. Once its powers were completely recovered, it would be a simple thing for it to make a few types of high-yielding crops. It might even be able to steal the new species that the goddess of spirits had bred. That was the true high-yielding, healthy crop that could prolong a person's life so that every person could live beyond 100 years. The people of this world were so easily surprised because they weren't exposed to more things. Since the winter wheat had been sowed into the ground, the vegetables in the greenhouse were once again planted in a flurry. Besides the imperial plantation, the farmsteads under Zhu Junyang, Imperial Prince Jing, and Imperial Prince Sa's name around the area had all been turned into greenhouses to plant vegetables and fruits under Xiao Xiao's instructions. Of course, they, as her elders, would not take advantage of Xiao Xiao, so they would still give her 20% of the profits of each greenhouse. As there were more greenhouses this year, not only did they manage to supply the whole capital with fruits and vegetables without limitation, the nearby counties and prefectural cities also came to the capital to buy them regardless of the length of their journey. Perhaps it was because the temperature was low during fall, so the greenhouse vegetables were able to last almost 2 times as long as the vegetables on other seasons, and no one was afraid that the vegetables they bought would spoil if they could not finish them. All the managers of the imperial plantation, regardless if they were in charge of the experimental plantation, the orchard or the greenhouses, had slowly begun to mature in their ways of dealing with their responsibilities. Although the experimental plantation this year had spread among quite a lot of farmsteads around the capital, the court officials of the Ministry of Revenue, who were stationed at the imperial plantations, and the stewards at the imperial plantation had all been able to carry out their responsibilities and had managed the experimental plantation well. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, the agricultural official who had been promoted to a feudal princess, she only needed to trouble the little divine stone to emit its spiritual energy to the seeds, or make an occasional visit to the farmsteads to check up on them. With the experience and success of last year, the vegetable farmers who had filled their coffers put in even more effort for the greenhouse fruits and vegetables. Even though there were 2 more farmsteads of greenhouses this year, they didn't let Xiaoxiao worry too much. Thus, she still passed her days leisurely. Once they entered the last month of the year, the farmers began to hide at home, so Xiaoxiao also let herself off on a winter holiday after asking for her direct supervisor, the Empress's permission. She packed her bags and headed back to her village under the envious gazes of her colleagues from the Ministry of Revenue. She had decided to pass this spring at Dongshan village. Xiaoxiao, who had not been reunited with her family for a long time now, missed her parents and fellow villagers dearly. When they passed by the prefectural city, Yu Xiaoxiao made a detour into her family's braised food store and pickled food shop with her 2 maidservants, Yingchun and Wudong. Most of the maidservants under her could already assume important responsibilities. Yingtao, who was managing the pharmaceutical workshop in the capital that had expanded to twice its size, was now the head manager that the pharmacies nearby tried to curry favor with. Yangliu's pastry shop had already opened branches in the east, south and north of the city. It even introduced beautiful gift boxes that were now the most popular choice for souvenirs in the whole of the capital. The end of the year was the busiest time for them, so Yangliu could not even make time to send her mistress off when she came back. Manager Hecken's Blossoming Beauty, the beauty spa, was filled to the brim nearly every day. The customers were required to make appointments to do skincare treatments, and their supply of skincare products and cosmetics could never fulfill the demand. She had planned a huge end-of-the-year sale, and added batch after batch of silver and gold membership cards, to the point where her hands had gone weak from dealing with money. Shi-chun frequently stayed at the farmsteads. She helped her manage the orchards, flower farms and greenhouses. Besides that, she even received Xiaoxiao's teachings and built a fruit wine distillery at the foot of the hill. For now, the fruit wine did not have much of a variety, and mainly consisted of grape wine and pomegranate wine, with a small volume of others like apple wine, plum wine and jujube wine. The orchard on the hill of the imperial plantation had expanded to more than 10 times its original size this year, and along with that, they also started planting other varieties like mulberries, raspberries and tangerines. She believed that in the following year, the variety of fruits in the fruit wine distillery's fruit wine would definitely increase. Additionally, as the volume of fruit wine was not enough this year, she did not sell them commercially. She sold most of it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and either sold or gave the rest to the people that she was closer to. Now, when the emperor rewarded his officials, those old officials did not want gold or silver nor various precious silks and cloths, they only hoped to be rewarded with a bottle of fruit wine for them to strengthen their constitution. These old officials gossiped privately amongst themselves. Who among them had drunk the fruit wine the emperor emeritus had given them? Those who used to be bedridden for most of the year could now get out of bed and move around. Who among them had a body full of old injuries after battling for the throne with the emperor emeritus? After drinking the grape wine that was given to them, they no longer felt the pain of those old injuries in the winter. Their legs and feet had also become more nimble as well. Even taking the emperor emeritus as an example would work. When he was young, he spent many years out on campaign and was famous for risking his life. Consequently, he constantly added on new injuries on top of the old. 10 years ago, he had abdicated from the throne and gave it to his imperial grandson. He was in his early 60s then but resembled a doddering old man with illnesses all throughout his body. When his old injuries flared up, he wasn't even able to mount a horse then. But what about now? He was in his 70s but resembled a man in his early 60s and seemed even younger than he was 10 years ago. It was as if he had obtained a second spring in his body. His body was full of youthful vigor now and his complexion glowed with health. During the autumn hunt, he even competed with men much younger than him and had killed quite a bit of game with his arrows. In the eyes of these old officials, these changes in the emperor emeritus were linked heavily with the fruit wine. Although fruit wine had just started being used by the emperor this year, those old generals with a good relationship with the emperor emeritus had tasted some grape wine with him before. When they went home, they couldn't forget the taste of that beverage. Therefore, in many people's hearts, the fruit wine was more effective than the most miraculous medicine being produced by Tongren Medicine Hall. There were plenty of old men whose bodies were deteriorating, yearning to stay in power, and reluctant to retire from their official posts who privately tried to investigate the origins of the fruit wine. However, other than the imperial family, very few people knew about where the wine came from. Of the people who had an inkling, they kept their mouths shut and refused to divulge the secret. Thus, they could only stay disappointed. However, going off topic for long was not good, so it was best to go back to the maidservants by Xiaoxiao. Out of the 4 personal maidservants she had first chosen, Xiaoxiao now only had Wudong and Pippa left by her side. Pippa had a steady and introverted temperament, so she was currently in charge of managing all of the affairs at the Yu residence. Originally, Xiaoxiao had been planning on giving this task to Wudong. After spending 2+ years with her mistress, this maid had tempered herself and was now very loyal and skilled at managing people. However, Wudong personally made the decision to stay by Xiaoxiao's side as a personal maidservant as she felt she could continue to learn a lot more and sharpen her skills. Nevertheless, she did a very good job in managing Xiaoxiao's courtyard. Everything was clear and orderly under her management, and the maids in the courtyard were more afraid of her than they were of their master. Because of this, she had trained quite a few useful maid servants. If Wadong was considered her left hand, then Yingchun, who had gradually matured, could be considered her right hand. Although the little lass was a bit talkative at times, she resembled a completely different person on the outside. She was very decisive in her actions and never made her master lose face. Tanchun was the youngest of the bunch and was currently studying very hard with a teacher to learn arithmetic. She noticed that her mistress seemed to labor hard over the account books every day and wanted to help her mistress out. Thus, she secretly learned how to read account books by her master's side. When Xiao Xiao noticed that she was quite diligent about this, she hired a specialist to specially teach her. She wasn't the only student. In the future, as the family's businesses increased, she would need more and more people who had the ability to read and balance account books. Right now she was recruiting more talent for the future. Tanchun's goal was to become the best bookkeeper under her master. In the past, accounting and bookkeeping were only done by men, but times had changed. Her mistress had said that women could hold up half of the sky. She wanted to become the best female accountant in the nation, one that would make men envious of her skills. However, the most important task right now was to carefully learn the Arabic numerals and the multiplication tables that her master had talked about. Consequently, the maid servants under her were now even more busy than herself. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed about this fact. However, with people willing to help out, there wouldn't be anything wrong with delegating the management of her industries to these maids she had personally taught herself, right? Thus, the maids that accompanied her on this outing were still Yingchun and Wadong. She also had the two bodyguard maids that Zhu Junyang had sent to her, Chunhua and Chushi. Speaking of them, Xiao Xiao felt a bit remorseful for what had happened to these two maid servants. After the hunt had ended, these two had disappeared for a long period of time. At first, Xiao Xiao had thought that fellow Zhu Junyang had taken them back for a mission. After all, it wasn't easy to raise and keep female hidden soldiers who were skilled at martial arts. Later on, she discovered that her assumption was wrong. In fact, Chunhua and Chushi had the crime of not protecting their master well and were duly punished. They were bedridden for a whole month after that. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Junyang worried that Xiao Xiao would feel sad if he gave her new people, these two maids wouldn't be able to even keep their lives. Every time he thought of his little lass confronting that starved and half-mad tiger, helpless and alone, Zhu Junyang had a desire to go out and slaughter people. Although the little lass had put up an external act of being perfectly fine, she had had nightmares for several nights in a row. If another weak and delicate noble maiden had been in her place, they would have become severely ill from the fright and might have laid in bed half dead. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, making the two maid servants, Chunhua and Chushi, bedridden for only a month was a sign of mercy for them. After all, they weren't able to protect his little lass well. Since the two of them had escaped the death penalty, they were even more loyal to their savior, and now naturally accompanied Xiao Xiao wherever she went. Little Black and Little White also came along. To them, the mountainous deep forests in Dongshan village and West Mountain were considered their true home. Thus, the tiny little patch of mountains behind the imperial plantation wasn't enough for them to play around in. It was only during the trip to the hunting grounds that they were able to show off their true natures, and they nearly terrorized almost half of the beasts living there. However, these two didn't stay with Xiao Xiao as she traveled back. Instead, they ran on the small side roads around them. At this time, they were probably already back at the West Mountain, playing around. Speaking of time passing, it had been a long time since Xiao Xiao had visited the braised food shop in the prefectural city. Her eldest maternal aunt's family had bought a residence in the prefectural city to make it easier for them to keep an eye on things, and they had moved over. The braised food store and pickled vegetable store continued to grow and grow. They even bought all of the shops in the nearby area to expand and create a giant workshop. The two stores were now a wholesale business run by her maternal aunt's family. Right now, we have hired around 30 or so women to help out with our stores. However, the most vital areas involving the recipes and manufacture of our goods are being taken care of by the servants that we have bought off of the market. Other than Huang Xiaomei and her family, we also bought another dozen servants. 5 of the new ones are also from one family. Lu Xiaoyan noticed that Xiao Xiao seemed very interested in this and pulled her into the back courtyard to view the kitchens. About a dozen or so back courtyards of the previous small shops had been renovated into one large area. The place was split into the braised food kitchen, the smoking kitchen, the roasted duck and chicken kitchen. The braised food kitchen was the largest out of them all, as that was the most popular product they sold. Mother and father spend all day managing this business. In order to understand the account books better, my parents have both learned quite a few words. My father also learned how to use the abacus recently and is quite skilled at it now. Since my parents have never undergone formal learning before, they find it a little hard. Younger brother, on the other hand, was sent to a school to learn how to read when he reached the age of 6. As for myself and my older brother, we hired a tutor over and we spend 2 hours each night learning how to read and write. Sometimes, my parents will also sit in on the lessons. Lu Xiaoyan brought Xiao Xiao into the braised food cooking room, and there were a dozen large stoves all roaring with warmth. On top of the stoves were large cauldrons that simmered with large puffs of steam coming out. The entire room was filled with the dense fragrant smell of braised food. The workers inside all were wearing snow-white smocks paired with light green aprons. They also all wore white caps on their heads. Although the room was a bit chaotic inside, it was still very clean and hygienic. Xiao Xiao, you always emphasize the importance of having a clean and tidy kitchen. Even though the scope of our business has gotten larger, we have not relaxed our restrictions on cleanliness. Every day, I'm in charge of making sure each worker is following all of our cleaning procedures. As soon as I discover that someone has broken the rules, I fine them with 3 days' salary. If they end up violating the rules 3 times, then they are sentenced to wash pig intestines and do the most dirty and tiring work in the business. Lu Xiaoyan was quite satisfied with the way she handled things here. At least she didn't make her younger cousin lose any face. Yu Xiaosao nodded her head in satisfaction and then turned to see a familiar face. Xiaomei's mother was no longer the cowardly and timid woman as she first was. Now, she ordered the people below her with a practiced ease as she monitored the people in charge of mixing the spices and adding them to the bubbling cauldrons. When she saw Yu Xiaosao and her cousin enter, she revealed a warm smile and came up to greet her masters. Lu Xiaoyan excused her from greeting them in a manner that really bespoke of a head manager. The two of them exited the braised food area and she smiled. For the past 2 years, it wasn't just my family who has improved and matured. In the past, Xiaomei's mother would turn red even from speaking to someone. Now, she's a bustling and energetic woman and very suited to being the head manager of the braised food operations. She paused for a bit and then continued, my mother listened to your advice and delegated all of the normal working responsibilities to other people. It's like you said, there's no point in making a lot of money if you're exhausted every day and you harm your body from working too hard. The pickled vegetable store is now under the control of Huang Xiaomei. She's pretty much learned all of the techniques and recipes you came up for the pickled vegetables. Furthermore, she's very proficient at them. In a moment, I'll take you to the neighboring pickled vegetable store. Do you want to try her handiwork? The braised food kitchen is under Xiaomei's mother's management. As for the smoked food kitchen, that's under the family we bought later and is managed by Lanying, who is the wife of the man of that family. Their whole family had migrated from Sichuan province and the people living there are all good at smoking foods. Thus, she was able to quickly get accustomed to things here. Since we ration the number of sales of roasted chickens and ducks every day, we don't need to make too many. Thus, I usually manage that kitchen. The 2 people I have under me are also quite nimble and agile, so I'm sure before long I won't need to be there in person anymore. Then I can focus on handling the day-to-day money management. Lu Xiaoyan liked the feeling of exchanging so much money that her hand cramped. Thus, no matter how busy their sales were every day, she was still very happy. At the moment, many of the braised food shops in the prefectural city get their goods from us. Not only that, but there are also quite a few wholesale buyers from the nearby Zhou prefecture who come here to buy large quantities of braised food and picked vegetables. Although we sell wholesale items at a slightly lower price, the increased quantity that is sold more than makes up for it. Whenever she got started about the booming business, Lu Xiaoyan could talk all day. In fact, if you gave her 3 days to talk about it, she'd likely be able to fill your ears without stopping without repeating a single thing. It's around mid-morning right now, so there shouldn't be too many people at the retail store. However, there are plenty of customers at the wholesale business. Let's go and take a look. Lu Xiaoyan pulled Xiaosao to walk to the west. There was already a long line of people already waiting there. The wholesale business opens at the crack of dawn until the end of mid-morning, when most of the customers are gone. At that time, that's when the retail stores become more busy. Fortunately, we have hired enough people and they are all good hands at work. This was all said in a slight boasting tone. Was she trying to fish for compliments? Yu Xiaosao was quite surprised by the booming braised food and pickled vegetable business in the prefectural city. 2 years ago, she would have never dreamed to have it expand to this state. Although the stores were under the Yu family, in name, the management had pretty much been taken over by her eldest paternal aunt's family. Currently, the Yu's braised food store was considered a collaboration between the 2 families. She provided the capital and ingredients, while her eldest paternal aunt's family was in charge of management. At the end of the year, they split the dividends 40-60. Last year, at the year's end, Xiaosao was quite surprised by the amount of money she had received when her older cousin Lu Junping came over to split the money. She had even asked him about it as she was afraid that her eldest paternal aunt's family had given her a larger share than they had agreed on. Now, after personally seeing the booming business, she was able to believe her older cousin's assurances. From how well things were going, it was likely that her split of the money at the end of this year would be even more generous. Yu Xiaosao and Lu Xiaoyan both revealed satisfied smiles when they saw the long and orderly line of people waiting to buy goods wholesale. Suddenly, within the line, they saw a familiar figure. This person had peppered white hair, an aged-looking face, drooping eyes that looked a bit cruel, and deep lines around her mouth. All of this combined made her look even more harsh and mean. Wasn't this Xiaosao's step-grandmother, Madame Zhang? Madame Zhang hadn't appeared in Xiaosao's vicinity for more than 2 years now and Xiaosao had almost forgotten that this particular person still existed. After 2 years had passed, Madame Zhang looked a lot more old compared to before. Her previously straight back was now bent over and there were a lot more wrinkles on her face. Furthermore, more than half of her head of hair had already turned white. Seeing her reminded Xiaosao of her own grandfather. Old Yu had been eating the medicinal cuisine that Xiaosao had personally prepared for him and had also been consuming mystic stone water. His previously weak body had become healthy again. Her older brother had written a letter to her talking about the farm and the letter mentioned that their paternal grandfather's energy in the fields were higher than some younger people's. Perhaps it was because he had plumped up a bit, but the wrinkles on his face also seemed to recede recently. If he stood next to Madame Zhang now, despite Madame Zhang being younger than him by 7 to 8 years, it would look like he was standing next to his older sister. Lu Xiaoyan lightly sighed and said, ever since she moved out of Dongshan village, Madame Zhang has been buying wholesale from us so she could sell it at one of the vegetable markets to the south of the city. In the past, all she had to do was order people around. Now, for the sake of earning money for younger uncle's studies and keeping their family afloat, even if it's stormy out, she still opens up her stall to sell goods. Luckily, our braised food is quite popular. I heard mother mention that, in her youth, Madame Zhang also wasn't a lazy person, so her stall is doing quite well. It's rumored that she's already rented quite a few small stalls in the vegetable market. Other than selling braised food, she also buys vegetables from neighboring farmers to sell as well. What about younger uncle? I heard that he passed the county level examinations. So it doesn't look like she's labored in vain, right? When she thought back to how it was for her family when she first transmigrated over, where everyone had been used up until they didn't even resemble humans anymore, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't feel one iota of sympathy for the old woman. Lu Xiaoyan nodded her head. Although mother truly hates Madame Zhang for being so cruel, she can't seem to bring it upon herself to also hate younger uncle who is related to us through grandfather. Every few days or so, she'll go to younger uncle's academy and bring some food for him to eat. Maternal grandfather will also give him some pocket money from time to time. Lu Xiaoyan paused for a moment before she continued. Ever since everyone found out about the crime that Madame Zhang committed and she moved out of Dongshan village, it seems like younger uncle has also matured quite a bit. His past selfishness and desire to cut corners have all been thrown away. Now, he spends all of his time at the academy, studying his heart out. After working hard for 2 to 3 years, he finally passed the county level exams and became a county official. However, his results were lackluster as he was only in the back of the pack. Not like our little Shishtu, who was able to score high and become a granary official and receive the government's annual stipend of grain. My mother spoke to one of the teachers at the academy and he said based off of my younger uncle's talents, being able to pass the prefectural level exams would be the best outcome he could manage. As for passing the imperial exams, that likely can't be done by him. If their younger uncle could pass the prefectural level exams, he would get a grain stipend every year from the government and could also decrease the amount of taxes his family had to pay. Should Madame Zhang continue to do business for a few more years and save some money, they could probably buy some land to farm. Even if she couldn't tend the land herself, she could still get an income from renting it out to others. That way, wouldn't her grandfather no longer have to worry about his youngest son anymore? At this time, Madame Zhang had spotted Xiaoxiao and the expression on her face immediately changed and she looked away from Xiaoxiao to avoid her eyes. She scurried her thin and scrawny body to hide behind another person in line. The news that Xiaoxiao had been entitled a royal princess had also spread to the prefectural city. Her eldest paternal aunt and uncle thought that it was a great honor, so they not only bought the longest string of fireworks that could be found but also promoted 3 days of 20% off of all of their goods at the stores. The previous prefectural magistrate of Jinwei Prefecture had already finished his term of service there and moved back to the capital. Now, the Yu's braised food store had an even larger backer. Other than Royal Prince Yang, they also had a royal princess that the emperor himself had titled backing them. This was also the reason why no one ever tried to cause trouble for this business even though it became more and more popular with every passing day. At that time, Madame Zhang had been in the crowd waiting to buy goods wholesale. When she saw the proud and joyful expression on Xiaoxiao's eldest paternal aunt's face, she felt so regretful that her face turned green. If she had treated Xiaoxiao's family better in the past and hadn't been so biased, she might be the one in front basking in the glory. Perhaps, she could still be with the old man and become the noble matriarch of the family. In fact, she might have been able to head to the capital and live in a large compound with a group of maidservants and underlings catering to her every whim, living a life of luxury and glory. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Ever since the news that she had murdered Xiaoxiao's biological grandmother came to light, the Yu family became estranged from her and regarded her with loathing. Madame Zhang avoided Xiaoxiao's line of sight as she was afraid the now royal princess would recall her crimes and send people to pull her into prison. She was already an old woman, so spending time in jail or even getting the capital punishment wasn't a big deal. However, she was anxious about her youngest son's prospects and whether he'd be affected by her issues. Even if the Yu family remembered familial ties and let her youngest son go, without her around providing for the family, how could her son be able to study without any worries? Madame Zhang made the decision to keep her distance away from the Yu family when she spotted them in the future. If she couldn't avoid them, then she would keep her head lowered with a smile on her face. As long as they didn't pursue her past crimes against her, she was even willing to kneel in front of them and beg for forgiveness and mercy. She still had a petty person's way of looking at things. Before she had appeared again, Xiaoxiao had pretty much forgotten to think about her. That being said, Madame Zhang was an old woman in her 60s doing hard labor every day in order to keep herself and her youngest son's family afloat. In Xiaoxiao's eyes, having to work so hard in life at such an advanced age was already the best punishment and torture for her. Xiaoxiao stayed in the prefectural city for 2 days and, during that time, she gave the recipes for Jiangsu-style crystal pork trotters, pork trotter sausages, and sweet and spicy Huzhou black duck as well as numbing and spicy Huzhou black duck to her eldest paternal aunt and her older cousin, Xiaoyan. There were about 20 or so days until the New Year's, so it'd be good to have new products on the market to increase the sales even further. After leaving the prefectural city, she spent 2 days at Tanggu town. Tanggu's greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits had been entirely dominated by the Yu family. In the past 2 years, the Yu family had expanded their farmstead to over 3,000 mu and they were now the largest privately owned farmstead in the Tanggu area. 2,000 mu were currently planted with high-yielding winter wheat and the remaining 1,000 mu had greenhouse pavilions on them since the start of autumn. All of the nearby vegetable merchants in the vicinity as well as the restaurants all got their supplies of vegetables and fruits from the Yu family. The prices of these greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits were all at least 10 times as much as they were during the regular growing season. Thus, it was obvious that they were making quite a big profit from all of this. Naturally, there were other people who wanted to reproduce their success and use greenhouses too. However, only the Imperial Court's Ministry of Works had the technology to manufacture the plastic film used in these greenhouses and they didn't produce very much. Not just anyone could get their hands on it. The influential officials in the capital naturally envied the imperial family's dominance over the greenhouse growing market. However, only those who were stupid would try to compete with the imperial family. There were those who were more shrewd and flexible and tried to reproduce their success in the more faraway Zhou prefecture. However, without Xiao Xiao's mystic stone water on hand as well as a lack of experience in farming, their vegetables and fruits had poor outputs and didn't look very good. They weren't even going to necessarily make up for the amount of money they poured in. When these people failed, the other wealthy and noble families, who had started to get ideas, also decided to let this go. Thus, the greenhouse growing market was still dominated by only one family. Right now, they were right in the middle of a very popular time for the vegetables and fruits. Other than Yu Xiaolian, who was back at Dongshan village managing the pharmaceutical workshop, the rest of the family were all busy working on the farmstead. Even old Yu, who seemed to be more youthful now, was also in the fields picking and weighing vegetables like a busy bee. Even though the family had hired enough workers to keep up with everything, old Yu couldn't stay idle and had a lot of energy in his body. When the family saw him happily working every day, they allowed him to continue to keep up his spirits. Father, mother, your cow is back ah. Yu Xiaoxiao hollered loudly from the distance when she saw her parents going over the account books in front of the granary. Yu Hai and his wife thought that they were imagining things when they first heard their younger daughter's voice. Zhuang Xiaomo keenly spotted in the distance that there was a small figure riding on a red horse. He revealed a smile and hurriedly spoke to Yu Hai and Madame Lu, Uncle Yu, Auntie, Xiao Xiao is back. You two should quickly go greet her. I'm not in a hurry right now. Ever since the Woku pirate disaster, Zhuang Xiaomo had moved to Dongshan village. As the years went by, he slowly grew up and became more certain that he wanted to marry the hardworking Xiaolian. However, as he saw the Yu family's fortunes go up and up, he started to feel a bit of pressure. Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu treated him like their own son and often sent him food. In fact, most of his clothes and shoes were personally made by Auntie Yu. However, he had just reached the age of 17 and knew in his heart that using his sincere character alone was not enough to marry Yu Xiaolian. He also needed to make sure that his situation was better to ensure that her living situation would be smooth and steady in the future. Consequently, when Xiaoko came back last year to establish the greenhouse-grown vegetables business and mentioned the booming vegetable and fruit stalls in the capital, Zhuang Xiaomo had an idea. He decided to also start a stall that only sold the expensive greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits in Tanggu. He didn't have a lot of money on hand and had originally planned on renting a stall in the regular food market for this. As he started on his plans, Uncle Yu found out and enthusiastically supported his idea. However, Uncle Yu advised him against renting a stall at the regular market. After listening to Uncle Yu's reasoning, Zhuang Xiaomo was enlightened. The vast majority of people who went to shop at the regular marketplace were the commoners, but whom among them could afford the expensive out-of-season fruits and vegetables? In the end, Uncle Yu gave him some business capital, and he rented 2 stores in the western rich area of Tanggu town to open Tanggu's first specialty vegetable and fruit stores. Naturally, this money was a loan and he gradually paid it back through the money he had earned. Last autumn, Zhuang Xiaomo's vegetable and fruit stores made a bunch of money. The Yu family's greenhouse business only gave him wholesale pricing on their goods and introduced him to a few old customers. Tanggu never lacked for the rich and wealthy. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo's vegetable and fruit stores exploded in popularity. In order to make it easier on himself to stock the stores, he bought a donkey cart. Every day, before the sun rose, he would drive the cart to bring the goods over. He spent the morning busily selling his stock. Sometimes, when business was especially good, he would have to go get another set of goods to replenish for the afternoon. He was quite busy every day. At the start of spring, Zhuang Xiaomo went to look at his account books and the results stunned him completely. In one winter, he not only made back all of the money that Uncle Yu had lent him as well as the money he spent to buy the donkey cart, but he also made 300 taels to spare. He was only idle for a few days, fixing up the store, when the Yu family's early ripening watermelons were ready to go on the market. Thus, a new episode of business began for him. The watermelons could be sold until the end of summer. Furthermore, when that time came, the surplus grapes, pears and apples that the Yu family couldn't eat also came on the market. Following that, it was the start of the busy season for the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits again. They were currently right in the middle of the busy season for the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits. Every day, a whole cart full of vegetables and fruits would be sold out before noon. Furthermore, he always had a list of customers who reserved more goods to be delivered in the afternoon. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo took advantage of the noon period, when no one was in the store, to drive his little black donkey and cart to get replenishments. He wasn't expecting that Xiao Xiao would appear at this time. It had almost been half a year since Yu Hai last saw his youngest daughter and he missed her dearly and worried about her. At the end of autumn, someone from the capital had especially come over to give some good news to them. They said that his youngest daughter had saved the eldest imperial prince during the autumn hunt and had been titled a royal princess as a reward. Everyone else only saw the glory and honor that his youngest daughter brought to their family, but how could they understand a father's worried heart? There were many skilled experts protecting the eldest imperial prince. If Kaur was the one to save him, then how dangerous of a situation must have it been at the time? His youngest daughter had no skills at fighting, so he didn't know whether she had gotten frightened or injured from that time. She always only gave them the good news and not bad. As her parents, how could they not fret over her? For the past few months, Yu Hai and Madame Lu tossed and turned at night on their bed. If it wasn't for the fact that they were so busy with the greenhouse business, the two of them would have long packed their luggage and visited the capital to take a look. Fortunately, their youngest daughter understood their anxious hearts and very quickly sent a letter over telling them that she would be back in the 12th month to visit. She was planning on staying to happily celebrate the New Year's with them. Only then did the two of them restrain themselves from visiting the capital. They impatiently waited for the 12th month to arrive. When they heard the faint yet clear sound of his youngest daughter's voice and raised their heads to see her tiny figure in the distance, the two of them could no longer restrain their worries. Yu Hai smiled apologetically at Zhuang Xiaomo and couldn't be bothered to take off his gloves or arm guards before he started running towards his youngest daughter, who was already at the entrance of the farmstead. In order not to delay the business for their customers, Madame Lu called her father-in-law and eldest son over to take over. One of them could weigh while the other one dealt with the money and records. Only then did she follow her husband from behind and run towards her youngest daughter. Father! Yu Xiaoxiao jumped off her horse and threw herself at her father's arms like a bird coming back to nest. Be careful, be careful. Yu Hai watched in alarm as his youngest daughter leapt off the back of that high horse. He hurried over to catch his youngest daughter's delicate body. He felt his youngest daughter's icy cold face and looked at her nose which had turned bright red from the cold. Yu Hai remarked worriedly, it's the middle of winter, why did you ride a horse home? What's wrong with sitting in a nice and comfortable carriage? Carriages go too slow and I wanted to get back earlier to see father and mother. Yu Xiaoxiao saw her mother huffing and puffing as she ran over and threw herself at her. She fiercely hugged her mother's soft body and couldn't help but rub up against her mother in a spoiled manner. Madame Lu tapped her head and remarked in a scolding tone, It's not as if mother and father will run away. What's the difference between getting back a day or two later? If you got sick from the cold, however, then we would feel really bad. Your tiny hands are like ice cubes. Quickly, come with mother to go inside and warm up. The Kong bed has had fuel burning this entire time. Madame Lu pulled on her youngest daughter's hands and continuously blew hot air on them. Yu Hai took off his gloves and used his large, warm hands to envelop them and rub them to add heat. Before long, Xiao Xiao's hands had thawed. The largest courtyard in the farmstead was the one occupied by the Yu family. It was a simply crafted four-sided courtyard with a main structure that had 3 rooms and 2 side rooms on the left and right. Yu Hai and his wife took their youngest daughter into their own room and had her sit on the bed after taking off her boots. They noticed that her 4 maidservants had also been frozen until their faces turned red and their lips turned blue. Madame Lu stated, we don't have that many customs in the countryside. The 4 of you should also sit on the Kong bed to warm up. Wadong and Yingchun had previously experienced sitting on the same Kong bed as their master before, so they readily went up. Chunhua and Chuxi, on the other hand, had been scrupulously trained and they refused to go on the bed. Instead, they would only compromise on sitting a small stool next to the Kong bed. Wadong noticed the stubborn looks on their faces and persuaded them, this room doesn't have a heated floor or heated walls. Only the Kong bed provides warmth here. If you two get sick from the cold and can't take care of our master, you'll end up making our master worried. If Royal Prince Yang was also here, he wouldn't say anything either about you sitting on the Kong bed. Yu Xiaoxiao held onto her comfortable hand warmer and deliberately pretended to be angry as she raised her eyes, Chunhua, Chuxi. If you want to keep me as your master, then sit down. Otherwise, at the start of spring when we're back at the capital, you should go back to the hidden ranks. I absolutely cannot keep servants who do not listen to my orders. When Chunhua and Chuxi heard this, they hurriedly knelt down in alarm to apologize. Hidden soldiers who had been sent back had either committed an unforgivable crime or had some sort of other fault. It was obvious what their fate would be then. Madame Lu came with 2 bowls of ginger sugar soup and saw the 2 maidservants kneeling on the icy cold floor. She hurriedly said, Cower, even if they made a mistake, we shouldn't let these people kneel for this long. Quickly let them get up in order to avoid harming their knees. Return back to the ranks or listen to my orders unconditionally. You two can choose one. Yu Xiaoxiao took the bowl of ginger sugar soup from her mother's hands and drank it in one gulp. The warm and toasty liquid warmed up her insides and pushed away the cold from her body. Chunhua and Chuxi both vowed that they would listen to her orders. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the free space on the Kong bed, that's good, then you two should sit there. You won't refuse this time, right? The 2 maidservants exchanged looks and obediently pulled themselves onto the Kong bed. They sat at the very edge of the Kong bed with their legs tucked under them. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a faint smile and said, Arya, give the bowl of ginger sugar soup to these 2 older sisters. It's best to drink it while warm so it can drive away the cold. Wadong suppressed the smile coming on her lips as she watched the 2 maidservants obediently take the crude bowl of porcelain over and drink the soup in a few sips. She also drank down her own ginger sugar soup and said, we don't need to worry about your loyalties. However, you two really need to understand your true position here. Are you Royal Prince Yang's maidservants or our young missus? If you're with our young miss, you naturally should listen to her orders. Our young miss has a kind and generous heart and is not very strict about the customs. As long as you do your own work properly, there's no need to walk on eggshells around her. Chunhua and Chuxi both nodded their heads and thanked her for her advice. Before long, Madame Lu came over with 2 plates of pastries and placed it on the small table on the Kong bed and said, it must have been tiring to travel so quickly here. Eat some pastries for now. The pot is stewing a small wild pheasant. Tonight, we'll eat dinner early and rest early. Tomorrow, we'll go with you back to Dongshan village. Yingchun saw that her mistress's mother was going back to the kitchen and perceptibly jumped down. She put on her thick fur-lined boots and chased after the older woman, although my skills are not as good as yours, madam, I can still be of great help in the kitchen. Madame Lu shook her head at her and pushed the maid back towards the room, no need, we don't have so many customs in our family. Go back to the room and warm up completely first. Then, this servant will help the madam manage the fire. The stove is much warmer than being on the Kong bed. This servant will be gaining a favor from this. Yingchun said all of this with a cheerful smile on her face, making Madame Lu unable to rebuff her offer. Yu Xiaoxiao had the protection of the little divine stone on this journey so she didn't feel like she had gotten exposed to the cold. In addition, she had also added some mystic stone water to the water that her maidservants drank every day. Thus, they weren't harmed from exposure either. Before long, they all warmed up. When they saw that the madam was in the kitchen cooking for them, the maidservants couldn't sit still anymore. Unfortunately, not a single one of them had any talent at cooking. They could only enter the kitchen to do chores like washing vegetables and cutting them. Madame Lu thought that they were in the way and sent them all out. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled up her own sleeves and began to cook. She made Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce, spicy chicken pieces, and spicy congee. Eating spicy food in this type of weather warmed a person's belly up. The 4 maidservants were quite frightened by the fact that they had let their master cook food for them to eat. It was truly disgraceful of them. When they got back to the capital, all of them worked hard to learn how to cook. Although their food wasn't as tasty as the food made by cook maids, they were still edible. But this was in the future. After living on the farmstead for a few days, Xiao Xiao realized that the scope of the greenhouse business here in Tenggu was not in any way smaller than the one in the capital. Just from wholesale alone, they sold tens of thousands of caddies of vegetables and fruits every day. This basically meant that they made a few thousand taels in income every day. It was likely that Yu Xiaoxiao no longer knew just how much wealth her own family had at this point. During those days, Yu Xiaoxiao brought her 4 maidservants along to also help on the farm. Chunhua and Chushi clearly had martial arts skills as both of them had much more strength than the average person. Containers holding over 100 caddies of vegetables were easily moved around by them like it was no big deal. The male workers on the farmstead were also shocked that their eyes nearly fell out of their heads when they saw those 2 maids working. As for Wudong and Yingchun, they stayed with her. One of them worked the scale, while the other worked on the books. They cooperated quite nicely together and helped save Yu Hai and his family quite a bit of work. As New Year's got closer and closer, Madame Lu finally was able to hand her work to Yingchun and have some time to herself. She took her daughter and her remaining 3 maids to spend lots of time perusing the markets to buy items for the New Year's celebrations. It wasn't easy for her daughter to make it back for the holiday to celebrate together. Thus, she needed to make sure they bought everything they needed. In reality, the family had their own supply of fruits and vegetables and it was very easy for their family to buy any chickens, ducks, and seafood they needed in the village. Thus, there wasn't much they needed to buy. However, shopping was a woman's pleasure. Every day, they left with empty baskets but would always come back with packages, large and small, with them. Chunhua and Chushi had become their bag holders and ended up with all sorts of shopping bags hanging off of them every day. On the 20th day of the 12th month, Madame Lu took her daughter with her back to Dongshan village with a giant donkey cart filled to the brim with goods. This time, when Yu Xiaoxiao came back, she didn't bring any of the ceremonious gear that was befitting of a feudal princess or royal princess rank. Thus, the villagers were much more welcoming and casual when they saw her. Seeing their familiar faces with their warm smiles, hearing their familiar voices with the hard-to-forget village accent, Yu Xiaoxiao sometimes thought that this sort of simple and honest life was what she really wanted. No matter how much glory, splendor, gold, silver, and treasures one had, one couldn't buy sincerity or the warmth of true friendship. It couldn't buy a simple honest life. Homesickness suddenly struck her. Xiaoxiao, Lu Huifang had already transformed into a slender and pretty young maiden. She had just accompanied her father to deliver a cart full of chicken eggs and didn't expect to see her childhood friend at the mouth of the village. Now, Lu Xuanju's entire family were occupied with their chicken-raising business. They now had almost 1,000 chickens at home. Although the hens didn't like to lay eggs as much in the winter, they still had some eggs every few days or so. Selling those eggs to the Zhou family's factories was also a good source of income. Lu Huifang jumped off of the donkey cart and jogged over to pull on Xiao Xiao's hand. The smile on her face was sincere and pretty. A few days ago, I saw Little Black in the forest so I knew you were going to be back soon. The capital is truly good at nourishing people. Look at how tender and fair your skin is. I always thought I had a pretty good complexion in the village, but when I stand next to you, I look like a piece of charcoal instead. No worries, as long as my older brother doesn't care, what does it matter then? Sometime, while she was gone, Yu Heng and older sister Huifang had ended up seeing eye to eye. When her mother had someone help her write a letter, she had specifically mentioned this detail. Uncle Xuanju was good friends with her father and their whole family was of good moral character. Older sister Huifang had an open personality and was very hardworking. She also had a good relationship with her. Thus, in Yu Xiaoxiao's mind, she was more than happy to have Huifang become her older sister-in-law in the future. From the letter her family sent her, she could tell that everyone else also liked her quite a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were still quite young, Madame Lu would have gone over to Huifang's family to negotiate for a betrothal. She needed to strike early in order to obtain such a good girl for her son. Lu Huifang's cheeks immediately turned bright red after being teased by her good friend. She glared at her and grumbled, if you're only going to speak nonsense, I'm going to ignore you. Why do you think I'm speaking nonsense? Aren't people supposed to stick to the truth at this time of year? Sigh, my future older sister-in-law is so hard to get along with. As the younger sister-in-law, it looks like I'll have a difficult time in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and sighed but her eyes glinted with a spark of mischief. Lu Huifang revealed an embarrassed expression and raised a hand to lightly slap Xiaoxiao's shoulder. She was halfway there when another hand stopped her. She raised her head and met a pair of eyes that were full of warning. Lu Huifang looked at Xiaoxiao in a flabbergasted manner and asked, who is she? Wudong hurriedly took her hand out of Chushi's hand and smiled, Miss Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Chushi is in charge of our young Miss's safety and was only trying to protect her. Chushi, Miss Lu is only playing around with our young Miss, so there's no need to be too nervous. Dongshan Village's people have either watched our young Miss grow up or were friends with her during childhood. No one will harm her. You too, can just relax a bit. Now, Wudong was no longer like she was before when she viewed everyone around her as beneath her. She now treated her young Miss as friends in a polite and friendly manner. Chushi looked at her master. When she saw Xiao Xiao lightly nod in agreement with Wudong's words, she released Lu Huifang's hand and simply said, "Please forgive me." Lu Huifang looked at Chunhua, who was behind Chuxi and Xiao Xiao. The other girl was standing straight and seemed quite fierce. She lightly elbowed Xiao Xiao and grinned, "Oh ho. Looks like becoming a royal princess does have some changes in customs. You now have female bodyguards protecting you." Xiao Xiao winked at her and said, "No matter how powerful this royal princess is, my older sister-in-law will still be able to outrank me. An older sister-in-law is like a second mother. I currently need to fawn over you, that way you'll treat me better in the future." Speaking nonsense again, Lu Huifang lightly pinched her small arm. This time, the two bodyguard maids didn't try to stop her. "All right, don't be embarrassed and come back home with me. I have things I want to give you." Like she did in the past, Yu Xiaoxiao linked her arms with older sister Huifang and the two of them laughed and chatted as they headed towards the Yu family's residence. She had stayed a few days in the prefectural city and Tenggu town, so it was likely the luggage carts had already gotten to her home. Lu Xuanju cheerfully watched as Xiaoxiao took his daughter away. After saying a greeting to Madame Lu, he drove the donkey cart home. His wife had seen her daughter and husband leave together but, when only her husband returned, she asked, "Where's Huifang? The Yu family's lass, Xiaoxiao, is back and called our daughter to her home. She said she has some gifts to give our daughter." Lu Xuanju unhitched the animals from the cart and took out some fodder from their shelter for them. Xuanju's wife was currently taking out the laundry and her hands faltered for a moment and a slightly worried look appeared on her face. Lu Xuanju noticed that his wife was sighing repeatedly and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Is that brat Titan causing you problems? Just watch me discipline him. Titaner, come out for your father. Our son is currently practicing his calligraphy, why are you hollering about?" Xuanju's wife rolled her eyes at him and continued, "Titaner is very sweet and obedient. He works very hard at school and even the teacher there said that at the start of spring, he can try taking the entrance exam to Rongshuan Academy. The teacher really said that. This boy is truly giving me some face. If he can enter Rongshuan Academy, I can't guarantee anything else but he will definitely be able to become a county-level official. At that time, our family will also have a county official then." Lu Xuanju broadly smiled and revealed a joyous expression on his face. "Father, what did you call me for?" Titaner came out of his own room and was still holding a writing brush with ink on it. Lu Xuanju patted his son's shoulder and the smile on his face broadened as he proclaimed, "Nothing at all. Continue to work hard. I don't know if your older brother Shishtu will come back for the New Year's, but if he does you can ask him for some tips for the examination. That way you can work hard to pass the entrance examination to Rongshuan Academy and give our old Lu family some glory." Titan's round little face revealed a smile and he said, "Older brother Shishtu will definitely come back because he goes wherever older sister Xiaoxiao goes. Since older sister Xiaoxiao came back for the New Year's, older brother Shishtu will not let this opportunity go. Father, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and test into Rongshuan Academy. Good son, go on and you can continue working on your calligraphy." Lu Xuanju thought that his son's nimble brain resembled his own. However, his family's situation wasn't good enough when he was young to allow him to study. Otherwise, he might be a county official right now. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that his wife's expression was still a bit worried and he inquired in puzzlement, "Since it wasn't our son that made you unhappy, then why do you have such a long look on your face? What's going on? "I'm worried about our daughter." Xuanju's wife glared at her husband. He was a good man but he was a bit too thick sometimes. Lu Xuanju was even more perplexed now and asked in a puzzled tone, "Our daughter? What's up with our daughter? If it wasn't for her coming up with the idea to raise chickens, do you think our family would be doing so well now? Our daughter is so hardworking, what is there for you to be worried about? I'm talking about Huifang and Xiaoxia's thing." Xuanju's wife threw the piece of clothing in her hands into the wooden basin next to her and glared at her husband with an exasperated look. At that time, the Yu family's braised food shops roasted chicken, smoked chicken, and air-dried chicken were very popular in the prefectural city. The Yu family was honest and would rather spend more time on the road to help their fellow villagers do well. The Lu family now raised the largest number of chickens in the village, so they sent a bunch of chickens every few days to the prefecture city. Yu Hang often came over to help settle the bill. As time passed on, he and Huifang became familiar with each other. The two families began to work even more closely together as business partners and the two of them naturally began to develop feelings for each other. Lu Xuanju scratched the back of his head and frowned, "What's wrong with our daughter and Xiaoxia? Did Xiaoxia do something to make our daughter unhappy? I'll go and scold him now and let him know that our daughter isn't someone he can just bully because he wants to." As he finished, he turned around to head out the gate. "You come back right now." Xuanju's wife felt quite helpless at this turn of events. If her husband could accurately guess what she was thinking, then the sun would start rising from the west. "I was trying to say, Xiao Xiao is a royal princess now and has the same status as the daughter of an imperial prince. Furthermore, for the past 2 years, the Yu family's business has continued to expand and become more prosperous. I won't even mention their other businesses but just from the greenhouse-grown vegetables alone, I'm pretty sure they'd make at least 10,000 taels in one winter, and that's estimating low, right? Although our family is one of the most prosperous in the village now, the gap between our two families is still too large, right? Wife, are you trying to say that when our daughter marries into their family, they'll look down on her? Don't worry about that. Brother Dahai and his wife aren't the type of people to do that. That being said, we've watched Xiaoxia grow up under our eyes and we can definitely vouch for his personal character." Lu Xuanju thought that his wife was thinking too much. Madame Lu was very satisfied with their daughter and even told them that after the New Year's, they should make things official between their two children. If they decided that this was too early for their daughter, they could wait another 2 years before they got engaged. But, the social gap between our two families is really too big. I heard that Xiao Xiao not only was titled a royal princess but that the emperor and empress treat her very well, almost as if she was their own daughter. The eldest imperial prince even calls her older sister. Xuanju's wife was quite anxious about this. Lu Xuanju also frowned at this and said, that last Xiao Xiao is a fortunate one indeed. However, Xiao Xiao is still Xiao Xiao, Xiaoxia is still Xiaoxia. Brother Dahai also said that if little Shishtu passes the imperial court's examinations and becomes an official at court, Tengu's farmstead and the businesses at Dongshan village would be inherited by Xiaoxia. Their roots are in Dongshan village and the eldest son should keep an eye on their ancestral home. With that, Huaifang will also be close to us and we can help her when needed. What's there to be worried about then? That being said, that last Xiao Xiao isn't one of those people with her head up high and eyes to the sky. Today, when she saw our daughter, she was very intimate and friendly with her just like before. But I still feel a bit anxious within my heart. Regardless, Xuanju's wife felt a bit better after hearing her husband's analysis of the issue. He was right. The Yu family was famous in the village for being honest and trustworthy. Furthermore, the head of the Yu family had pretty much grown up with her husband like true brothers. The Yu family's wife had a good-natured personality and was very satisfied with her daughter. In addition, Xiaoxia was a hard worker and had a trustworthy personality. What did she have to be worried about now? Mother, once older brother passes the exams and becomes an official, he can give support to older sister. The Lu family's youngest daughter had originally been sitting in the courtyard, shelling peanuts obediently. When she heard her father and mother talking, she childishly interjected her opinion. Lu Xuanju strode over to his daughter and picked her up, lifting her high. He laughed joyously, our Xiaoyar is right. When your older brother becomes an official, then we'll also find you an official to be your husband. Xuanju's wife rescued her daughter from her husband and glared at him, what nonsense are you saying now ah? Are you not afraid you'll lead our daughter down a crooked road? Xiaoyar pinched up a shelled peanut and delivered it into her father's mouth as she mumbled, I don't want to be the wife of an official ah. Lu Xuanju chewed on the peanut and guffawed, then what type of man does our Yar want to marry? Xiaoyar puffed up her bun-like face and frowned for a bit before she stated in a conflicted tone, I want to find someone who is hardworking, just like older Xiao Xiao. Someone who can do anything. If older sister Xiao Xiao was a man, Yar would definitely marry her. Alright, in the future, father will make sure to find you a hardworking man. Lu Xuanju had been tickled by his youngest daughter's somewhat childish thoughts on the matter. His wife could only shake her head repeatedly. This child truly knew no shame and was willing to say anything out loud. While the two of them were at home teasing their children, their oldest daughter was already sitting on the Kong bed in Xiao Xiao's maiden room. Huaifang's eyes were wide open in astonishment as she looked at the beautiful and delicate wooden boxes on the bed. She couldn't help but remark in surprise, this set of blossoming beauty skincare products is for me. That's right ah, weren't you complaining earlier that you thought your skin wasn't bright and fair enough? This set is for brightening and hydrating the skin, and it's very efficacious. This set contains a washing lotion, moisturizing toner, whitening essence, and hydrating cream. If you follow the instructions I just told you and use it every morning and night, after 1 month, I guarantee that your skin will be fairer by a shade and also look very bright and hydrated. I'm sure my older brother will be so entranced by you then. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a grin. In the previous dynasty, there were plenty of 15 and 16-year-old youths and maidens getting married and having children everywhere. Yu Heng and Lu Huaifang were experiencing their first awakening of love. Even when their eyes met across the room, they would blush. After being teased by Xiao Xiao, Lu Huaifang's face was so hot that one could fry an egg on top. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that older sister Huaifang had now buried her face into her chest and stopped teasing the other girl before it got too much. Oh right, during the autumn hunt, Little Black and Little White caught a lot of red and silver foxes, so I have a lot of fox pelts. Bring these back to give to Uncle Xuanju and Auntie so they can use them to make a hat and scarf. The old men in the capital often wear fur hats in the winter. However, silver fox pelts aren't something that anyone can buy ah. Since they are that rare, you should leave them for Uncle Yu and Auntie instead ah. Lu Huaifang stroked the silky soft fur on the silver fox pelt. Even if she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was very valuable and expensive. Little Black and Little White are very talented and hardworking. I not only have set aside some for my parents, but my grandfather and godparents also have a share ah. I especially picked out these 2 pelts to give to Uncle and Auntie Xuanju. Ah, this is a box of pastries that I got from my family's pastry shop and I'm sure it'll taste just as good as the pastries I got from Daoshang village last year. Bring it back so Titan and younger sister Yar can try some. Yu Xiaoxiao was very thoughtful and had prepared gifts for everyone in the Lu family. She knew that little Titan was currently studying and especially gave a set of brushes and paper for him. Isn't all of this a bit too expensive ah? Without even mentioning the 2 fur pelts, just the blossoming beauty skincare set was incredibly pricey. She had gone to the prefectural city with her father before and had once overheard a young miss from a wealthy family happily bragging that she had gotten a handmade soap from the capital's famous blossoming beauty cosmetic shop. Just one soap cost a few dozen taels. She even said that blossoming beauties prices were sky high and only the noble and wealthy families could afford goods from there. In fact, just registering a card there cost around 10,000 taels. If a tiny piece of soap was that pricey, then this set of skincare items probably cost around at least a few thousand taels. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her and said, these gifts I prepared, the furs were from my own hunting, and the cosmetics and pastries I took from my own shops. Other than the few taels I spent on the brushes and paper, which of these are considered expensive for me ah? Older sister Huaifang, when did you become so conservative and maudlin? You're not at all like you were in the past, so open and free. If you don't take them, then I won't recognize you as my older sister-in-law. If she continued to refuse, then it would be a bit too impolite. Lu Huifeng could only take these gifts with a blush on her face. The two friends were chatting quite happily when they heard a person in the courtyard yell, "Auntie Yu, I heard younger sister Xiaoxiao has come back and I'm here to see her." Madame Lu was just in the middle of organizing the storeroom with the four maid servants and raised her head to see the Zheng family's lass. The smile on her face congealed lightly. Madame Lu truly couldn't find it in her to like that lass Zheng Xiaoqui. That lass had too many schemes in her head and was always trying to get something good out of other people's hands and never seemed to realize that no one was as stupid as she thought. In the past, when Royal Prince Yang went to visit Xiaoxiao, she would always show up and try to tag along. It was rumored that she even wanted to become a concubine of the royal prince, so Cower's other friends didn't even like bringing her along to play anymore. Later on, she wasn't sure just what exactly Royal Prince Yang said, but this lass didn't try to find her youngest daughter for a long time. Madame Lu had originally thought that the lass had smartened up. However, as the Yu family became more and more prosperous, apparently this lass now had the idea to cozy up to her own son. As long as Yu Heng came back from Tengu town, she would always, coincidentally, bump into him. Madame Lu had seen a few times just how this lass interacted with her son. She always talked to him in a coy and breathless manner, and her eyes seemed to be glued onto her son's body. Luckily, Hanger didn't seem to have any good feelings towards the girl and would always greet her politely before making his escape as fast as possible. However, Zheng Xiaoqui refused to give up and often used the excuse of looking for Xiaolian to spend half of the day at their residence. She even deliberately pretended to not notice the pointed looks and hints to leave from other people. It really made people feel helpless. Who knew what little scheme she was cooking this time? Although Madame Lu didn't like her very much, they were both from the same village, so she couldn't just shoo the girl away. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Cower is in her room talking to Huifeng ah." Huifeng is also here. The expression on Zheng Xiaoqui's face slightly changed and she couldn't hide the jealousy within her eyes. Her mother had told her that girls had to be subtle when chasing boys. Originally, she thought that as long as she struck first and created more opportunities to meet Yu Heng, that kind and obedient youth would very quickly fall into her hands. However, that fellow was as dense as a block of wood. No matter how much she hinted, he refused to get a clue. Her mother had told her that some boys matured late. Perhaps Yu Heng just hadn't gotten to the point where he was interested in girls yet. However, how could she know that not long ago, news came out that the Yu family was intending on engaging their son to the Lu family's Huifeng. Although it wasn't officially set, they had already exchanged a few tokens. Just what part of that wretch, Lu Huifeng, was better than herself? She spent all day with the chickens and smelled horrible. She wasn't as pretty as herself, so was that fellow Yu Heng blind. He didn't choose her and chose Huifeng instead. Zheng Xiaoqui was about the same age as Huifeng and would be turning 16 after the New Year's. Her older sister had been married off at that same age to a cripple who was older than her by 10 years. The reason was because his family was able to give out 50 taels as a betrothal gift. The Zheng family didn't have a good reputation in Dongshan village. The men in the family were all lazy and didn't do much work while also only valuing boys and not girls. In her father's eyes, the only point of having daughters was to have them do work around the house and then get some valuable betrothal gifts when they got married off. Appearance-wise, Zheng Xiaoqui was considered to be a beauty in the village. Her father had long started to plan just what sort of benefits he could get off of her. Thus, when his daughter shamelessly tried to get closer to the Yu family's eldest son, he turned a blind eye to this. If his daughter became the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yu family, wouldn't the Yu family's large and prosperous businesses become the Zheng family's? However, when he found out that there wasn't much hope for Yu Heng anymore, he started to ask the matchmaker for other matches. He discovered that there was a local tycoon in town who was looking to take in his 12th concubine. It was rumored that the tycoon would be giving out 200 taels as a betrothal gift. When Zheng Xiaoqui found out from her mother that she was about to be sold to an old man to become his 12th concubine, she almost fainted right then and there. If she had to become a concubine, then at least she should become a concubine to a person like Royal Prince Yang. Royal Prince Yang had a face that was even more beautiful than hers and had a well-sculpted body to match. Furthermore, his status in society was also very appealing. At this time, she had long forgotten the threats that Royal Prince Yang had said to her. When she found out that Xiaoxiao was going to come back to celebrate the New Year's, she had started counting the days. Xiaoxiao spent most of her time in the capital and was also quite close to Royal Prince Yang. If she could convince the other girl to bring her to the capital, she would be able to find an opportunity to get closer to the prince and have him see her charms. This last truly dared to dream high. Even if Royal Prince Yang didn't have the ability to read her thoughts and see through her schemes, he still wouldn't be interested in her somewhat pretty and bland looks. In fact, even his bodyguards wouldn't be interested in her, let alone someone like the prince who saw glorious beauties all the time. Zheng Xiaoqui saw the pile of New Year's gifts in the courtyard that were piled up like a mountain and the jealousy in her heart blazed high. If Yu Heng hadn't been seduced by that slut, Lu Huifeng, then all of these delicate silk bolts, gold and silver treasures, precious curiosities, and famous goods from the capital would be considered hers. All hers. Zheng Xiaoqui deeply inhaled and did her best to move her eyes away from the valuable objects. There was no hope left for Yu Heng, but if she became a concubine of Royal Prince Yang, she would not only have status but also have wealth. Wouldn't that be much better than marrying into a tycoon's family? For the sake of her goal, she raised her spirits and revealed what she thought was her warmest smile and entered Xiaoxiao's room. Xiaoxiao, when I found out you got back, I especially brought over some of your favorite hickory nuts and hazelnuts. They've all been roasted already, quickly try some. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the other girl for a long time and then looked over at older sister Huifeng for help. Who is this How come I don't really have an impression of her? In the past, when she was in Dongshan village, she was always busy doing something or other and didn't have much time to interact with the other villagers. She only spent time playing with older sister Huaifang, Shanhu, and Qian Yufang. As for everyone else, she mostly nodded her head and smiled when she saw them. Zhang Xiaoqui almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. What was this all about? Did she become arrogant after becoming a royal princess and no longer deign to recognize her old playmate? Yu Xiaoxiao, I didn't think you'd become this kind of person. Lu Huaifang also knew that Zhang Xiaoqui had once set her eyes on Yu Hang. However, they were all from one village. Normally, they went along their separate ways, but it wasn't good to outright ignore her. After seeing Xiao Xiao's reaction, she almost burst out into laughter. You keep pretending to be very close to her, but she doesn't even remember who you are. Isn't that embarrassing? However, after thinking about it, she understood why. In the past, every time she had made plans with Xiao Xiao to go gather seafood or wild nuts in the mountains, Zhang Xiaoqui always used her name to tag along. Later on, Xiao Xiao had gotten busy and they rarely had the time to go together to the mountains or ocean. It had been a few years ago, so it wasn't surprising that Xiao Xiao couldn't remember Zhang Xiaoqui. Younger sister Xiao Xiao, this is Zhang Xiaoqui. Her family lives pretty close to mine. In the past, we had gone out together to pick wild mushrooms. Lu Huaifang gave a short introduction to the other girl. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned for a bit and then very soon revealed an expression that showed she remembered. Zhang Xiaoqui immediately smiled broadly and pulled at Xiao Xiao's delicate and soft hand and warmly said, "That's right. It's me. At that time, you used to call me older sister Xiaoqui. It's been almost 2 years since you last came back to Dongshan village. At that time, you were still young, so it's not surprising you can't remember who I am." Yu Xiaoxiao now remembered that Royal Prince Yang had warned her in the past that she shouldn't spend too much time with this girl as she had unclean thoughts. Although she didn't think it was a big deal, she never doubted that fellow's abilities. This was the perfect example of someone eyeing a benefit they could get from you while acting solicitous. It looked like she needed to keep her guard up in order to avoid falling into this person's plans. Ah, I remember now. You're the person who Shan who said who wanted to become the concubine of Royal Prince Yang and got angry and left. Yu Xiaoxiao took her hand out of the other girls and slapped the bed with an expression that showed that she had realized something. Zhang Xiaoqui's face froze. This stupid brat. She couldn't remember anything else except that. Just as she was racking her brains, trying to find a way to change the topic, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke again. Xiaoqui, where did you hear about becoming a concubine? Our Dongshan village doesn't have the precedence of selling their daughters to become low-ranked concubines in wealthy people's families. After a short pause, she shook her head again and said, besides, a concubine is merely a plaything for her husband in a wealthy family. The mother-in-law can simply punish her with one simple command. The maid servants in the estate will not treat her as one of their masters. Even the child they give birth to cannot address his or her own mother as mother. Instead, the child had to refer to her as concubine. I just don't understand why some women are scrambling to become a concubine. Sister Huaifang, do you agree? Lu Huaifang saw that the expression on Zhang Xiaoqui's face was becoming more and more unsightly. When she recalled how Zhang Xiaoqui had accused her of seducing Yu Hang behind her back in the village, she grinned in agreement. Isn't that right? Even though you will be poor and tired, you can still live with dignity and freedom if you're married to an ordinary family. I heard that sometimes, a concubine's status cannot even be compared to a maidservant that has some power and influence in the estate. Why would anyone be so desperate to be someone's maidservant? Zhang Xiaoqui hated that she couldn't shred Lu Huaifang's proud face into pieces. She was just blabbering on because it had nothing to do with her. If she managed to snatch Yu Hang back then, Lu Huaifang wouldn't have been able to say what she had just said. It was a pity that Yu Hang acted like a piece of wood. He never fell for her charms. It was like she was acting kind in front of a blind person. However, this was not the time for her to argue with that cheap woman. Zhang Xiaoqui forced out a smile and asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, what is the capital like? Is it fun? The farthest I've been is to the town. The capital is much bigger than the town, right? Xiao Xiao didn't really want to talk to her and was about to give her a perfunctory reply when she saw the curiosity in Sister Huaifang's eyes. She picked a few interesting and exciting stories and told them about the prosperous and lively imperial capital. Zhang Xiaoqui had a fascinated expression on her face when she muttered, I can die without any regrets in this life if I have the chance to stroll around the streets of the imperial city. Xiao Xiao, now that you're promoted to a royal princess, will you be moving into a bigger house? Do you need maidservants? Do you think I can be your maidservant? In her opinion, even someone as stupid and slow as Arya was bought by Xiao Xiao's family to be a maidservant. Therefore, she would definitely qualify as a maidservant. After all, she was clever, nimble, and efficient, so she was qualified to be Xiao Xiao maidservant. Wedong, who had finished arranging the gifts and the luggage, coincidentally entered the house and overheard their conversation. She sized Zhang Xiaoqui up and down, and then sneered, a person like you wants to work as a maidservant. You're not even qualified to be a maidservant that does rough work around the Yu estate. It was fine if Xiao Xiao treated her coldly, but how can she stand being ridiculed by a mere maidservant? Zhang Xiaoqui felt humiliated. She was so angry that her neck had turned red. Xiao Xiao, aren't you going to punish your servant? Yu Xiao Xiao chided Wedong indifferently since Zhang Xiaoqui came from the same village as her. Xiaoqui, Wedong, and Pippa are in charge of all the maidservants in my estate. She took your joke seriously. This maidservant is frank and outspoken, so you shouldn't take what she says to heart. Wedong regretted her words the moment she said them. After all, everyone who came to the estate was a guest. Although she had never heard her young miss mention this lady before, this lady might still be her young miss's friend since she rushed here the moment her young miss returned to the village. But after she saw how her young miss didn't scold her, and instead, spoke on her behalf, Wedong was relieved. It seemed like her young miss did not like this lady. Wedong hurriedly apologized and smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoqui. I took your joke seriously. But this maidservant didn't say anything incorrectly. Anyone with a status in the capital would buy their maidservants from an official intermediary. In the capital, all the ordinary girls who want to become a maidservant have to go through 2 to 3 years of training. The maidservants in our estate are all the best of the best. Let me say this as a joke. If you really want to work as a maidservant for our estate, then you will have to sell yourself to an official intermediary. However, the official intermediaries don't usually buy everyone who goes there to sell themselves. They usually accept younger girls around the age of 10 because they would be the perfect age to be a maidservant after 2 years of training. Zhang Xiaokui was so angry that she was about to cry. She screamed at Xiao Cao angrily, "You Xiao Cao, it doesn't mean that you can bully other people as you wish just because you are a royal princess. Don't forget that you used to be impoverished too. You weren't able to eat your fill back then too. How can you look down at your childhood friends now that you have money and power? I didn't expect that you would be such a person." "Shut up, who are you shouting at?" The expression on Wudong's face changed. She was full of dignity as she scolded her sternly, "You were the one who said you wanted to enter our estate as a maidservant, so I kindly informed you about the situation at our estate. If you don't want to listen, then you can come at me. Why are you shouting at our royal princess? Our royal princess is someone who cares about the villagers. Otherwise, you would have been dragged out and beaten by the wooden board for being so rude to our royal princess. Okay, come at me then, fight me then. I want all the villagers to see how you Xiao Cao, humiliate and abuse your friends after you become wealthy and influential. It seems like I misjudged you." Zhang Xiaokui was somewhat scared. She may appear fierce on the outside, but she was cowardly at heart. After she spat out those words, she turned around to leave. "Stop." Yu Xiaocao held a cup of fragrant tea with a calm expression on her face. She took a sip of the tea and gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Her voice did not waver at all when she said, "Zhang Xiaokui, it's true that I went out digging for wild vegetables and gathering seafood by the sea with you when we were kids. However, I did all of that because of Sister Huaifang. In the past, you approached Royal Prince Yang more than you've approached me. So, please stop tutting your own horn by calling me your friend." Xiao Cao had always been amicable, but when the smile on her face disappeared, she suddenly looked like a stranger. The noble and imposing aura that she exuded made it impossible for people not to admire her. Even Lu Huaifang couldn't help but release the breath she was holding while her heart shrank in fear. The sunlight shone through the glass window and shrouded her body in a golden halo. People were afraid to look directly at Xiao Cao because she looked as dazzling as a god with the golden halo shrouded around her body. She had a majestic presence around her, and none of the people present dared to look directly into her eyes. They realized that the girl in front of them was beyond their reach. Furthermore, you were the one who offered yourself to become a maidservant of our estate, yet you couldn't even pass a small test. I wouldn't take you in as my maidservant even if the villagers asked me to do so, solely because of your attitude and temper. I need a loyal, obedient, and capable maidservant by my side. I don't need a young lady with an attitude." In just a few short words, Yu Xiaocao was able to turn Wudong's deliberate mocking words into a test of Zhang Xiaokui's character. Zhang Xiaokui took a deep breath and summoned up the last strand of courage and said, "Fine, I was wrong. I just didn't like the way the maidservant standing beside you trampled on my dignity as she wished." "Dignity? I don't think you understand your place. A servant has no dignity in front of their master. When the master gets off the horse carriage, the servant has to act like a stool, so that their master can step on them when getting off the carriage. If the master's shoes become dirty, the servant will have to kneel on the ground and wipe the shoes clean. If the servant makes a small mistake, then the servant will be stripped of his or her pants and whipped in public. Although these actions that you speak of don't have any dignity to them, they're what a servant is required to do. Zhang Xiaokui, if you want to keep your dignity, then don't talk about offering yourself up to be a maidservant." Chunhua had quickly rushed here when she heard some shouting. Yu Xiaocao picked up a hazelnut and casually handed it to Chunhua when she rushed in. Zhang Xiaokui was stunned. The thin and weak-looking maid gently pinched the hard hazelnut shell with her hands, and the shell easily cracked under the pressure. Xiao Cao put the hazelnut that Chunhua had peeled for her into her mouth. Her mouth bulged slightly when she popped the hazelnuts into her mouth. She looked like a squirrel with her bulging cheeks. She loved eating delicious and savory nuts, but she hated peeling them herself. When Royal Prince Yang was by her side, he was in charge of peeling the nuts for her. "I'm thirsty, Wudong, go brew a pot of the Dahong Dao that was bestowed by the Empress, and then bring it here so Sister Huaifang can have a taste." Yu Xiaocao suddenly instructed after she ate a few hazelnuts. "Yes." Wudong curtsied obediently and retreated out of the room. She had been a servant for her master for many years, so she immediately understood what her master was planning. Wudong took out a complete set of kung fu tea. Her movements were elegant, smooth, and natural as she washed the tea, added water to the tea, brewed the tea, closed the lid, poured the tea, and served the tea. The fragrance coming from the tea was extremely fragrant. The scent tickled their noses and made it impossible for people not to enjoy the pleasant scent of the tea. Chushi took out a zither and started playing with it with her bare hands in the corner of the room. The elegant and gentle sound from the zither filled the room. Yingchun fetched an incense burner and blended her master's favorite scent, which was a gentle lotus scent. "Sister Huaifang, have a taste of this. This is top-notch Dahong Pao. It was picked from a century-old tea tree on the steep cliff from Wuyi Mountain. This tea has a strong orchid scent, and the fragrance from the tea is long-lasting. This old tea tree only produces 2 to 3 caddies of tea leaves in a year. All of the tea leaves will be given as a tribute to the imperial palace, so it's very difficult for others to have a taste of this tea." Yu Xiaocao picked up the teacup with 3 fingers. She lowered her head and sniffed the fragrance in the cup and sipped the tea slowly, finishing the tea in 3 sips. Her beautiful fair hands were as white as jade and her movements were graceful when she lowered her head to drink the tea. Xiao Cao's sweet-tempered and charming movements made her fairy-like figure even more beautiful. Lu Huifang stared at her with a blank look on her face. She was so caught up with staring at Xiao Cao that she neglected to take the fragrant tea that was offered to her by Wudong. It was impossible for Zheng Xiaoqui to be jealous and resentful towards Yu Xiaocao after seeing her served by 4 maidservants because she knew that their statuses were very different. She could never reach the status that Yu Xiaocao had reached. Zheng Xiaoqui could only stand in admiration and watch the scene from a distance. She didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Zheng Xiaoqui was too embarrassed to ask Xiao Cao if she could be her maidservant again. Perhaps this was because she had already secretly acknowledged what Wudong said to her. She was nothing compared to the 4 maidservants serving Yu Xiaocao. Perhaps she didn't even qualify to even become a maidservant that did rough work around the estate. The maidservants serving Xiao Cao, whether it was their appearance or temperament, were more elegant and graceful than the so-called wealthy young maidens in town. Even with their beautiful appearance and good-natured temperament, they were still willing to serve Xiao Cao. They sincerely treated her as their master. By now, she realized that Xiao Cao was different from the Xiao Cao she knew before. However, if she didn't fight for an opportunity, then she will be sold to an old man that was older than her grandfather as a concubine. Zheng Xiaoqui clenched her hands into fists and made her final attempt to avoid being married off to an old man. She didn't try to act smart or tried to come up with a sly plan. Instead, she directly told Xiao Cao about her current situation, hoping that Xiao Cao could point her in the right direction. Zheng Xiaoqui had tears when she slowly shook her head and said, "My father only wants to sell me off right now. This way, he can save up some money for my brother to marry a wife and take over the family business. Unless I can raise the equivalent amount of money that they plan to sell me for, then I can only accept my fate and marry an old man who is almost 60 years old. I will have to become his 12th concubine." She didn't expect Zheng Laoju to be such a greedy person. Yu Xiaocao frowned lightly, sighed, and said, "There is a limit to how much other people can help you. You can only rely on yourself for this matter. Royal Princess, I beg you, please give me some pointers." Zheng Xiaoqui knew that Yu Xiaocao had a smart mind. She would definitely be able to think of a plan for her to get out of this situation. "I can offer 2 suggestions for you. For the first option, I can recommend some work for you. You can either work at the Zhou family's workshop or work as an assistant for the chefs at Junsho restaurant. After you choose a job, you will head home and tell your father everything honestly. You will tell him that all the money you earn before the age of 18 will be handed over to him. Even after you get married, you will continue to honor him by giving him half of your wage. I think your father is smart enough to figure out whether it's better to have a reputation for selling his daughter off or earning more money in the long run." Yu Xiaocao paused for a moment as she silently glanced at Zheng Xiaoqui's thoughtful expression. She picked up a cup of tea and sipped gently, and continued, "The second option is for you to report this matter to the authorities, have a fallout with your family, and escape to the prefectural city to earn a living. I'm sure you know that Yu's braised food shop is doing very well in the prefectural city. I can ask my oldest aunt to sell you some goods on credit. You can start selling braised food by setting up a stall in the beginning, and when you have the funds, you can rent a small shop. However, after you cut off all your ties, you will be all alone. Even if you're bullied by other people, there will be no one there to support you anymore." Even though there was a slim chance that her father would protect and support her when she needed it since he always valued his son over his daughter, her parents had raised her for more than 10 years. They should still have some affection for each other because they had the same blood flowing in their veins. Although Zheng Xiaoqui was somewhat snobbish and had her own plans and ideas, she was still reluctant to report her father to the authorities. Even if her father's sole purpose of raising her was to sell her off to save up money for her younger brother's marriage. "I choose the first option." Zheng Xiaoqui didn't plan on choosing the second option unless she had no other choice. Xiao Cao didn't pay much attention to what happened to Zheng Xiaoqui afterward. Perhaps it was because Zheng Xiaoqui's filial piety had emotionally moved her father, or perhaps it was thanks to Yu Hai's persuasion that Zheng Laoju never mentioned selling his daughter to the rich old man anymore. Before Xiao Cao left Dongshan village, Zheng Xiaoqui packed up a small bundle of luggage and came to find Xiao Cao. She asked Chunhua to take her appointment tablet to find head manager Xiaodu of Junsho restaurant and ask him to give Zheng Xiaoqui a job washing dishes and picking vegetables in the back kitchen. Sometime later, news arrived informing her that Zheng Xiaoqui worked very hard in the back kitchen. Zheng Xiaoqui had good eyesight, lively, and she looked pretty, so she was soon transferred to work as a server in the front hall of the restaurant. The people in charge of washing vegetables learned less than a tael of silver in a month, but servers earned nearly 2 taels of silver a month. Zheng Laoju settled down after he received more than 20 taels of silver in a year. Later, when Yu Xiaocao had already been married, she heard from her family members that Zheng Laoju prevented her daughter from marrying until she was 20 years old because he wanted her salary. Later, Zheng Xiaoqui begged Yu Hai, by then, he was already the owner of tens of thousands of acres of farm, to plead on her behalf. After she repeatedly emphasized that she will still give half of her wages to her family after getting married, Zheng Laoju finally loosened his grasp and allowed her to get married. Zheng Xiaoqui married one of the managers of the shop. Her life was plain, but she was very content. But these were all things that happened later. After the 20th day of the 12th month, everyone in Dongshan village became busy. But Yu Xiaocao had nothing to do after she sent the Zhou family, her eldest granduncle, and several families she had a good relationship with in Dongshan village, a generous and practical New Year gift. The family matters were all managed by her mother and 4 other maid servants. Area was also extremely busy, but it was impossible for Xiao Cao to intervene and help. Every day, Yu Xiaocao would either chat with a few good friends or take a stroll around the mountain with 2 of her stronger maid servants. She hunted some wild game to add more dishes to their meals at home. She was not used to being so idle all of a sudden. "Cower, your eldest granduncle will be killing a pig for New Year's today. Let's head to your eldest granduncle's house at noon to have pork stew. Do you remember the time when you were a child and stuffed yourself with pork stew?" You ate so much that you laid motionlessly on the bed because of a stomach ache. Your mother and I were so frightened. When I invited a doctor from town to check on your condition and he told me that you just ate too much. He prescribed a few hawthorn pills and left. Yu Hai was talking about an incident that occurred before Xiao Xiao had transmigrated here. The young girl's body was extremely weak. Pork stew was a dish that was heavy on the oil. She was lucky that she only had a stomach ache from eating too much. While the maidservant smiled at his story, Yu Xiao Xiao calmly said, "At that time, we didn't have much oil at home. I would be a fool if I didn't stuff myself full of that fragrant and savory pork stew. Speaking of which, it's been 2 years since I last ate our village's signature dish, the pork stew. Wadong and Chunhua, you should learn a little from me. Don't eat anything in the morning, so you can stuff yourself with pork stew with an empty stomach." Wadong suppressed her smile and asked, "Young miss, didn't you say that it's important not to have an uneven diet or overeat to maintain a healthy diet? Are you going to make an exception for today?" "Of course, today will be an expectation. My eldest grandaunt's hometown is from the Northeast. The Northeast region is most well known for its pork stew. In addition, she makes delicious simmered pig's head, blood sausages, fatty pork with garlic sauce, and sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce. No, I can't think about it, otherwise, I can't stop drooling. You haven't seen any of those dishes before, right? Come and gain some experience with me." Yu Xiaoxiao headed back to the house and changed into some warm and more lightweight clothes. The 4 maids were dressed in coarse cotton padded jackets to blind into the village as they followed their master out the door. "Hey, Xiaoxiao, where are you going?" The villagers from the same village always greeted her warmly. Xiaoxiao had a bright smile on her face when she replied, "My eldest granduncle had killed a pig for New Year's. I'm planning to head over to have some pork stew." "Why are you heading over so early? Isn't the pork stew usually prepared in the afternoon?" Yu Xiaoxiao laughed mischievously. She had an odd expression on her face when she explained, "These young girls are from the city, so they never saw a pig being killed. I'm taking them there early, so they can see it for themselves. Auntie, you should attend to your business, I'll be heading over there first." Go, go." When the 4 servants and their master walked away, the woman smacked her lips and said, "Did you see that? Xiao Xiao has really matured by now. Those beautiful-looking maidservants that look like young ladies from a wealthy family are only worthy of being her maidservants. Xiao Xiao is like those princesses in the plays that I've watched. They would live in a large palace paved from gold bricks, wear satin and silk, eat exotic delicacies, and have gold, silver, and jewels piled up like mountains in her palace." Chunhua and Chushi had excellent hearing. The master and the maidservants were all amused when they were informed about what Chunhua and Chushi had just overheard. It seemed like Auntie Jinjun had quite a rich imagination to imagine that she lived in a palace made with gold bricks. "Huh, Brother Han, did you just return from patrolling the sea?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked up and saw a burly figure approaching her. She greeted the healthy and handsome guy first. Zhao Han heard the news that Xiao Xiao had returned, so he came to look for her on his first day of vacation. Even though she may already have someone she liked in her heart, he still wanted to see her, listen to her melodious laughter, and see her sweet smile. "Yes, I just came back yesterday. I heard that you came back from the capital, so I came here to see you." He greeted her warmly when he saw Xiao Xiao's brilliant smile similar to that of a sunrise. The emotions hidden deep in his heart were slowly fermenting. Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Brother Han, did you know that Auntie Zhao has returned to the capital? I visited your house as a guest a few days ago. Grandpa Zhao and Uncle Zhao are both at the border, so Auntie Zhao will be spending the new year in the capital. Do you guys get a vacation?" Zhao Han forced himself to look away after he realized that he had been staring at her energetic little face for too long. He shook his head and said, "The sea has not been peaceful recently. The Woku are pretending to be pirates to loot the ships that are passing by. In 2 days, I will be heading back to the sea to train new soldiers. Then, if you return before New Year, you can come over to my house to celebrate the holiday." Little Shishtu wrote a letter informing me that he will be back before the New Year. He is still childish at heart. In his letter, he said he wanted you to take us up the mountain so we can catch a wild rabbit. If his classmates witnessed how spoiled he acted and the childish ways he talked, would they see this earnest-looking and talented young boy in the way? Okay, then it's settled. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Han suddenly clutched his chest and coughed a few times. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face faded as she asked with concern, "What happened? Did you get injured? Did you fight against pirates when you went out to sea this time? What about the medicine I asked someone to give you? Why is it ineffective?" Xiao Xiao's worried expression and caring tone warmed Zhao Han's heart. His wound seemed less painful after seeing how much she cared about him. He finally responded after Xiao Xiao finished asking a series of questions. "We met with a large group of Woku pirates. They outnumbered us by having twice the number of crews. Fortunately, my troops trained very hard regularly and our ships were more advanced compared to the Woku's ships. As a result, we managed to annihilate them and seized a large amount of their property. The medicine you gave me is very effective. If it weren't for the medicine you gave me, I didn't even know if I was able to make it ashore. Your medicine saved many of my brothers that were seriously injured. I want to thank you for that in their stead." She originally didn't give him a lot of medicine, and yet he distributed the medicine to other soldiers for their own use. No wonder his injuries had not healed yet. Judging from his complexion, his injury must be quite serious. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed and said to Wedong, "Go to my medicine chest and bring me the gourd-shaped jade bottle and a few bottles of wound balm for me." After she finished speaking, she turned to Zhao Han and said, "Didn't the court purchase a lot of wound balm? The soldiers should have received some. What happened?" Zhao Han shook his head and said, "The northwestern border has been unstable recently. Although there were no large-scale wars, there had been a few small-scale battles and skirmishes from time to time. The effects of the wound balm produced by your workshop is more effective than other ordinary products. When the purchased medicines are distributed, it is first distributed to the border patrol soldiers. By the time the medicine reaches us, it would be considered good if each soldier can receive one bottle. I heard that the Woku's country had a severe snow disaster this winter. Many of the civilians who could no longer survive on their own were fooled into becoming Woku pirates. Soon after winter began, several minor skirmishes and wars broke out. We're almost out of ordinary wound bombs too. Don't worry, once I return to the capital, I'll have someone bring more wound bombs over for you. As for this bottle of medicine, you can't tell other people that I was the one who gave it to you. The materials needed to make this are too precious, and I don't have many bottles of these. Yu Xiaoxiao stuffed all the medicine that Wudong had fetched for her into Zhao Han's hands. That's right, you came just at the right time. My eldest granduncle's family is planning on killing a pig today, so why don't you come and enjoy the pork stew together tonight? Yu Xiaoxiao invited him over for dinner. In the past, when Zhao Han was still in the village, he often ate pork stew made by her eldest granduncle. Zhao Han seemed to be reminiscing his memories as he nodded, okay. It's been a long time since I've eaten Grandpa Yu's pork stew. Sometimes, I even dream of smelling the pork stew in my dreams. Let's head over now to see if we can help. You still have some wounds on your body, how about, you come to my family's residence to change the dressing on your wounds and also take some pills to heal your inner injuries. In 2 days, don't you have to go out to sea to patrol Take the time to carefully nurse your wounds in these 2 days. Otherwise, how will you be able to protect the country well? In my opinion, you should stay at my family's residence and I'll create a special regimen to treat your body and make some medicinal cuisine to nourish you. Yu Xiaoxiao was truly worried about Zhao Han's injuries. If more pirates came over like last year, it would be very dangerous for him to fight him with half-healed wounds. As she talked, she acted as if she was a child again and pulled on Zhao Han's sleeve as they went back up the road. Her 4 maidservants naturally followed her blindly and grouped around the 2 people as they headed towards the Yu residence. Why did that last Xiaoxiao come back? A bunch of married matrons were currently congregated at the foot of the wall, sunning themselves as they mended shoes. Their expressions changed when they saw a tall and sturdy man next to Yu Xiaoxiao. It's Hunter Zhao's son. No, now he is a great general. I heard the Zhao family's son is also a small official and is in charge of 100 men now. The Zhao family's youngster had a good relationship with the Yu family's children in the past. He used to bring Xiaoxiao and her younger brother all the time into the mountain to trap hares and wild pheasants. When the Yu family was in difficulty, if they didn't have the game to supplement their meals, they might not have survived until now. This Zhao family's youngster will likely become a high-ranking general in the future. He's only a few years older than Xiaoxiao. A general and a royal princess, these two seem quite fit for each other. There was never a lack of gossip in the village. Shish. Luckily, Royal Prince Yang didn't come back this time. If he heard you say that, he would sentence you to 20 planks to shut your mouth. Who in the village doesn't know that Royal Prince Yang treats Xiaoxiao in a different way? Many people all say that Xiaoxiao will become Royal Prince Yang's concubine in the future. Stop speaking nonsense. Xiaoxiao is now a royal princess that the emperor himself titled. How could she possibly become the mere concubine of someone? In my eyes, I'm pretty sure she could become his princess consort. What good is it to marry into a prince's residence? Any of the wealthier men in town, as long as they have a bit of status, have a bunch of concubines in their inner courtyard. Every day they fight and scheme constantly. Isn't that so exhausting? In my eyes, it's better for her to go for the Zhao family's son. Their 2 families are close and they grew up together. The roots are already there. Even if the youth takes in a few concubines in the future, the Zhao family won't treat Xiaoxiao unfairly. The group of matrons became more and more exhilarated the more they gossiped. They were now divided into 2 groups. One group approved of Xiaoxiao marrying into the prince's estate to become his princess consort, whereas the other group felt that it was better for her to marry into the Zhao family and live comfortably. Neither side gave way to the other and they all started to quarrel endlessly for a period of time. When Xiaoxiao brought Zhao Han home, she found out that it would be hard for him to clean and dress the wounds on his back, so she wanted to help him. However, her maid servants expelled her out. Men and women should not have close contact after the age of 7. Their young miss would be 14 after the New Year's, but she still didn't know how to be even a little bit discreet. Finally, the youngest of the bunch, Yingchun, had been pushed out to treat the wounds on Zhao Han's back. Almost half of his back had the crisscross marks of vicious-looking wounds and the sight of it scared the slightly bashful Yingchun. He also had another deep wound that was likely caused by the stab of a sharp sword. It was in the area of his lungs. No wonder young Master Zhao seemed to be breathing with a bit of difficulty earlier. After being around her master, who was skilled at medicine, Yingchun had naturally picked a few things up and knew the basics of treating injuries. She used her young miss's special, disinfecting water, to wash young Master Zhao's wounds and then spread a thick layer of the wound balm that her young miss personally made onto his back. Following that, she wrapped him back up with some clean gauze. Outside the room, Wudong was currently carefully reminding her mistress, "Young miss, you've almost reached a marriageable age, so it's best if you keep your distance away from men. Although young Master Zhao was your childhood playmate, he's still a man. I already know what you speak of. However, there is one thing you need to remember, a doctor must be compassionate. I'm not only a young girl but I'm also a doctor. Even if my patient is a man, I can't just let him suffer and not save him, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the maid and took out a bunch of medicinal ingredients from her medicine box. She wrote down a few prescriptions and gave the ingredients to Wudong and said, "In a moment, you won't have to come along to view the pig slaughter. Help me concoct this medication for older brother Han Ah." Young miss, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to bring this servant along to widen my horizons? This servant really wants to taste the pig banquet. Wadung revealed a long-suffering expression on her face but still took the medicinal ingredients given to her without any reluctance. Yu Xiaoxiao refused to acknowledge her own pettiness and solemnly said, "What's so interesting about watching them kill a whole pig? It's so bloody and I don't want you to get scared. When you're done concocting the medicine and helping older brother Han take it, you can come along with him. Don't worry, I'll make sure to save a seat for you." As she spoke, she also gave the maid a look that clearly said, "How's that? Isn't your master quite clever, ah?" At this time, Zhao Han exited Yu Hang's room with Yingchun following him with the wound bomb in hand. Yu Xiaoxiao came forward and said, "Older brother Han, it must not be comfortable resting on the ship, right? Drink this cup of honey water and you can take a nap in my older brother's room. When the pig banquet is just about ready, I'll have someone come over to bring you guys over." Zhao Han nodded and took the cup of honey water from Chunhua's hands. He drank it down in one gulp. The honey water had a sweet and mellow flavor, similar to the brilliant smile on the young maiden's face. He glanced at the dimples at the side of Xiaoxiao's mouth and was spellbound for a second. It distracted him from the warm feeling of the water relieving the pain near his lungs. As he laid on the mattress that smelled faintly of sun-dried laundry, Zhao Han felt as if he had never been this relaxed before. The wounds on his back felt cool and comfortable after getting their dressings changed. They no longer felt as sharp and painful as before. Even the heavy pressure he had near his lungs had also disappeared. Did Xiaoxiao add some special medicine to heal internal wounds in his honey water earlier? Before he knew it, Zhao Han's breathing became comfortable and he fell into a deep sleep in the bright early morning light of winter. By the time Wadung woke him up and gave him a bowl full of medicine to drink, Zhao Han felt as if his body was now full of energy and that all of his hurts had been banished away. He knew this medicine was something that Xiaoxiao herself had personally prescribed for him, so he didn't hesitate as he drank the whole mess of bitter contents down in one gulp. Xiaoxiao had gone over to her eldest granduncle's residence to get in on the fun. When she got there, she saw that the large fat pig had pretty much been cleaned and divided. There were plenty of friends and family in the courtyard helping out. Some helped to wash and take the hairs off of the freshly slaughtered pig, while others were cleaning and preparing the pig innards. Yu Hai and his wife didn't go to the farmstead today and instead were in the courtyard working busily. A group of matrons were with Xiaoxiao's eldest grandaunt. They were washing and chopping the ingredients in a busy manner. Before long, the pig's head was placed in a heated pot to cook while another pot that was cooking blood sausages bubbled merrily. Madame Lu used her family's secret spice recipe to help braise the pig trotters and offal. At lunch, everyone who came over to help sat around in the full courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiao and her servants were sitting with the Yu family. Even Aria revealed a silly smile as she sat next to Madame Lu, inquisitively regarding the scene around her. Originally, Xiaoxiao's maid servants were a bit hesitant to sit at the same level as their master. Only after Xiaoxiao half-jokingly scolded them did they finally reluctantly sit down next to her to partake in the meal. Everyone said that northern people were very practical. Each plate here was piled high with food for the pig banquet. There was fatty pork with garlic sauce, pork with kidney beans stewed with vermicelli, pickled vegetables with pork blood sausage, simmered pig's head, sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce, braised pork bone meat. Although all of the dishes looked very fatty and greasy, they tasted incredibly delicious and Xiaoxiao almost couldn't stop eating. Xiaoxiao loved eating the sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce and the pickled vegetables with pork blood sausage the most. The four maid servants watched as their master happily ate the black-colored blood sausage and gobbled down the braised pork bone meat. Although the food wasn't very elegant, it definitely stimulated their appetites and made them want to eat more too. Wadung didn't quite understand her master's enthusiasm. She had never seen her young miss eat with such gusto before, even when they were at Junsho restaurant dining on their finest dishes. The food here looked very crude and greasy, so how could it be so suited to her young miss's tastes? She looked at the other three maids, Yingchun, Chunhua and Chushi. They all seemed to be eating quite happily too. She couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and grab a slice of pork diaphragm meat that didn't look too greasy. After placing into her mouth, she carefully chewed a bit. It was a bit bland and chewy, nothing else. Yu Yang's wife, who was sitting next to her, smiled, "Girl, you need to dip this pork diaphragm meat into the garlic sauce to eat. Otherwise, it'll have no flavor at all." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of meat and dipped it into the sauce before placing it in her mouth. She chewed it with gusto. In the past, the residence's senior servant had instructed her that a good personal maidservant couldn't eat anything that was too heavily flavored. In fact, she should avoid eating too many meat-containing dishes too in order to avoid having any strong smells sticking to her, causing her master to dislike her. In the afternoon, she still needed to take care of her mistress. Was it really all right for her to eat garlic sauce and other foods that had a very distinct smell? Yu Xiaoxiao could see the hesitation on Wadung's face and patted her shoulders before personally giving her a piece of pork diaphragm meat that was dipped in garlic sauce. "This afternoon, all of you will get a half-day break and there's no need for any of you to stay by my side. Eat whatever you want to eat and don't sit there twiddling your thumbs. It's too awkward that way. This piece of boiled meat may look fatty on the outside but it's not the least bit greasy when you eat it. Try some. Also, my eldest grandaunt makes the best blood sausage in the area. You wouldn't be able to try this anywhere else." Xiaoxiao had noticed that the muscles on Wadung's face involuntarily twitched when she picked up a blood sausage, so she silently laughed at the maid. She deliberately picked the foods that the maid obviously didn't want to try and placed it in Wadung's bowl. Wadung truly wanted to cry when she saw the evil and mischievous expression on her master's face. However, as the servant, it was a great honor to be awarded food by her master so she needed to eat it even if she wanted to weep. She gathered her courage and placed the pork diaphragm meat with garlic sauce into her mouth. As expected, the combination was much more flavorful together and the more she chewed, the more she liked its unique flavor. As for the fatty pork with garlic sauce, the fatty slices of meat looked very greasy. Wudong pinched her nose and placed a slice that was about the size of half her palm into her mouth in a manner that clearly showed her reluctance. She forced herself to chew. As she chewed, the expression on her face gradually changed and she no longer looked as reluctant as before. So odd, it didn't taste greasy at all. Instead, it had a fresh and savory flavor she never tasted before. As for the blood sausage, Wudong had seen her young miss eat piece after piece. Now that she had complete faith in her master's tastes, she wasn't the least bit hesitant as she tried a blood sausage. In any case, hadn't she eaten braised pig intestines in the past before? What was the point in being squeamish now? Wudong, who had no misgivings now, started to try all of the foods she had never had the opportunity to eat before and went through all of the dishes. Although each dish looked very crude and simple, their taste was quite unique and surprisingly delicious. Yu Yang's wife felt her heart relax when she saw this city girl finally eating with gusto and enthusiasm. For the honest and simple commoners, they felt like they only fulfilled a host's duties when their guests were all able to eat to their fill and enjoy their meal. In Yu Yang's wife's eyes, despite the fact that Yu Xiaoxiao now had a prestigious title, she was still a part of the family and a child she had watched herself grow up. For one's own family, it was fine no matter how you received them. However, it was rumored that Xiaoxiao's maidservants had come from the imperial city and their usual conduct was even more elegant than most girls from wealthy families. Yu Yang's wife had been worried this entire time that these maids would not be used to their crude and simple fare. Now, from the looks of it, her worries were superfluous. In the farming villages in the northeast, almost every family would slaughter a year-end pig. The villagers there all got together to celebrate noisily. From the start of the 12th month, these villagers ate pig banquet foods non-stop. Dongshan village originally didn't have this type of custom, but when her eldest grandaunt fled from the northeast, she and her family brought this event over. Now, many of the families here had also started slaughtering pigs for the pig banquet. However, the most authentic pig banquet still came from eldest grandaunt's hands. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her rotund little belly that was stuffed full of food and strolled around the foot of the West Mountain. She also checked the traps and snares that were set earlier to see if she had any game. Zhao Han silently walked along with her and cherished his previous memories they had together in their childhood. Every snare that Xiaoxiao set always had a higher than usual chance to catch prey. This last seemed to have been blessed by a god. Just look, they were clearly in an area where wild animals were not numerous, but out of 10 traps and snares, around 6 to 7 of them had animals caught in them. The 4 maid servants took off their reserved and composed demeanors and revealed their true natures. Every time they found a snare that had prey in it, they all exclaimed in excitement and rushed forward to be the first to grab it. Almost everyone by the end had their hands full with some game. In fact, Zhao Han even carried a dead dumb roe deer back on his shoulders. The 12th month seemed to pass faster than other months. In the blink of an eye, they were at the year's end. The farmstead's greenhouse pavilions had stopped business since the 29th and would only reopen on the 5th of the next year. Little Shish too had braved the winds and snow to go back home on the 28th, and only then was the Yu family all back together. At their New Year's Eve family dinner, other than the Yu family, there were an additional 2 guests. Zhao Han had been invited by Xiaoxiao to celebrate the New Year's with her family, and the other was the orphan Zhuang Xiaomo. At the table, Zhuang Xiaomo exerted quite a bit of effort to be attentive to Xiaolian the entire time. Yu Hai didn't have a good expression to any of his sons-in-law, who were trying to steal his daughters from him. He couldn't do much to Royal Prince Yang, but he wouldn't make it easy for the fellow surnamed Zhuang, that big wolf, to steal Xiaolian away. Xiaolian, who would be turning 14 at the start of the year, had experienced her first awakening to love. Apparently, she seemed to have a bit of a good impression of the tall and handsome-looking Zhuang Xiaomo. As for his attempts to get closer to her, Xiaolian had a red blush on her face and didn't seem to reject them at all. As for the so-called future mother-in-law, Madame Lu seemed to regard this future son-in-law with increasing appreciation. She had always had a decent impression of this orphan fellow, who, despite his lack of family, had a sense of self-confidence and ambition to do better for himself. In addition, he had a polite and gentle demeanor, a kind heart, and understood gratitude. If it wasn't for her husband stopping her, Madame Lu would have treated him as if he was her half-son. During New Year's Eve night, Yu Heng took his younger brother Little Shish too, along with Zhao Han and Zhuang Xiaomo, to set off fireworks in the courtyard. In the rooms, Yu Hai took out the account books and went over the past year in detail with his youngest daughter. He also went over his proposed plans for the following year. Right now, the corn and winter wheat seeds from our farmstead are selling very well. In addition, we're by the ocean, so it's very convenient to ship our goods around. There are plenty of shipping convoys that are traveling from south to the north that want to buy our seeds to bring it there. However, we have a limited amount of land on our farm, so we're not able to supply all that they want. Yu Hai felt his heart itch whenever he thought of all of that money in front of him that he couldn't get. That being said, we are still employed by the court. Naturally, we have to provide high-yielding seeds to Tanggu town and the nearby Zhou prefecture. Based on that, the amount of seeds we can sell elsewhere goes down even more. Yu Hai had found out through his older sister that the climate in the northeast was harsh, so their crop yields were very poor. The peasants who lived there had to tighten their belts for half a year. During the harshest time of the year, the people there could only eat one bowl of the cheapest and most common type of coarse grain gruel a day. If a disaster befell them, then they had to pack all of their things and flee from their homes. Corn had a high harvest yield and wasn't picky about its growing environment. If this crop could be widely planted in the north, then the commoners' lives would improve considerably, for they would at least be able to fill their stomachs. Thus, Yu Hai did his best to sell as much corn as he could to those ships going to the north, but his efforts were like trying to put out a forest fire using 1 cup of water at a time. Yu Xiaoxiao bit her lip in thought and then smiled at her father, who was looking at her expectantly. Father, what are you looking at me for? Are you that certain that I'll be able to come up with an idea? Yu Hai chuckled and stated in a somewhat proud manner, "Of course, my daughter is so incredible, so how could such a small problem cause any problems for my cower? In our hearts, younger sister, you are the most resourceful of us all, our lucky little immortal girl. Quickly tell us, what do you think about this?" Xiaolian urged Xiaosao on as she ate roasted melon seeds. "I truly have an idea." Yu Xiaosao continued under the gleaming and excited looks of her family. "I want to make Tanggu into a giant agricultural center and become the country's largest seed wholesaler." Yu Hai nodded his head and said, "In actuality, this is also in line with my thoughts. However, we don't have that much land. I've asked around and none of the owners of the land or farms around us are willing to sell. However, in the area between Tanggu town and the prefecture city, there's a large stretch of fallow, empty land. Unfortunately, in order to transform such fallow land into good farming land, I'm afraid it'd take more than a couple of years to make that happen." Yu Xiaosao lightly frowned and said, "Tanggu is a part of Royal Prince Yang's feudal lands. If he is willing to help, it absolutely wouldn't be a problem to get more land. As for that fallow land, leaving it just sitting there would be such a pity. I think we can negotiate with Zhu Junyang and have him push out a few land reform policies that encourage people to develop new land. For example, if people want to clear an area for farming, they won't need to pay any taxes for the first 3 years and the following 5 to 10 years, they could have half taxes and other benefits. Right now, most of the arable land is in the hands of a few. Many people end up becoming tenant farmers, renting land in order to make a living. I'm certain that the commoners would be very happy if they had the opportunity to own their own fields." His youngest daughter had mentioned Royal Prince Yang twice in a short period of time. Yu Hai hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't restrain himself from asking, "Cower, you and Royal Prince Yang, you're growing up and need to take mind of a few things, don't let other people take advantage of you. That being said, men are fickle creatures and Royal Prince Yang has a high status and power. It'd be hard for him to not change in the future and have his eyes roam around. So, father, don't worry, your daughter knows very well. If Zhu Junyang decides to treat me poorly, I would rather be single for the rest of my life than marry myself out to someone who wasn't suitable. He's still in his probation period so he naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Yu Xiaosao was well aware of her father's worries so she couldn't help but try to comfort him. Their youngest daughter had been intelligent from a young age and almost all of their businesses their family had undertaken had come from her ideas. Her husband would always go find her whenever he couldn't come up with an idea. Thus, Madame Lu became more confident in her youngest daughter's abilities. However, her daughter would only be 14 after the new year and usually didn't spend a lot of time by her side, so she couldn't help but say a few words. "Cower, you don't have to set your sights only Royal Prince Yang. If he's unable to pass your tests, then mother will find you an even better match. In actuality, if Royal Prince Yang didn't make his intentions obvious so early, I think that the fellow Zhao Han is not bad." After she finished speaking, Madame Lu even glanced out the window. "Mother, Yu Xiaosao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. I only see older brother Han as an older brother, so why are you putting us together now? Don't worry, I know what I should and should not do." Old Yu, who was wearing a bright red traditional style jacket, was sitting at the head of the Kong bed with his legs crossed. He picked up a piece of soft and sticky pastry and addressed his son and son's wife, "You two don't need to fret so much. Royal Prince Yang is a royal prince but our cower is no longer just an ordinary little farmer's girl. Through her own efforts, she's become a royal princess. Have you ever seen a royal princess anywhere have to worry about her marriage? There are so many talented men in the capital, as long as their eyes aren't blind, they will be able to see our cower's strengths. Even if there isn't a Royal Prince Yang, there's still a Royal Prince Yin, and Royal Prince Yu." That's right, that's right. Yu Xiaosao was afraid that her parents would needlessly worry about this. Although her grandfather's comparison was a bit crude, she restrained herself from laughing and said, "Father, mother, don't worry. Before I turn 20, I promise I'll get married and I'll do so in a very grand way." "All right, Madame Lu tapped her head and laughed. "You, don't have the least bit of shame and are willing to say anything. In the future, be more careful. Otherwise other people will laugh at you. We're at home, it's only in front of us that cower would dare say such things. When those wealthy people from town came to flatter us, our cower's temperament and bearing was even more elegant and imposing than those princesses in the stories." Yu Hai always thought that everything his youngest daughter did was good. The whole family chatted about the prospective seed breeding business until it was past midnight. Following that, they cooked some dumplings and ate them together as a midnight snack before heading to their own rooms to rest. Yu Xiaosao had a leisurely and joyful New Year's celebration at Dongshan village. On the first day of the new year, she went along with her good friends to say their greetings to everyone in the village. The group of them managed to eat a bunch of special snacks that the other villagers made. On the second day, she went along with her parents to go visit her maternal grandparents and received quite a few thick red packets. Currently, her maternal grandparents were one of the wealthiest families in their village. They had pushed down their previous house, which was made of sogan grass, and rebuilt it into a spacious and beautiful residence that had bright white walls and a pretty tiled roof. Small greenhouse pavilions had been constructed in the front and back courtyards and they grew some fruits and vegetables inside. Because of their relationship with the Yu family, the other villagers in their village also reaped the benefits and were now planting high-yielding winter wheat in their fields. Thus, the Lu family's position and status within the village was second only to the village chiefs. Since she didn't have to worry about the market, Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal aunt bought a piece of land from the village chief after the Woku pirates struck and established her own piggery as the original one had been damaged. She began to raise pigs in earnest. Now, she had at least a few hundred pigs every year that were carefully fed and raised until they were ready to send to market. Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal uncle then took those pigs to the prefectural city using his mule-drawn cart. When the greenhouse pavilions in Tanggu town had their out-of-season vegetables ready for sale, eldest maternal uncle and second maternal uncle began to ship those vegetables to the prefectural city together. They were able to earn a few dozen taels from each trip there. Xiao Xiao's second maternal uncle bought a few dozen mu of good farming land. In the spring, he planted corn, and in the autumn, he planted winter wheat. The crops he harvested were pooled in with the Yu family's grain business, and he could make quite a bit of money every year. Xiao Xiao's youngest maternal uncle also gave up his bricklaying career and entered the Yu family's business to help. The salary he earned now was a few times larger than what he used to earn. His wife also began to help eldest maternal aunt with the piggery. All in all, the Lu family's lives were getting better and better with each passing year. Even second maternal aunt, who had a sharp tongue and a shrewish temper, had become more pleasant as her life got better. She no longer looked as harsh as before, and her tongue had gentled considerably. The Lu family's patriarch and matriarch now had free and easy lives now. Old Yu is making a pun here. The word used for yang refers to the sun, yin is the opposite of yang, whereas yu is the character for moon. The days went by quickly. Originally, she was planning on staying in Dongshan village until the end of the second month, but her plans were very quickly changed. On the 16th of the first month, an unexpected guest arrived at Dongshan village. Zhu Junyang, why are you here? You didn't even let us know in advance and just suddenly appeared. Yu Xiaoxiao had gone up to the mountain to set snares at dawn. When she got home, she saw that there were some new horses in front of the residence. After entering the room, she discovered that Zhu Junyang was there, sitting on the Kong bed like he owned it. He was snacking on the nuts she had roasted before the end of the year. There was a small plate next to him that held a tiny pile of peeled walnuts. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at her as he cracked another walnut in his hand. He carefully picked up the meat inside and placed it into the small plate next to him. Only after he finished this did he say, "This prince only wanted to give you a nice surprise, ah. What, you don't like me here? Is it because you have older brother Han to accompany you now, so you've long forgotten this prince?" The royal prince was already feeling a bit unhappy after hearing little Shishtu mention older brother Han all the time. If he had known that there was a large wolf roaming around, he would long come back to accompany the little lass in visiting her parents, celebrate the New Year's in Dongshan village, and then go back to the capital together. The little lass had been back home for over a month now. Did that fellow take advantage of when he was not here to especially woo his lass? Oh ho, just who tipped over a vinegar jar in this room? The sour scent of jealousy is so thick here. Yu Xiaoxiao took off her silver fox fur cloak and Wudong easily took it from her and hung it on a pear wood clothes hanger. When he saw how red Xiaoxiao's face was from getting exposed to the cold, Zhu Junyang moved to allow her space on the warmest part of the Kong bed for her. After Xiaoxiao took off her boots and sat down, he also transferred the small quilt on his legs to cover her legs and feet. Then, he pointed at the walnuts that he had already peeled and stated in a voice held both amusement and grievance, "You truly have no conscience. Did you have so much fun at Dongshan village that you forgot everything else in the capital? You've been gone for more than a month, but you haven't even written a single letter to this prince. You went into the mountains right at dawn today. Were you spending time with that fellow surnamed Zhao Ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao took a handful of walnuts and began to stuff them in her mouth. Her cheeks bulged with the nuts and her eyes curved up with happiness. She resembled a little squirrel snacking on nuts. When she heard his complaints, she slanted Zhu Junyang a glance and said, "Do you think older brother Han is as idle as you? He's out at sea, drilling his troops. How would he have the spare time to go into the mountains to set snares to catch hares? Older brother Han you seem to call him in a very intimate manner. How come I never hear you call this prince using older brother Yang, ah?" A burst of sour jealousy exploded in Zhu Junyang's heart. The lass always called him using his full name and was never polite about it either. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that he had stopped cracking the nuts open and hurriedly patted his hand in an attempt to remind him to continue. When she heard his jealous words, she raised her head to look him in the eye and seriously stated, "I call him older brother Han because I see him as an older brother. Do you want me to regard you as an older brother then?" No way, he absolutely did not want that. Zhu Junyang noticed that the peeled nuts in the plate were disappearing at light speed and hurriedly hastened his cracking speed. He grumbled, "However, this prince is not very pleased with the way you call me. Then how do you want me to call you? Junyang, Yang, Yang baby." Each suggestion was more sticky sweet than the previous, and Yu Xiaoxiao was delighted to discover that Zhu Junyang's ears had turned bright red from her teasing. Zhu Junyang pretended to cough a couple of times. He lightly cleared his throat and said, "When I was young, I once came up with a nickname for myself. It's Roisy. Only the people close to me know about this. All right, then I'll call you Roisy then." Yu Xiaoxiao easily followed his suggestion and then said, "Zhu Roisy, the walnuts are gone, but I still want to eat more. Eat fewer snacks as breakfast is being warmed up for you in the pot." Madame Lu entered the room just in time to hear her youngest daughter blatantly command Royal Prince Yang to help her peel nuts. She couldn't help but level a glare at her daughter. "If you place the nuts inside the congee, it'll become nut porridge and will also taste quite good," Yu Xiaoxiao craftily said as she stealthily reached a small hand towards the nuts that Zhu Junyang had peeled. She swiftly stuffed them into her mouth and truly resembled a little mischievous squirrel stealing food. Madame Lu couldn't control her, so she spoke to Zhu Junyang, "Royal Prince Yang, don't spoil her. During all of last month and this month, she ate snacks instead of partaking in proper meals. Everyone else gains a few catties during the New Year's. She, on the other hand, didn't gain and instead got thinner instead." Yu Xiaoxiao hastily explained when she saw Zhu Junyang looking inquiringly at her, "Who said I got thinner? Look at my face, it's almost as round as a steamed bun." All mothers will say this as they all feel that their children have gotten thinner. All of them try to stuff their children until they become fat little piggies. Raising pigs. Madame Lu tapped Xiao Xiao's head and took the plate of nuts off the Kong bed's table. She motioned to Yingchun to place the congee, steamed buns, and side dishes on the table and said, if the pigs in a piggery are all like you, I'm pretty sure the owners of said piggery would go out of business very soon. Mother, is there truly a mother like you who scolds her daughter in this way? Ah. I'm such a beautiful and delicate little girl, but you decide to compare me to a stinky and yucky pig. I'm angry now. Yu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to act spoiled around her mother. Madame Lu pursed her lips and revealed a smile. I wasn't the one who started the comparison. You were the one who first brought up the topic of raising pigs, so mother will not take this fall. Finish everything on the table, otherwise, I won't allow you to eat any more snacks today or tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 steamed meat buns that were bigger than the size of her fist in the large bowl full of congee. She immediately began to pout and complained, Mother, let's make a deal. Let me just eat 1 meat bun, okay? No deal. Last night, you only ate half a small bowl of noodles, so you need to eat more this morning. Do you think you're an immortal and can live off of air? Ah. Madame Lu sternly refused her suggestion, eat it now while it's hot. The meat buns were made using the meat from that roe deer you caught, so it's very fresh and tasty. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and roved around. She suddenly revealed a bright smile at Zhu Junyang, who had been watching the mother and daughter pair from the side. Roisy, you haven't eaten breakfast, right? Eating together is more enjoyable. Madame Lu pushed away the hand that was offering a meat bun towards Zhu Junyang and sternly looked at her daughter. Royal Prince Yang has already eaten with us, so don't try to make him eat for you. I've already calculated everything. If you eat everything here, you'll just have a slightly rounded belly but you won't be bloated. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhu Junyang with a pathetic look on her face. However, Zhu Junyang was currently being eyed by his future mother-in-law, so he could only make a helpless gesture at the little lass. As he was sandwiched between his future mother-in-law and future wife, he could only lower his head and pretend to be busy as he continued to peel the nuts. Yu Xiaoxiao became resigned to her fate and picked up a steamed meat bun and began to chew on it angrily. She paired the buns with some tasty side dishes and ended up finishing both meat buns. Following that, she poured the nuts Zhu Junyang had peeled into her bowl of congee and then added some raisins and pieces of dried hawthorn cake to it before she gulped the bowl down. BRRP. After letting out a burp, Xiao Xiao rubbed at her little belly and wondered if she should make a bowl of digestive soup to drink. Madame Lu noticed that her youngest daughter was now sprawled on the Kong bed and glared at her in amusement. The weather is nice today. You can rest for a bit and then take Royal Prince Yang for a stroll in the village, which will help you digest your food. At noon, I'll make your favorite seafood feast. There will be braised prawns, salt and pepper small yellow croakers, steamed scallops in broth, stir-fried calamari. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have much opportunity to eat seafood. After transmigrating over, she obtained a deep fondness for eating seafood and her mother also cooked seafood very well. When she heard that there would be a seafood feast, her eyes began to shine with excitement and the saliva pooled in her mouth. In order to make some room in her stomach to eat seafood later, Xiao Xiao pulled Zhu Junyang along and walked several round trips from the mountain villa to her family's residence. She originally wanted to stroll around the village too, but after encountering too many curious and inquisitive looks from the villagers, she changed the plan. Since Royal Prince Yang was visiting his feudal lands, it was natural for the officials of the Tanggu area to come see him. He also checked the taxation records while he was here. After the Yu family's greenhouse growing business began, it also stimulated the growth of other commerce in Tanggu town. Consequently, the amount of taxes received also increased by almost 2 times compared to the previous year. Yu Xiaoxiao had already told him her idea of transforming the lands around Tanggu into a seed breeding business and obtained Zhu Junyang's complete favor. As for her proposal in opening up fallow land, he also decided to adopt it. Zhu Junyang directly expropriated farmland from the scholars and landlords who owned them in the nearby area by telling them they would get decreased taxes. This won the approval of everyone involved. Some merchant families thought that this could be quite a profitable endeavor for them and even took out all of their farmsteads to see if the prince wanted them. Naturally, the ones that were too far from the Yu family's farmstead were summarily rejected. After the summer harvest and when it was time to plant corn, the Yu family farmstead had expanded considerably. They now had 20,000 mu of top-notch farming land alone, and the average and more poor quality land was also around the same number. With a 40,000 mu farmstead, they naturally could increase the amount of crops they harvested every year. There were some officials at court who regarded this with pure envy and did their best to complain voraciously to the emperor about Yu Xiaoxiao. They claimed that she wasn't doing her duties to the court properly and was abusing her power to enrich her family members. Consequently, those who were close to Xiaoxiao defended her just as adamantly. They stated that everything she was doing to help the imperial court in advancing the production of high-yield crops as quickly as she could. Thus, the debates at court stormed for a period of time and the court officials argued furiously over Xiaoxiao's conduct and actions. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take any of the political squabbles to heart. Prior to expanding her base of agricultural operations at Tanggu town, she had reported to the emperor and gotten his full permission to go ahead. The earlier they could push out more high-yield corn and winter wheat to the people, the earlier that the emperor's people would be able to throw off the shackles of poverty and starvation and walk in the direction of health and happiness. As long as her big boss was on her side, it didn't matter to her what other people claimed. She wasn't in this for the sake of obtaining a false reputation. In fact, weren't those people accusing her of misconduct only doing so because they were jealous of her ability to make money? She planned on making even more money so that their jealousy could eat them alive. Yu Hai currently had a bunch of experienced tenant farmers working under him. Although the operations in Tanggu town were quite massive now, Xiaoxiao didn't actually need to personally handle much there. Her responsibility was to make sure that all of the seeds they were going to use were appropriately infused with spiritual energy in advance. This was quite an easy process, but it was very necessary. Yu Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone take its golden kitten form and had it run a few times in the granaries that held their seeds. She instructed it to play around, spit some saliva, or pee a bit. The little divine stone vehemently opposed the last suggestion she had. It claimed that it was a cultured and refined divine stone, so how could it do something so uncouth and crude? In short, the breeding base for high-yield seeds were now in the capable hands of Yu Hai as the head of the management. With Yu Hang helping and some other stewards working on things, the work on the expanded farmstead was going in good order. In addition, they had Royal Prince Yang as their backer, so they naturally had no issues getting the green light to continue and everything seemed to be going smoothly. The days flew by and in a flash, it was time to harvest again. The Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu once again had a large bumper harvest of winter wheat and the output had increased again. On average, they had gotten around 750 caddies of wheat per mu. Although the yields of the commoners who had bought wheat seeds from the imperial plantation in Tanggu weren't as high as the Yu families or imperial plantations, they still received on average 600 caddies per mu. Compared to normal wheat yields, this was about an additional 50% to double of what was normal. The commoners who lived in the suburbs near the capital, as well as those near Tanggu, all had joyous expressions on their faces. The villagers near Tanggu were especially happy as they had started planting high-yielding corn and wheat earlier than the ones by the capital. Their lives had been much more pleasant these past 2 years compared to before. They had surplus grain on hand and could even sell it out at a high price. Some people, for the sake of increasing their profits, sold all of the grain they produced and used that money to buy ordinary grain instead to eat. Since the Yu family's farmstead originally only had around 2,000 mu in land, they were limited in how much improved grain they could plant and harvest. Some of the merchants in the area came up with the idea to buy grain from the nearby villages. However, they soon discovered that the seeds from those people gave yields that were much lower than the ones they got from the Yu family. Thus, they soon gave up on that idea and did their best to get connections with the Yu family so that they would be able to buy high-yielding grain as soon as possible. Seeds for winter wheat were reserved for the grain merchants who sold to the people in the northeast. After carefully inspecting and getting information on all of the eager merchants, Yu Hai decided to cooperate with a grain merchant surnamed Zhen. This man had a pretty good reputation in the northeast districts and didn't cheat the people there, so the people liked him. After signing an agreement where the merchant agreed not to inflate prices on the grain, they filled 2 of his cargo ships with winter wheat seeds and they set off from the harbor to go to the northeast. After a light refreshing rain, it was time to start the autumn planting on the expanded Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu. Once this season of corn was harvested, then they would be able to supply more than half of the commoners in the northeast with seeds to plant. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently in the capital, wondered if she should find some time to go back to Tanggu to take a look. It didn't seem very honest of her to throw all of the responsibility onto her father and older brother while she stayed away, acting as an idle manager. When He Wanning, who represented everyone who was interested in whether there would be a second, picking peaches picnic, heard her tentative plan, she immediately became interested. Xiaoxiao, if I'm remembering correctly, you once said that your hometown is by the mountains and the sea. One can hunt in the autumn and winter and gather seafood in the summer and spring. How about you organize a seaside feast and invite us over to see your hometown? What do you think of this idea? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her helplessly and replied in a tone that didn't have much hope. Older sister you forgot that when I first came to the capital, many people mocked me for being a crude villager, or muddy peasant. Not everyone is like you and is interested in how life goes in a small fishing village. He Wanning had a confident expression on her face as she said, don't worry, I'll help you find out what everyone else thinks. Those who want to come are welcome to come, whereas those who aren't don't need to. If no one else is interested, then the 2 of us can go. It'll definitely be more relaxing that way. After He Wanning left Xiaoxiao's residence, she directly went to visit her good friend, Yuan Shuiyan. She enthusiastically described Yu Xiaoxiao's farmstead as if she had personally been there and then slapped the table and stared at Yuan Shuiyan, who showed zero reaction the entire time, with wide open eyes and asked, are you going to go or not? When will you be able to change that rascally temperament of yours? Younger sister Xiaoxiao has made it such that you look gentle and tender on the outside and no longer resemble a tomboyish urchin. But as soon as you open your mouth, that image is ruined. Yuan Shuiyan put down her book of lyrical poems and faintly glanced at He Wanning. Shuiyan, are you still my best friend or not? This is an idea that I came up with. If you don't agree with it, then what sort of face will I have in front of younger sister Xiaoxiao now? He Wanning pulled at Yuan Shuiyan's hands and swayed back and forth until she started to feel dizzy. Yuan Shuiyan let out an audible sigh and took her hands out. She calmly said, all right since you're trying so hard right now, then I'll agree to your proposal. As a matter of fact, I also wanted to see my grandfather and younger brother, so it'll be the perfect timing to stop by too. Then we're all set then. I'm going to go visit Minglin and see if she's interested or not. In actuality, I feel like just the 3 of us going without any extraneous people following is more relaxing and enjoyable. He Wanning recalled that with Royal Princess Minglin's fiery temperament, if she didn't invite her on a fun outing, then the other girl would likely get revenge later. Royal Princess Minglin had a similar personality to He Wanning and also wasn't one to be patient. When she heard He Wanning's proposal, her eyes lit up and she excitedly said, I heard that younger sister Xiaoxiao is very skilled at swimming and she knows how to dive deep to gather seafood. She also has a dolphin friend that helped her discover the Woku pirates early. Do you think we'd be lucky enough to see her dolphin friend? He Wanning also became excited at the thought. She strolled back and forth a few times as she complained, that last Xiaoxiao is truly some friend. Her hometown has so many fun things to do but she never thinks of us, her good friends. If I didn't have a moment of impulse and blurt out a sentence, that lass would have secretly ran back to Dongshan village by herself. That's not okay, I need to make her pay this time. She needs to provide us with an authentic seafood feast. After she got in touch with her two best friends, He Wanning ran back to the U residence and made sure to confirm the date that they were leaving on. Then, she went home and exhilaratingly began to pack for her trip. Having one sheep come along was no different than having two sheep. Since she already had 3 extraneous people tagging along with her to Tanggu, there was no real difference if she added a few more. Thus, she sent out invitations to Yu Wanqing and Li Mengru and her sister. After thinking a bit, she also went to Imperial Prince Jing's estate to visit to find out if that fellow Zhu Junyang had time to spare. This was to avoid her petty man from becoming jealous and sulky that she invited other people but not him. When she entered the prince's estate, she found out that Zhu Junyang had been summoned by the emperor to enter the palace, and it sounded like the emperor had some sort of task in mind for him. See, it wasn't that she didn't want to bring him along, it was that he was unfortunate enough to have other duties stopping him from coming. She spent some time chatting idly with Princess Consort Jing and ended up being invited over for lunch. At the table, she encountered Wu Junling, who had come to pay her respects to Princess Consort Jing. Perhaps it was related to the fact that Wu Junling now burned incense and spent her days in Buddhist prayer, but her personality seemed to have changed tremendously compared to before. In the past, she was charmingly beautiful but was like a delicate pretty flower vase without a soul. She had no inner substance and every movement she made was tainted slightly with a tacky secular element. Now, it was obvious that her soul and mind had calmed down. She no longer seemed to be frivolous and had completely removed all hints of fickleness and impatience from her demeanor. She was graceful and peaceful. With that added onto her natural good looks, it even made Xiao Cao, who once didn't see eye to eye with her, unable to feel disgusted by her. Wu Junling was only a bit startled after she saw Xiao Cao sitting closely to Princess Consort Jing in an intimate manner. Apparently, she didn't expect to see Xiao Cao there. After that, she smiled faintly at her while she absent-mindedly stroked the Buddhist prayer beads on her left wrist. This bracelet was only obtained after her mother kowtowed at Huguo Temple for 91 consecutive days and moved Grandmaster Yuanwei by her sincerity. Only then was he willing to create this prayer bracelet for Wu Junling. Ever since she started wearing it, the nightmares and ghosts that plagued her previously never appeared again. When Grandmaster Yuanwei gave these prayer beads to her, he gave her a piece of advice: chasing stubbornly after your desires may not lead to your desired outcome. You need to open your heart and see that the world is much more vast than you previously thought. One cannot force fate or destiny. After being frightened by her older cousin, Wu Junling didn't have any desire to get closer to that alluring and devilishly handsome face again. Ever since she got back from Huguo Temple, she stayed in her own courtyard and set up a small Buddhist shrine there. Every day she would burn incense and chant scriptures as she sincerely prayed there. It felt like her entire body had lightened up and relaxed more. Yu Xiaocao was a bit flabbergasted by the complete change in Wu Junling. The little white lotus, who once tried to grasp Zhu Junyang, had unexpectedly mended her ways. It was truly inconceivable. Xiaocao returned the other girl's smile with a tranquil smile of her own and continued to chat with Princess Consort Jing on the previous topic of conversation. I don't know whether that mountain ravine has any other precious and beautiful camellias. Xiaocao, when you go, help me keep an eye out. However, I doubt your ability to appreciate flowers, so don't just bring any old plant back to fool me. From the tone of Princess Consort Jing's voice to the expression on her face, Wu Junling realized that aunt regarded Yu Xiaocao quite highly. In fact, the degree of how much her aunt liked the other girl frightened her. It made her realize that her aunt had always been courteous to her, but never that intimate. Yu Xiaocao smiled bashfully at the princess consort's comments. She knew she wasn't an elegant person and she was never truly interested in the different types of flora. Other than the difference in colors or species, she never paid much attention to them. As for identifying what sort of subspecies or shapes, she was out of her knowledge sphere, she had no clue where to start. She glanced at Mei Xiang, who was standing behind Princess Consort Jing muffling her laughter, and said, "Isn't there an easy solution to this? Older sister Mei Xiang's knowledge of camellias were taught by your highness. If you simply let me borrow her for a few days, wouldn't that solve the problem?" "You lass, I knew you were trying to come up with some idea to steal my maidservant away from me. Alright in order to make that lady surnamed Feng truly accept her defeat at the next flower-admiring banquet, then I will lend my precious maidservant to you temporarily." For the past few years, Princess Consort Jing had roundly defeated Lady Feng using her improved collection of camellias, so she was in quite a good mood about it. Yu Xiaocao teased, "Don't worry, your highness, I'll return her to you with nary a hair out of place." Mei Xiang pretended to be astonished and stated, "Then this servant won't even dare to brush my hair every morning. If I'm not careful and lose a hair, then Miss Yu will find it very hard to report back to her highness." Yu Xiaocao also revealed an alarmed expression and then frowned to remark in a concerned manner, "Then what should be done?" "Your highness, how about, I send my most capable personal maidservant, Wudong, to compensate you." Wudong, who had just been mentioned, also began to play in this act and put on a distressed expression on her face. "Young miss, please don't send this servant away to another person. In the future, this servant will eat half a bowl less rice. I swear I'm easy to provide for." Princess Consort Jing couldn't take it anymore and covered her mouth with a handkerchief as laughter spilled out of her. "No need to compensate me, no need. I can still afford to send out a maid. Your highness, in the future, this servant will also eat a half bowl less rice at each meal. Please don't send me to serve Miss Yu." Mei Xiang also copied Wudong's expression and phrases, which made Princess Consort Jing laugh harder in amusement. Wu Junling couldn't help but feel envious when she saw them interact with their servants in such a relaxed and teasing manner. However, it was only envy and nothing else. She had engraved the words that the Grand Master in charge of the temple had told her: "It is useless to force anything. Everything has its own karma and fate." By the time lunch was ready at Imperial Prince Jing's estate, Zhu Junyang still hadn't come back. Princess consort Jing and Xiaoxiao both thought that Zhu Junyang would be taking lunch with the emperor in the palace. Since Wu Junling was here as a guest, the prince's estate split the lunch table into 2 tables with a screen in between. The table on the outside only sat Imperial Prince Jing and his heir. By the time they were about half finished with lunch, Zhu Junyang hurriedly came in. As soon as he entered the residence, a servant told him that Miss Yu had come to visit. When he entered the reception pavilion, he discovered that only his father and elder brother were at the table, eating silently. He hesitated for a moment and then heard the clear and sweet voice of the little lass behind the screen. He was just about to go behind it when his father stopped him. There are female guests inside. If you haven't eaten yet, then sit out here and eat. Zhu Junyang rather unwillingly sat down and picked up the chopsticks that one of the servants handed to him. He slanted his ears towards the screen to attentively listen to the voices beyond the screen. He knew that his little lass never visited without a reason. He wasn't sure whether she was here for his lady mother or for himself this time. Lord Father, when Xiaoxiao came over today, did she say what she was here for? Zhu Junyang eavesdropped for a bit and didn't get the answer he was looking for, so he couldn't help but ask Imperial Prince Jing, who had gotten home before him. Normally the whole family sat together to have a scrumptious and lively meal together. His beloved wife would even from time to time personally serve him some foods that he liked to eat. Now, he had to sit on the outside and stare at these 2 brats. Even his appetite was affected by this. Thus, Imperial Prince Jing was in a bad mood, so he replied with a bit of heat, your father, also just got back. How would I know what they're talking about? Then, when Xiaoxiao gave her greeting to you, did she look happy or a bit worried? Zhu Junyang was afraid that his lass had encountered some difficulties. It was hard for him to concentrate on eating. Imperial Prince Jing glared at his youngest son and replied in a displeased manner, are there any people who would show a long face when giving their greetings to other people? That lass Xiaoxiao is very sensible. Even if she was worried about something, she wouldn't show it on her face to make other people worried too. By asking this, aren't you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Princess consort Jing said in a voice full of mirth from behind the screen, Lass Xiaoxiao, quickly say what you're here to find Yanger for. Otherwise, he's going to have a stomachache from eating and fretting at the same time. When Zhu Junyang found out that the little lass was here to find him, he craned his neck as if he was afraid he'd miss a single word. He could only hear the little lass giggle a bit and then her sweet voice said, in actuality, it's nothing important. In 2 days, I was going to organize an outing and I wasn't sure if this busy person had time to participate. The little lass had finally taken his grumblings to heart. It wasn't like the last time when she invited others over for an outing to pick fruit and didn't think of him. However, he was only happy for a brief second before a frown took over his face. The little lass had finally sent him an invitation, but he now had a task that the emperor assigned him and had to leave the capital for some time. The emperor was truly too much. He couldn't give him this task earlier or later and instead had to give it on the day the little lass gave him an invitation for an outing. He didn't know how disappointed his lass would be when she found out that he wouldn't be able to accompany her. Author's note. Zhu Junyang, you're overthinking this. Next month is Princess Consort Duan's 50th birthday celebration. Since she loves precious pearls, the emperor wanted to give her a coronet that has large precious pearls embedded in it. However, superior grade pearls are only things that you can come across and not easily buy, so it'd be hard to find one, let alone the 9 needed to make this coronet. We could only find one superior grade pearl in the internal storeroom, so, this morning at court, I received the emperor's command to go search for superior grade pearls. Zhu Junyang was afraid that his little lass would be unhappy about his refusal, so he explained in great detail what was going on and hoped that she could sympathize with his plight. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately became interested. If large superior grade pearls were that easy to come across, the emperor would not have sent someone as talented as Zhu Junyang to do this task. All of the experienced pearl hunters by the ocean already had their regular customers, so even if you visited them, they would likely have none in stock. As for the merchants who bought and sold pearls, if they had a superior grade pearl on hand, wouldn't they hide it in their treasure boxes or search for a customer who they can sell it to at a sky-high price? Why would they wait for you to find them and then sell it? As for those who were able to afford superior grade pearls, they either were incredibly wealthy or powerful, so why would they be willing to step aside for you? Even if the person who came along was the envoy of the emperor, it was not like they could forcefully take it from the owner. Therefore, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered around as she asked, Princess Consort Duan's grand birthday celebration is next month and you're still missing 8 top-notch pearls, so time is of the essence. Do you have any ideas right now? Zhu Junyang's mind was also blank at this point. As soon as he left the palace, he rushed back to the residence and didn't have the time to convene with his advisors to come up with a working plan. However, he could hear the undertone of excitement within her voice, as if she had something to say. This lass always had oddball ideas floating around in her head, so perhaps she could lead him down the right direction. Do you have any thoughts on this? This prince has no clue where to start. It'd be difficult to find one superior grade pearl, let alone 8. The emperor is deliberately giving out this hard task to make it difficult on me. Zhu Junyang deliberately pretended to be out of sorts and sighed ponderously. Third son, as an official, since the emperor gave you instructions, just do what you need to do. What's the point in complaining so much? The emperor gave you such an important task because he believed in your ability, so you should be doing your best to relieve his worries. Imperial Prince Jing took into consideration that there was an outsider here and glared at his youngest son as he pompously spewed out a few words. Zhu Junyang winked at his father and then let out another long sigh as he somewhat helplessly said, wasn't I just worried that I don't have any good ideas? You don't even let me grumble a little. I do have a somewhat immature idea right now, but I don't know if it'll be of much help. After all, this was a task that the emperor had given Royal Prince Yang, who had a reputation of being omnipotent. If even he couldn't come up with something, then making it sound like she had everything all set was a bit too much. What sort of idea? Quickly tell me. Zhu Junyang couldn't sit still in his chair anymore and wished desperately he could pull that screen away and snatch the lass over to get her thoughts on this. Ahem, ahem. Imperial Prince Jing lightly cleared his throat and gave a slight warning. The mealtime is not the time to talk, nor is it proper to talk during bedtime. When we're eating, it's best not to discuss official matters. After we finish, we can talk about these things in the study. Imperial Prince Jing had his own concerns right now. Although the Wu family's lass seemed to have changed for the better, that mother of hers, as well as her previous conduct, made the prince feel wary around her. One needed to be careful in regards to the task set by the emperor. Otherwise, it was possible that some malicious people would try to interfere and cause them to fail. Recently, his youngest son had been rising prominently in court and he had made quite a few political enemies who were looking for an excuse to trip him over. The rest of the meal closely adhered to the etiquette of, the mealtime is not the time to talk, nor is it proper to talk during bedtime. However, it was obvious that everyone's speed of eating had increased sharply. Wu Junling perceptibly knew that she would not be permitted to participate in the following conversation, so she didn't even stay to partake in the after-meal tea before she said her farewells. Princess Consort Jing watched as the young maiden left and remarked with a sigh, that Lasslinger has truly changed a lot compared to before from what I can tell. If she didn't have that mother of hers, she would truly be a good girl. Zhu Junyang glanced at Wu Junling with the eyes of a stranger. In his eyes, she was someone who was completely irrelevant to him. Thus, did it matter that she changed or not? As long as she didn't cling on to him stubbornly, he wouldn't stop her from coming over to visit his lady mother and chatting a bit. Zhu Junyang led Xiao Cao to the outer study. His advisors, who had gotten the summons, were already congregating there. They had already heard of the task that the emperor had given their master and were currently enthusiastically discussing it. However, the group of them didn't seem to come to a good idea by the time their master was done with lunch. After the advisors greeted the prince, they discovered that behind him was a little lass. There were all sorts of rumors in the capital about their master and they had heard a lot of them. Some said that their master was a pedophile, others said that their master had bad taste to fall in love with rural countryside lass. Some said that the master had struck first to tyrannically claim Miss Yu as his own. However, rumors, after all, were just rumors. It couldn't compare to seeing things firsthand. Was this short, delicate-looking, with a bit of childish demeanor girl in front of them the center of all of these rumors? She looked like she was only around 10 years old. Did the master truly like them that young? Cower, didn't you say earlier you had an idea in regards to the pearls? Quickly say it now for us to hear. Not only Zhu Junyang turned to look at her expectantly but everyone else in the room, as well as Imperial Prince Jing, who had entered this meeting without an invitation, also turned around to gaze at her. The looks in other people's eyes betrayed their hesitation and speculation. A few of the advisors who were older men with white beards, such as Sir Shen, had obvious expressions of disdain of their faces. They had already debated this topic for almost half a day but no one here dared to say they had a good idea. How could a silly little girl come up with anything good? One of the younger advisors of the bunch, Lu Wenchuan, held more curiosity in his eyes. If one had to choose the person who had caused the most waves in the capital recently, other than his own master, then it had to be this young maiden in front of him. She looked very sweet and delicate. The only thing that seemed out of the ordinary for her was that her skin seemed more exquisite and her eyes slightly larger than other girls. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference between her and the other nobly born maidens in the capital. However, there was the saying that, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This young maiden had used her own abilities to obtain spectacular glory and honor for her family. Furthermore, she also made herself and her family incredibly wealthy in the process. Greenhouse-grown vegetables, blossoming beauty and health salon, the Yu family's pharmaceutical workshop. He heard that even the master's Celestial World entertainment facility was also the product of this young lady's ideas. He recalled the daily income of the entertainment facility and thought that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the place was a gold manufacturing machine. The area that was most profitable had to be the racehorse tracks that allowed betting. Every single race was filled to the brim with excited gamblers and was the most fashionable place for entertainment in the capital currently. Just what type of ideas did this young maiden have hidden in her little mind? He was quite curious about her. In front of all of those inquiring, doubtful, and speculative gazes, Yu Xiaocao didn't seem the least bit perturbed or intimidated at all. She explained her thoughts in a very natural, confident manner. My idea is not completely fleshed out, so please remember that when listening. Right now, the temperatures outside are perfect for pearl diving. So, why don't we set up a large pearl gathering competition? We can advertise this competition throughout the coasts where fishing villages are and use a big reward and the chance for glory to attract all of the experienced pearl divers to compete. The competition can go on until the middle of next month. As long as we're able to gather the superior quality pearls we need before Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration at the end of next month, then wouldn't you be able to finish your task without any hiccups, Roisy? Yu Xiaocao's proposal had been thought up on the spot so it wasn't completely perfect. However, in the advisors' minds, it was the best idea that had come up so far and a treasure to behold. The doubts they had in their hearts had completely disappeared and they could finally see the light. There was just a little over a month. Searching for a top-quality pearl in the Great Ming Empire was like looking for a needle in the haystack. However, if Miss Yu's pearl hunting competition was promoted well and was able to attract all the pearl collectors from all over the Great Ming Empire, wouldn't the chance of obtaining high-quality pearls be much higher? The aides felt that it was quite feasible and immediately entered discussion mode. The general direction had already been established, but they still needed to discuss the method of implementation in detail. There was only less than 2 months, so the most important task was to maximize the impact of the pearl collection gathering. Seeing that she was no longer needed, Yu Xiaoxiao excused herself. When Zhu Junyang sent her out, he asked with concern, "Where are you guys planning to go on this trip? Who's going? Is it safe?" Upon knowing that she was going to Dongshan village with a group of pampered girls, he couldn't help but frown, only a few inexperienced and undaunted girls. It's hard for this prince not to worry, why don't I have head steward Lu follow along? My assignment isn't dangerous this time anyways. Give me an invitation card and I'll ask if that fellow Lu Hao can take several days off. Let him protect you girls on the road. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that he was worried about her and felt very happy about it, but she rolled her eyes at him, saying, "We're traveling on the official road and we also have a bunch of servants and guards with us. What dangers can there be? Young Master Lu is working in the Yulin division, so how can he leave so easily? You're just worrying over nothing." Zhu Junyang pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's talk about Lu Hao's matter later. When are you guys leaving? Why don't I have head steward Lu report to the Yu residence today? We're leaving in 3 days, and we'll have to trouble head steward Lu at that time. Quickly go back, the aides are still waiting for you." Yu Xiaoxiao got on the carriage and went to Blossoming Beauty first. She took a fragrant flower petal bath before returning home. Originally, they had planned on taking a vacation by the sea with a few girls. However, the news was leaked through an unknown source. The Ning brothers of Duke Rongguo's household, Royal Princess Minglan's 13-year-old younger brother, Li Mengru's 2 younger brothers, and Yu Wanning's older brother, who had come along because he was worried about her, all found out about this trip. When they set off, there were 5 to 6 more youths in the group. With the addition of the servants, their group was quite big. When they got out of the capital, they noticed that Lu Hao was waiting there with a team of imperial guards. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's slightly surprised face, Lu Hao beamed with pride. "That fellow Zhu Junyang was worried about your safety on the trip, so he sent me and my brothers to escort you guys. What do you think? Looks quite impressive, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the imperial guards behind him, chuckled, and said, "I'm not going to shoulder this favor. You guys have an assignment on hand and are just escorting us on the way. What, did Zhu Junyang send you guys to take the lead in Tengu Town? A young maiden shouldn't be too clever because it will discourage men from approaching, but you don't have to worry. That fellow Zhu Junyang nearly wants to carry you on top of his head." Lu Hao gestured to her to go ahead with a toothy grin as he said, "Please, may this little one have the honor of escorting you ladies." He Wanning glared at him and snapped the whip in her hands as she stated in a valiant manner, "Do we need you to escort us? Let alone that it's a time of peace and order, even if there are robbers and bandits, I'll sure that they won't be able to go back alive." Lu Hao raised his eyebrow and smiled roguishly, "Oh, charcoal you shouldn't boast and make unrealistic vows. With your measly martial arts skill, if you really got attacked, then you will be captured within 2 rounds. Who are you calling a charcoal? Are you blind? Let everyone be the judge. Which one of us looks more like a charcoal?" Since she used the whitening and moisturizing skincare products that Xiao Xiao gave her, He Wanning was now unprecedentedly confident in herself. Lu Hao was seriously so annoying. He had naturally fair skin, so when they were children, he gave her various nicknames, like Little Charcoal, Dark Beauty, and Black Ball. Every time, He Wanning was provoked until she got into a rage. She would yell and chase after him with a small whip. She wanted to teach him a lesson by whipping him a few times. However, despite his chubby figure, that fellow was very nimble. Thus, she was never able to succeed. She acknowledged that she used to have a dark complexion, but she now had ruddy, fair skin. She looked very young and beautiful, yet he still called her Little Charcoal. What kind of eyes did he have? Lu Hao, on the other hand, often practiced martial arts and was also dispatched to work under the sun after he joined the Yulin division. Hence, his skin had gotten much tanner. However, he was still considered fairly pale compared with the imperial guards behind him, who had healthy-looking bronze skin. Lu Hao carefully examined her for a moment and admitted, "I must say younger sister Xiao Xiao's products have the power to make the ugly beautiful. They were actually able to turn a little black ball into a beautiful woman with fair complexion. Tisk tisk, it's so incredible Humph, you have a good eye, admitting that this maiden is a beautiful woman. This maiden is originally a natural beauty. It's just that you should have gone to see a doctor for your eyes in the past." Whenever He Wanning saw him, they would definitely quarrel. So this trip was going to be very lively. Natural beauty. Lu Hao looked as if he couldn't hold back his laughter as he said, "I reckon that you're a natural charcoal. Lu Hao, I dare you to say that again." He Wanning raised the whip in her hands in a murderous manner. A beautiful lady had turned into an angry beast. Lu Hao wasn't afraid of her. He made a funny face at her and said, Little Charcoal, don't think that you can get rid of your childhood nickname just because you have gotten whiter. Don't forget that I still have your portrait." He Wanning was even more angry when he mentioned the portrait. That guy Lu Hao deliberately splashed ink on the paper and insisted that it was a portrait of her. This caused her to be laughed at by her stupid friends for a long time. She couldn't tolerate this any longer. He Wanning forcefully squeezed the horse's belly and charged fiercely towards Lu Hao. Without holding back, she snapped the whip in her hands at his fair, plump, and annoying-looking face. Lu Hao, who had been trained by Zhu Junyang for so many years, had continued to fight despite setbacks, so how could he let a young girl hit him so easily? He controlled his mount and deliberately kept a distance of a horse between them. He wanted to let her think that she could hit him, but, in actuality, she wouldn't be able to reach him. From time to time, he would also intentionally provoke her with words. Looking at how the two interacted, the 2 words, bickering couple, appeared within Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. So older sister he liked this type of guy Seeing that they had ran far away during the chase, Yu Xiaoxiao said to the guests, who were either invited by her or came uninvited, "It's getting late, so let's quickly set off. Big brothers, please take care of us along the way." When we reach Tanggu town, I'll treat everyone to drink alcohol and eat seafood. A young man, who looked like a leader among the imperial guards, smiled brightly as he replied, Miss Yu is being courteous. It's not important whether we get to eat seafood, but on behalf of everyone, let me say this, it's good as long as there's enough alcohol. In addition to fruit wine, the distillery in the outskirts of the capital had added a high-quality liquor called 5 grains liquid, which had a mellow taste and wasn't too strong. Even if one was dead drunk, one would still feel refreshed and energetic the next day. There wouldn't be any symptoms of a splitting headache, and it wouldn't cause one to delay their tasks on the next day. Therefore, it was very popular among soldiers. However, due to the scale of the distillery, not a lot of 5 grains liquid were produced every month. Moreover, it was very expensive and wasn't affordable for ordinary soldiers like them. Now that the owner of the distillery was in front of them, it would be foolish of them to not try to get some advantages. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she knew what these guys wanted. She wasn't a petty person, so with a wave of her hand, she said, rest assured. When we get back from Tanggu, I'll give each of you a jar of 5 grains liquid. A 10 caddies jar. The imperial bodyguards were immediately in a state of uproar, and they couldn't believe the sudden arrival of happiness. One should know that, on the market, a small 1 caddy jar cost 48 taels per each. Furthermore, it was sold out as soon as it was put on the market and had been out of stock for a long time. Wouldn't a 10 caddies jar of 5 grains liquid cost nearly 500 taels? That was several years of salary for these soldiers who came from ordinary families, okay. Miss Yu was indeed the same as the rumors, generous. 5 grains liquid, 10 caddies. Do I get one too? Lu Hao just happened to hear his brothers discussing this topic enthusiastically when he returned from running a lap on his horse with He Wanning chasing after him. He leaned over to shamelessly ask as he avoided her whip. It was hard to say whether it was due to being angered or she was tired from whipping, but He Wanning's face was completely red. She still had a murderous look on her face as she shouted at Yu Xiaoxiao, younger sister Xiaoxiao, if you give him the 5 grains liquid, then you're no longer my younger sister. Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed her laughter and looked at Lu Hao with a helpless expression. Lu Hao yelled at He Wanning, these are separate matters. Tomboy, you dared to threaten younger sister Xiaoxiao. Be careful that I'll report it to the cold-faced death god. Tisk, in such a short period of time, Little Black had turned into tomboy. He Wanning roared at him with an arrogant and indifferent tone, go report it ah. So what if he's a cold-faced death god? Isn't he as docile as Little Black in front of younger sister Shakoao? He appears like Little White in front of people but acts like Little Black in private. He's a prime example of a double-faced man. Lu Hao looked at her with a UW expression, but he still needed to strive for a chance to get the 5 grains liquid. Little lady, I'll apologize to you, okay. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. We've known each other for over a decade, so you should know how I am. I just have a rotten mouth. You shouldn't take my words to heart. Weren't you very happy calling me tomboy earlier? Now that you need a favor from me, you changed it to little lady. Humph, let me tell you, this little lady is in a bad mood. Let's talk about the liquor when you make me happy again. He Wanning thought that she had gotten a hold of Lu Hao's weakness and had the same complacent expression on her face that Lu Hao had earlier. Lu Hao couldn't stand her smug expression. He sneered and said, forget it then. I'll just ask Zhu Junyang for it later. I doubt you can interfere with younger sister Xiaoxiao sending alcohol to Prince Jing's estate. He Wanning had a stunned expression on her face and she was even more angry. She ran after the irritating fellow with the small whip in her hands. Along the way, these situations kept repeating. The group was amused by their banter, and thus didn't feel that the journey was tiring.